Chapter 301. What if the monster before us gets enraged and destroys the entire earth? Even if the dragon god kills this monster, the dead cannot be resurrected. Those who survive are relatively intelligent. The foolish and brainless are already dead. Chen Li-mei anxiously said, the dragon god told me he's gone on a mission, and electronic equipment in that place can't be contacted. Zhou Jiahui said, it must be something important, otherwise the dragon god wouldn't have given such instructions before leaving. Chen Li-mei sighed, the 2 times the world-devouring god king descended, we had bad luck. The dragon god wasn't there, and we don't know how to handle this time. Captain, look! Another world-devouring god has emerged. A woman's head emerged from the critical point. Her face had delicate features, fair skin, and rosy lips. It's over, it's over. Zhou Jiahui said in despair, we can't handle a powerful god king, and now another god has descended, most likely also a god king. We're basically doomed. Chen Li-mei sighed, misfortunes never come singly. A human body with a snake's tail. That's not the image of Niwa in legend. The World Devourer really does have a Niwa, and now she's descending to Earth. Is there a possibility that Niwa has descended to Earth to help us humans, not to destroy it? You haven't woken up yet, have you? None of the World Devourer gods are good. Their goal is to destroy Earth. Ho-Tu descended to Earth, and Zhu Jiaoyin immediately flew over. Zhu Jiaoyin said sternly, you won't come to Earth to stop me, will you? Aren't you afraid the other 5 ancestral witches will descend and kill you there? Huda said indifferently, the Earth isn't yours. What does my coming to Earth have to do with you? Zhu Jiaoyin warned, I may not care about you coming to Earth, but you can't interfere when I attack humans. I can promise you that. Huda nodded. Zhu Jiaoyin vanished from his spot and reappeared before Huda. Sharp green dragon claws clawed at Huda's chest. Huda had no power to resist, and the claws pierced her skin and penetrated deep into her chest. Blood flowed profusely from her chest, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhu Jiaoyin smiled cruelly, even if you promised not to help humans, I wouldn't believe you. Don't blame me. If I hadn't been more treacherous, I wouldn't be alive today. He feared that Hutu would aid Lin Luo during his battle with the humans. Zhu Jiaoyin believed the best way to prevent Hutu from plotting against him was to kill her. His smile didn't last long, as he realized that Hutu before him was a statue. Fake. Zhu Jiaoyin, enraged, crushed the Huda statue to pieces. Hutu appeared not far away, looking at Zhu Jiaoyin coldly. She sighed, it seems there's no brotherhood or sisterhood between us. I clearly told you I wouldn't disturb you fighting the humans, but you didn't believe me at all and attacked me without hesitation. Zhu Jiaoyin said coldly, why are you saying this? Ever since the 6 great witch ancestors took action, the brotherhood or sisterhood is gone. If you care about our brotherhood or sisterhood, you should just give up resistance and let me devour you. You're right. There's no brotherhood or sisterhood between us anymore. Zhu Jiaoyin activated his power again, causing time to freeze. Each ancestral witch possessed a powerful ability, and Zhu Jiaoyin's ability was to manipulate time. Zhu Jiaoyin slew Huda once again. Huda possessed the power of Earth, capable of manipulating the soil at will. Compared to the power of Earth, the power of time was even more powerful. In the ensuing battle, Zhu Jiaoyin took the absolute initiative, while Huda passively defended. Huda was slow to utilize her earth power, resulting in a large scratch on her chest, from which blood flowed. Zhu Jiaoyin said proudly, Huda, your earth power is truly weak. Back then, we shouldn't have ranked by age, but by strength. You should have called me brother. Really? I haven't really used my full strength yet. Huda was clearly angry, and a round ball appeared behind her. Zhu Jiaoyin's face was filled with solemnity. This is the evolutionary path you created, a path different from Pengu's. Big Brother said you succeeded, but it would take time to mature. I was a little skeptical, but now I see you succeeded. Ho-Tu sighed, I'm still some distance away from true success. I need more time. If I had succeeded sooner, perhaps you wouldn't have dared to rebel, and Big Brother wouldn't have died. Zhu Jiaoyin's face was grim, so all this is your fault. You can atone for your sins by dying. Time paused again, and Zhu Jiaoyin rushed towards Ho-Tu. Zhu Jiaoyin's Cyan Dragon claws fiercely clawed at Ho-Tu's head. The new evolutionary path developed by Ho-Tu filled Zhu Jiaoyin with a wave of fear. The 12 ancestral witches were the posthumous transformations of Pengu. Becoming a divine king would be easy for them, reaching that level upon reaching adulthood. Anyone who knew that the 12 ancestral witches became god kings upon reaching adulthood would be filled with envy and resentment. The strongest of many eras fought tooth and nail, yet failed to achieve god king status. Those who did achieve it also paid a tremendous price. Take even a single step, and they already perished on the path to evolution. The path to becoming a god king is littered with corpses, all of them powerful beings. Lin Luo's journey to becoming a god king was similarly fraught with hardship. A single careless step could have shattered him. Becoming a god king is easy for the 12 ancestral witches, but the price is remaining at that level forever, making further progress difficult. Ho Tu, however, is a unique figure among the 12 ancestral witches. Unwilling to follow Panga's path, she forged a new one. This new path is unprecedented, far surpassing all other evolutionary paths. It possesses the power to transcend life and death. The power to transcend life and death is also known as the power of reincarnation. If Ho Tu advances far enough on the path of reincarnation, she has a strong chance of ascending to the level of a creator god. After time is paused, other abilities become difficult to use. Ho Tu used mud to take her own life. This wasn't the result of Ho Tu's use of Zhu Jiuyin's time ability, but rather her use of it beforehand. Ho Tu's seemingly easy survival at Zhu Jiuyin's hands was actually quite dangerous. One slight misstep, and Ho Tu would have perished at Zhu Jiuyin's hands. Zhu Jiuyin repeated his old trick, and immediately noticed something was wrong. He discovered that Ho Tu's reincarnation ability hadn't stopped even while time was paused. Zhu Jiuyin felt his time ability become incredibly unfamiliar. It was as if he had been transported back in time, to the time of his birth, and suddenly discovered he possessed time abilities. The time pause was broken, and Ho Tu struck out with a punch. Using the power of earth, her fist transformed into a giant fist like a mountain, striking Zhu Jiuyin with all its might. Zhu Jiuyin was sent flying dozens of meters back, where he stopped in midair. The force was so immense that Zhu Jiuyin spat blood from his mouth, and several dents dented his body. This is the power of reincarnation, the ability to transcend life and death. Zhu Jiuyin's face was filled with horror, and he looked at Ho Tu with deep fear. Chapter 302. Before the rebellion of the 6 ancestral witches, many plots were hatched. The general purpose of the plot was to kill Dejiang and warn Ho Tu, with the other ancestral witches being secondary. Dejiang was the most powerful of the 12 ancestral witches, and if the rebellion was to succeed, the 6 ancestral witches had to kill him. Ho Tu was ranked behind Dejiang, demonstrating how much the 6 ancestral witches valued her. Zhu Jiuyin was disdainful of Ho Tu's high ranking. Zhu Jiuyin possessed the ability of time, ranking second among the 12 ancestral witches, second only to Dejiang. Ho Tu possessed an ability from one of the 5 elements, which could be compared to the ability of time. The ability of one of the 5 elements simply couldn't compare to the ability of time. As for Ho Tu's realization of the ability of reincarnation, Zhu Jiuyin disregarded it. Zhu Jiuyin had already tasted the bitter fruit of his contempt. Ho Tu's power was stronger than her time power. His use of time pause was incapable of halting the operation of the reincarnation power. Ho Tu's reincarnation abilities haven't yet fully matured, yet they possess such terrifying power. Gong Gong commented on Ho Tu's reincarnation power, suggesting it could potentially make her a creator god, reaching the power of Pangu. After experiencing it firsthand, Zhu Jiuyin agreed with Gong Gong's statement. This world-devouring deity with a human body and a snake tail is likely not Nuwa, as recorded mythology suggests. It's likely Ho Tu Nyang, who also appears in mythology as a human body with a snake tail. Ho Tu established reincarnation in mythology to provide a place for the departed souls to go. Now it seems this is false, a fabrication by our ancients. The meaning of life is to live, death presumably ends it. The soul and body have always been one. Without the body, the soul presumably ceases to exist. The ancients dreamed of something beautiful, of living another life. Ho Tu's mastery of the power of reincarnation must be a path to evolution. The 6-colored light she just used was reincarnation, effectively countering Zhu Jiuyin's time ability. Each of the 12 ancestral witches corresponds to a specific ability. The dragon god suddenly possessed both spatial and speed abilities, likely acquired from Dejiang. During the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and Ho Tu, everyone watched intently, analyzing their abilities and identities. Everyone hoped Ho Tu would win. Judging from their battle, Ho Tu was helping Earth. The dragon god had disappeared again, likely due to something else. They knew resisting the world-devouring power would be difficult, and the dragon god needed greater strength. Ho Tu used her reincarnation power, and Zhu Jiuyin was constantly being outmatched. As Zhu Jiuyin's injuries worsened, his anxiety grew. Zhu Jiuyin wanted to attack the human Lin Luo, killing and devouring him to gain Dejiang's power. But he couldn't even discern Lin Luo's shadow, and continued to fight Ho Tu. What Zhu Jiuyin couldn't accept was being outmatched by Ho Tu. If humans arrived at this point, the consequences would be disastrous. He would be easily killed, devoured by Ho Tu and the human Lin Luo. The battle lasted 2 hours, and Zhu Jiuyin's injuries were severe. Zhu Jiuyin possessed an ability that allowed him to rewind time and quickly heal his injuries. But he couldn't use it, as doing so would only accelerate his death. Damn it! Am I going to become a laughingstock? Zhu Jiuyin thought he was being foolish, shooting himself in the foot. Why invite Hutu? If he descended to Earth, he might be able to kill Lin Luo, but why did he have to resort to such drastic tactics? Not only had he failed to invite Hutu, he was actually being beaten by her. Do you need help? The voices of the two ancestral shamans echoed. Gong gong. Zhu Jiuyin's face lit up with ecstasy. Hutu paused her attacks, gazing coldly at a certain spot. A man with a black python's head and a human body, covered in black snake scales, appeared. The snake's eyes shone with a chilling coldness as it stared at Hutu. Long time no see, seventh sister. Gong Gong greeted her. Hutu's eyes turned cold as she said, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Gong Gong shook his head and said, it seems you still won't forgive me. Hutu asked, you don't want to do what you did, do you think you can be forgiven? Gong Gong felt no remorse at all. I don't think I was wrong. If the 6 of us ancestors hadn't rebelled, my eldest brother would never have surrendered. The devouring world was too powerful, and there were many powerful gods. Our resistance would ultimately have failed. Hutu said angrily, and then you felt at ease killing my eldest brother, my 5 brothers and sisters, and so many of our clansmen. Gong Gong argued, I made it very clear. Frankly, if I don't do it, they all die. I help them, so naturally, they repay me. Hutu snorted coldly, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, to call killing your own brothers, sisters, and clansmen the right thing to do. Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, there's no need to waste time on her. No matter what you say, Hutu won't approve of what we're doing. Gong Gong shook his head and sighed, if you're stubborn, there's nothing I can do. Let's do it. No need for further ado. Hutu thinks we're wrong and wants revenge for Di Jiang. If we don't kill her, she'd kill us. Zhu Jiuyin asked anxiously. A giant cyan dragon appeared beside Gong Gong and asked, do you need my help? Gong Gong shook his head and replied, no, I don't need your help. Hutu's ability to use reincarnation is powerful, but she's far from mature. Zhu Jiuyin and I working together are no match for her. Ao Guang nodded and said, if you need any help, just let me know. I help you. Gong Gong glanced around and asked, where's that human? Zhu Jiuyin replied, that human hasn't appeared since I arrived on Earth. Gong Gong frowned and asked, could it be that the ancestral dragon within that human has resurfaced, forcing them to suppress it and leave them no time to attend to Earth's affairs? It's very likely. I think the most important thing is to eliminate Hutu. That way, when we face that human later, we'd be able to deal with her more easily. Zhu Jiuyin wanted Hutu dead immediately, her power terrified him. If Gong Gong hadn't appeared, Zhu Jiuyin would likely have died. Zhu Jiuyin desperately wanted to kill Hutu and gain something from her. He had overestimated his own abilities, but after the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. At the same time, Zhu Jiuyin was brimming with confidence, believing his time ability had become powerful, rivaling any other. Only he could achieve further advancement, becoming significantly stronger than Gong Gong. Before I strike, for the sake of our long-standing brotherhood, I give you one last chance. I have the ability to prevent your utter death. All you need is your abilities, and your evolutionary energy. Gong Gong was wary of Zhu Jiuyin, and wanted to keep his trump card in reserve for Lin Luo. He was a cautious man, unwilling to allow any accidents to happen during the battle. By combining the power of the 3 divine kings, Gong Gong could ensure a foolproof death for Lin Luo. Let's fight. Stop the nonsense. Even if I die here today, I won't let you down. Hutu chose to risk everything, fighting Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin to the death. If your reincarnation ability were perfect, it would be difficult for the 2 of us to kill you. I wouldn't even dare to fight you now. It's a pity you haven't reached perfection yet. Gong Gong said, do you know? You had a lot to do with my eldest brother's death back then. Chapter 303. Hutu said with disgust, how could I not have noticed how disgusting you were before? Now I realize how disgusting you are. You were the ones who killed my eldest brother, yet now you're pretending to be innocent. According to you, I was the one who ordered you to attack my eldest brother. If I were to tell you to die now, wouldn't you have done so immediately? Gong Gong explained, don't get excited. When I say it to you, there must be a reason. You're unique among us, never satisfied with the status quo. You believe your abilities were bestowed by Pangu, not something you learned on your own. Through your hard work, you succeeded, finding a path to evolution that transcends the power of life and death. This path of evolution has terrified the world-devouring gods. They believe you could very well become a creator god, so they won't allow you to continue developing and demand we act quickly. Ho-Tu said with even greater annoyance, "Is this why you attacked your compatriots? It seems no matter how much I explain, you won't understand. It seems I have no choice but to act." Gong Gong sighed. "You're truly a hypocrite," Ho-Tu scoffed. Zhu Jiuyin said from the side, "I long said Ho-Tu won't compromise. We should forcefully kill her. Keeping her alive is a disaster." "You're right." After receiving Gong Gong's affirmation, Zhu Jiuyin immediately took action. Time froze once again, and Ho-Tu remained frozen in place. The mysterious and powerful ability of reincarnation activated once more, and Zhu Jiuyin felt the power of life and death. Every time Ho-Tu activated her reincarnation ability, she became more proficient in it. Zhu Jiuyin's first attack was affected by the reincarnation ability, and he felt as if he had lost control of time. The power of reincarnation is unique, it transcends life and death. On several occasions, Zhu Jiuyin's attacks seemed to lose their ability to attack the physical body. Gong Gong was much more powerful than Zhu Jiuyin, and could only sense the power of reincarnation. He felt his own power fading, but ignored it. The water controlled by Gong Gong transformed into sharp swords, flying towards Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu quickly used her earth power to form an earth wall in front of her to block Gong Gong's attack. Gong Gong's attack penetrated the earth wall, and quickly flew towards Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu had no time to block it, and several blood holes appeared in her body, from which blood flowed. You don't have to fear Ho-Tu's reincarnation power. Her power is not mature yet. The feeling that you might die if you attack Ho-Tu is an illusion. You will not die, Gong Gong explained. Zhu Jiuyin's face paled. So this reincarnation ability was just a bluff. Let's strangle him together, each taking half of the body. Gong Gong dropped his pretense, revealing his ambition. Okay, don't harbor any evil thoughts. Our plan will succeed. After receiving Gong Gong's explanation, Zhu Jiuyin's timidity faded. He used time strangulation, and a river of time appeared around Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu was once again frozen in place, engulfed by the river of time. The power of reincarnation affected Zhu Jiuyin, making him less proficient in time, and greatly weakening his time strangulation ability. Ho-Tu was forced to use Earth Substitute to avoid being killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Next, it's me. Gong Gong unleashed his most powerful attack, and giant dragons formed in the sea, swooping down on Ho-Tu. Giant dragons lined up in an orderly formation, and Ho-Tu was devoured by thousands of them. Gong Gong possessed the power of water, one of the 5 elements, and his ability to manipulate water was far superior to Ao Guang's. Ao Guang observed Gong Gong from the side, believing him to be a difficult opponent. The two were temporary partners, not close teammates. They would not hesitate to attack their teammates for their own benefit. Observing each other's strength was also a crucial step. If one of them was too weak, they would be ineligible to cooperate. The thousands of dragons transformed back into water, flowing into the sea. In midair, Ho-Tu was drenched, her long black hair dripping with crystal-clear water droplets. Ho-Tu's manipulation was an earth power, incompatible with water. There is no absolute restraint among the 5 elements. Earth can restrain water, but this requires a certain balance between the water and earth elements. If the water element is far more concentrated than the earth element, then water restrains earth. Ho-Tu's level was 128, 2 levels lower than Gong Gong. Even a single level above God King meant a significant difference in power. Ho-Tu wasn't like Lin Luo, who had acquired so many treasures. Ho-Tu Nyang is soaked. Her abilities are earth attributed, and being soaked by water is very deadly. That's too shameless. 2 against 1, and Ho-Tu Nyang won't necessarily lose against 1. There's also a giant azure dragon nearby, rumored to be Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, also at God King level. Ho-Tu Nyang would struggle against 2, let alone 3. Everyone was filled with despair. With Gong Gong's addition, Ho-Tu was overwhelmed by the 2 ancestral witches. She chose a passive defense, hoping to last longer. I can't die here. I must avenge my elder brother, and my other brothers and sisters. Ho-Tu struggled to hold on, unwilling to give up easily. In the starry sky, a giant dragon, 100,000 meters long, swam freely in the sea of stars. From time to time, star stones were absorbed by it, replacing golden scales. As the star stones became scales on Lin Luo's body, a large amount of blood flowed out. At this moment, Lin Luo looked less like a starry dragon and more like a blood dragon. Lin Luo had already consumed the Yellow Emperor's inner elixir, otherwise, he would likely have died suddenly from his injuries. One more scale missing. Lin Luo was driven to despair by the excruciating pain, his spirit deeply traumatized. He endured the excruciating pain, growing stronger bit by bit. Anyone else would have likely been driven mad by the pain. To become strong, one must first go mad. The massive scales on Lin Luo's head were replaced, their golden scales crushed by the starstone. Blood flowed profusely, a stream of blood flowing like a pillar. This scale is called a reverse scale, the most important scale on a dragon's body, connecting it to its bloodline. Lin Luo's reverse scale was on his head, a relatively easy-to-protect spot. His dragon body possessed thousands of scales, but this one remained. Successful replacement would signify success. Lin Luo prepared for a desperate struggle, swallowing the entire elixir of immortality. His injuries rapidly healed. Instantly. The wound opened, then healed again. The healed wound opened again, bleeding profusely. Lin Luo was thankful to have visited the two human emperors before entering the vast starry sky. If the two human emperors hadn't given him the divine elixir and inner elixir, he would have died. Creating a new path of evolution was incredibly difficult. Lin Luo prepared extensively, nearly perishing along the way. The crucial moment was approaching. If Lin Luo succeeded, he would enter a completely new path of evolution. This new path of evolution was unprecedented and would never be repeated. If Lin Luo could follow this path, he could become a powerful creator god. If he failed, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would be buried in the vast starry sky. Chapter 304. The Rune God said hopefully, the Dragon God has created a new path of evolution and has reached its end. He has a strong chance of becoming a creator god in the future. I finally understand why Supreme Heaven wanted to kill the Dragon God the first time he met him. The Rune God was overwhelmed with emotion, believing he had correctly guessed Supreme Heaven's intentions and made the right choice. I can't stand it any longer. If I allow this human to succeed, I lose this chance of resurrection. The ancestral dragon launched a counterattack, emerging from Lin Luo's body. At the end of the dragon era, the ancestral dragon concealed a method of resurrection. The devouring world is a living world, a world with independent consciousness. Every time a new world is connected, the devouring world provides feedback. The devouring world's rewards never appear out of thin air, they are absorbed from other eras. After being slain by several god kings, the ancestral dragon gave his bloodline to the devouring world. When the devouring world connects to a new world, it imparts its bloodline to others. Those who absorb his bloodline become stronger, and their own bloodline becomes increasingly richer. Until the ancestral dragon bloodline surpassed 50%, the ancestral dragon attempted to resurrect several races, but all failed. Lin Luo alone persisted the longest, holding the highest probability of success. I must succeed. This evolutionary power, newly created by humanity, is far more powerful than mine. The Rune God is right. I already failed once, and another attempt will also result in failure. Only change can bring victory. Ancestral Dragon decided to risk his life to seize this opportunity. When Lin Luo fused the first star stone, Ancestral Dragon believed the possibility of failure was high. The Ancestral Dragon had no intention of attacking, waiting for Lin Luo to be killed so he could take his place. Lin Luo, however, remained undead, reaching this crucial moment. The Ancestral Dragon controlled the flowing blood and condensed it. Every time Lin Luo fused a star stone, he gained immense power. The Ancestral Dragon was completely suppressed by Lin Luo, unable to resist at all. His attempt to break through Lin Luo's body was clearly impossible. So, the Ancestral Dragon used Lin Luo's blood to fight him. The blood condensed into a blood dragon, and the true Ancestral Dragon appeared. The Ancestral Dragon's form had a head twice the size of an ordinary dragon's, and hundreds of densely packed whiskers. As the ancestor of all dragons, he was even larger and more majestic than an ordinary dragon. Human, I truly underestimated you. You actually managed to forge a new evolutionary path, one far superior to mine. If your path succeeds, my title as the Grandmaster of all dragons will be transferred to you. The ancestral dragon didn't attack immediately, instead gazing at the star dragon before him. With such a perfect body, if this evolutionary path succeeds, you might even surpass the highest heavens in the future. The ancestral dragon's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. It just so happens that I'm short of a bit of energy. Please help me. Lin Luo had become a star dragon, but the stored energy within his body wasn't enough to raise him to the level of a divine king. The ancestral dragon transformed his shed blood into a blood dragon and possessed it. If Lin Luo devoured the ancestral dragon, he would ascend to the divine king realm. Controlling the blood dragon's body, the ancestral dragon lunged towards Lin Luo. The dragon's head bit Lin Luo's neck, its fangs piercing through his skin, intent on absorbing his blood. Zulong wanted everything Lin Luo had, merging the two most powerful dragon strengths to embark on a new path of evolution. This path was one of theft, but it held a high probability of reaching the level of the creator god. The fusion of the bloodlines of the two most powerful dragons didn't guarantee the ultimate power, but rather something in between. Lin Luo's star dragon bloodline far surpassed Zulong's. Zulong couldn't completely abandon his own bloodline, so he could only absorb half. If he absorbed more than half, Zulong would face Lin Luo's control. Lin Luo also bit Zulong's neck, attempting to forcibly absorb it. He devoured it without fusion. He simply intended to consume it and transform it into his own energy. Zulong began to counterattack, condensing a lightning-attributed cannonball from his mouth. The lightning-attributed cannonball carried an extremely terrifying energy, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. Zulong's lightning cannon, gathering until it could no longer be controlled, finally released it. The lightning cannon radiated a dazzling light and unleashed a terrifying force. After a brief aurora, Lin Luo and Zulong separated. A large portion of Zulong's neck was missing, clearly bitten off. Lin Luo also had a wound the size of a bowl, blood oozing from it. Zulong's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with solemnity. The lightning cannon was one of his most powerful abilities, having once killed a world-devouring, junior god king from a distance. Lin Luo wasn't yet a god king, and the lightning cannon exploded at close range, causing limited damage, only a wound the size of a bowl. Is the new evolutionary path so powerful? Zulong lunged at Lin Luo again, battling him to the death. Lin Luo was likely about to pass the most crucial stage, evolving from his own bloodline into a dragon and becoming a giant beast of the galaxy. Zulong used several trump cards, but none of them inflicted significant damage on Lin Luo. Both dragons possessed powerful self-healing abilities, making them unlikely to die unless fatally wounded. The main reason Zulong was so panicked was that Lin Luo was slowly growing stronger. His connection with Lin Luo's body was dwindling, nearly fading. At the same time, Lin Luo's strength was steadily increasing, and Zulong felt immense pressure. If Lin Luo had completely transformed into a star dragon, he would have no chance of victory. After all, Zulong's temporary body had many flaws, and could not unleash its full strength. During the battle, the scales on Lin Luo's head were replaced by star stones, and his entire body radiated a brilliant starlight. Keep dragging this on, I have no chance. Zulong possessed many abilities, essential for a powerful warrior. His strongest ability was still fire. A flame ignited within Zulong, reaching temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, reducing any nearby meteorites to ash. Go to hell. Zulong exhaled flames, sweeping towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo was surrounded by flames, feeling a stinging, burning sensation. Zulong didn't let up, intensifying the flames. The flames burned even more fiercely, a crackling sound echoing continuously. Did it work? The blood dragon transformed by Zulong dimmed, almost dissipating. He had used too much power. The success or failure of this strike would determine his life or death. A thick dragon claw emerged from the flames and stretched out towards Zulong. Zulong saw the blue claw, radiating starlight. It had 7 fingers. For the dragon clan, the more fingers, the greater the power. Zulong was afraid and tried to escape, but was caught by the blue dragon claw. Don't kill me. Zulong feared death, and didn't want to fall into endless darkness again. I know many secrets I can share, secrets unknown to the Rune God. The Rune God quickly said, don't listen to Zulong. There's no secret I don't know. Zulong retorted, as a top god king, I certainly know more about the creation god than you do. Your memories all come from the first generation of Rune gods, who sealed away many of their memories. You don't know the many details of becoming a creation god. The Rune God was speechless for a moment. I really don't know much about this. Chapter 305. Although you know a lot about the creator god, I decided it's best to kill you. You old pervert, you're truly unreliable. Lin Luo wielded his blue dragon claws, annihilating the ancestral dragon. He devoured all of the ancestral dragon's remaining energy. The immense pain Lin Luo endured to transform into a celestial beast was worth it. He killed the ancestral dragon the moment he succeeded. The Rune God excitedly asked, Dragon God, did you succeed? Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. I succeeded, but I almost failed. The Rune God said, I believe you will be one of the creator gods in the future. That's not certain yet. I need to return to Earth. Lin Luo had no concept of time in the vast starry sky, and he had no idea how much time had passed. The devouring world and the real world were connected, and powerful gods could enter Earth at any time. It would be better for him to return as soon as possible for peace of mind. In the Pacific Ocean, Ho Tu suffered multiple wounds, blood flowing from her wounds. Her face was pale, and she could feel the excruciating pain radiating from her body. Zhu Jiuyin sneered, Ho-Tu, if I were you, I'd give up resistance and save myself a lot of pain. Ho-Tu angrily declared, you too, even if I die, I won't let you suffer. The sky began to shift, revealing 6 different colors of light: deep red, deep black, deep green, deep blue, deep yellow, and deep purple. The 6 colors were arranged in an orderly pattern, with distinct boundaries and endless darkness in the center. Ao Guang surveyed the surroundings and said, Ho-Tu is at the end of her rope. Her reincarnation ability hasn't matured yet. Now that she's pushing it to its limit, the backlash will be terrible, and she might even explode. This will destroy both herself and the enemy. Gong Gong's face turned grim. Are you crazy? Ho-Tu sneered. I'm not crazy. I said, even if I die, you pay the price. The wind blew and the clouds rose. The entire cloud layer seemed to collapse, suffocating everyone. Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang is so strong, single-handedly fighting against 2 ancient witches. She didn't use her full strength just now. Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang will use her full strength next, causing all sorts of strange phenomena in the heavens and the earth. Ho-Tu Nyang will likely die if she uses her full strength. I wonder if the Dragon God can come. If we want to save Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang, there's no one left for the Dragon God. I hope the Dragon God will show up. Everyone marveled at Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang's strength, but also worried about her future. If Ho-Tu Nyang used her full strength, the outcome would likely be death. Gong Gong's face was solemn. Ho-Tu, my brother is already dead. There's no need for you to do this. Yes, everything can be discussed. Zhu Jiuyin trembled slightly, sensing a great crisis. Huda's power was terrifying, posing a deadly threat to him. Huda said calmly, I see through the faces of all of you. I will show no mercy. At the very least, I injure you, and ideally, I kill one of you. Ao Guang, you attack next, Gong Gong said. Okay. Ao Guang prepared to attack. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly had an idea and said, Ao Guang, I don't need your help. While Gong Gong and I hold off Hutu, you go and destroy the entire earth. Ha ha ha. Gong Gong laughed loudly. Zhu Jiuyin, your plan is brilliant. I almost forgot Hutu's weaknesses. Ho-Tu said coldly, the humans on earth aren't witches, so why should I care about their lives? That's true. Gong Gong immediately manipulated the water, sending a massive wave rolling towards a coastal city. Just as the sea was about to submerge the coastal city, a wall of earth suddenly appeared, blocking the incoming waves. Ao Guang scoffed, didn't you say you didn't care about human life and death? Why did you immediately use your power after Gong Gong flooded a human city? Ho-Tu said angrily, it's none of your business. Zhu Jiuyin sneered, stop pretending. We've been brothers and sisters for so long, and we still don't know your character. You wouldn't even step on an ant to death. Now, how can you bear to watch so many lives die for you? Gong Gong said, if you continue to use the power of reincarnation, we will kill every living being on Earth. I will use my divine power to prevent Earth from entering the devouring world, unless the one entering is stronger than me. You are despicable, Ho-Tu said angrily. Zhu Jiuyin smiled and said, Seventh Sister, I call you Seventh Sister for the last time. I always known you're the most special of our 12 ancestral witches. With your talent, you sought a path of evolution, a path that leads to the Creator God. But you never become one because of your flawed character. You're provoking me. Ho-Tu blushed in anger. This is disgusting. Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin. Ao Guang is one of the 3 great divine kings after all, yet they're so despicable as to threaten Ho-Tu with us. Empress Ho-Tu, don't worry about us. If you die at the hands of these 3, we'd be next. How despicable. I hope the Dragon God returns, and kills all 3 of these abominable creatures. Everyone was furious. But no matter how angry they were, they couldn't change anything. The battle between the God Kings was not theirs to interfere in. Gong Gong, convinced of Ho-Tu's dominance, said with a smile, are you sure you want to do that? Zhu Jiuyin, the choice is yours. Ho-Tu was furious and wanted to act willfully for once. After all, she was a kind person and took the initiative to disperse the power of reincarnation. Ha ha ha. The 3 God Kings laughed. Ao Guang scoffed, to think there's such a unique being among your ancestral witches, willing to sacrifice himself for a bunch of ants, is truly admirable. Gong Gong said coldly, I'm genuinely worried about the other ancestral witches surviving. But there's nothing to worry about with Huda surviving, it's too easy to break through. Zhu Jiuyin said urgently, we better kill Huda quickly to prevent any accidents along the way. Remember, that human hasn't appeared yet. Gong Gong said calmly, don't worry too much. Huda's life and death are in our hands. What could possibly happen? We're brothers and sisters after all. I give you a chance to say your final words. Huta angrily said, I believe someone will punish you. Gong shook his head and smiled. You lost your mind in anger and are beginning to rely on others. If you don't have any final words, you can go ahead and die. He was also terrified of Lin Luo's return. Lin Luo had risen from an ant to the cusp of becoming a divine king, and he was likely even more difficult to deal with than Hutu. Brother, I disappointed you. Hutu was resigned, but there was nothing she could do. Empress Hutu, please don't fight them to the bitter end for us. After they kill you, they won't let us go. Don't do such a foolish thing. You said the dragon god wouldn't fail to come at the critical moment. He never fails to come, never lets us down. As everyone waited, a familiar figure appeared beside Hutu. Dragon god. The crowd cheered. Chapter 306. Who are you? Lin Luo looked at the woman who resembled Niwa, with a human body and a snake tail, just like her. He had just met Niwa, so he was sure the woman before him was not her. I am Hutu, the ancestral witch. Hutu introduced herself. So you are the Queen Mother Hutu. Lin Luo recalled the legend of the ancestral witch, Hutu, who also had a human body and a snake tail. He didn't forget to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help. If you hadn't helped me resist these 3 god kings, the earth might have been destroyed. Hutu shook her head and said, You don't need to thank me. 2 of these 3 are my enemies. I'm not fighting them because of you humans. That's true, but I still have to thank you. Let's join forces to fight these 3. With you, I believe we can win. I don't need your help. I can do it alone. Lin Luo declined. Hutu advised, You advance to the level of God King, but it's still difficult to fight 3 powerful God Kings at once, especially since Gong possesses the power of a mid-level God King. You find out soon, Lin Luo said confidently. Whatever you say. Hutu sighed, thinking Lin Luo was being too arrogant. She had lived so long and seen so much. It was normal for Lin Luo to be arrogant now that his strength had reached a new level. She would only intervene to help Lin Luo when he suffered a setback at the hands of the 3 god kings. The dragon god has finally appeared. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. The 3 god kings' demise is imminent. This is the first time I've seen the dragon god in human form. He's incredibly handsome. I call him the most handsome, and I'm second only. Goddess Hutu is lucky, and so are we. It's great to have the dragon god. The crowd cheered. Zhu Jiuyin, having overheard the conversation, angrily said, A mere ant dares to challenge 3 divine kings. Ao Guang said gloomily, You actually advanced to divine king. You're maintaining your human form now, because the ancestral dragon is attacking you, forcing you to do so. Lin Luo explained, I killed the ancestral dragon. I'm maintaining my human form now, because I'm afraid it might scare you. Ao Guang sneered, Do you think I believe it? Lin Luo said calmly, I already explained it to you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Ao Guang said, There's no point in talking nonsense. When we fight later, you be exposed, revealing your true strength. Gong's eyes were filled with disdain. You're just an ant. Even with Hutu's help today, you die here. Zhu Jiuyin suggested. Just now, Hutu was going to use all her strength to fight us to the death. Later, I threatened the humans, and she immediately compromised. The people in front of us are humans, and the people below are all her own people. This will make things much easier. He smiled and threatened. Lin Luo, you don't want to see your own people die, do you? You can try. Lin Luo said calmly. Do you really think I dare? Zhu Jiuyin swooped down towards the ground, intending to randomly destroy a city with a large human population. He chose Longhai City, currently the most populous city in Yin Nation. Because Lin Luo lived there, Longhai City's population surpassed that of the capital. Zhu Jiuyin was not far below when a giant, glowing blue dragon appeared behind him. The starlight shone brightly, too bright to gaze upon. 7 blue dragon claws clawed at Zhu Jiuyin, and Zhu Jiuyin sensed the approaching danger. He tried to dodge, but found the other party too fast. Stop! Zhu Jiuyin used his time power to freeze time. Lin Luo's body stopped, and Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time meeting Lin Luo, and he had only heard of his strength, not the source of it. A human with dragon blood is surprisingly powerful and terrifying. A head-on confrontation with me is no match for me. Zhu Jiuyin sneered sinisterly, If I can't fight you head-on, I kill your kind. You be thrilled then. He suddenly felt a sharp pain, and half his body lost consciousness. A giant dragon, radiating the starry sky, appeared beside Zhu Jiuyin. 2 sharp claws tore Zhu Jiuyin's body apart. Bloody blood flowed from Zhu Jiuyin's body, spilling onto the ground. Some fearless people on the ground began to collect the blood. The God King is a highly evolved being, every part of his body a treasure. Zhu Jiuyin didn't dare fly downward and hurried back to Gongdong's side. He had a feeling he might die if he continued. The left side of Zhu Jiuyin's body was torn off, revealing a large wound, bloody and gushing. The intense pain continued, making Zhu Jiuyin suffer unspeakably. Gongdong looked at Lin Luo, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of dragon is this? Why have I never seen one before? Zhu Jiuyin asked Ao Guang. You are the son of the ancestral dragon. You should know what kind of dragon bloodline this human possesses, right? Ao Guang regained some consciousness and said, bewilderedly, I don't know what dragon bloodline is. Gong Gong said, even you don't know what dragon bloodline is. Are you kidding me? Ao Guang's face turned pale. I really don't know. As the eldest son of the ancestral dragon, I've seen every dragon bloodline, except this star-emitting dragon. This is the first time I've seen the starry dragon, but I can analyze its power. Zhu Jiuyin said angrily, what time is it now? You're still keeping us in suspense. Ao Guang said, it's difficult for us dragons to tell who's stronger based on appearance alone, but there's one thing that's easy to tell, dragons are stronger. A tribe has 6 fingers, the more fingers, the stronger it is. Zhu Jiuyin looked at Ao Guang's dragon claws. As a god king, you have 6 fingers. How many fingers does the ancestral dragon have? Ao Guang's face turned grim. 6. Gongdong's expression turned grim. This human has transformed into a dragon and has 7 fingers. His strength is about to surpass the ancestral dragon. Ao Guang denied. Surpassing the ancestral dragon isn't possible now, but it's very likely in the future. Zhu Jiuyin's expression was extremely grim. The highest level of the ancestral dragon is God King. Doesn't that mean the human before us can reach the legendary creator god? Theoretically, it's very possible. Ao Guang had to admit. What kind of monster is this human? He's found his own evolutionary path, a path that leads to the highest level, the creator god. I wonder if Ho2's evolutionary path is stronger at the end, or if this person's evolutionary path is stronger at the end. If he's stronger, we're in for a fierce battle. Gongdong exclaimed in surprise. Ho2 was already terrifying just now, and if Lin Luo were even stronger, they would be in even greater trouble. Zhu Jiuyin endured the excruciating pain, quickly recovering from his injuries, agreeing with Gongdong's words. We're about to face a fierce battle. Zhu Jiuyin felt regretful, thinking he shouldn't have descended to earth. The human's behavior just now had deeply frightened him. The dragon god is too powerful. He ripped off a large portion of Zhu Jiuyin's body the moment he appeared. Zhu Jiuyin is the worst. He was the one who threatened Huda just now. He must be the first to be killed. As soon as the dragon god appeared, Zhu Jiuyin's arrogance immediately subsided. The crowd cheered. Huda stared blankly at the giant star beast beside her, unable to react for a long time. Chapter 307. Lin Luo threatened to take on the 3 god kings, but Ho2 thought he was bragging. Many people who achieve great power become arrogant and conceited. Ho2 hoped to let Lin Luo suffer a little at the hands of the 3 god kings, so she could help him. Lin Luo's displayed strength deeply shocked her. Ho2 sensed a new and powerful path of evolution in Lin Luo. This path transcended life and death, but it was far inferior to Lin Luo's path within the vast starry sky. Ho2 exclaimed in surprise, you realize this path within the starry sky? That's right. Lin Luo didn't deny it. Ho2 murmured, there's not a single living being in the starry sky, yet you carved a path through the vast expanse, becoming a god above. Your evolutionary path surpasses mine, I'm far inferior to you. Lin Luo felt embarrassed by the compliment, you're too kind. Both evolutionary paths have their strengths, neither is superior or inferior. Ho2 shook her head, my path isn't as good as yours. Every living being has strengths and weaknesses. The strong are the strongest, and the weak are the weakest. You humans like to say there's no strongest or weakest, but that's a matter of perception. In reality, there are strongest and weakest, and every evolutionary path has its strengths and weaknesses. Okay. Lin Luo's perception was far inferior to Ho2's. Ho2 had to admit, before, you said you could become one of the 3 great divine kings. I thought you were bragging and arrogant. Now it seems you have the ability. You truly don't need my help. Lin Luo received Ho2's affirmation. Zhu Jiuyin's body trembled slightly as he asked, Gong Gong, what should we do next? Gong Gong's face turned grim. Besides killing this human, do you have a better way? Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There truly is no better way. Gong Gong warned, you can be afraid now, But you can't be afraid and try to escape later, or I'd be the first to kill you. Zhu Jiuyin said helplessly, I know that. I won't do anything stupid. They had already descended to Earth, and couldn't return to the devouring world. If the three divine kings united to fight, there might be some hope. But if they each fled individually, the result would be death. Facing a life-or-death battle, Ao Guang courageously declared, don't even think about retreating. The human before us has embarked on an evolutionary path even more powerful than the ancestral dragon. Do you know what this means? Zhu Jiuyin spoke first, speaking greedily, you're right. If we kill this human and devour his transformed bloodline, we could all potentially become creator gods in the future. Gong Gong's expression brightened considerably. The benefits we gain from devouring this human are enormous. Ao Guang said, we all evolved to this point after enduring countless life and death experiences. To achieve such enormous benefits, there's no way to avoid danger. You have a point. Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin agreed, their fear lessened. Take action. This human has just completed his evolutionary journey, and isn't very proficient in many areas. He's at his weakest now, and this presents a great opportunity for us. Well said. Ao Guang took the lead, transforming into a giant Saiyan dragon. The Saiyan dragon measured over 100,000 meters in length, and weighed over 100 million tons. This was his strongest form. If the Earth hadn't absorbed the world stone and grown significantly larger, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate Ao Guang's body. After becoming a god king, Lin Luo's length reached 200,000 meters, and his size and weight exceeded 200 million tons, a tenfold increase. The rune god said that only by evolving into a god king could one truly understand the power of living things. Ao Guang attacked first, using his most powerful means. He gushed out the seven-color divine water, a highly corrosive substance capable of corroding even god king level deities. Lin Luo chose not to dodge, but charged towards it, looking for death. Ao Guang's face burned with pain, feeling deeply humiliated. Lin Luo ignored his most powerful means. Lin Luo chose to charge directly through the seven-color divine water, a liquid capable of corroding even god kings, but it only dimmed his scales. Scales made of star stone were far stronger than golden scales. Lin Luo bit Ao Guang's neck, his sharp fangs piercing through the dragon's scales and into his skin. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the Saiyan scales crimson. Ao Guang began to fight back, extending his dragon claws to grab Lin Luo. But the claws failed to pierce the starry sky scales, making a sound of steel clashing. Lin Luo began to fight back, slashing with a fierce claw. The Saiyan dragon claws slashed towards Ao Guang, injuring him again. Lin Luo lifted Ao Guang high into the air. Ao Guang was powerless, like a child facing an adult. He wanted to fight back but couldn't. Zhu Jiuyin's pupils shrank slightly. They are both at the level of God King, both of the Dragon Clan, but the difference is obvious. Lin Luo has the upper hand. Gong Gong said, now is not the time to lament. If we don't help Ao Guang, and he dies at Lin Luo's hands, then we will be next. I know. Zhu Jiuyin activated his time powers, restricting Lin Luo's movements. Use all your strength, don't hold back. The evolutionary path humanity has taken is too powerful. Even if the three of us, the God Kings, were to fight him alone, we wouldn't necessarily be victorious. He's arrogant now, and doesn't need Ho-Tu's help. If Ho-Tu chooses to help him, we have no chance of victory. Gong Gong explained the pros and cons, and immediately manipulated the water element. The Pacific Ocean churned, water gushing from the sea and condensing in the air. A massive aquatic creature resembling Gong Gong appeared. Gong Gong began chanting an incantation, merging with it. Gong Gong and the aquatic creature merged, becoming not much smaller than Lin Luo. He was a mid-level god king, far more powerful than Ao Guang, and naturally larger. Zhu Jiuyin frantically activated his time powers, firmly suppressing Lin Luo. His time powers, which he had always prided himself on, suffered a setback against each of them. Zhu Jiuyin was unable to break Ho-Tu's power of reincarnation. The time he used could pause many things, but it couldn't halt Ho-Tu's reincarnation ability. Zhu Jiuyin, seeking to kill Ho-Tu, had to endure the attacks of her reincarnation ability. Zhu Jiuyin thought this situation was bad enough. He discovered something even worse with Lin Luo. Zhu Jiuyin was horrified to discover that Lin Luo's ability could counter his own time pause. If he hadn't resisted with all his might, Lin Luo would have broken his ability. Too powerful. The evolutionary path humans have taken allows them to fight across 10 levels. Zhu Jiuyin was filled with fear. Fighting across 1 or 2 levels was already terrifying. Back then, when Lin Luo had leaped across 2 or 3 levels, it was a life-or-death battle. If Lin Luo hadn't performed better, he would have died at the hands of Apollo. The bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon is already very powerful among all bloodlines, capable of fighting across 2 or 3 levels. The most powerful bloodline in the devouring world might be the first generation of humans, represented by Pangu. Chapter 308. As the first generation of humanity, the first generation possessed the strongest divinity, unlike Earth humans, who were weak. The strongest of other bloodlines was the top-level God King, and none reached the level of the Creator God, the ultimate form of life. Only the first generation of humanity produced the Creator God Pangu, who battled the Supreme Heaven. Even though he lost the battle against the Supreme Heaven, no life could deny Pangu's power. It was common for the first generation of humanity to fight across levels. Once, a first-generation human, Araki, fought across 10 levels, setting the record for the most levels crossed. Araki's record stood for a long time, unbroken. Lin Luo's upcoming battle was likely to break his record. Gongdong was level 130, Lin Luo was level 120. The difference between the two was 10 levels, and Lin Luo was still fighting against 3 God Kings. In this battle, Lin Luo's defeat would also be recorded. Gongdong, with his black python head and human form, had the same true form. The Witch clan's bloodline was inherited from Pangu, and while they were descended from the human race, they were far more powerful than the average human. Although the ancient witches generally denied their human origins, certain traits proved they were a branch of the human race. Gongdong's human form was a symbol of the human race. The enormous black python head snapped fiercely at Lin Luo. Xu Jiuying gritted his teeth and held on, preventing Lin Luo from moving. The dragon god is so powerful. He faced 3 divine kings alone and remained undefeated. During the time the dragon god was gone, he grew even stronger. Although the dragon god has grown much stronger, he's not necessarily a match for the 3 divine kings. Facing 3 alone would still be difficult. The 3 god kings besieged Lin Luo, and everyone was quite worried. Devouring the world. The dark god king's face was grim. This human is growing stronger too quickly. He disappeared for a while, and then grew stronger again. Now he's single-handedly fighting against 3 God Kings. The Light God King suggested, why don't we send down a few more God Kings? Lin Luo has grown far more powerful. Gongdong and the other 2 may not be his match. With Hutu at his side, Hutu has held back. Dijun shook his head. The first-generation God Kings can descend at any time, but the mid-level God Kings can't. I just sent Gongdong down to Earth, but it cost a huge price. Now the devouring world can't descend to Earth. It will take some time. Okay. Zhu said dejectedly. After a while, Lin Luo kills and devours these 3 God Kings, further strengthening his power. We come to Earth not to kill Lin Luo, but to deliver food to these humans. Tathagata opened his eyes and said, a brand new evolutionary path. This evolutionary path can lead to the other side, to becoming the most advanced creature. Dong Wangtai gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, how could an ant be so lucky as to find such a powerful evolutionary path? Dijun said jealously, you're indeed very lucky. Lin Luo's evolutionary path had clearly surpassed Dijun's. Dijun's evolutionary path had reached the top level of God King, and further advancement was difficult. But Lin Luo's evolutionary path was completely new, even more powerful than his, leading to the Creator God. A former ant was about to surpass himself. Anyone would be unwilling to accept this. Tathagata said, Lin Luo killed and devoured the 3 God Kings. Except for Dijun, the benefactor, no one among us can stand up to him. The Dark God King, the Light God King, and Zeus didn't object. Lin Luo had embarked on a new evolutionary path. Even if he hadn't killed and devoured the 3 God Kings, the 3 of them would have been unable to resist. They should be thankful they didn't descend to Earth. Otherwise, they would have performed worse than the weakest, Xu Jiuying, who would have been killed and devoured by Lin Luo first. The battle isn't over yet, Tathagata. What are you doing? Do you think this human victory is certain? Dong Wangtai angrily asked. Amitabha. The Tathagata chanted a Buddhist name. Don't be angry, benefactor. I didn't mean to exaggerate this human strength. Dong Wangtai wanted to say more, but Dijun stopped him, saying, being angry is useless. This human may not defeat the 3 God Kings Gongdong. Even if he wins, what good will it do? And I didn't make any move. Am I right, Tathagata? The Tathagata said, Donor Dijun, you are right. This human has created a new evolutionary path that leads to the Creator God, but it will take a long time for him to reach your level. Dong Wangtai said proudly, I like the saying of the Yin Kingdom, a 3-foot thick ice doesn't form overnight. Lin Luo is very talented, but it will be difficult for him to surpass me. The Tathagata closed his eyes again, calmly awaiting the outcome of the battle. It seemed as if victory or defeat would benefit him. In the Pacific Ocean. This hurt so much. How can he be so strong? Ao Guang sensed the disparity in strength. Lin Luo's power almost crushed him. Without Gongong's restraint, he would likely have been killed by Lin Luo. Lin Luo's dragon claws dug deep into his skin, and a large amount of blood gushed out, threatening to stain the dragon's entire body red. Ao Guang's dragon claws gripped Lin Luo's tightly, trying to prevent them from going deeper. Unable to bear the excruciating pain, Ao Guang pleaded, "Gongong, please stop holding back. If I die here, neither of you will escape alive." He was filled with regret, thinking he shouldn't have been so reckless in charging towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo's power was far greater than his own. Ao Guang was completely suppressed by Lin Luo, and even trying to escape was impossible. "I understand. I used all my strength." Gongong opened his bloody mouth and bit down hard on Lin Luo. The dragon scales formed from Lin Luo's star stone were extremely hard, and Gongong's teeth couldn't break them. Ao Guang urged, "Zhu Jiuyin, come and help. I'm weak in close combat." "If I go over there, I'd probably die," Zhu Jiuyin said fearfully. "If you don't come, I die? I'm the one fighting Lin Luo now. Will you die if you come and help?" Ao Guang urged. "I won't go." Zhu Jiuyin flatly refused. The three god kings were collaborating, but their trust in each other was low. They were all afraid of being plotted against and killed first. This guy. Ao Guang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted Zhu Jiuyin to come, but he had some ill intentions. Ao Guang envisioned Zhu Jiuyin taking his place, enduring this unbearable pain. But he hadn't expected Zhu Jiuyin to be so clever, showing no sign of being fooled. "If this continues, I might actually die." Ao Guang envisioned the three god kings fighting Lin Luo together. The worst-case scenario was a draw, but he hadn't expected the opponent to be so powerful, nearly overwhelming them all. The dragon god is so powerful. We're about to win again. Ho Tu hasn't even made a move yet, and the dragon god is practically on the verge of victory. Victory is a sure thing, and we can rest assured. This is too difficult. Facing the powerful devouring world, we're truly walking on thin ice. We can't afford even the slightest mistake, or our Earth will be gone. The crowd cheered. "No! If this continues, I really die," Ao Guang said, inwardly terrified. Chapter 309. The blood flowed too quickly. Even a powerful being at the level of a god king would struggle to withstand it. Ao Guang's injuries remained stable, and he could hold out for a while. The problem was that the injuries Lin Luo inflicted were becoming increasingly severe, and Ao Guang felt increasingly weak. Death was imminent, and a deep sense of powerlessness filled his body. He made a decision. "My two brothers, you should leave. I will most likely die at the hands of this human next." When Ao Guang descended to Earth, he brought his two brothers with him. It wasn't his initiative. The two brothers insisted on coming, largely because they wanted to consume Lin Luo's powerful blood. Even if they could absorb a little of Lin Luo's blood, they could become powerful god kings. Ao Run said unwillingly, "The ants of the past have grown so powerful. Even Big Brother, combined with the two Great Witch ancestors, is no match for them." Ao Ming gritted his teeth and said, "If I die at the hands of this human, Big Brother will die too." Ao Guang said, "I don't necessarily have to die. With the help of the two Great Witch ancestors, there's a good chance I survive." Ao Run suggested, "Big Brother, temporarily devour our bodies, and fight this human together." Ao Ming hesitated, then nodded, "This is the only way we can use now. If Big Brother dies, we can't return to the devouring world, and we be the next to die. The four dragon kings can gain immense power by temporarily devouring each other. As long as they separate in time, assimilation won't occur. The four dragon kings share a deep brotherly bond, and have collaborated many times before without incident. It's a pity that Ao Shun died, otherwise, the four brothers would have been even more powerful together. Forget it. If I can't spit you out in time, the three of us brothers might become one." Ao Guang hesitated. "There's no point worrying about that now. We just have to go all in," Ao Run advised. "Okay." Ao Guang opened his dragon maw and swallowed Ao Run and Ao Ming together. The two dragons entered Ao Guang's body, and his body expanded, nearly doubling in size and increasing in strength. "Ao Guang, your two brothers are also inside you. This way, I can send you off together." Lin Luo manipulated his blue dragon claws, exerting force, exacerbating Ao Guang's injuries, and causing him severe pain. "The three of us, united as one, are not something you can easily control. Ao Guang struggled desperately, trying to pull Lin Luo's claws out. He failed, but only stopped Lin Luo's claws from penetrating deeper. Too strong. Zhu Jiuyin, his face pale with fear, used his time power to hinder Lin Luo's movements. Gong Gong launched a frantic attack, but it inflicted little damage on Lin Luo. If Ao Guang hadn't held his ground at the crucial moment, the Dragon God would have killed him, and the next two world-devouring divine kings would have perished as well. Ao Guang can hold on for now, but I'm sure he won't last long. Soon, all three divine kings will be dead. Thankfully, thanks to the Dragon God, we survived another catastrophe. We can enjoy a period of peace. Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin knew full well that once Ao Guang, who had fought head-on, died, it would be their turn. That's why they've been attacking frantically, trying to kill Lin Luo. Devouring the world. The four great ancestral witches were furious when they learned of Gong Gong's unauthorized arrival on Earth. After the six great ancestral witches united to attack Dejiang, their bond of brotherhood vanished, driven only by conflicting interests. They all sought to devour each other, and become the last remaining. The four great ancestral witches immediately sought out Dejiang and expressed their displeasure. Dejiang offered no further explanation, simply letting them watch what was unfolding on Earth. Zhu Meng said, "This era wasn't very powerful, which is why the humans we see are so powerful." Dejiang shook his head, "You're wrong. Far from being powerful, this era is actually quite weak. After the human era ended, it reappeared in several more. By the time of this era, humans had lost their divinity, and were no different from ordinary life. If powerful life hadn't emerged in this era, humanity wouldn't have been able to dominate the entire era. This team of humans is a major surprise. They obtained the bloodline of a true dragon by devouring the world, embarking on an evolutionary path towards ultimate life." Zhu Rong was furious, angrily saying that Zulong Dai deserves to die. He even tried to harm us before his death. He wanted to call Dejiang a complete loser for nurturing such a powerful opponent. From ordinary beings to god kings, it's hard to find even one among the countless gods of countless epochs. Dejiang understood Zhu Rong's meaning, but couldn't bring himself to blame him. He had no words to express his grievances. Lin Luoqiang was so fast, leaving him almost no time to react. Dong Wangtai tried to save Dejiang's face. Just because humans have discovered the path to evolution from a creator god doesn't mean they can become creator gods. With my elder brother around, humans can't become evolved gods. I also believe in Dejiang's abilities. The Dark God King, the Light God King, and Zeus all offered their support. Tathagata opened his eyes, and said, "It seems he's doomed." Dong Wangtai refused to believe it, saying, "This human is truly so powerful that even the three god kings combined are no match for him." Ao Guang, unable to bear the pain, found an opportunity to escape. "Ao Guang, don't run," Gong Gong shouted. The two of them fought Lin Luo together, barely holding him off. Ao Guang chose to break away, leaving Gong Gong unable to resist alone. "Any last words?" Lin Luo threatened. "Don't kill me." Gong Gong, filled with fear, revealed his weakness. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and spit out a star-like flame. The star flame was so hot that it melted Gong Gong's life force, the true water. As the star flame continued to burn, Gong Gong emitted a thick vapor. As the vapor dissipated, Gong Gong's true form was revealed, 10 times smaller than before. "Most of you are fake, only a little of your true self is there," Lin Luo taunted. "You?" Gong Gong said angrily. "Don't be angry, I send you packing right away." Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body, attempting to devour Gong Gong. Gong Gong transformed into a massive black python, offering a final stand. The black python was even larger than the two brothers Ao Guang had devoured, but it was no match for Lin Luo. Lin Luo's starry dragon instantly suppressed the black python. The blue dragon claws grasped the black python's vitals, putting Gong Gong in danger. "Ao Guang, hurry back and hold it back. If I die, you be next." Gong Gong had no more cards to play. The black python couldn't defeat Lin Luo, and he was doomed. "Hold on, I be back." Ao Guang was also facing a crisis. The time had come for Ao Ming and Ao Run to separate. If they remained within Ao Guang, they would be completely dissolved. Ao Ming asked urgently, "Brother, what's going on? Let us out quickly." Ao Run also urged, "If you don't release both of us, we won't be able to leave your body." Ao Guangwei hesitated. "It's not that I don't want to release you, but I haven't dealt with this human yet. If I release you now, and continue to fight, I'd be unable to defeat this human." Chapter 310. Ao Ming demanded, "Brother, you don't want to let us go now. You want to digest us." Ao Guang said gravely, "I can't say no. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but I can't. If I do, I won't even be qualified to participate in the battle. Ao Run pressed, brother, you just said you couldn't resist and might die here. For our own good, you wanted to let us go. Why are you changing your mind now? Ao Guang said, didn't you say you wanted to avenge me? Ao Ming retorted, revenge depends on the situation. This human is so powerful now, we can't fight him. Staying here is just waiting to die. Escape is the best option. The two briefly entered Ao Guang's digestive system, granting him powerful strength. From within Ao Guang's body, they could sense what was happening outside. Lin Luo directly suppressed Ao Guang and Gong Gong's attacks, suffocating them. Ao Guang wanted to continue fighting, but the two refused. Their fear of Lin Luo was deeply engraved in their hearts. Escape might guarantee survival, but staying here would mean certain death. Ao Guang, come here quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Gong Gong cried out for help, his black scales peeling off in large areas, revealing bright red skin and bleeding profusely. He felt a wave of regret, regretting not fleeing earlier, not caring about Ao Guang's life or death. Gong Gong regretted even more that he had listened to Di Jun's lies, and entered the real world from the devouring world. Zhu Jiuyin urged loudly, if you don't come now, I escape too. We see who has better luck later. I'm your elder brother. From now on, you must obey me. Ao Guang knew Gong Gong could no longer hold out, and rushed towards Lin Luo. After a period of recovery, Ao Guang's injuries had healed considerably. Ao Guang immediately attacked Lin Luo, spewing heavy water from his mouth. A single drop of heavy water is the fusion of millions of water drops, weighing 1,000,000 tons. Ao Guang, deeply impressed by Lin Luo's strength, no longer concealed his own strength. Tens of thousands of drops of heavy water slammed heavily into Lin Luo. Lin Luo was hurled into the deep sea. Gong Gong, transformed into a black python, gasped for air, no part of his body intact. Many of his black scales had been peeled off, revealing fresh skin. Many of his wounds were particularly deep, oozing bright red blood, especially at the 7-inch mark, where Lin Luo had nearly severed him. Thankfully, Gong Gong had evolved to such a high level that he wouldn't die from a 7-inch cut. Afraid Gong Gong would escape, Ao Guang explained, I didn't mean to stay there. I grown so much stronger all of a sudden thanks to my two brothers. Our fusion lasts for a while, and if they don't leave my stomach for too long, they be digested. That time has just come to an end. They both wanted to leave, but my persuasion was futile, so I had no choice but to suppress them. Gong Gong reluctantly said, I don't want what happened just now to happen again. If it does, our cooperation will be over, and I escape without hesitation. Of course. Ao Guang nodded in agreement. Lin Luo taunted, Ao Guang, you always boast about your deep brotherly love, but now, to fight me, you even put your brothers' lives at risk. It seems brotherly love can be distorted, even in life or death situations. Ao Guang angrily said, you have no right to say such things. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made such a decision. He broke his promise. At first, Ao Guang had proposed letting his two brothers go, allowing them to escape. From the beginning, he had been waiting for his two brothers to fall for his trick, actively entering his digestive tract, and providing Ao Guang with powerful strength. Ao Guang had been suppressing his ambition, but this time, he finally couldn't help himself. Sooner or later, he would have to devour his three brothers before he could advance further. Ao Guang embarked on his own evolutionary path, a path centered around water, and not much involving the ancestral dragon. By devouring his three brothers, the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline would be limited to 49%. Once the ancestral dragon awakened within Ao Guang's body, it would be difficult to gain control of the body. Ao Guang planned to use it after 2 or 3 epochs, so that the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body would be lowered, minimizing the risk to his body's survival. Changes in circumstances prevented him from carrying out his original plan. Ao Guang devoured his two brothers prematurely, advancing his evolution. It's a shame my younger brother, Ao Shun, was killed and devoured by Lin Luo, otherwise he would have become even more powerful. Ridiculous. Lin Luo scoffed, you old fox, you probably had your plan in mind from the beginning. I'm just a variable. Without me, you'd just be executing it a little later, but you have to carry it out sooner or later. That's just speculation. The 4 of us brothers grew up together, and successfully survived the dragons. This bond is beyond your imagination. Ao Guang attacked Lin Luo, and the heavy water rushed forward at terrifying speed. Lin Luo felt like he'd been struck by a meteorite, unable to confront the heavy water head-on. Fortunately, Lin Luo found his own path of evolution, transforming into a powerful star dragon. If he still possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, he likely wouldn't have been able to withstand Ao Guang's heavy water attack. Unlike other dragons, Ao Guang had forged a path of evolution that was partly his own. He used the bloodline of the ancestral dragon as a foundation, forging his own path within it. Ao Guang's path leaned towards the water element. Water is the source of life, and when it evolved to a high level, its abilities would be no less powerful than those of time and space. Lin Luo had no intention of forcing a victory. Although he could have won by force, he would have suffered severe injuries. If Ao Guang's plan had succeeded, he might have become a top-tier divine king. Unfortunately, his early encounter with Lin Luo doomed the plan to fail. Lin Luo retorted, "That's where you're wrong. It was you who clearly wanted to kill me. I couldn't possibly give up resistance and let you kill me. You should be thanking me for letting you plan ahead. I think you're a big shot." Ao Guang was furious. Suddenly, something strange happened, and he felt a tearing pain on both sides of his shoulders. Two dragon heads emerged, bearing the faces of the devoured Ao Run and Ao Ming. "You two are Ao Guang's brothers, right?" Lin Luo greeted. Ao Guang's face was grim. "You too," Ao Run said coldly. "Brother, don't explain. We all heard our conversation just now. You've been wanting to devour us both from the beginning." Ao Ming said angrily, "I treated you as a good brother, someone I could trust with my life, and yet you treat me like this." "Okay, both of you, shut up." Ao Guang's face was torn. "You two are alive, not because of your good luck, but because you have a good brother like me. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. I've been so good to you, it's time for you to repay me. I'm not happy if you say that." Ao Ming, furious, tried to leave his body. Ao Guang said, "Don't be foolish. The earth is so small, where can you hide? If you join me in fighting these humans, you might survive. If we run away separately, we only die faster. Alright, we can control your body now. If you do something irrational, you suffer the consequences." Ao Ming agreed. Ao Run said, "If it benefits both parties, fusion is a good idea." Chapter 311. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. "You three really have a deep brotherly bond. Your eldest brother killed and devoured me, and yet, you're back together again. I don't understand what's going on." Ao Ming angrily said, "This situation between us brothers is all your fault." Ao Run said coldly, "Don't think a few words from you can ruin our brotherly bond." Lin Luo scoffed, "No wonder you're brothers. You all share the same sarcasm." Ao Guang comforted the two brothers, "You two may have lost your bodies, but by merging with me, we be even stronger. If we kill and devour this human, we be even stronger." Ao Ming's eyes gleamed. Creator God. The ultimate state of life, an unattainable existence. I never thought we could be so close. If we kill and devour the human before us, we can become creator gods, eternal beings that devour the world, undestroyed by anything. Ao Run grew even more excited. Ao Guang smiled and said, "We once had two wishes, to be free from the control of the ancestral dragon, and to become the supreme creator god. We have fulfilled both wishes, and now only one wish remains." Ao Ming sighed. "Back then, we were suppressed by the ancestral dragon. Finally, we received help from the devouring world. We were so frightened we dared not take action. In our hearts, the ancestral dragon was an insurmountable mountain." Ao Run said, "We overcame our fear and succeeded. We overcame the mountain of the ancestral dragon. Even though the ancestral dragon is dead, we are still alive and well." Ao Guang said, "We also face a huge mountain, but I believe we brothers can overcome it." Lin Luo sneered, "You three are using me as a backdrop, letting yourselves get carried away. Yin Nation is a human nation, and I dislike it, but there's a saying in their country that I really like. Brothers united, their strength is unbreakable." Ao Guang encouraged the two brothers. "Brother, we too will cooperate with you in your battle. Together, we will kill and devour the people before us. Together, we will become the creator god. This is the most difficult time for the three of us brothers. I believe that with our combined efforts, we can safely overcome it. It's a pity, little brother, that you couldn't merge with us. Otherwise, we would be even stronger." The three brothers were incredibly excited, as if they had already won. Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, "Do you three think you already won? We three brothers kindly gave you time to leave your final words, but you didn't cherish it." Ao Ming sighed. "It seems you're very confident in yourselves." Lin Luo replied, "I have great confidence in myself too. I don't need the time you give me to leave a last word. I'm sure I can kill you." Ao Ming scoffed, "Confidence is good. No need to waste time with this human." Ao Guang addressed the two ancestral shamans, I'm at my strongest right now. You all attack with all your might and kill this human. Gong Gong nodded. I will. I hope you don't harbor any ulterior motives. I do my utmost. Zhu Jiuyan's face paled. He had been using his time ability for too long. All right. Ao Guang declared proudly. Today we slay a being capable of becoming a creator god. Even if we don't become one in the future, we still leave a lasting mark in the history of the devouring world. Let's do it, Ao Ming and Ao Run said in unison. The three-headed dragon charged towards Lin Luo. Its fangs stretched wide, bearing sharp fangs as it fiercely bit down upon him. Zhu Jiuyan had used time pause, and much of his black hair had turned snow white. The giant star dragon Lin Luo had transformed into was too powerful. His mastery of the starry sky allowed him to counteract the power of time. Every time Zhu Jiuyan used his time power against Lin Luo, it consumed him immensely, significantly shortening his lifespan. All life has a lifespan, including the ultimate form of life, the creator god. It's just that the creator god's lifespan is so long that there's no end in sight. Zhu Jiuyan was nearing his limit. If he continued to exert himself, he might die of old age. But he had no choice but to persevere. Unable to return to the devouring world, his death on Earth was inevitable. Lin Luo swatted Ao Guang's dragon head away, but was powerless to fend off the other two. Ao Ming and Ao Run each bit Lin Luo's body, and his star scales, unable to withstand the terrifying bite force, began to shatter. The fangs pierced the skin, oozing bright red blood. Gong Gong, observing Lin Luo's injuries, bit into Lin Luo's scales with his black python. His fangs weren't as sharp as those of Ao Guang and his three brothers, and they shattered some of them. Thankfully, the fangs penetrated the star scales, causing them to seep water extensively. Gong Gong's water, while entering Lin Luo's body, couldn't kill him, but it did cause considerable trouble. Ao Ming excitedly exclaimed, "He's finally injured. Our three brothers are truly invincible." Ao Run was equally excited, saying, "We can't give him a break. Let's use our strongest powers together." Ao Guang spat out black heavy water, and hurled it wildly at Lin Luo. In Yen Nation mythology, Ao Ming wielded Samadhi true fire and lightning, controlling fire. In reality, he possessed the same power, even more powerful than described in Yen Nation mythology. When the four dragon kings learned of the description in Yen Nation mythology, they were furious. The four brothers, second only to the ancestral dragon, were depicted as the weakest gods. Ao Shun even threatened to descend upon Earth, annihilating the entire Yen Nation and bringing divine punishment upon all living beings. Ao Shun, however, never carried out his angry words, perishing in Lin Luo's stomach. Ao Ming exhaled a six-colored flame, a fusion of 6 different flames. The six-colored flame he wielded was dozens of times more powerful than the flames described in Yen Nation mythology. That was why Ao Ming was so dissatisfied, believing the Yen Nation mythology was slandering him. Comparing your firepower to mine is like an old cow taking a plane, too much to be true. Lin Luo exhaled star flames, dispersing the 6-colored flames. Before he became a star dragon, the 5-colored flames he wielded might not have been a match for Ao Ming. Ao Ming and Ao Guang had lived for the same amount of time, and both had mastered their abilities to the highest degree. Lin Luo hadn't embarked on a new evolutionary path, and no matter how fast he advanced, he would never be able to catch up with Ao Ming. The star flames dispersed the 6-colored flames, encircling Ao Ming. Ao Ming screamed, but fortunately, Ao Guang and Ao Run used their abilities in time to dispel the star flames. Use your strongest attack. Lin Luo once again demonstrated his strength, and Ao Guang came to his senses. Unless they could kill Lin Luo instantly, a minor injury wouldn't heal as quickly as Lin Luo. I agree. Ao Guang again informed the two ancestor witches, deciding to use their full power. The three dragons exerted their abilities to the utmost, their bodies brimming with the power of their respective elements. Ao Guang transformed into a giant water dragon. Ao Ming transformed into a giant fire dragon. Ao Run transformed into a giant wind dragon. Chapter 312. The three dragon kings are descendants of the ancestral dragon and are inherently powerful. They are naturally attuned to the elements, and after so many years, the elements have become as close to their own bodies. Water dragon. Gong Gong praised, in the path of pure water element, Ao Guang has gone further than me. Because I prioritize physical strength, I haven't been able to advance very far in this area. Swallowing the world. Zhu Rong enviously remarked, as expected of a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon, naturally attuned to the fire element, yet able to travel so far. Jumong said, when I first saw these three dragon kings, I didn't take them too seriously, thinking they were just ordinary god kings. I didn't expect them to have such hidden abilities. Zeus said with some trepidation, I worked with the 4 dragon brothers the most, and I thought I knew them well. I didn't expect them to hide so much from me. He recalled some of the times he deliberately made things difficult for the 4 dragon kings. Many of them were overly harsh. The difficulties weren't in the devouring world, but in the real world. Death in the real world means real death. If the 4 dragon kings hadn't been able to contain their outbursts, he might have died. Zulong is so treacherous, and his 4 sons must be equally treacherous. I treated these 4 brothers as though they were to be bullied at will. Zeus couldn't help but feel relieved, believing he hadn't done anything beyond the 4 dragon kings' endurance. The god of light said, do you think it's possible that the 3 Aoguang brothers, Zhu Jiuyin, and Gong joined forces to kill this human and then devour him, completing their higher evolution? He was considered weak among the god kings, and it was rare for Aoguang to have just reached god king status. The god of light believed that besides the dark god king, who was nearly as strong as him, there was also Aoguang, who was significantly weaker. He hadn't anticipated that this brother not only concealed a powerful trump card, but also had the potential to devour Lin Luo. None of the 3 dragon brothers are good, the dark god king grumbled. The 2 other god kings had just been worried about the 3 dragon brothers dying at Lin Luo's hands. Seeing the trump cards revealed by the dragon brothers, they couldn't help but worry. They were like fans who tipped internet cafe influencers, fearing their brothers would starve to death or drive BMWs. Dong Wangtai held out hope, saying, Brother, the 3 dragon brothers have used their trump cards, so they're no longer capable of killing Lin Luo. Di Jun shook his head, saying, it's hard to say. The Dark God King and the Light God King each breathed a sigh of relief, as did Zeus. Shiva was more powerful than the 3 God Kings. If Shiva died at the hands of Lin Luo, they would have no chance of competing. Lin Luo might die at the hands of a more powerful force in the future, but he certainly wouldn't die at their hands. They were more worried about Lin Luo seeking revenge than about how to kill him. The 3 great god kings believed that Lin Luo was unbeatable, and didn't want the 3 dragon brothers to become stronger. Jumong, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other 4 great god kings shared the same sentiments as Zeus, the god king of light, and the god king of darkness. They worried about their brothers being killed, and also about them becoming the creator gods. Tathagata remained silent, reciting the sutras. Jumong said, for possible outcomes are possible, and the final winner will be terrifying. No god king responded to Jumong's words. They all knew clearly what was going on. The first outcome is that Lin Luo devours everyone, ushering in new evolution. The second outcome is that the 3 parties dismember and devour Lin Luo, each experiencing significant evolution. The third outcome is that the 3 dragon brothers devour everyone, reaching a very high level. The fourth outcome is that Gong devours everyone, becoming the most powerful being. Since the 3 dragon brothers have used their full power, I will also use my full power. Gong prepared for a life or death struggle, as killing Lin Luo would bring him numerous benefits. The 12 great ancestral witches are a single entity, the product of Panga's posthumous body. If someone can devour the 12 great ancestral witches, they could restore Panga's glory. Pangu is a creator god. There are only 6 creator gods in the devouring world, and the real world combined. Excluding the 5 special beings in the devouring world, only Pangu has reached the level of creator god. If Gong can devour Lin Luo, he will become the most powerful ancestral witch. Zhu Jiuyin's temporal abilities are powerful, but they are far inferior to the more powerful Gong. Gong's black python glowed with a rainbow of colors, its radiant light eclipsing all other colors. With the blessing of the rainbow light, Gong's body instantly expanded by 2 times, and his injuries healed significantly. The black scales were replaced by rainbow scales, increasing his strength several-fold. The rainbow python pounced at Lin Luo, and the rainbow light blasted into his body. Lin Luo, hampered by his time power, had no time to dodge, and was struck by a wound the size of a bowl. Blood flowed from the wound, nourishing the star scales. Lin Luo's self-healing ability was extremely strong, and he recovered quickly. Gong had been under pressure from the dragon god, but I didn't expect him to have such a powerful trump card, inflicting such a large wound on the dragon god in a single blow. I thought the 3 dragon kings and the 2 ancestral witches were doomed, but I didn't expect they'd been hiding a hidden card. As expected, those old men from the devouring world have lived for so long, and they all have powerful hidden cards. Everyone was worried about Lin Luo. Ho Tu said anxiously, Lin Luo, you experienced gods before. True gods and celestial gods are powerful, but they can't compare to a god king. Every being who becomes a god king has experienced setbacks, and live for a long time. Their hidden cards are beyond your reach. Lin Luo said calmly, they have powerful hidden cards to become God Kings. Don't I have powerful hidden cards when I become a God King? Ho Tu was momentarily stunned, then explained in astonishment, have you realized new abilities so quickly? She had gained the power that transcended life and death, and acquiring these new abilities took a long time. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo had found the path to evolution, and was thus able to gain new abilities. You use your strongest abilities. If I don't, it would seem disrespectful to you. Lin Luo emanated starlight, and his entire dragon transformed into elements. The sky darkened, then burst into brilliant light again. It was no longer the sun that shone, but rather tiny stars, radiating a dazzling light. The light from a single star was not as brilliant as the sun. The combined light of billions of stars in the sky was 10,000 times more brilliant than the sun's. The radiant galaxy contained endless power. Each star here was far more massive than the sun. They showered starlight, gathering on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, under the gathering starlight, became even more dazzling, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. A brilliant galaxy stretched from behind Lin Luo. The galaxy radiated brilliant starlight, like a brilliant Milky Way, filling one's eyes with light. Chapter 313. What a magnificent epic! That silver galaxy corresponds to the Milky Way. I think I found the solar system. The Dragon God's evolutionary path originates from the universe. His path is unique. We are so lucky that the Dragon God lives in our era, allowing us to witness this magnificent spectacle. All the colors on Earth were snatched away by the starlight emanating from Lin Luo's transformation into a giant starry dragon. We have no way out. Ao Ming and Ao Run, terrified, tried to flee, but Ao Guang hurried to stop them. They chose to fight, hoping for a chance of survival. If they chose to flee at this point, they would practically be doomed. The water dragon rushed forward, its purest water pouring down upon Lin Luo. Ao Ming, Ao Run, and Ao Guang were unable to control themselves. They had no choice but to charge forward. The fire dragon and the wind dragon transformed into pure fire and wind elements. The three elements collided with the star element, forming a mid-air confrontation. Brilliant blue clashed with red, green, and deep blue, the dazzling light eclipsing all surrounding colors. Everyone's gaze converged, their pupils eclipsed by these four colors. The balance was quickly disrupted, clearly indicating Lin Luo's evolutionary path had become even more powerful. The combined attack of the three elements was suppressed by the brilliant starlight. Let's fight. Gong Gong rushed forward, transforming into a giant, seven-colored python. Elementalization significantly increases one's strength, making their abilities even more powerful. Only those above the Divine King level can wield it. The rainbow-colored light rushed towards Lin Luo, merging with the three elemental colors. With Gong Gong's participation, the downward trend was reversed, returning to its original 50-50 split. At one point, Gong Gong's side suppressed Lin Luo, but was quickly repelled. Ho Tu's beautiful eyes reflected a variety of colors. Few battles between the devouring world and the real world have ever been comparable to this one. As fellow dragons, the battles between the ancestral dragon and the various god kings were even more dramatic than this one. Several top god kings, along with the god kings, slew the ancestral dragon. Although Lin Luo's battle couldn't compare to the one in which the ancestral dragon died, Lin Luo's survival would ultimately surpass it. Ho Tu's lips curled into a smile, a deep sense of unspeakable joy welling up in her heart. After the 6 great ancestral witches rebelled against the Lich Age and their eldest brother, Di Jiang, was slain, Ho Tu hadn't smiled since. Since entering the devouring world, Ho Tu hadn't actually slept. For the first time, she began to doubt herself, believing that even if she had mastered the power of life and death, she might not be able to defeat the devouring world. Huda still felt the suffocating pressure of oppression. The powerful beings of the devouring world would not allow her to increase her strength. Even if her path ultimately led to becoming a creator god, it would still be a feeling of powerlessness. Huda deeply doubted her ability to stand against the devouring world. Lin Luo had given nearly a perfect score on the same devouring world test. Huda believed she had the power to transcend life and death, but it was no match for Lin Luo's power, emanating from the vast starry sky. Lin Luo had also given her the development time she desired. As long as she grew stronger quickly enough, no one could stop her. If necessary, I should also transform into an element. Hutu's ability to control life and death had not reached the level of a God King. She wanted to use the God King level reincarnation ability, which required the Earth element. The Earth element was used to activate the reincarnation ability, which was a very dangerous thing. Ho Tu had many concerns, and was unwilling to die. Her greatest concern was avenging her elder brother. She had previously found no one to trust, but now Lin Luo was a good choice. Compared to herself, Lin Luo had a greater chance of success. Ho Tu didn't immediately choose to help, unless Lin Luo was truly unable to hold on. Lin Luo didn't ask for her help, but Ho Tu was worried about accidents. Ho Tu didn't want the flame of hope she had ignited to disappear in the devouring world. Go, Dragon God. Kill these 4 damned creatures. The vast galaxy, the power of the vast starry sky is the strongest, and the Dragon God is the strongest. By killing and devouring these 4, the Dragon God will surely evolve further. Everyone hoped Lin Luo would win. It was a matter of life and death. After a while, the brilliant starlight once again took the upper hand. It's my turn next. Zhu Jiuyin hesitated. He was using his time powers to the limit, his black hair turning to withered white. Every living being has a lifespan. If Zhu Jiuyin overused his time powers, the backlash would cause him to die of old age. To restrict Lin Luo's movements, Zhu Jiuyin had expended much of his lifespan. Gong Gong urged, Zhu Jiuyin, what are you waiting for? Why don't you use your powers to their full potential? Zhu Jiuyin angrily said, can't you see I'm preparing? You've been preparing for far too long. I think you're waiting until we're dead before you make your move. Ao Ming scoffed. Shut up. Zhu Jiuyin grew even more furious. If I hadn't used my time power to limit Lin Luo's attacks, you wouldn't even have been able to touch this human. Ao Ming and Ao Run were unconvinced, but were stopped by Ao Guang. Lin Luo was too powerful. Even the 4 combined divine kings were no match. Zhu Jiuyin left in anger, putting them all in danger. Let's fight. Zhu Jiuyin resolved himself and used his time power. His entire body transformed into the element of time, enveloped in a silvery glow. The light Zhu Jiuyin added countered the starlight. The addition of the time element allowed them to temporarily suppress Lin Luo. Above the sky, a massive pillar of starlight single-handedly fought against the light of time, water, fire, wind, and the 7-colored water. At first, the 5 lights suppressed the starlight, but later, the starlight again challenged the 5. It seems my help is still needed. Ho Tu Nyang's eyes began to change, embodying the power of black and white reincarnation. She intended to use elementalization and reincarnation to aid Lin Luo. With the power of reincarnation, Lin Luo would surely crush his opponent. Just as Ho Tu was about to offer assistance, the silver light transformed by time quickly dimmed. As the silver light vanished, Zhu Jiuyin stumbled out. Zhu Jiuyin, what are you doing? Gong Gong shouted angrily. I can't continue transforming into an element, or I'd die. Zhu Jiuyin chose to flee, having overused his time power. With Zhu Jiuyin's escape, Gong Gong and the 3 dragon brothers could no longer withstand it. Lin Luo transformed into starlight, overwhelming Gong Gong and the 3 dragon brothers, who emerged from the light. Gong Gong and Ao Guang suffered multiple injuries, many fatal. The 2 divine kings, regardless of their injuries, chose to flee immediately. Lin Luo had finally defeated them, and would not give them a chance to survive. Gong Gong's flying speed was inferior to Ao Guang's, and Lin Luo caught him first. Lin Luo unleashed starlight, roasting Gong Gong. I, Gong Gong, have lived for countless years. How could I possibly die here, and at the hands of a soft human? Gong Gong was unwilling to accept this. In the past, during the Lich Age, there were many humans. The human race's divinity was far less powerful than that of the human age. Their bodies were extremely weak, and their evolution was extremely slow. Chapter 314. The witches and liches devoured each other, each using the other as food. In the Lich Age, humans were powerless against the witches, and could only be eaten. Gong Gong's memories contain information about Pangu, who transformed into the 12 of them after his death. Of the 12 ancestral witches, only Dijiang and Hutu agreed, calling Pangu their father god. The other 10 considered this an insult. They believed the witches were a completely new race, born of heaven and earth, dozens of times more powerful than humans. How could they possibly be the offspring of the human race, the food of the human race? Even Pangu, the strongest of the first generation of humans, could not be called his father. Gong Gong vented his anger on the humans of the Lich Age. Ignoring Dijiang's orders and Hutu's advice, he slaughtered all the humans of the Lich Age. Even human infants were devoured by Gong Gong's witches. He could never have imagined his fate, to be devoured by a human. Lin Luo read something in Gong Gong's expression, and felt that devouring Gong Gong was a bargain. Atlantic Ocean. 3 giant dragons soared through the air, their bodies ravaged. The most serious wound was on Ao Ming's neck, nearly broken, blood gushing out, staining it like a blood dragon. Ao Ming angrily exclaimed, "Damn Zhu Jiuyin for betraying me." Otherwise, we might have one. Ao Run, nearly in tears, said, "Brother, what should we do next? We can't return from the devouring world, and we only die if we stay on Earth. I don't want to accept my fate, but there's nothing I can do." Ao Guang sighed. Ao Run chided him. "Ao Guang, it's all your fault. If you hadn't brought us to Earth, we wouldn't be dead." Ao Mingdao said, "You are responsible for this matter. Now find a way to keep us alive." Faced with life and death, the brotherhood crumbled. Ao Guang half closed his eyes, and said, "Now you two are blaming me. When I entered the real world earlier, I said I go alone, but you objected and insisted on coming with me. I didn't understand your intentions. You were afraid I become powerful while you two were still weak, afraid I devour you. Now that your plan has failed and you're facing death, you're blaming me again. Enough." Ao Ming said bluntly, "Ao Guang, don't be so nice. You long planned to attack us, devouring us to achieve a higher level of evolution." Ao Run said, "If we don't work hard, the end will still be death." Ao Guang's face darkened. "I never had that idea. The main reason I didn't let you leave my body was to kill some human. Don't make yourself sound so great. We are descendants of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was mean and disregarded family affection, and you inherited that." Ao Ming retorted. "Have you three brothers finished your last words? If you have, you can leave now." A familiar voice called out. "Lin Luo." Ao Guang gritted his teeth. "Hello, Dragon King of the East Sea." Lin Luo greeted. A human, deprived of his divinity, forged a path of ultimate life evolution on his own. Ao Guang gritted his teeth and said, "I truly regret not descending to Earth sooner to kill and devour you. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. Become my nourishment." Lin Luo pounced and killed Ao Guang. Without Zhu Jiuyin's restraint and Gong Gong's containment, Ao Guang had no power to resist. Ao Ming and Ao Run tried to surrender, but Lin Luo gave them no chance and devoured them. Only Zhu Jiuyin remained, attempting to return from the real world to the devouring world. No matter how hard Zhu Jiuyin tried, he could not cross the two worlds. When Lin Luo reached the time-space node, Zhu Jiuyin was so frightened that he didn't even have the courage to flee. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue using the time elementalization, but that he didn't have the lifespan to do so. If he forced it, Zhu Jiuyin would die of old age in battle. Gong Gong and the three dragon brothers and four others, however, didn't assume that Zhu Jiuyin would die even if he wasn't afraid. They naively believed that if Zhu Jiuyin hadn't cowardly defected, the outcome would have been different. Zhu Jiuyin's black hair had turned white, and his delicate, youthful skin had aged, becoming wrinkled and covered in age spots. "Don't kill me, I want to live." Zhu Jiuyin pleaded hastily. "There were many humans in our lich age, and I helped them." "Really?" Lin Luo frowned. "You don't look like a good person." Ho Tu said, "Don't listen to him. When Gong Gong killed the humans in the lich age, he was one of the most active responders. The protection he's talking about probably means keeping humans captive, like livestock, and slaughtering them whenever they want." Zhu Jiuyin angrily said, "Ho Tu, how could you be less heartless?" Ho Tu said coldly, "Now you say that, but when you killed my eldest brother, you showed no mercy at all." Zhu Jiuyin was already exhausted, and Lin Luo could easily devour him. Lin Luo, not forgetting Ho Tu, said, "Goddess Ho Tu, I heard in mythology that you created the cycle of reincarnation, providing a place for the dead to be reborn." Ho Tu replied seriously, "I'm not as powerful as your myths describe me. Reincarnation is merely a power. Life dissipates when it dies. Life is born and dies, no life is eternal." Lin Luo chatted with Ho Tu for a while, suggesting they discuss the path of evolution. Ho Tu's interest piqued, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Lin Luo's path of evolution stemmed from the vast starry sky, and was far more powerful than her ability to transcend life and death. Ho Tu would benefit greatly from discussing the path of evolution with Lin Luo. Seeing the time was right, Lin Luo returned to Langhai City with Ho Tu. "What is this dragon god up to? He's kidnapped another incredibly beautiful woman. It's truly enviable and hateful. I envy the dragon god so much. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he's surrounded by so many beautiful women. I'm a woman, and I envy the women around him. It's a shame I'm not powerful enough. My beauty alone won't allow me to approach him." Lin Luo defeated the world-devouring god, and everyone felt relieved. They had time to banter online, filled with laughter. Devouring the world. Dong Wangtai gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Lin Luo, how could he possibly deserve Ho Tu's favor?" He was filled with envy and jealousy. Ho Tu's beauty rivaled Daji's. Daji was incredibly charming, her every move brimming with seduction. Ho Tu's aura was undeniable, her every move revealing her nobility. Each of them had their own unique characteristics, equally matched. Furthermore, Ho-Tu's power was far greater than Daji's, making her a significant asset. The Dark God King side, the once mere ant, has grown to such terrifying heights. Shiva and Ao Guang both perished at his hands. Ao Guang and Shiva are far more powerful than we are. The Light God King bluntly stated, "We are insufficiently capable and are ready to withdraw. We are unable to defeat these humans right now." "I agree." Zeus nodded. The three God Kings felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing Ao Guang's death. Although they hadn't been able to kill Lin Luo, at least they were still alive. The three God Kings were safe in the devouring world. No matter how powerful Lin Luo was, he couldn't kill them there. Unless Lin Luo one day destroyed the earth, they would not die. Chapter 315. The three God Kings unanimously agreed that Lin Luo was too powerful to destroy the devouring world. Lin Luo had recently mastered a power from the vast starry sky, his ultimate goal being to become the ultimate life. But the devouring world already had 5 special beings, who had long ago reached the ultimate life. Even someone as powerful as Pangu, who had reached the ultimate life, could only fight against the highest heaven of a single special being. If Lin Luo wanted to destroy the entire devouring world, he would have to fight against 5 powerful ultimate lives, a clear impossibility. Dong Wangtai angrily said, "You 3 worthless pieces of shit, you're just trying to escape when you can't defeat them." The three God Kings' faces sank, but they didn't refute Dong Wangtai. They were thinking of escaping, fearing Lin Luo's power. The God King of Light, with a thicker skin, offered an apologetic smile. "We wanted to help, but our abilities are limited, and we can't retreat." "I hope you, Dejuan, understand," the God King of Darkness and Zeus said flatteringly. "Get lost," Dejuan said with a sullen face. The three God Kings remained unmoved and immediately chose to leave. Tathagata opened his eyes and said, "Now that all 3 of them are gone, I'm leaving too." Dong Wangtai grew even more furious, saying, "The Lord of the land of 10,000 Buddhas is nothing but a coward, no different from Zeus." "Donor, you're right. My strength is limited," Tathagata said calmly. Dijun said, "Tathagata, Lin Luo is so powerful. Are you not going to use him as a stepping stone to achieve ultimate life?" Tathagata said expressionlessly, "I don't know what you're talking about, Donor." Dijun sneered, "Don't pretend in front of me. Your level is no longer that of a divine king. You already reached the pinnacle of divine king. I don't know how you managed to keep appearing to be one, but I can still confirm that you are a pinnacle divine king." Tathagata said, "Donor, you're obsessed. I'm not as powerful as you imagine." With that, he ignored Dijun and left the demon court. Dong Wangtai, confused, said, "Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Tathagata is just an ordinary god king. Why do you call him a peak god king? There aren't many peak god kings, and you only recently reached the peak. If Tathagata were a peak god king, he'd be a being beyond me. He should be furious with my mockery just now." Dijun reasoned, "You should know that the Buddha has a title, the most intelligent being of all eras. I ask you, how can a being so intelligent, who can't even find his own path to evolution, qualify as the most intelligent being? Tathagata's era preceded mine, and he's lived longer than me. I don't believe his strength is weaker than mine. He must be hiding something. If you think that's impossible, isn't Ao Guang just a..." "We, the God Kings, united to kill the ancestral dragon. To prevent his descendants from seeking revenge, we killed many of his direct descendants. Only these 4 brothers, because of their meritorious service, were we spared. For years, Zeus has been monitoring the 4 dragon brothers to prevent them from becoming too powerful. As a result, Ao Guang concealed his God King status. The other 3 brothers weren't as powerful as Ao Guang, but they had also mastered their elemental transformation to the extreme. If Lin Luo weren't powerful enough, any of you God Kings, except me, would have died if they encountered these 4 dragon brothers." Dong Wangtai understood Dijun's meaning. "Brother, you mean Ao Guang is just as scheming. Tathagata, known as the wisest person, is no less capable than Ao Guang, and he hides it even more deeply. It's good that you understand this." Dijun nodded in satisfaction. Dong Wangtai said, "The human Lin Luo devoured 3 God Kings. After digesting them, he will complete a new evolution, becoming even more powerful. How can we stop him?" Jumong frowned and said, "The evolutionary path from the vast starry sky is too strong. Having just been promoted to a junior God King, he was able to kill 2 ancestral witches and a powerful God King. He will be even more terrifying in the future." Zhu Rong said angrily, "The 4 of us ancestral witches each devoured 1 ancestral witch, but this human devoured 4. Given how despicable this human is, it's only a matter of time before Ho too will be tricked and devoured. Xianning gritted his teeth and said, the 12 great ancestral witches can only survive in the presence of our 4 ancestral witches. We must win among the 4 great ancestral witches, and not allow any living creature to touch our ancestral witch bloodline. Chong Liang said, Lin Luo has devoured the 4 ancestral witches, and is already our greatest enemy. Ju Meng said, the only one among us who can destroy Lin Luo is you, Di Jun. Dong Wang Tai was the first to complain, you, the 4 ancestral witches, are ordering my brother to take action. Ju Meng said sanctimoniously, Dong Wang Tai, that's you're wrong. The current rise of humanity is not good for you or me. It's not just a problem for us, the 4 ancestral witches, but also for your demon court. Brother, don't listen to these 4 ancestral witches. Dong Wang Tai was furious. Di Jun calmed Dong Wang Tai down with a hand and said, I can descend to earth and take action. Killing the human will take all the spoils. No one would let go of a piece of fat meat that's in their mouth. You should understand this principle. The 4 ancestral witches wanted to refute, but then, they agreed that Di Jun was right. The survival of the fittest is the first law of life. Di Jun was more powerful than the 4 ancestral witches. Unless Di Jun voluntarily gave up his position, the 4 ancestral witches would not be able to obtain the bloodline of the 3 ancestral witches. No one could voluntarily give up Pengu's ultimate path of evolution. Even if Di Jun were a sage, he wouldn't have given it up. With mixed feelings, the 4 ancestral witches said goodbye to Di Jun. Dong Wang Tai complained, these 4 old, immortal creatures actually want us to help them kill that human. We have to give them, that human's body, so they can obtain the ancestral witch bloodline. Di Jun sneered, what's the use of a good idea? It depends on whether others will agree. Brother, do you think the 4 ancestral witches will take action? It's very likely they will. Let's wait and see. If they do, that human will likely be devoured. This is the path of evolution that leads to the Creator God. It would be a shame to give it up. Of course, I understand. You don't need to worry. Di Jun nodded. What I fear most is that human will become even more powerful, and then even my brother won't be able to resist. Dong Wang Tai felt a strong sense of crisis. Di Jun said, you're oversimplifying the situation. There are many forces targeting Lin Luo right now, and it's not appropriate for us to act immediately. Furthermore, this human is evolving so rapidly, we don't know how powerful it has become. Dong Wang Tai wanted to say a few more words, but waved goodbye to Di Jun and left. He listened to his brother very much, and didn't dare say anything else. The 4 great ancestral witches returned to their own places, and immediately discussed how to reclaim the ancestral witch bloodline. Ju Meng said, we are the reincarnations of Pengu after his death. No matter what happens, Pengu's bloodline must appear in the world among the 4 of us. Xianning expressed his doubts. It takes the 4 of us to kill humans. We, the 12 great ancestral shamans, have always said that Pengu's path of evolution can only be recreated among us. In reality, any living being can do so, as long as they devour us, the 12 ancestral shamans. Chong Liang said, our lives will hardly deceive powerful god kings like Di Jun, the god of light creation, the god of black source, and the god of hell. Chapter 316. The number of top-level god kings is rare, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Di Jun is one of the 10 top-level god kings, along with light creation god, black source god, Hades god, and so on. Those who have evolved to the top level of God King prefer to refer to themselves as Emperor or God. Di Jun and the Jade Emperor are unique in using the term Emperor, while the other top-level God Kings mostly use God. For every powerful being who reaches the top level of God King, the path of evolution reaches its end. To take the next step is to reach the ultimate life, creation God. But this step is like an insurmountable chasm, one that none of them can cross. These top-level God Kings, knowing that devouring the 12 ancestral witches would grant them Pengu's path to evolution, would certainly not miss it. Ju Meng said, that old scoundrel Di Jun deliberately said that, trying to get us to attack the human. Zhu Rong angrily said, Di Jun wants us to take action, but we won't, pissing him off to death. Xianning shook his head and said, the others can wait, but we can't. The God King of Light, the God King of Darkness, and Zeus, the 3 great God Kings, may say they're giving up, but I don't think they will. Chong Liang frowned and said, you mean they contact other top God Kings? Lin Luo has his own evolutionary path to ultimate life, and combined with Pengu's evolutionary path, no top God King could resist the temptation. After a discussion, the 4 decided to implement a plan. A single ancestral shaman couldn't possibly defeat Lin Luo. Only by combining the power of the 4 ancestral shamans, could they have a greater chance of victory? Lawhai City. A moderately developed technological city. Ho-Tu, after touring Lawhai City, gave her assessment. Lin Luo took Ho-Tu shopping for a lot of clothes. Ho-Tu loved a black mink coat and changed out of her old clothes. Living in the city, one should dress naturally like one in the city. That's how Ho-Tu understood it. The snake's tail transformed into a pair of slender, white thighs, with a stunning face and a torrid figure. The mink coat is perfect for tall people, and Ho-Tu looked particularly beautiful in it, revealing the beautiful, streamlined black figure and the bulging chest. Lin Luo asked, was there technology in the Lich Age? Yes, it was much more advanced than yours. Ho-Tu noticed Lin Luo's strange expression and explained with a smile, your myths were all invented by the ancients. They naturally used their own lifestyles to imagine the lifestyles of our Lich Age, including clothing, speech, and behavior. You have evolved to the level of a god king. You should understand the meaning of life. In your world, gods are interpreted as unattainable beings that require worship and cannot be surpassed. In reality, gods are merely stronger beings. The stronger the life, the higher the wisdom. Most of us Wu people pursue stronger lives and rarely develop technology. But our wisdom is much higher than humans. Even with a little research, we can reach a very high level. It's not surprising that our technology is more advanced than Earth's. Lin Luo nodded, indeed. Ho-Tu took a sip of her coffee, her beautiful eyes shining. The waiter brought a cake and placed it next to her. Ho-Tu eagerly took a bite. Delicious. Ho-Tu asked excitedly, what are these two things called? Lin Luo replied, what you just drank was coffee, and what you ate was called cake. Ho-Tu rested her hand on her snow-white cheek, recalling the taste. It's truly delicious. I never tasted anything this good in the Lich Age. Sweets weren't as delicious in the Lich Age. If you like, you can come here often. In my last days, I come and enjoy a good meal. What do you mean by last days? Aren't we living quite well now? Why are you suddenly speaking so sadly? Lin Luo had just killed the 2 great ancestor witches and the 3 dragon brothers. He should have had some time to rest. Ho-Tu explained, you have now devoured Gong Gong, my elder brother Di Jiang, and Zhu Jioyin. Gong Gong previously devoured Tian Wu, the ancestral witch of the wind. You have already gained the abilities of 4 ancestral witches, leaving 8 more. Having devoured 4, even if you don't seek them out, they will seek you out. Next, I will let you devour me, allowing you to ascend further. God King isn't the end point of devouring the world, ultimate life is. There are many top-level God Kings, and the evolutionary path you've found leads to ultimate life. Most top-level God Kings are in a deep slumber, unless there's something about them. The matter of ultimate life, and the secrets of Pangu, the creator god, concealed by Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, and other ancestral shamans, are likely to become untraceable. One by one, the top God Kings will awaken. You possess 2 evolutionary paths to ultimate life, and they may well attack you. Lin Luo said, you want to help me, allowing me to enter ultimate life more quickly. Ho-Tu nodded and said, you want to fight against the devouring world. The more power you possess, the better. By devouring me, you gain 2 evolutionary paths. With 3 ultimate life evolutionary paths, you become even stronger, potentially wiping out the entire devouring world in the future. You can think about it carefully. You don't have to answer me so quickly. Of course, you should enjoy your life lately. Do you have time to spend with me? Ho-Tu's pretty face flushed, her affection for the powerful man before her growing stronger. The Wu clan values the strong over the powerful, the more admired they are by the opposite sex. Ho-Tu was one of the 12 ancestral Wus, so finding a partner was becoming increasingly difficult. During the Lich Age, there were practically no male Wu clan members stronger than Ho-Tu who weren't related to her by blood. Ho-Tu had lived a long life, and her mindset was no different from that of an 18-year-old girl, like a young woman in love. How about I call someone else? Lin Luo asked tentatively. Ho-Tu's face flickered with disappointment, and she smiled, if you don't have time, forget it. I'm fine on my own. Lin Luo smiled, I don't have much else to do lately, so I'd be happy to spend time with you. Really? Ho-Tu said apologetically. Of course. Lin Luo felt incredibly popular with women. It wasn't that he was too fickle, but that the girl was too proactive. The girl was beautiful, had a good personality, and was of high rank. Lin Luo felt that rejection would be cruel to Ho-Tu, and also cruel to himself. When Ho-Tu tired of playing, Lin Luo took her to a villa. Ho-Tu preferred quietness, and since she wasn't one of Lin Luo's women, it wouldn't be convenient for her to live in the secret villa, so he specially arranged a new place for her. Can you take me for coffee and sweets tomorrow? Huta loves sweets. As long as you like them, I can take you there every day. Lin Luo smiled and agreed. Thank you. Huta happily closed the door. She was a woman who was easily satisfied. Huta once wanted everyone in the Wu clan to survive, so she researched the ability to transcend life and death. But the power of reincarnation can only strengthen oneself. It can't change the life and death of others. Lin Luo returned to the secret villa, and the women were delighted. The most enchanting was Daji, whose every move made Lin Luo's blood boil. Lin Luo spent the night with the women, and then began to attend to his own affairs. The first was the 7 colors on Gonggon's body. This was not something Gonggon could handle. This matter involved the 5 special beings, and he had to understand it clearly. Chapter 317. The Rune God said, the 7 colors likely originate from the work of a special being that devours the world. Lin Luo thought of the heaven-repairing stone used by Nuwa to mend the sky, which also emitted a 7-colored light, and told the Rune God about it. The Rune God recalled something. When Nuwa repaired the sky, she was suppressed by a special being. This special being likely lacked a body, and used the 7-colored stone as its own. It's not easy for the 5 special beings to find a host. When I found the strange runes as a carrier, I couldn't find any other special beings besides Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo said, it seems that a special being suppressed Nuwa, and used her 7-colored stone as a carrier. The Rune God nodded and said, the 5 of us special beings are very powerful, and finding a carrier is not easy. I wonder when Gonggon collaborated with a special being, and the 7 colors appeared on his body. My strength is constantly improving. I will have more opportunities to come into contact with the other 3 special beings, and even Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo still remembered Supreme Heaven attacking him, and nearly killing him. With his current strength, he is not as fragile as before. He will not die because of a single look from Supreme Heaven. This grudge. The Rune God smacked his lips and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed anyone could evolve so quickly, and even find a path to ultimate life. Lin Luo said, stop the compliments. Wait until I truly destroy the devouring world. There's no rush. The devouring world has many top-tier god kings. They might even awaken because of you. Tell me about the top god kings in the devouring world. The Rune God began to tell Lin Luo about these top god kings. Top god kings were extremely rare, with only 10 in total. He knew of Dijun, the Jade Emperor, the god of light creation, the god of black origin, and the god of Hades. The other 5 top god kings were so mysterious that even he didn't know them. Besides the 10 top god kings, there was one person who might also be a top god king. That person was Tathagata. The Rune God said, you should already know about Dijun and the Jade Emperor. They're from the real world. The light creation god, black source god, and Hades god I know about aren't from the real world, but from the devouring world. Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, you underestimate the devouring world. Besides you 5 powerful special beings, the ultimate lifeforms, there are other powerful top-level god kings. The Rune God sighed, many secrets about the devouring world were sealed by the first generation of Rune Gods. What I know is very limited. Lin Luo asked, what's the relationship between the light creation god and the god king of light? And what's the relationship between the black source god and the god king of darkness? They probably don't have much to do with each other, but they share the same attributes, so it's easy for them to communicate, the Rune God speculated. Until the devouring world is destroyed, peace is still a long way off. Lin Luo accelerated his digestion of what he had devoured, and his level should be able to reach 130. He also gained abilities from 4 attributes, water, fire, wind, and time. Ao Guang and Gong Gong were associated with water, and Lin Luo's abilities were even stronger than those of the 2. Ao Run and Tian Wu were in charge of wind, and he had a stronger understanding of wind attributes. Lin Luo believed the first mover would likely be the 12 great ancestral witches, but there was no need to worry about the other top-level divine kings. He planned to enter the devouring world through the game cabin. Lin Luo wanted to find Nuwa and ask, who was using the 7-colored stone as a carrier. A place of light, without darkness. The god of light arrived and waited respectfully. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her hair golden, her skin radiating white light, and every part of her body adorned with tiny dots of light. The beautiful woman fluttered her eyelashes, opened her eyes, and saw the god of light. The god of light quickly said, Great Lord Light Creator, you finally awakened. The god of light creator replied indifferently, what do you want from me? If it's nothing important, you wouldn't have waited so long here. The god of light continued, to be honest, I have a life form that has advanced to the ultimate level, and I want to report it to you, your excellency. How kind of you to be so. We are merely beings cultivating the same element, and we don't have a deep connection. That creature is too powerful, and I can't defeat it, so I wanted to find you. I only just awakened, and I don't know much about the outside world. If what you say is true, I will definitely reward you after the task is accomplished, the God of Light Creator promised. Thank you, Your Excellency. The God of Light was overjoyed. The God of Light Creator before him was far more powerful than he was, and even the slightest favor he could bestow upon him was immensely beneficial. If the God of Light Creator could advance to the ultimate level, he would gain even greater benefits. Rather than letting someone else become the ultimate life, the God of Light would rather have the God of Light Creator become the ultimate life. Once a light creation God reaches the top level of God King, it's easy to learn about the real world. This person has actually found a path of evolution within the vast starry sky, a path that leads to ultimate life. Interesting. The Light Creator God was intrigued. She wasn't a being from the real world, but rather a creature from the devouring world. The devouring world could connect to other worlds, giving rise to 5 ultimate beings, inherently surpassing many realities. The Light Creator God was born in a place of eternal light, devoid of any darkness. From the moment of her birth, she comprehended the purest element of light. As a fellow possessor of the light element, the God of Light, King of Light, appeared turbid in the eyes of the Light Creator God. Born with a gift unattainable, the Light Creator God could never quite reach that final step. Back then, I wanted to devour Pangu, but Pangu grew so powerful so quickly that he reached the level of a Creator God. The Light Creator God was born at the same time as the 5 special beings, and her power couldn't reach that of a Creator God. She had secretly descended into the human era and observed Pangu. When the Light Creator God discovered Pangu's power, she immediately fled. Another opportunity presented itself, and she wasn't about to let it slip away. Meanwhile, in a place perpetually shrouded in darkness, the Dark God King conversed with the Black Source God. Compared to the Creator God of Light and the God King of Light, the two had a much better relationship. The Dark God King expressed his gratitude. If it hadn't been for your help back then, I wouldn't have been a match for the God King of Light, much less would I be alive today. I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. At first, the God King of Light was far more powerful than the Dark God King, overwhelming him. The Dark God King repeatedly attempted to reconcile with the God King of Light, willing to pay a huge price, and beg him not to kill him. At that time, the God King of Light was already a God King, while the Dark God King was merely a peak celestial god. The opportunity to dominate was something the God King of Light naturally couldn't let go. Thinking he was doomed, the Dark God King received a ray of darkness. This ray of darkness possessed elements more powerful than his own. Through it, the Dark God King successfully broke through to the rank of God King. In the angelic age, the God King of Light no longer dominated, but rather a struggle between light and darkness. Chapter 318. The Black Source God smiled and said, "Back then, I was just interested. I sensed a creature cultivating the dark element like me. Seeing you so weak, I felt a bit ashamed, so I gave you a touch of darkness. Fortunately, you were able to rise to the occasion." The Dark God King remained unfazed and flattered him, saying, "How can a grain of light compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? Compared to you, I am truly insignificant." The Black Source God said bluntly, "So many years have passed. It's time for you to repay me." The Dark God King hurriedly said, "I'm here to repay you. A creature in the real world has found the evolutionary path to ultimate life. If you can devour it, you might be able to advance even further." A creature has actually found the evolutionary path to ultimate life? This is a very difficult feat with so many creatures in the real world. It seems only 2 have ever done so. The Black Source God was skeptical. The Dark God King hurriedly said, "I know those 2 people. One is Pangu, the other is Hutu. Pangu is dead, slain by a special being that devours the world. The other, Hutu, has descended to Earth." The Black Source God rubbed his chin and asked, "Has she descended to Earth?" "That's not the point. The point is the person who has just realized the ultimate life." The Dark God King told the Black Source God everything he knew. The Black Source God said coldly, "You didn't lie to me. Life has never existed in the vast starry sky. Yet, this human has found a path to evolution within it. Even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you." The Dark God King said, "This human has obtained the path to evolution from the vast starry sky. He is very likely to be watched by Jun, the god of creation, the god of the underworld, the god of karma, the god of killing, the god of nirvana, the god of trick, and the god of origin." Black Source God said. The Dark God King was greatly shocked and said, "So the 5 mysterious top god kings of the devouring world are the god of killing, the god of nirvana, the god of trickery, the god of origin, and the god of karma. These 5 top god kings are quite mysterious. I don't know if they are dead or where they live. The Black Source god shook his head. The Dark God King said, whenever your excellency is ready to strike, Jun will likely strike first. The Black Source god shook his head and said, don't worry. The God King of Light and the God of Creation have always been in contact. The God of Creation may already know. Let him strike first. Ideally, he and that human race will both be defeated. That way, I will achieve the best possible victory. Of the 2 elements, light and darkness, only one can exist. The Dark God King said with admiration, Your Excellency has many things worth learning from. The Black Source God smiled with satisfaction. Since you are so eager to learn, my saving you back then was not in vain. A place filled with darkness. Zeus, accompanied by his brother Hades, cautiously searched deeper. Hades, is Hades truly here? Zeus sensed a chill. Hades confirmed, the further we go, the stronger the chill. Hades is likely just ahead. That's good. Zeus breathed a sigh of relief. Hades hesitated, my 3rd brother died at the hands of that human. We're safe in the devouring world. Do we really need to continue intervening in this matter? Zeus sighed, I understand what you mean. Back then, the 3 of us brothers worked together to kill our father and rule the entire land of the gods. Back then, our friendship was at its deepest. Peace in the land of the gods lasted too long, and our feelings grew weaker. Later, when we entered the devouring world, our feelings grew even more distant. After Poseidon's death, you felt nothing, fearing you'd be implicated. I'm the same way. Poseidon went to Earth without permission, and he deserved his death. What I want to tell you is the benefits. My life's evolution to God King has reached its limit, and further advancement is difficult. Your situation is known better than you, and evolving to God King is difficult. Helping Hades is equivalent to helping ourselves. He has become the ultimate life, and we can also benefit. Hades, and you cultivate from the same element, both the power of death. You may be the only one in the entire devouring world who can sense him. Hades said excitedly, brother, you're right. We rely on the strong to evolve to a higher level of life. As the 2 were talking, a sudden change occurred. Spikes of underworld fire rose, emitting a cold glow. Hades hurriedly said, Great Lord Hades, your disciple Hades greets you. Zeus replied, I am the Lord of the land of the gods, and I pay my respects to Hades. Bundles of dark flames, emitting a cold glow, merged together. A towering figure appeared before the 2. The dark flames burned fiercely, revealing only the outline of a human figure, its face indistinct. Hades, what brings you to me? The Hades voice emanated from 2 voices, a deep male voice and a charming female voice. The 2 voices blended together, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. Hades quickly explained his purpose, and thanked the god of hell for his cultivation. The 3 brothers commanded different elements. Zeus wielded the power of lightning, Poseidon the power of water, and he wielded the power of death. Zeus was the strongest of them all, and Hades possessed the strongest element. Zeus and Poseidon each acquired their own abilities. Only Hades gained his powers through other powerful beings. His source was the god of hell. In an accident, the god of hell dropped the hellfire into the land of the gods. Hades came to the devouring world, and once visited the god of hell. He called himself his disciple, and the god of hell showed no distaste, and was rather pleased. However, Hades hesitated to visit the god of hell more often, as he evoked a rather eerie aura. The god of hell spoke excitedly, you are telling the truth. A creature in the real world has found a path to evolution that leads to the ultimate form of life, and this path originates from the vast starry sky. I dare not deceive you, Hades said. I beg you not to. I know this, and I won't forget you after this. The god of hell vanished without further ado. Hades said, let's go. The deed is done. Yes. Zeus felt a surge of joy. Whether or not the god of hell rewarded him was secondary. What mattered was that he could kill Lin Luo. Zeus was deeply displeased that a former ant had grown stronger than he. The starlight converged, and a graceful woman appeared. The starlight could only form a rough outline, not her features. Nua's voice echoed from the starlight. Who is calling me? It's me, Lin Luo said. Are you the human from Earth? Nua exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, it's me. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, his scales no longer golden, but a dazzling blue. Nua was even more surprised and said, your evolutionary path has changed. It was originally the path of the ancestral dragon, but now it has become the path that leads to ultimate life. My evolutionary path has indeed changed. Lin Luo did not deny it. Chapter 319. Lin Luo concealed nothing from Nua, who had helped him, and shared her recent developments. Nua's presence here was largely due to Lin Luo. The Devouring World possesses starlight. Nua entered the Devouring World at the moment of her death, preventing a special being from killing her. So, that special being sealed Nua within the Devouring World's starry skies. Nua was fortunate not to die, but she could not live freely. Nua praised, "When I first met you, you had a serious problem. If you didn't resolve it, you would have struggled to survive, let alone fight against the entire Devouring World. At that time, I didn't share the details for fear of discouraging you." Lin Luo smiled bitterly. "Even if you didn't say it, I understand." The Rune God couldn't help but say, "Dragon God, the Supreme Heaven has been targeted by the Supreme Heaven, and he has even lowered his status to attack him." Nua nodded and said, "The Supreme Heaven likely saw your potential and took action to eliminate you prematurely, but you have found the path to ultimate life, while also bringing great danger to oneself. Many top-level God Kings in the Devouring World yearn to enter the ultimate life form, but are unable to do so. You possess two paths to that ultimate life form. One path belongs to my senior brother Pangu. You have devoured 4, and with 8 to go, you will be able to recreate my senior brother Panguli's ultimate evolutionary path. The other path is yours, and its future will be no less impressive than my senior brother's. Either path will be the envy of the top God Kings." Sadness lingered in Nua's voice as she mentioned Pangu. With the appearance of the 12 great ancestral witches, Nua was certain that Pangu was dead. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. "Of course I know that. I know an opponent is Di Jun, and there's also the Black Source God, the Light Creation God, and the Underworld God. I don't even know the names of the other 5 top God Kings." Nua continued, "I know the other 5 God Kings. The Trick God, the Killing God, the Karma God, the Nirvana God, and the Origin God. They're all very powerful, world-devouring top God Kings. I experienced the Karma God before. Have you ever faced the Karma God?" Lin Luo tried his best to obtain information about the top God Kings so he could deal with them. "The Karma God is very strange." Nua explained the Karma God's peculiarities, saying he wouldn't confront anyone head-on. The Karma God would demand a deal from others, and every favor came with a price. The Karma God also learned how to refine the 7 colored stones Nua used from the Karma God. The Karma God had provided Nua with much help, but it had come at a significant cost. Nua laughed and said, "The God of Karma gave me a lot of help while I was repairing the sky. He originally planned to kill me if I failed, but I almost succeeded, attracting a special being known as the left hand of the Devouring World. He frightened the God of Karma so much that he fled. With my last breath, I managed to escape into the Devouring World. That special being punished me and sealed me in the starry sky." Lin Luo asked, "Isn't the God of Karma a clown?" Nua replied, "In your earthly terms, he is indeed a clown." Lin Luo asked bluntly, "With my current strength, do I have a high chance of success against these top-tier God Kings?" "I don't know much about these top-tier God Kings, so I can't give you a definitive answer. It seems I need to become even stronger. The Devouring World is far more complex and powerful than I imagined. Your evolutionary path has many shortcomings and needs improvement," Nua offered. "For example?" Lin Luo asked modestly. Nua gave a general direction. Lin Luo transformed into a being from the vast starry sky. His abilities couldn't be one-sided. The vast starry sky contained various planets, as well as other celestial bodies, such as time wormholes, black holes, and white holes. For example, Pangu became the ultimate life form, possessing abilities beyond just force. Force is a complex combination of the 5 elements, time, space, wind, and so on. If Lin Luo oversimplifies ultimate life, his future evolution into the ultimate life form won't be very powerful. Nua said, "I can't help you with a specific evolutionary path. I can only give you a general outline." Lin Luo said, "What you said has been very helpful to me. Thank you very much." Nua smiled and said, "You're welcome. You're our last hope." Lin Luo chatted with Nua for a while longer, and Nua's body began to dissipate. "When I evolve to a higher level, I will liberate you from the Devouring World. You can do it. I believe you can do it." Nua encouraged Lin Luo and transformed into starlight until it vanished. As Lin Luo returned to the real world, he asked the Rune God, "How much do you know about the special being on the left hand?" The Rune God replied somewhat. "The special being on the left hand, combined with the right hand, should be stronger than my first generation. Unlike my first generation, the left hand allowed each of our special beings to move freely and share some of their memories. The other 4 special beings tried their best to eliminate those who emerged later, believing themselves to be unique and not allowing anyone to be like them." Lin Luo said, You mean the first-generation rune god is a good person? The rune god shook his head and said, Dragon god, we've been together for so long, there are some secrets I won't keep from you. The first-generation rune god didn't do this out of kindness to us, but rather out of ulterior motives. You should know that the rune god before me wanted to start a pig farming program upon arriving on Earth, and my first generation also started a pig farming program. The rune gods your Earth produced farmed you humans, while the first-generation rune gods farmed us. I don't know when the first-generation rune gods will begin to harvest and lay their scythes on our heads. It's impossible not to be afraid. There are things I won't tell you, but you should be able to guess. My main reason for staying with you is hope. Lin Luo said, Are you asking me to fight the first-generation rune god? That's right. The rune god said with an uneasy expression. Lin Luo smiled and said, There's nothing wrong with that. There's a saying in Yin country, there's no hatred without cause, nor is there love without cause. You're not helping me for any reason, and I think you're wrong. The rune god sensed friendship in Lin Luo. Devouring the world. Desolate land. Zhu Meng looked at the three ancestral shamans around him and said, Have you made your decision? We don't have much time. If other powerful, top-tier divine kings intervene, we won't have any chance. Xianming asked worriedly, Are you sure our fusion won't go awry, and that our consciousnesses will still exist? Chong Liang said, We saw what happened when Ao Guang devoured his three brothers. I don't want that to happen. You understand me. Zhu Meng said, Don't worry. I'm not Ao Guang. I wouldn't do anything to harm my brothers. Zhu Rong said angrily, You two are fussy. With the combined power of our three ancestral shamans, Zhu Meng's evil intentions will be unsuccessful. Carry out your plan with confidence. Chapter 320. Xianming pondered for a moment and said, We must act quickly. Zhu Rong said anxiously, Except for Zhu Meng, all three of us ancestral shamans must descend to Earth. Chong Liang said, Only the 12 ancestral shamans can access Panga's path of evolution. No one else can tamper with it. Now we descend to Earth. Zhu Meng produced the space stone and forcibly entered. The three ancestral shamans also descended to Earth one after another, and the images of their arrival immediately caused a sensation around the world. Broadcasting an urgent news report, a strange change has occurred in the devouring world. For powerful creatures have appeared one after another. According to expert analysis, these four powerful creatures are the four great ancestral shamans from Yin Nation mythology: Zhu Meng, a human with a bird's body; Zhu Rong, a human with a beast's head; Xianming, a bird with a human's face; and Chong Liang, a human with a tiger's head. These four powerful creatures vanished after entering Earth. According to expert research, the four ancestral shamans must have a grand conspiracy to destroy the entire Earth. Next, the experts will analyze various potential dangers. Cafe. Ho-Tu wore a black dress with hollowed-out details, revealing a patch of white at the chest. Her slender arms and swan-like neck showcased her feminine beauty. She wore a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender, snow-white legs and a pair of transparent high heels. Her voluptuous figure and stunning face made her a dazzling sight on the street. Lin Luo followed Ho-Tu to the cafe and naturally became the center of attention. Had Lin Luo not been there, Ho-Tu would have been approached. Lin Luo had fought the world-devouring gods several times, and everyone knew his true identity. No one dared to interrupt his date with Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu had been on Earth for a while, and loved it. She especially loved sexy clothes. The Lich Age's technology was much more advanced than Earth's, but there were some things it lacked. For example, coffee, desserts, and brightly colored clothing, all of which Ho-Tu relished. Ever since Lin Luo took her for coffee, she'd grown fond of the taste. After every shopping trip, she loved to go to a cafe for coffee. Lin Luo took a sip and found it a bit bitter. Is the coffee really good? Ho-Tu smiled and replied, Yes, it's delicious. This is my first time eating food on Earth, and it holds special meaning for me. The pretty waitress brought some cream cakes and ice cream, and Ho-Tu enjoyed the treats happily. Lin Luo, hearing the news, said, As expected, the four great ancestral shamans were the first to give up and descend upon Earth. I will eliminate these four. Ho-Tu asked, Do you need my help? Lin Luo shook his head, No. After devouring the two great ancestral shamans and the three dragon brothers, Lin Luo's level reached 132, becoming a mid-level god king. Just as he was about to stand, a sweet girl dressed in a JK outfit, revealing her slender legs, approached. The sweet JK girl pulled a stool over and sat down next to Lin Luo. Lin Luo frowned. Who are you? The sweet JK girl took an untouched piece of cake and took a few bites. You should have the answer in your mind. Lin Luo asked, Are you the god of karma? Ho Tu asked warily, What are you doing here? The god of karma smiled, I'm not planning anything. I just want to make a deal with you. Lin Luo asked, Is the deal you mentioned the one you made with Nuwa? The god of karma blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I was told you smelled like someone I know. So you had contact with Nuwa. Back then, we worked very well together, and we almost completed the deal, but that left envoy ruined it. Left envoy? That's the name of that special being. Lin Luo asked. The god of karma nodded and said, There are 5 powerful special beings in the devouring world. They correspond to 5 parts of your human body, the head, hands, legs, torso, and skin. The devouring world will form these 5 special beings, and they are related to Pangu. The hands are divided into the left envoy and the right envoy. They often disagree. Lin Luo asked, Did Pangu's creation of the human era indirectly influence the devouring world? The god of karma nodded and said, It's very likely. I don't know the exact reason, but these things are secondary. Let's talk about the next deal. Nuwa and I made a bad deal, but I still believe that every cause has its consequences. Nuwa received my help, and one day she have to repay me. She shamelessly said, Nuwa didn't die at the hands of the left envoy, largely because of me. Since Nuwa didn't complete the entire karmic relationship, I think she should be grateful to me when she sees me. Trading with me would be very beneficial. What you're doing now is very similar to Nuwa's. No, it's even more dangerous. Nuwa simply wants to seal the devouring world, preventing it from connecting to the real world. You're aiming to destroy the entire devouring world. In the future, you won't be fighting against half a powerful special being, but 5. Your karmic relationship with me can save your life in a critical moment. Ho Tu quickly said, This karma god has ill intentions. We can't trade with her. Lin Luo's thoughts mirrored Ho Tu's. What if I don't trade with you? The karma god took a few bites of cream cake, a satisfied expression on his face. I, the karma god, never force anyone to trade. If you don't want to trade, I naturally won't force you. Ho Tu asked suspiciously, Are you planning to use force? The karma god said, I never use force. If you refuse to trade, then forget it. I deal with the 4 great ancestral witches first. Lin Luo was afraid the 4 great ancestral witches might do something drastic, so he prepared to dispose of them beforehand. The karma god took a sip of coffee and said leisurely, You will make a karma trade with me. Your evolutionary path is imperfect, and you need help. I know where the person who can help you is, but no one else knows. Zhu Meng devoured Zhu Rong, Xian Ming, and Chang Liang, the 3 great ancestral witches, reaching level 140. Level 140 is no longer a mid-level god king, but a high-level god king. Zhu Meng thought that by devouring the other 3 ancestral witches, his entire body would become grotesque. Instead, Zhu Meng became more and more like a human, his animal features disappearing. Zhu Rong complained, Why is the fusion like this? All the other characteristics are gone. We tried so hard to deny that we're Pangu's creations and have no connection to humanity. Now, outsiders see we're related. All our efforts have been wasted. Xian Ming complained, Our witch clan is an independent and powerful race, and we shouldn't have any connection to other races. Chang Liang said, Don't be so resentful. I have a solution to this problem. What solution? The 3 ancestral witches asked with interest. Chang Liang smiled and said, Have you forgotten what you did to humanity during the Witchlich era? Chapter 321. Zhu Rong laughed loudly, Chang Liang, you're still smarter. If we destroy all of humanity, the human race will be gone, and our Wu clan will be unique. Xian Ming said, As a relatively early race, the human race has almost lost its high-end combat capabilities. 3 of the 5 most powerful human emperors are gone, and the remaining 2 are not even at the level of god kings. We have nothing to worry about. The only troublesome human right now is Lin Luo from Earth. If we defeat him, no human on Earth will be able to stop us from slaughtering us. Jumong said excitedly, The human named Lin Luo is not only a challenge for us, but also an opportunity. If we devour him, we can evolve into a creator god in the future. God kings are numerous in the devouring world, but they cannot compare to the creator god. Becoming a creator god means relative freedom in the devouring world. Zhu Rong said, The 4 of us merging is the best option. That way, we can all become creator gods together. Chang Liang reminisced, This reminds me of collaborating with Gongdong to exterminate all humans during the Lich Age. The most ridiculous thing was the human emperor of the Lich Age. He begged us for mercy, saying that the Wu and human races share the same origin. The human race has already expressed their surrender, hoping that the Wu race will spare them because of our shared origin. If any human emperor didn't say that the Wu and human races share the same origin, Gonggong might have spared him. He insisted on saying this, and Gonggong was so angry that he bit his head off, and the rest of the human race was slaughtered. Next, we will soon be slaughtering the human race. It's a pity Gonggong is gone, otherwise he would have been very experienced in this. Jumong sighed, Gonggong doesn't have this blessing. Once all of humanity is slaughtered, we will have to come and avenge him. Zhu Rong said, kill all these humans, and our Wu clan will be unique. We will become the creator gods in the future, and the Wu clan will be the most powerful race. You 4 great ancestors of the Wu clan didn't even spare your own kind, but your clan's honor is still very strong. With fewer than 10 of you dead, the Wu clan is almost extinct. Few of you can enjoy this honor. Lin Luo's voice was icy. Zhu Rong said furiously, do you, a mere human, have the right to dictate the affairs of our Wu clan? Lin Luo smiled, I'm going to dictate, but what can you do about it? You? Zhu Rong was so angry he was speechless. Zhu Mang's eyes were cold, and he said, as long as our 4 great ancestors of the Wu clan survive, our Wu clan will continue to exist. Okay. Lin Luo praised him highly, I've seen many shameless people, but few can compare to you 4 ancestors of the Wu clan. Chang Liang glanced behind Lin Luo, and saw no one else. He had a bad feeling and deliberately said disdainfully, you call us 4 despicable, but I don't think you're much better. Why didn't Huda come with you? Is it because she didn't want to be devoured by you? Lin Luo exposed Qiangliang's sinister intentions. You're worried that I devour Hutu and gain even greater power. Qiangliang, without a trace of shame, sneered, don't think you're so noble. You're not devouring Hutu now, because you're confident you're strong enough. When you're no longer strong enough and face death, you act even crazier than I do. Xianning said, when we, the 12 great ancestral witches, were born, we knew we had a path of evolution within us. We promised to live in peace, and never to initiate that path. Now we regret not initiating it sooner. If we had, we would have successfully fought against the devouring world, and there wouldn't be an ant like you. Zhu Rong agreed, without the connection to the devouring world, you're nothing more than a worthless ant. The 4 ancestral witches tried to use their words to smite Lin Luo, causing him to harbor a demon within. One day, when Lin Luo was unable to resist the devouring world, he would act even more insanely than they had. The rune god hurriedly said, Dragon God, don't listen to them. I sense something's amiss with them. Is it the presence of Supreme Heaven? Lin Luo thought of someone. Yes. The rune god suddenly realized, the first generation of rune gods sealed away many memories of Supreme Heaven, but I still know some things about him. Among them, Supreme Heaven can indirectly influence the thoughts of a living being, even directly controlling some weaker creatures. It seems the evil of the 4 ancestral witches stems from within, and Supreme Heaven has unleashed this evil, Lin Luo concluded. The rune god nodded and said, it's fair to say they're likely under the influence of Supreme Heaven, instilling evil in you. Supreme Heaven is truly the strongest being in the devouring world. I unknowingly come into contact with him again, Lin Luo said. Zhu Rong angrily said, you, a human, have no manners at all. Didn't you hear we were talking to you? Zhu Meng, sensing the slight, said with a grim expression, you think you can win for sure, and you simply ignored us. The 4 great ancestral shamans, combined, are several levels higher than you. Lin Luo laughed, we're enemies to begin with. Why should I be polite to you? Better cut the crap. I finish you off. I have a date. Damn it! Xianming was furious. The once clear, sunny sky turned to overcast clouds, and hail began to fall. After the 4 great ancestral witches merged, they transformed into a powerful new entity, indistinguishable from a grown man. This new entity inherited all the abilities of the 4 ancestral witches. Xianming, as the ancestral witch of ice, could use his power to change the color of the sky and earth, and hail began to fall from the sky. The hail converged on Lin Luo's body, attempting to freeze him. A moment later, Lin Luo was frozen by Xianming's power. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, and the ice instantly shattered, emitting a dazzling light. Let us all use our strongest powers to annihilate this human. Zhu Rong, Chang Liang, and Zhu Meng agreed, having witnessed Lin Luo's power. Zhu Rong was the ancestral witch of fire, possessing powerful fire abilities. His rank had reached the intermediate divine king, making him far more powerful than Ao Ming in the realm of fire. The 4 ancestral witches merged once again, and life evolved once more. The humans they transformed into used the element of fire even more powerfully than before. The sky turned into a sea of fire, blazing fiercely. What's going on? The sky is filled with hail, and a sea of fire. Is this the dragon god fighting someone else? The speed of the world devouring is truly rapid. Only a month has passed since the last battle, and another powerful god has descended. Unless the world devouring god is destroyed, Earth will never be at peace. Nations quickly dispatched drones to observe the battle between Lin Luo and the 4 ancestral witches. The fighting was so intense that drones could not observe the details of the battle. If drones got too close, they would be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Chapter 322. The Black Emperor anxiously asked, "Can you please watch the live broadcast properly? First it's ice, then fire. It's impossible to see properly." Yi Tian said arrogantly, "How could you possibly watch a battle between celestial gods? You're so arrogant, so great. It's just that you reached the rank of celestial god. Your spatial mastery has greatly improved, and your eyes can now see across vast distances." The Black Emperor raged helplessly. The devouring world connected to Earth, benefiting many people, including Yi Tian. Yi Tian actively slew the gods from the devouring world, rapidly advancing in rank. Except for Lin Luo, Yi Tian's rank had always been ahead, having recently broken through to the rank of celestial god. While Black Emperor had considerable talent, there was a significant gap between him and Yi Tian, who was only a mid-level true god. Recently, Yi Tian had frequently challenged Black Emperor to comparisons, infuriating him to the point of nearly gnashing his teeth. Yi Tian could see his idol fighting the 4 great ancestral witches, but he couldn't, which only made him even angrier. Yi Tian said proudly, "You don't have to say it directly. I know you're envious." Black Emperor enraged, taunted, "You always claim to be Earth's protagonist. Look at the dragon god now battling the mighty world-swallowing divine king, and you're not even worthy enough to watch from close range." "Nonsense!" Yi Tian replied calmly, "I said back then that I was the protagonist of heaven and earth, when it should have been the dragon god. Don't spread rumors here, or I sue you for defamation." Black Emperor grew even more enraged. "I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. You said something, and then you deny it. I deny it, and you bite me," Yi Tian shamelessly said. Ever since he knew he couldn't defeat Lin Luo, he chose to join even if he couldn't. Sometimes, the gap is so great that comparison only leads to frustration. At first, Yi Tian thought that with just a few levels behind, he could catch up with some effort. But when the gap grew to over a dozen levels, he gave up on treatment and simply couldn't catch up. Chang Liang was the ancestral shaman of thunder, and the combined power of the 4 could harness the power of lightning. Zeus mastered lightning, and was even more powerful than Chang Liang. The combined power of the 4 ancestral shamans surpassed Zeus in their lightning abilities. Boom! Bursts of lightning and thunder formed a thunder prison. Lin Luo was trapped in the thunder prison, and the 3 ancestral shamans each unleashed their greatest powers. Rain, fire, and wood transformation were all unleashed upon Lin Luo. Lin Luo used his powers, and all the strange phenomena of the heavens and earth were replaced by a starry sky. Star scales radiated a dazzling starlight, and he charged towards the combined power of the 4 ancestral shamans. The 4 great ancestral shamans merged into a man with exaggerated muscles. He threw a powerful punch, striking Lin Luo. Lin Luo, possessing Dijiang's power, was incredibly fast, his sharp dragon claws clawing at the burly man. The burly man's fist missed Lin Luo, and he dodged, but he couldn't escape the sharp dragon claws. The sharp claws grazed the burly man's skin, leaving 7 deep scratches and drawing a heavy stream of blood. The dragon god is so powerful. The 4 great ancestral shamans are no match for him. After our last battle, the dragon god is even more powerful, and I feel more secure. Perhaps the dragon god truly possesses immense power, capable of overthrowing the entire devouring world. The crowd cheered. Many countries and organizations sacrificed drones just to see the live broadcast. Dong Wangtai looked at Earth and angrily said, "These 4 great ancestor witches are useless. They came to Earth to give benefits to the human Lin Luo." Di Jun said with a grim expression, "The human Lin Luo is evolving too rapidly. Even the combined power of the 4 great ancestor witches would be crushed. He's a disaster." Dong Wangtai said, "Brother, you also think the 4 great ancestor witches are doomed to fail, giving benefits to the human?" Di Jun shook his head, "Not necessarily." Dong Wangtai said, "I've seen the 4 great ancestor witches working together, and they're no match for Lin Luo. There's no chance of a comeback. You overestimate Pangu." Di Jun explained, "The 12 great ancestor witches don't have any outstanding qualities. Aside from Di Jiang, who possesses the rather challenging abilities of space and speed. The others are average. But you can't ignore one thing: the 10 great ancestor witches. The fusion of the 2 great ancestral witches creates Pangu, and the union of the 4 great ancestral witches creates 1/3 Pangu. Dong Wangtai felt something was wrong and said, according to what Big Brother said, this human devoured the 4 ancestral witches. Doesn't that mean he can also use Pangu's power? Jun shook his head and said, only the 12 great ancestral witches can wield Pangu's power. Others can only gain Pangu's power if they devour all 12. Dong Wangtai said, so the 12 ancestral witches hold such a great secret. I only knew that devouring them could make you Pangu, but you had to be an ancestral witch to do that. If it weren't for the fear that the 12 ancestral witches would become desperate, someone would have taken action against them long ago. There would have been no need to wait until now. Their current power seems to be Pangu's, many times more powerful than before. Really? The brothers Jun and Dong Wangtai quickly looked towards Earth. Land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddhas had dispersed, and the chanting had ceased. The Tathagata sat in the main hall, flanked by 2 Buddhas, Maitreya, the future Buddha, and Dipankara, the past Buddha. Both Buddhas were among the most powerful in the land of 10,000 Buddhas, reaching the peak of celestial deities. Burning Lamp Buddha said, Tathagata, you are in me, and I am in you. To make the world-devouring powers relax their vigilance against you, you forcibly weakened your own strength, transforming from 1 powerful individual into 3. Maitreya Buddha continued, you've been at the peak of the Divine King for some time. Now, the opportunity to ascend to the creation God has presented itself, but you're not prepared to take action. You're hiding your strength to find a better opportunity, not to hide it forever. Tathagata nodded and said, I understand that principle. Killing a human is easy, but other powerful beings won't make it easy for me to become a divine king. Maitreya Buddha said, that's a problem. Tathagata closed his eyes and said, if I move, many will follow. Killing humans is no simple matter if I want to devour them. Burning Lamp Buddha said, we are your clones, created by you. We are not as wise as you. You decide for yourself. Maitreya Buddha, bulging with a large belly, said, you will determine who will win. Tathagata didn't answer either of them, but the answer was obvious. While he needed to disguise himself in front of others, Tathagata didn't need to in front of his 2 clones. The burly man's body was covered in wounds, many of them horrifying, and blood flowed from his wounds. Lin Luo, however, was unscathed. The blue dragon claws were the combined blood of the 4 great ancestral shamans. Zhu Rong shouted anxiously, we can't go on, or we're doomed. Jumong said, my opinion is to use Pangu's power. Only by using Pangu's power can we have a chance of victory. Xianming said, as much as I hate to use Pangu's power, I have no choice now. Chong Liang said, as long as we can achieve victory, it doesn't matter whose power we use. How we describe our victory is up to us. Chapter 323. Zhu Rong agreed, Chong Liang is right. We won. The rest of the story is up to us. Jumong shamelessly said, we didn't beg Pangu to become us, Pangu wanted to become us. It's only natural for us to use his power. Go ahead, use Pangu's power. The 4 great ancestral shamans agreed. The 4 elemental powers of ice, thunder, fire, and wood vanished in the blink of an eye. Heaven and earth corresponded to white and black, white for heaven and black for earth. A burly man stood in the center, his presence unmatched. He emanated a terrifying aura, far surpassing the power he had previously demonstrated. A gigantic, imposing figure appeared behind him. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this Pangu's power? Zhu Rong said, boy, you're quite discerning. You saw at a glance that we were wielding Pangu's power. You wouldn't think we were just that superficial. Jumong scoffed, aren't you envious of being able to wield Pangu's power? I can tell you, it's exclusive to our 4 great ancestral witches. You devoured them, but you can't gain this power. Chong Liang said, besides Zhu Meng, each of our 3 great ancestral witches devoured an ancestral witch. We didn't use Pangu's power before, so we couldn't use it. Now we can. Xianming said grimly, if you have any last words, say them now. You won't have the chance later. You think you're sure to win before the battle even begins. You don't think highly of yourselves. Lin Luo said. You know soon. Pangu rushed towards Lin Luo, swinging his fist with terrifying force. Lin Luo had a bad feeling and quickly dodged. Do you think you can dodge it? Pangu swung his fist with all his might, and the entire space trembled violently. The fist shone with a blinding cold light, emitting a terrifying chill that quickly froze everything around it. Lin Luo was unable to escape and was frozen within. The 4 great ancestral shamans had harnessed the power of Pangu, increasing their own elemental power. Go to hell. Pangu didn't hesitate, intending to kill Lin Luo with a single blow. Stars streamed from Lin Luo's mouth, and as Pangu approached, he spewed a flood of flames. The ice quickly melted, and the flames rushed wildly towards Pangu. Pangu didn't retreat, and struck with all his might. The sound of bones snapping suddenly echoed, and Lin Luo was sent flying. Pangu was burned by the star flames and retreated. A large dent appeared on Lin Luo's body. Pangu's power was terrifying. The rune god said, "Now I finally know why Pangu, after his death, became one of the 12 great ancestral witches." Each of the 12 ancestral witches possessed a different attribute. It turns out his path to power evolution wasn't simply brute force, but rather the power of various attributes. Lin Luo said excitedly, "Indeed, it's powerful. It looks like this will be a fierce battle." Zhu Rong smiled, "Your star flames are impressive, but they're still far from enough to injure me. Your body is too weak. We punched you in the face, leaving a large dent. This time we're only testing the waters of Pangu's power. Next time, we go all out. Are you ready? I think it would be best if you surrendered without resistance. That way, we'd be merciful and give you time to leave your last words." The 4 great ancestral witches finally managed to subdue Lin Luo, and began to taunt him furiously. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength either. Lin Luo radiated a dazzling starlight. Half of the black and white sky was filled with stars. Pangu charged at Lin Luo, unwilling to let him use his power. Lin Luo's powerful abilities were too much for Pangu to stop. Combining the powers of the 4 great ancestral witches, Pangu's strength was terrifying, and he engaged Lin Luo in a fierce battle. For a moment, the two were unable to determine the winner. Maitreya Buddha explained in surprise, "I originally thought this human's evolutionary path would be much weaker than Pangu's, but I didn't expect it to rival him." Rendang Ancient Buddha said, "Pangu's power is imperfect, and so is Lin Luo. He has much room for improvement." Maitreya Buddha hesitated. Humanity is only on the evolutionary path to becoming a creator god. To reach that level, there are still many more evolutionary steps to complete. If we devour this human now, we have to do all of this on their behalf, which will become very troublesome. Tathagata opened his eyes and said, "Someone is losing patience and preparing to strike early." Maitreya Buddha asked, "Who is it?" Tathagata said, "The Black Source God has taken action." Rendang Ancient Buddha said disapprovingly, "This guy is always impatient." Maitreya Buddha said, "This guy is very despicable. He won't confront Lin Luo directly, but will resort to threats." Tathagata said, "This human has always protected Earth. He claims that destroying Earth is okay, but in reality, every action he takes is for the people of Earth. The Black Source God will offer him an offer he may not be able to refuse. I'm looking forward to seeing how he does it." Tathagata closed his eyes again. If Lin Luo wants to become his stepping stone, he still needs to pass various tests. Tathagata waited for the 2 clones' suggestion to strike early. He didn't want to win by crushing them by level, but rather by a fair fight. Tathagata had immense confidence in himself, believing that even someone of the same level could defeat Lin Luo. Each punch from Pangu carried the power of his attributes. The 4 ancestral witches' elemental power was over 10 times weaker than Pangu's. Previously, they had been unable to harm Lin Luo, and Lin Luo hadn't dodged. Now, with the power they unleashed, Lin Luo had no choice but to dodge. Zhu Rong furiously demanded, "All you can do is dodge? You don't even have the courage to fight head-on." Lin Luo nonchalantly replied, "You don't think I'm stupid. If you attack me, should I fight you here?" Zhu Meng said, "We're using Pangu's power, which is extremely depleting. If we keep going, we'd be the ones to die." Xian Ming agreed, "We're evenly matched now. The further we go, the greater our disadvantage will be as we lose power." Chong Liang said, "You mean we must fight these humans to the death? If we keep going, we'd be the losers." Zhu Rong said, "Then let's use our full might to annihilate these humans. Stop wasting time. Use elemental transformation." Zhu Meng controlled Pangu's body, and black and white filled the earth. White represented the sky, black the ground. Pangu stood in the center, and heaven and earth trembled as they channeled their power. The god of creation suddenly opened his eyes, and said, "Someone is trying to use the power of the god of creation." She looked up at the sky and saw it was Pangu. Unpleasant memories flooded her mind. The god of creation had discovered Pangu in advance, and wanted to devour him before he could become powerful. But Pangu's power frightened her, and she fled in terror. Chapter 324. The god of light saw Pangu again, filled with fear. "No, I was watching Earth from the devouring world. While I couldn't specifically sense someone's power, I had a rough idea, The Pangu before me was far weaker than that Pangu. The god of light quickly realized something was amiss. She summoned the god of light and inquired about the details. Interesting, interesting. Pangu versus the most powerful human of this era. The god of light laughed. The god of light said, "What a pity. The combined power of the 4 great ancestral witches is the power of 7. If it had been 10, this human would have been doomed." The god of light shook his head and said, "This result is already excellent. While human power is certainly formidable, the return of Pangu is no good either. So powerful. Is this Pangu's power?" The god of light looked toward Earth. By this time, Pangu had transformed into the 7 elements: fire, ice, thunder, wood, poison, lightning, and gold. With each element he employed, a powerful ancient giant emerged from behind Pangu. Fire is red, and the ancient giants that emerged were red. Thunder corresponds to the blue ancient giant, poison to the cyan ancient giant, and gold to the golden ancient giant. Each giant possesses terrifying power, enough to destroy heaven and earth. Dong Wang Tai's pupils constricted wildly. The body of Pangu, composed of the 7 ancestral shamans, possesses such terrifying power. The combined power of 12 ancestral shamans. How terrifying is that? Di Jun's face was solemn, and he said, "Pangu is worthy of being the god of creation. Some of his power is enough to crush other creatures." Dong Wang Tai wanted to ask Di Jun if he could stop the 7 ancestral shamans from combining their forces. He held back, fearing Di Jun's anger. Di Jun believed he could withstand it, though there was a high chance he would be injured. He silently muttered to himself, "Unless you evolve to the creator god, life is still flawed. A peak god king cannot compare to a true creator god." Di Jun was determined to evolve to the creator god even faster, believing the gap between a peak god king and a creator god was irreparable. If the ultimate life form is a god, then a peak god king is still just an ordinary creature. The land of 10,000 Buddhas. Maitreya Buddha exclaimed in surprise, "This human is growing powerful so quickly. The 4 great ancestral witches would have to combine their utmost strength to kill this human." Rendang ancient Buddha nodded and said, "The 4 great ancestral witches combined to form Pangu. Pangu's evolutionary path is powerful. Even the 4 great ancestral witches, when unleashed, might not even be 1/10 of Pangu's, yet they are so terrifying." Maitreya Buddha said, "The most terrifying thing is this human. His evolutionary path has the potential to lead to the ultimate life form. We only believe it's possible, but now we can be 100% certain of it." Rendang ancient Buddha advised Tathagata, "Human. The rate of evolution is too rapid. I know you want to defeat this human at the same level and achieve greater glory. Given the rate of human evolution, accidents are likely to occur." Maitreya Buddha agreed. "A steady victory is best." Tathagata, lacking his usual Buddha-like aura, smiled proudly. "Don't worry too much. You all know how powerful I am. Just because the human evolutionary path leads to ultimate life doesn't mean my evolutionary path doesn't lead to that ultimate life either. Alright, I'm your clone. Some things are fine, but you're the one making the final decision." Maitreya Buddha and Burning Lamp Buddha said helplessly. "Go to hell," the 4 great witch ancestors said in unison. Zhu Meng, second only to Emperor Jian among the 12 great witches, was the most powerful of the 4. He took the lead, the wood Pangu charging towards Lin Luo. He swung his massive fist, rapidly splitting into hundreds of millions of pieces, which densely attacked Lin Luo. A protective shield formed around Lin Luo, emitting starlight and dazzling. Countless fists landed on it, making a loud noise. The wood element grew within Lin Luo, attempting to turn him to wood. Dazzling starlight emanated from Lin Luo's body, preventing the wood element from invading. "My turn." The voice of Du Rong echoed within Pangu. The fire Pangu rushed towards Lin Luo, a terrifying flame blazing around him, transforming the entire earth into a furnace. Under the added power of Pangu, Zhu Rong's fire elemental strength far surpassed Ao Ming's. Pangu struck out with a fist, accompanied by endless infernal flames. Lin Luo's body shone with starlight, resisting the powerful blow. Next came Pangu of thunder, Pangu of poison, Pangu of ice. Each powerful attack was accompanied by terrifying elemental power. "Is he dead?" Zhu Rong panted. Using Pangu's power was already overdrawing their own strength, and now they were severely overdrawn. Lin Luo still hadn't died, with numerous wounds on his body, and blood was constantly flowing from them. The star scales lost their luster and turned pitch black. But starlight continued to fall from the sky, converging on Lin Luo's body. His body was rapidly recovering, and as long as he wasn't completely dead, he would be fine. He's not even dead yet. What kind of monster? His evolutionary path could lead to the ultimate god, but many areas are still imperfect. Zhu Rong said in horror. There's another Pangu of Thunder. Chong Liang used his own attributes to control Pangu of Thunder and attack Lin Luo. A prison of thunder formed around Pangu of Thunder, and the thunder contained a violent force. The slightest touch would reduce it to ash with its violent power. Qian Liang took the initiative and said, Pangu of Thunder's power alone is limited. I can't kill this human. Help me and increase Pangu of Thunder's power. Yes. Jumong warned the two ancestor witches, don't think of any escape route. If Pangu of Thunder fails to kill this human, we will all die here. Xianming said, life and death depend on this one strike. Pangu of Thunder unleashed terrifying lightning from both hands, and the lightning converged in the middle, emitting a terrifying thunderous sound. Desperate, Lin Luo no longer held back, and immediately transformed into an element. He planned to withstand all the attacks and counterattack to kill the four great ancestral witches. Lin Luo had underestimated the four great ancestral witches. The power they unleashed far exceeded his expectations. The lightning gathered in Pangu of Thunder's hands transformed into a terrifying shockwave, charging towards Lin Luo. The shockwave contained a violent force, rumbling with a continuous roar. Lin Luo's body was already gathering starlight, emitting an even greater power. The star dragon also transformed into a beam of blue light, colliding with the shockwave. The collision erupted with an even more dazzling radiance, temporarily blinding even the God King. The dragon god will win. I believe he will win this battle again. Everyone hoped for Lin Luo's victory. Dead? Dead? Zhu Rong repeated this several times, hoping Lin Luo would die. The other three ancestral witches remained silent, their hearts filled with hope for Lin Luo's death. Even after using Pangu's power, they were unable to kill Lin Luo. This was truly terrifying. Lin Luo's power deeply frightened the four ancestral witches, as if he were invincible. A giant dragon, seemingly engulfed in blue flames, burst forth from the shockwave. Chapter 325. The dragon god is so powerful. I knew he wouldn't be easily defeated. What can the combined might of the four ancestral witches do? The dragon god is still the strongest. The most powerful in the human era was Pangu, and the most powerful in our Earth era was the dragon god. In a duel, the dragon god is no less powerful than Pangu. The crowd cheered. Zhu Rong panicked. What kind of monster is this human? We used our full might, yet we still haven't been able to kill him. Chong Liang comforted the crowd. Lin Luo has emerged from the shockwave, and is likely exhausted. If I continue to control Pangu, I'd probably be able to kill him. Jumong's expression grimaced. It's quite possible. Pangu of Thunder confronted Lin Luo, and threw a punch. Lin Luo withstood the blow, and extended his dragon claws to claw at his neck. His neck was severed, leaving Pangu of Thunder powerless to fight back. Lin Luo emanated an even brighter starlight, annihilating Pangu of Thunder. It's over, it's over. Zhu Rong said grimly. Jumong said, let's use our strongest attack. Chong Liang hesitated. If we use our strongest attack, we might win the battle but still die. Xianming said, if we don't use our strongest attack, we won't be able to return to the devouring world, and we just be decorations. Zhu Rong said decisively, let's do it. We have no choice. This time, they chose to burn their bloodline, burning Pangu's blood. The 12 great ancestor witches were transformed from Pangu, and their blood is 50% Pangu blood. The higher the content of Pangu blood in their bodies, the greater their strength. The 4 great ancestor witches chose to burn Pangu's bloodline, which would unleash even greater power. After their bloodlines burned, they could not recover. This was a permanent, irreparable wound. Even if they later succeeded in uniting into one, they would still be much weaker than the real Pangu. They would never use it unless absolutely necessary. Before, Gonggong and Zhu Jiuyin didn't want to use it, but their bloodlines were insufficient. Now that the 4 ancestral shamans have merged into one, their bloodlines are sufficient. The 4 ancestral shamans wanted to use Pangu's power, so how could Lin Luo give them another chance? Lin Luo broke through Pangu's defenses, his blue dragon claws piercing his skin, spurting blood. He grabbed Pangu's heart and devoured it whole. Pangu's heart held immense power, and he would gain immense benefits from devouring it. After consuming Pangu's heart, Lin Luo's injuries healed rapidly. The 4 ancestral shamans quickly separated, attempting to flee. Since Zhu Mang was the most powerful, the heart was Pangu's. Lin Luo dug out Pangu's heart, which was equivalent to his own. The other 3 ancestral witches were also wounded, but none as severely as Lin Luo's. You 3 can't abandon me, Zhu Mang shouted. Zhu Rong, Chong Liang, and Xianming, the 3 ancestral witches, were filled with fear and could only flee. Lin Luo exhaled star flames, swallowing Zhu Meng in one gulp. Next came Zhu Rong, Chang Liang, and Xian Ming. None of these three ancestral witches could escape Lin Luo's grasp. Zhu Rong tried to return to the devouring world, but was captured and devoured by Lin Luo. Chang Liang tried to hide underground, but he couldn't escape Lin Luo's pursuit. Xian Ming, even more foolish than the two ancestral witches, thought of fleeing to the outer sky. Lin Luo's evolutionary path was derived from the vast starry sky. His flight to outer space would be tantamount to seeking death. The four great ancestral witches perished, and the battle concluded. Devouring the world. Dong Wangtai said, I underestimated the four great ancestral witches. Their combined power was terrifying. Lin Luo was about to kill them, yet they managed to strike back, using Pangu's power. Di Jun's expression turned grim. Humans are even more powerful. I truly underestimated them. I told you not to descend to Earth for a reason. Dong Wangtai said thankfully, you're right, brother. If I descend to Earth, I most likely be the one to die. What are your plans next? Di Jun retreated. The devouring world is home to many powerful gods. We just saw the Black Source God take action. It's best for us to hold off for now. Dong Wangtai agreed, this human is far too powerful. The combined efforts of the four great ancestral witches failed to kill Lin Luo, forcing the two brothers to proceed with caution. Without a guaranteed victory, the two brothers decided not to attack. Land of 10,000 Buddhas. Maitreya Buddha lamented, the four ancestral shamans are not on the same page and underestimate Lin Luo. If they had just started burning their own Pangu bloodline, they would likely have won the final victory. Rendang Ancient Buddha shook his head. No one else would have been able to burn Pangu's bloodline and forcibly summon him. The side effects of using this ability would greatly weaken their own strength, and no one would have made such a choice. Maitreya Buddha posed a new question. If the four ancestral shamans used their bloodlines to summon the true Pangu, would they have a 100% chance of victory? Rendang Ancient Buddha hesitated. That is hard to say right now. Tathagata said, it's very likely this human will win, but the outcome won't be good. He'd likely be near death, and will need a long time to recover. Maitreya Buddha exclaimed in surprise, this human has become so powerful. Rendang Buddha said, if Tathagata doesn't choose to take action, then we will wait for the Black Source God to make his move. The two Buddhas took their respective seats, and one Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat after another entered the land of 10,000 Buddhas. All the seats were filled, except for one person. The tiger subduing Arhat angrily declared, Guanyin is born with a rebellious nature. The Buddha shouldn't have shown mercy before. Now that she sees the strength of humanity, she's simply chosen to defect. She's disrespectful to the Buddha and has defected from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. If we don't kill Guanyin, outsiders will look down on us. In our land of 10,000 Buddhas, all the Buddhas who have attained Buddhahood are men, with Guanyin being the only woman. Apparently, there's a reason why women aren't suited to Buddhahood. My opinion is that Guanyin should have been disposed of long ago. Some of you have always objected, but now it seems my suggestion was correct. The Buddhas expressed their dissatisfaction with Guanyin. Alright, continued chanting. Tathagata didn't care much for Guanyin. Many of Guanyin's trips to Earth were at his behest. Guanyin performed well, helping Lin Luo grow further. Later, when Guanyin's pretense became real, Tathagata turned a blind eye. He only cared about becoming the ultimate life, and nothing else mattered to him. Guanyin betrayed him, and he killed Lin Luo. Guanyin will be punished next. The sound of chanting rang out, and Tathagata closed his eyes. Lin Luo returned to the cafe, and Ho Tu sat waiting. Seeing Lin Luo approach, she immediately smiled and greeted him. Ho Tu said happily, thank you for helping me kill the four great ancestral witches. My brother's revenge is avenged, and my worries are gone. Lin Luo said, I suppose this is what I should do. Ho Tu blushed and said, our relationship isn't that quick. Lin Luo smiled and explained, what I meant was that the four great ancestral witches were trying to kill me. I couldn't just sit there and let them kill me. Chapter 326. Yes. Ho Tu nodded heavily. Anyway, I have to thank you very much. The god of karma said disapprovingly, when you're showing off your affection, can you please check if there's anyone around? Your behavior makes people uncomfortable. Lin Luo smiled, I thought you were gone. He turned to Ho Tu, did this guy do anything bad to you? The god of karma said disapprovingly, did you listen carefully to what I said earlier? I'm the god of karma. I don't act rashly, I only enforce karma. Ho Tu smiled, she didn't do anything to me. Lin Luo sat back down and sipped the steaming coffee he had just been served. Coffee is sweet, and sweet foods can make people happy. Lin Luo didn't understand some people's unique tastes. The idea that bitter coffee is better than sweet coffee is nonsense. Unless someone has a taste quirk, sweet coffee is always better than sweet coffee. The god of karma took a few bites of the cream cake and said, I've been to many eras. Your Earth era is relatively weak, but it still has good things, like this cream cake, which is delicious. You can eat it here every day, and no one will stop you. Lin Luo said. After finishing the cream cake, the god of karma said, no matter how delicious the food is, it still has to be done. Lin Luo asked, you've been to so many eras, aren't you afraid that a powerful being from another era will attack you? The god of karma replied, my way of doing things is based on karma. Having experienced so many eras, my life is also full of karma. All worlds are governed by laws, and the law of the jungle always comes first. This is the first iron law. There are many other laws, such as sunrise and sunset, and water being the origin of life. My karma is also a law. If they kill me, they will definitely be in big trouble. Lin Luo deliberately said, then your last deal with Nuwa was ruined by Zwisher. Why didn't you fight him to the death? According to you, he shouldn't have dared to harm you. That damn Zwisher. He's very clever and knows my rules. The god of karma sighed, he targeted Nuwa. Although Nuwa and I have a karmic relationship, he and Nuwa don't. Even if he killed Nuwa, I couldn't seek revenge on her, only on her. Lin Luo said, it seems you're a bully. The god of karma blushed. What do you mean by bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Zwisher found my weakness. She realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth. The god of karma complained, you're trying to find loopholes in my rules. I advise you to give up. The Nuwa incident was just an accident. Everyone's exchanged items are different. Your evolutionary path requires someone you find, but others won't. Let me give you a simple example. The god of karma looked at Ho-Tu and said, Ho-Tu is the ancestral witch. You have also discovered the path of reincarnation evolution, a power beyond life and death. 11 of the 12 ancestral witches have been devoured by you. So she wants the Panga path of evolution and wants to devour you. You're too powerful, and that path won't work. So, only one path remains. Ho-Tu, do you want to know how to truly lead the path of reincarnation to the ultimate life, allowing you to gain immense power? Lin Luo is very powerful, but have you ever considered that the devouring world is filled with powerful beings? His power alone is no match for the powerful beings of the devouring world. Lin Luo smacked the god of karma hard on the head. You have bad intentions. Not only did you seduce me, but you also tried to seduce the girl next to me. That hurts. The god of karma raged. You hid me, you've been tainted by karma, you're doomed. Lin Luo smiled. Then I be tainted by karma a few more times. He pretended to strike, frightening the god of karma so much that his body trembled. The god of karma, too frightened to look, quickly covered his head. Lin Luo smiled. It seems your karma is also personal. The law of the jungle applies to you, too. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. You don't seem to have any intention of trading with me. The god of karma, fearing another blow from Lin Luo, walked 3 meters away and sat down again. She ordered the waiter to bring plenty of desserts and coffee, filling the entire table. The god of karma began to eat with abandon, his mouth full. Without the third wheel of the god of karma, Lin Luo was delighted to communicate with Ho-Tu. He made Ho-Tu laugh several times, and the two continued shopping. When they left, the god of karma was still eating. The god of karma claimed to be the incarnation of karma, but it sounded too metaphysical, and Lin Luo didn't fully believe it. However, the god of karma showed no hostility towards him, and he didn't want to antagonize him. Lin Luo played with Ho-Tu for a while longer, then prepared to return to the secret villa. Having too many female confidants around him wasn't a good thing. After all, Lin Luo was alone, and couldn't possibly be with everyone. As soon as they returned to the villa, Su Qing rushed over eagerly. Lin Luo took the opportunity to embrace Su Qing's plump buttocks, and pulled her into a hug. Do you miss me? Su Qing's slender arms grasped Lin Luo's neck. I think of you every day, Lin Luo said. You're lying. Su Qing feigned anger, then a smile crossed her face. As long as you think of me for just 1 minute out of the 24 hours in a day, I'd be happy. Lin Luo said seriously, 1 minute is too little. I need to think of you 40 minutes a day. Brother Lin, you changed. You started to know how to coax a woman. Su Qing knew Lin Luo was lying, but she still loved him. Her love for Lin Luo was wholehearted, without a trace of impurities. Seeing Su Qing treat him so well, Lin Luo felt a pang of guilt. Damn that ancestral dragon bloodline. Lin Luo firmly believed that if it weren't for the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body, he would have been a devoted person. Ancestral dragon single-handedly created an entire race, with wives and mistresses totaling at least hundreds of millions, and countless descendants. Compared to ancestral dragon, he was truly too devoted. It's a fact that the ancestral dragon had countless children, but Lin Luo didn't have any. It's not that Lin Luo doesn't have the ability to have children, but the current situation isn't suitable. The devouring world god could descend at any moment, and the danger hasn't passed. When Lin Luo resists the devouring world, there's still time for him to have children. At that moment, Cheng Xuexin, Yi Weiwei, and Li Yanyan heard the commotion and emerged from the villa. The three of them were immediately delighted to see Lin Luo. Yi Weiwei feigned anger, saying, "You playboy, you still remember to go home." "Sister Weiwei." Lin Luo rushed to Yi Weiwei and picked her up. Su Qing, Cheng Xuexin, and Li Yanyan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. "Master!" The succubus, with a massive breast, staggered over. The moon goddess had blonde hair and blue eyes, radiating a divine aura. She said nothing, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. Chapter 327. Yi Weiwei angrily said, "You didn't mean to embarrass me in front of others." Lin Luo said aggrievedly, "Look at what you're saying. I was just so happy to see you that I couldn't control my emotions and picked you up. You're trying to take advantage of me. Since Sister Weiwei doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Let's go back to the room and talk it out. You're deliberately trying to embarrass me, but I'm not afraid of you. Then I really want the room." "No." Lin Luo carried Yi Weiwei into the room, but Yi Weiwei backed off. Seeing Yi Weiwei begging for mercy, he couldn't go too far. A joke is a joke, but going too far is bad. As Lin Luo passed by the courtyard, the bamboo forest had regrown, lush and green. Guanyin loved being in the bamboo forest. It grew especially lush when she was around. Since Guanyin returned to the devouring world, the bamboo forest had gradually withered. Even though Lin Luo used various methods, he couldn't revive it. The bamboo forest had withered and regenerated, likely because its owner had returned. When Lin Luo arrived at the bamboo forest, a stunning woman in white was already waiting. Teaware lay on the table, and hot tea was already placed at Lin Luo's usual seat. The hot tea continued to emit steam, rich in aroma. Familiar tea, familiar people, how wonderful. Lin Luo sat at his seat as usual, took a sip of the hot tea. The hot tea had a sweet aftertaste and a fragrant aroma. Lin Luo smiled and said, "Since returning to the devouring world, the Bodhisattva's tea-making skills have improved." Guanyin said, "No wonder Yi Weiwei said you become more and more adept at sweet talk. If that's true, during my time in the devouring world, I've been chanting sutras and doing nothing else. My tea-making skills are only getting worse. How could they possibly improve?" Lin Luo said shamelessly, "I only tell the truth, never lies. Sometimes a short break isn't a sign of regression, but rather a sign of progress." Guanyin prepared another cup of hot red bean milk tea for Lin Luo. The weather was cold, and a hot drink was quite comforting. She handed the tea to Lin Luo and said with a smile, "If I didn't know you well enough, I almost believe your lies." Lin Luo took a sip and asked, "Bodhisattva, what happened in the land of 10,000 Buddhas that forced you to come to Earth?" Guanyin replied, "I helped you too much, exceeding Tathagata's instructions. This has incurred the Buddha's displeasure. Before Tathagata attacks you, he'd likely kill me. Would Tathagata be so cruel? Yes, Tathagata's true level is at the peak of the Divine King. He must have devoured many powerful creatures, otherwise he wouldn't be so powerful. Tathagata appears compassionate, but in reality, he's more ruthless than anyone else. I've been around him for so long, yet I still don't understand him well enough." Lin Luo nodded and said, "Your analysis is correct. It's not easy for someone to reach the peak God King level through world devouring." Guanyin said, "Tathagata didn't attack you. He probably felt you weren't strong enough." "I'm not strong enough yet." Lin Luo was surprised and said, "I found my evolutionary path within the vast starry sky. The ultimate evolution leads to the ultimate life form. If the Buddha Tathagata is confident that he can defeat me by a level, then his ultimate evolutionary form will also lead to the Creator God." Guanyin nodded and said, "Tathagata is incredibly secretive. I've been around him for so long, and most of the important things I know are guesses." Lin Luo thought of a possibility. Tathagata appears to be indifferent to worldly affairs, but in reality, he's more ambitious than anyone else. Is it possible he's waiting for me to become stronger, hoping to fight me on the same level? "That's very likely," said Guanyin. Lin Luo said, "I don't need to worry about the others. Tathagata is the one I'm most worried about. Indeed, You should be more careful of Tathagata, agreed Guanyin. Lin Luo told Guanyin about his encounter with the god of karma. Guanyin frowned and said, I don't know much about the god of karma. I only know she made a deal with Tathagata. Lin Luo was slightly surprised. The god of karma is truly a troublemaker. She's everywhere, even Tathagata made a deal with her. Guanyin joked, the god of karma is a typical example of a strong person. Buddha, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like the god of karma isn't such a dirty trick. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, the god of karma sneezed forcefully. Her table was overflowing with desserts, coffee, and drinks. The waiter was still holding a large stack, unable to fit in any more, so they had to temporarily place them on another table. Lin Luo must be scolding me. The god of karma was furious, but seeing the table full of desserts made her mood brighter. I'm going to eat you out of money, leaving you destitute. The god of karma began to eat voraciously, quickly devouring the food on the table. As Lin Luo left, she held the god of karma responsible for all her misdeeds. The god of karma looked harmless, but she couldn't ignore the fact that she was a divine king. If the god of karma went berserk, it would be an unstoppable disaster for ordinary people. Guanyin frowned slightly, saying, this situation is difficult to decide. If you don't trade with her, even with your current strength, even if you evolve several levels, you might still not be a match for Tathagata. Lin Luo said, don't worry. I just devoured the 4 great ancestor witches, Gonggong, Jiangliang, Xianming, and Jumong. I need to digest them. Relax for a while, then consider what to do next. The results will be better. I think so. Guanyin stopped making tea, stood up from her seat, and picked up the milk tea on the table. Let's talk. Now you have some fun with me. Fun? Bodhisattva, aren't you planning to stay home? Guanyin feigned anger and said, you see me making tea for you every day in the secret villa, and you think of me as your military advisor instead of your sister. As a sister, I love to play too. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. Okay, my mistake. Now, I'm going to take Bodhisattva out for some fun. The evolution of life depends on the survival of the fittest. Staying home and practicing is useless. Lin Luo could use the dual cultivation method to evolve, exchanging energy during intimate intercourse. But Lin Luo's body was too strong to perform dual cultivation. If he used a little more force, the other person would likely get hurt. Lin Luo was now like a muscled anime character. Even a little force could easily hurt the other person. Generally speaking, he could only be passive, letting the woman take the initiative. Guanyin stopped and said, don't call me Bodhisattva anymore. I left the land of 10,000 Buddhas, and am no longer a Buddha. Let me think of a better name. Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, how about Li Miaoshan? There's a legend in Yin country that you descended from heaven and were reincarnated as a Tang dynasty princess. This princess was named Li Miaoshan. Guanyin said with satisfaction, Miaoshan is a very nice name. Miao means beautiful, and Shan means peaceful. I like it very much. Have you decided where to go first? I'm going to the shopping street and look for some nice clothes. What clothes? Lin Luo asked. Guanyin shook her head and said, I left the land of 10,000 Buddhas and am no longer a monk. I don't intend to abide by those rubbish rules anymore. Lin Luo stared at Guanyin in astonishment, feeling as if she had become a stranger. Chapter 328. Guanyin felt uneasy and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Luo smiled and said, in my impression, the Bodhisattva Miaoshan was a serious, dignified, and beautiful woman. Now I notice she's changed a lot. Guanyin asked cautiously, does it make you uncomfortable? Lin Luo shook his head, no, I think you're fine the way you are. You used to be more like a robot, but now you're more human. Okay. Guanyin feigned anger and said, you've always been disdainful of me, right? Today I'm going to make a complete change and surprise you. Lin Luo wanted to say he stopped shopping, having just finished with Ho Tu. He thought for a moment, and decided not to. If he didn't, Guanyin would be satisfied and leave. After saying this, Guanyin started to compare herself, and Lin Luo's shopping time would be significantly extended. Lin Luo brought Guanyin to the mall, and was overjoyed. You humans are far superior to other races in manufacturing daily necessities. Beautiful clothes, cosmetics, delicious food, and so on. Guanyin said excitedly. Lin Luo smiled. Perhaps there's something to gain and something lost. Guanyin nodded. Humanity couldn't evolve well, so they changed their methods, established laws, built order, developed technology, and achieved significant progress in other areas. The two entered the mall. The usually solemn and dignified Guanyin now exuded a youthful vivacity, shopping relentlessly. Guanyin tried on a variety of beautiful clothes, including some that were too cool, such as JK outfits, hip skirts, and stepmother skirts. Guanyin's outfits were a stark contrast to her previous looks. Lin Luo noticed that Guanyin had a great figure, fair skin, and long legs, and could easily pull off any of these. He accompanied Guanyin shopping, feeling both pain and joy. Afterward, they found a restaurant for dinner. Guanyin said contentedly, "Life outside is quite interesting. I'd love to experience it if I get a chance." Lin Luo smiled. "It's my honor to be able to go shopping with Miao Shan." Guanyin couldn't suppress a smile. "You're the best at sweet talk." Lin Luo said, "Come to this restaurant. The food there is good." "Okay," Guanyin said. Just as they sat down, a sweet girl with twin pigtails and a JK outfit came bounding over. The god of karma pointed at Lin Luo and said, "You're truly a playboy. You're with one girl during the day and another at night." She looked at Guanyin and said, "But I have to admit, you have a really good taste. Women are gentle and beautiful during the day, and dignified and beautiful at night. If I were a man, I have a hard time choosing between the two, and would have to have them both." Guanyin smiled and said, "Actually, you're not bad either. You're sweet and cute, and you have twin tails and a JK outfit." The god of karma blushed and said, "I just like how I look. I'm not trying to please anyone else. Besides, I'm a very advanced being. To be my partner, you need to be qualified. At least an ultimate being. That's not too much to ask, right?" Lin Luo smiled and said, "Why does your way of speaking sound so much like those fairies?" "Really? I learned that from them." The god of karma smiled. Guanyin asked, "Didn't you visit Lin Luo before? Why are you here again?" The god of karma replied proudly, "Who said I was here to visit Lin Luo? I just heard the food here is delicious, so I decided to try it." She said to Lin Luo, "You better hold on a little longer. I still have a lot of delicious food left. You can't hold on any longer until I had enough." Lin Luo sighed, "I'd like to hold on a little longer, but my strength is limited. I'm afraid I can't hold on for much longer." "What do you mean?" The god of karma frowned deeply, sensing a conspiracy. Guanyin coaxed him gently. "The longer Lin Luo holds on, the more delicious food you get. The one bearing the real pressure is Lin Luo. You're just providing a little help, and it's clearly a good deal for you." The god of karma wasn't easily fooled. "You too underestimate me. I, the god of karma, have experienced so many epics, and traded with so many powerful beings without ever failing. Your provocations are too easy to see through. You can't fool me." Lin Luo exposed her. "Didn't you run into problems in your deal with Nuwa?" The god of karma said, "Don't dwell on these details. I heard you traded with Tathagata and were tricked by him," Lin Luo said. The god of karma's expression changed slightly. "Who told you that?" Lin Luo said, "Of course I heard it from him himself. How else could we know?" The god of karma said, "Impossible. Tathagata promised me not to speak of such a thing lightly." She felt she had said something wrong again, and covered her mouth. Lin Luo made a rough guess. "The beautiful girl next to me was once Tathagata's right-hand man. She's heard Tathagata talk about this many times. She said she had made a deal with a powerful person, and that this person had been completely deceived by him." Guanyin echoed, "Tathagata did mention this matter, but he didn't reveal the identity of this powerful person. He said he had promised someone not to disclose it." The god of karma's cheeks puffed with rage. "Damn Tathagata. You said you wouldn't tell me, but you told everyone else." Lin Luo asked, "Now, tell me what happened back then." The god of karma's eyes were sharp. "I feel like I've been tricked." Lin Luo spread his hands and said, "If you don't want to talk, forget it." The god of karma said, "I come to this point. I won't finish. Your wild speculations only lower my status. I tell you the truth. The Tathagata made 2 deals with her, one to help Tathagata evolve towards the ultimate life, and the other to allow Tathagata to appear to lower his own strength without actually doing so." Guanyin asked curiously, "What were the 2 transactions?" The god of karma said impatiently, "Why are you asking so much?" Lin Luo said, "I understand you. You suffered a huge loss in the deal with Tathagata, so you don't want to talk about it." Guanyin backstabbed him. "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I understand you." "What do you understand?" The god of karma said, "Who said I suffered a loss? I just didn't complete the deal, and was cheated by him. Since he didn't keep his promise, I won't hide it." Infuriated by Lin Luo and Guanyin, she revealed the whole story. When Tathagata evolved to the God King, the god of karma approached Tathagata and offered to make a deal. Tathagata was very cautious about the god of karma's sudden visit. He knew that making a deal with the god of karma was a very dangerous thing. Tathagata immediately tried to trick the god of karma, But the god of karma might not be as smart as Tathagata. But the god of karma had lived long and was experienced, so he didn't fall for Tathagata's trick. So Tathagata changed his approach, asking the god of karma for guidance. Tathagata first posed the question of how to find the path to ultimate evolution. Chapter 329. When Tathagata asked about the path to evolution to the ultimate life form, the god of karma was secretly delighted. The god of karma knew many ways to become the ultimate life form, and she could choose any one for Tathagata. If Tathagata couldn't do it, she would make another deal with Tathagata. If Tathagata succeeded, the god of karma could harvest him and make him a part of her own life. In either case, the god of karma would gain immense benefits. Tathagata might lose, but she, the god of karma, would never lose. Before making a deal with Tathagata, the god of karma had never experienced failure. Her carelessness gave Tathagata an opportunity, and Tathagata didn't make a direct deal with the god of karma. Tathagata expressed her concerns, saying that since the god of karma wasn't the ultimate life form, how could she know that the method of evolution she offered was correct? The god of karma was experienced, and knew that Tathagata was trying to get something for nothing. She immediately rejected Tathagata's offer, saying that all deals carry risks, and Tathagata couldn't avoid them all. Tathagata couldn't get Lin Luo to talk with this method, so she tried another. The god of karma gave him some hints, and he experimented with them. Tathagata could use the methods he had obtained, and then make a deal with the god of karma. The god of karma initially resisted, but when he realized he couldn't persuade Tathagata, he agreed. The god of karma gritted his teeth in anger and said, after I gave him some hints, he found his own path to ultimate life evolution. Isn't that infuriating? I knew his intentions, so I deliberately omitted a lot of key information. He actually found his own way to ultimate life evolution from such a limited number of clues. If Tathagata is dishonest, don't blame me. This Tathagata is such a cunning jerk. He actually evolved to the peak god king a long time ago, and the ultimate goal of his evolution is the ultimate life. When he entered the devouring world, he made me a deal. It wasn't the causal relationship I wanted to pursue. The Tathagata asked me to keep his secret, and he kept mine too. Now he's telling you my secret, making me look like a clown. It's just the two of you here, and knowing one embarrassing thing about me, and then another, isn't a big deal. Guanyin continued, the Tathagata is trying to make a deal with you again, wanting to lower his apparent level without lowering his true level. Did he pull the same old trick again, and did you fall for it? The god of karma snorted, I'm not that stupid. I gave you very little information the second time. Guanyin. Shurian said, and Tathagata succeeded. The god of karma said dejectedly, yes, he succeeded quite well. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him any information. In your Yen nation's terms, I lost both the wife and the army. Lin Luo said, just as I suspected, Tathagata's true rank isn't just god king, but peak god king. The god of karma suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he said, good fellows, you two lied to me too. Tathagata never said a word to you. Everything you just said to me was fabricated. Lin Luo laughed, tell me what you gained by helping him keep this a secret after Tathagata has deceived you so much. Besides, only the two of us know about it, and we won't tell anyone else. Guanyin echoed, telling us about this is the same as not telling us at all. You have a point. The god of karma frowned slightly and said, but I have a feeling you harbor ill intentions. I'm warning you, don't try to trick me with any tricks. I'm not the same person I was before, and I won't accept any advances. Guanyin smiled, we consider you a friend and won't harm you. The god of karma said proudly, as a top-level god king, I don't need friends. Unlike other top-level god kings who are restricted by the devouring world, I can freely enter the real world. Lin Luo said, is this why you abandoned your own strength? The god of karma panicked for a moment, then forced himself to remain calm, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Luo smiled, what's there to hide? No matter how special you are, you can't break the rules. The god of karma rolled his eyes at Lin Luo and said, sometimes people who are too smart are disliked by others. Lin Luo retorted, it's probably because people who are too outstanding are envied by others. I ignore you. The waiter brought in a fresh dish, including braised pork, spicy lamb, braised beef, king crab, and more. With the dramatic changes in biological life, livestock and marine life mutated significantly, becoming even more powerful. People began to eat these foods, and their stomachs couldn't handle them. Under the iron law of the jungle, those who survived were now the strongest. The stomachs of those who survived had evolved, becoming tolerant of these mutated creatures. Smells so good. I'm going to start eating. The god of karma, not treating him as an outsider, began devouring the food with relish. Lin Luo and Guanyin tacitly followed the god of karma's lead, not questioning him further. The god of karma became wary, suspicious of the intentions of their every move. After 3 rounds of drinks, the god of karma gradually relaxed her guard. Lin Luo and Guanyin extracted from her how to perfect her evolution. The god of karma noticed something was amiss. You two are like weasels paying their respects to chickens. You have no good intentions. You two old scoundrels. I can't stand up to you two. I eat at another table. Watching the god of karma leave, Lin Luo and Guanyin stopped talking. They had already asked enough questions of the god of karma. Any further inquiry would only lead to a rejection. From now on, it would be much more difficult for them to get information from her. Guanyin said, the god of karma said that to make my evolution more powerful and closer to ultimate life, I must travel to a place where the method of evolution is found. Lin Luo nodded and said, I roughly understand what she meant. I was able to become a star dragon because I absorbed the star stones from the vast starry sky. Star stones are a common celestial body in the universe. I used the star stones to replace my scales and merged so many of them that the vast starry sky recognized them as a celestial body. Only then could I become a life within the vast starry sky, able to travel freely through the universe. The vast starry sky has many other celestial bodies, planets, satellites, asteroids, comets, meteors, and interplanetary matter. Ranked by size, I'm at the very end. My so-called evolutionary path leads to ultimate life, but I'm still a long way from the true ultimate life. I must journey to the vast starry sky and evolve further. Guanyin warned, the universe is full of dangers. Be careful. There's no other way. Lin Luo ate some food, left the restaurant, and headed into the universe. He arrived in a galaxy in Sagittarius, where the planets were much larger than Earth, the largest being as large as the Sun. There were more than a dozen planets in total, orbiting a central star several times the size of Earth. Should I become a star? Lin Luo was momentarily unsure what to do, staring at the planets. He was suddenly at a loss for words, so he decided to become a planet and orbit the star. Lin Luo had evolved to the level of a god king, but he couldn't destroy a planet. From the perspective of life, planets were more advanced than Lin Luo. Lin Luo followed the last planet, orbiting the star. Chapter 330. A strange situation occurred in the galaxy. A dozen round planets orbited a massive star. At the rear of the planets, a gigantic blue dragon followed. This 20,000-meter-long blue dragon seemed to have transformed into a planet, orbiting the star. In the restaurant, Guanyin ate her meal alone. Ever since Lin Luo left, the food before her had lost its flavor. What am I thinking? She shook her head vigorously, clearing her mind of all the random thoughts. I'm no longer a Buddhist. I don't need to worry about that, Guanyin consoled herself. The god of karma trotted over. Where's Lin Luo? Guanyin replied, he's gone on a mission. The god of karma took a bite of a large chicken drumstick and said, even without you telling me, I know he must have gone to the universe to study the method I mentioned. Lin Luo did go to the universe, Guanyin said without denying it. The god of karma laughed heartily and said, you think you tricked me, but I've been wary of you for a long time. How could I, the god of karma, stumble 3 times in the same place? The Buddha is far more intelligent than Lin Luo. I've given him even less information than he did, so I don't believe he can succeed. I think you underestimate Lin Luo. Perhaps he actually could succeed, Guanyin said confidently. Come on, I trust my own judgment. The god of karma said, when the devouring world, a world between virtual and real, appeared, I followed it. I experienced as many real worlds as the devouring world has experienced. My 2 deals with Tathagata failed. The probability of success in my many deals is less than 1%. Consider Lin Luo's chance of success with just a little information from me. Do you think he could possibly win? Guanyin nodded and said, you make sense. I won't talk to you anymore. You're not a good person. I have to be very careful when talking to you. It's too tiring. The god of karma sighed, people these days are too bad. They're always looking for free stuff. Can't they just trade properly? How about I trade with you? Guanyin decided. Really? The god of karma became interested and said, you have to think clearly. Once I start a trade, I can't stop. Guanyin said, I know that. I also understand your purpose. If you, the god of karma, want to become stronger, you must absorb other powerful creatures. Other powerful creatures evolve by devouring them. You rely on making deals with others. Karma is your way of evolution, right? The god of karma said, it's easy to trade with smart people, but it's very unpleasant. It feels like you're being seen through. I don't want to waste time talking. How can I quickly reach the peak of the Divine King? Guanyin said. If any other peak-level deity asked me to advance to the peak God King stage, I would have considered them insane. Only if you asked me to become a peak God King would I consider it reasonable. The god of karma had a piercing eye, recognizing Guanyin's potential at a glance. Guanyin was a female Buddha from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The peak population of the Buddha clan reached tens of billions, yet the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were almost entirely male. Guanyin was the only woman, which drew the disapproval of the other Buddhas. The Buddha clan has always had a male-female superiority culture, even more extreme than in ancient human society. In many cases, women's status within the Buddha clan was lower than that of domestic animals. Among the many Buddhas, the joyful Buddha was known for his ruthless methods, with millions of female Buddhas perishing at his hands. Women held an extremely low status. The Buddhas believed that only men could evolve to divine status, women were not permitted to do so. One Buddha proposed killing Guanyin, and many others agreed. If it weren't for Tathagata's protection, Guanyin would likely have died. The Tathagata had his own reasons for protecting Guanyin. Guanyin had great potential, and could evolve into the ultimate being. The Tathagata kept Guanyin alive for many reasons. If he couldn't find the next stepping stone, he would use her. His single-handed training of Guanyin would present numerous problems. Guanyin couldn't easily reach the peak of Divine King status, and even if she did, she would be significantly weaker than an average Divine King. The Tathagata wouldn't use Guanyin unless it was absolutely necessary. The appearance of Lin Luo gave Tathagata a glimpse of opportunity, allowing him to avoid Guanyin as a backup plan. If Guanyin had been abandoned and didn't choose to leave on her own, Tathagata would have taken action himself. Tathagata hadn't nurtured Guanyin, so naturally, he didn't take her seriously. This allowed Guanyin to escape safely. Guanyin exclaimed in surprise, "Is my potential that great?" She had vaguely heard Tathagata say that reaching the mid-level God King was possible, but becoming a peak God King required luck. Other powerful beings' evaluations mirrored the Buddha's. The god of karma said, "You're doubting my judgment? I tell you, even among all the living beings in the devouring world, including the 5 special beings, they are no match for me." Guanyin said, "I believe you on that." The god of karma smiled and said, "I knew you were intelligent. Your potential and talent were revealed to you by Tathagata, right?" "That's right. He told me that becoming a peak god king depends on luck, and it's highly unlikely. He deceived me. He's nothing but a scoundrel. Nothing he says can be trusted." "It's not just Tathagata who says that. I've seen it with other god kings as well. Tathagata sealed your potential, so others can't see it," the god of karma replied. "Can you help me?" Guanyin asked. "Of course I can. Although you're not as good as Lin Luo, the difference isn't that big. I can gain enough benefits from making a deal with you." The god of karma said bluntly, "Think carefully. If you cooperate with me, I can help you remove the Tathagata seal on you for free. But you have to understand that once the deal begins, there's no chance of suspending it." "Okay, I test my potential too." Guanyin wanted to help Lin Luo, but relying on Lin Luo alone was too difficult. As she made her decision, she couldn't help but think back to the era of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Guanyin was born a woman, and even from a wealthy family, there were only 2 options. One path led to becoming the Buddha's consort, a life of comfort, but a tragic ending, likely resulting in abandonment. The other path led to becoming a Buddha, but not a consort. In addition to these 2 paths, there was another path, supporting a husband and raising children, nurturing future generations. But Guanyin, the 3rd daughter of a wealthy family, could not marry, and was obligated to serve the Buddha upon reaching adulthood. She was unwilling to follow either path, and forged her own path, aiming to attain Buddhahood. Guanyin's attainment of Buddhahood was supported by her family and friends. Ultimately, Guanyin succeeded, becoming the only female bodhisattva in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Her family and friends sacrificed greatly for her success. Guanyin was deeply grateful to her family and friends for their immense support after her attainment of Buddhahood. Later, the devouring world invaded the land of 10,000 Buddhas, and her family and friends suffered misfortune. Desperate to stop the devouring world and avoid another tragedy, Guanyin searched for an opportunity. It was not until she met Lin Luo that she began to believe that stopping the devouring world was possible. Chapter 331. Guanyin didn't think about the next era. Lin Luo's evolution to this level was practically impossible. Even if a powerful creature were to appear, Guanyin wouldn't wait. Tathagata wouldn't let her go. Guanyin also considered Lin Luo a close friend, and the two had worked together for a long time. In her eyes, Lin Luo was far more important than just a friend. The god of karma reaffirmed, let me be frank. Once a deal is made, it can't be revoked. Guanyin said, of course. Sign this contract. The god of karma produced a contract and placed it before Guanyin. Take a good look at it. During my time on Earth, I also learned about Earth's contractual principles. The god of karma had descended to Earth long ago and had been playing tricks on others. As a peak divine king, no being besides the creator god could harm her. The god of karma understood the spirit of the contract, something deeply relevant to her, and had even studied it. The paper she held was filled with cause and effect. Guanyin signed her name, and the causal relationship began to take shape. After more than 10 minutes, Guanyin finished reading the contents of the paper. Guanyin exclaimed in amazement, "You can raise someone to the level of a mid-level god king in just 1 month. I'm only a peak heavenly god now, still 21 levels away from a mid-level god king. How could such a large number of levels be so easily crossed in one go?" The god of karma patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I dared to write this contract here, and I must be capable of doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have written it. If you really don't want to, you don't have to make the deal." Guanyin cut her finger and wrote her name on the paper. The contract was concluded, emitting a brilliant light. The god of karma exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, I completed my first deal in the new era. As I grow stronger, the number of beings I can trade with is dwindling." She desired to become the ultimate life form, requiring the nurturing of powerful gods. The god of karma needed peak god king level creatures to devour, the same level as herself. Beings below the peak god king level were useless to her. The god of karma's evolutionary method was essentially the same as that of the Buddha Tathagata. In terms of needs, the god of karma might be greater, and potentially even more powerful in the future. Guanyin said, "You can begin the contract." The god of karma said, "No problem. Next, I open up time and space, and you can travel to other eras to devour." "Other eras? You mean the past?" Guanyin exclaimed in surprise. The god of karma nodded and said, "I can send you back to the past, and allow you to devour and evolve. First, I help you untie your bonds." A silver light appeared in her hand, and she snatched the golden threads from Guanyin's body. As the golden threads were extracted, Guanyin felt a sense of relief. Some lost memories returned to her mind. Guanyin said angrily, "I remember something. After I became a bodhisattva, Tathagata preached to me, but what he said was actually a teaching that sealed my potential." The god of karma spitted, "Tathagata is just an old scoundrel. Don't believe a word he says." "I think so too," Guanyin agreed. "Next, you will travel to the Golden Age." The god of karma described the power of the Golden Age, where races resembling humans lived. The Golden's gender, appearance, and lifestyle were largely similar to humans, except for their skin. The Golden's skin was golden, crafted from solid gold. Aside from the first generation of humans, the Goldens were far more powerful than any other human race in any other era. In the West, legend has it that the first race to appear on Earth was called the Goldens. The Goldens possessed a powerful bloodline, surpassing any other species, and possessed a highly developed civilization. Even the gods would look upon the Goldens with envy. Later, the Goldens' brilliance became so dazzling that the gods grew jealous and destroyed the entire race. All the records are traceable, simply framed in a different way. The Goldens were simply the Goldens. They looked very similar to humans, and other races were also referred to as the Goldens. The so-called jealousy of the gods was an invasion from the devouring world. The Goldens were naturally powerful and arrogant, and they held the devouring world in the dark. The two sides engaged in a war, resulting in the victory of the devouring world and the annihilation of the Golden Tribe. The Golden Tribe was a race that had not survived for many eras. In Western legends, the gods felt pity for the Golden Tribe. This is a strange point in the book. The gods are clearly jealous, and the gods are also the ones who feel pity. In reality, the ones who felt pity were not the devouring world gods, but the races that learned of the Golden Tribe's real world. Under the overwhelming pressure of the devouring world, many races gave up resistance and their own homes, choosing to enter the devouring world. Many refused to give up, fighting the devouring world to the death. Some, unwilling to give up, were forced to enter the devouring world. The crowd was deeply moved by the news of the complete annihilation of the Golden Clan and their resistance to the devouring world. After the Golden Clan came the Silver Clan. The Silver Clan differed from the human clan in their skin, which was made of silver. Compared to the Golden Clan, the Silver Clan's bloodline was much weaker. When the devouring world invaded during the Silver Age, the Silver Clan was unable to resist, their homes destroyed, and many Silver Clan members entered the devouring world. After the Silver Clan came the Bronze Clan, who were significantly weaker than the Silver Clan. Nearly 1,000 Silver Clan gods entered the devouring world, the strongest of whom was a celestial god. Less than 100 Bronze Clan gods entered the devouring world, the strongest being a true god. The Silver Clan and the Bronze Clan were similar in appearance, being called the Silver and Bronze Clan, respectively, because of their human-like appearance. The god of karma led Guanyin to the Golden Age, intending for her to devour and evolve there. The Golden Tribe is a very powerful race, with 15 god kings. The strongest one is at the peak of the God King, known as the God of Glory. Guanyin said, "It seems you have quite a few secrets. You claim to control cause and effect, but in reality, you also control time and can travel through any time." The God of cause and effect boasted, of course. "I, the God of cause and effect, am omnipotent." "No." Guanyin overturned his previous conclusion. "Your primary control isn't cause and effect, but time." The God of cause and effect didn't deny it and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Guanyin replied, "It's simple. Cause and effect isn't a skill, but a means of exchange. You made it clear just now that you don't like fighting, but rather gaining benefits by helping others. Time is your true power. You can't use cause and effect to fight others." The God of cause and effect said, "You are much smarter than I thought, second only to Tathagata. Others have also guessed my abilities, but not as quickly as you. They only been around for a short while, and they already noticed my flaws. You might be a bit worse than that old, sinister Tathagata." "Are you complimenting me?" Guanyin smiled. The God of cause and effect said sincerely, "Of course." Chapter 332. The God of karma pointed ahead and said, "Next, you join this battle. How much you can devour, and how far you can go is up to you." Guanyin said, "Should I choose a side?" "Yes." The God of karma said, "There are 2 tribes here. You can choose one. If you choose the Golden Tribe, you will fight for them. If you choose the devouring world, you will fight for the devouring world." The Golden Tribe was defeated in this battle. "I think it would be better for you to choose the devouring world." Guanyin hesitated for a moment. "Can I choose both?" The God of karma nodded and said, "You can choose either. The Golden Tribe has cooperated with me in the past. If you join the Golden Tribe, you will be treated as one of them. If you join the devouring world, I won't need your help. Your Buddha tribe also participated in the destruction of the Golden Tribe." Guanyin nodded and said, "It seems your abilities are much greater than I expected." "Of course." The God of karma said proudly. "I choose to join the Golden Tribe." Guanyin said. "Yes." The God of karma said, "Think carefully about your choice. The Golden Tribe is quite dangerous and likely to be in danger. You are my partner, and I will help you if you are in danger. However, some dangers may come too quickly, and I may not be able to rescue you in time, resulting in your death at the hands of the enemy." Guanyin smiled. "I understand what you mean. Everything is risks. I cannot avoid any danger. I need your help in everything." The God of karma said with satisfaction, "Don't be with that Lin Luo. He's a good person." Guanyin said, "If I kill the world-devouring god here, will the future change?" The God of karma shook his head and said, "No, I can manipulate time and send you back to a point. Anything changed at that point will become a parallel world, completely unrelated to our future. It seems you possess powerful abilities." "Of course. You can manipulate time at will, so wouldn't you be able to go back to before the Tathagata deal and harm him?" Guanyin suggested. "That's a good idea." The God of karma sighed helplessly. "I like to use your method, but my abilities are limited. I can't change the real world, only parallel worlds. Also, I can't participate in battles in parallel worlds or devour creatures from them. Overall, there are too many restrictions, and my life is difficult. As expected, there are gains and losses. Nothing is perfect." Guanyin radiated a golden light, her skin turning golden. She rushed to the Golden Tribe and smoothly joined them. The God of karma followed Guanyin, holding a cream cake. The Golden Tribe Emperor's passionate speech and the God of karma eating cream cake beside him formed a stark contrast. However, only Guanyin could see the scene, no one else could. "For our homeland, we are willing to sacrifice everything. We will never retreat unless we die fighting." The Golden Human Emperor shouted. "Unless we die fighting, we will never retreat. Unless we die fighting, we will never retreat." The Golden Human shouted loudly. Powerful gods from the devouring world descended from the nodes of time and space. Leading the group was the Black Source God. Powerful creatures born from the devouring world had reached the pinnacle of divine king status. Guanyin recalled the battle, in which the Black Source God triumphed over the Golden Human Emperor, reversing the defeat. After the Black Source God's victory, all the Golden Humans were slaughtered, leaving no one unharmed. History repeated itself strikingly, as the Golden Human Emperor once again faced the Black Source God. The Black Source God emanated a terrifying dark force, obscuring the entire sky, leaving no light at all, as if the world had ended. The Golden Human Emperor, clad in a golden helmet and golden armor, transformed into a beam of light, as dazzling as the sun, seemingly illuminating the entire world. The Black Source God transformed into a cloud of black mist and rushed towards the Golden Human Emperor. The collision of the black mist and the golden light sent a shockwave that would shake the world. The battle between two peak god kings was not for anyone to intervene. Even the aftermath of the battle was unbearable for creatures below the level of God King. Guanyin faced an old acquaintance, the Laughing Buddha. When the Golden Tribe was annihilated, the Laughing Buddha participated. Laughing Buddha had already died at Lin Luo's hands. Upon learning of his death, she felt a surge of joy and relief. Before Guanyin became a bodhisattva, she was nearly chosen by the Laughing Buddha as his consort. Later, Guanyin's best friend voluntarily sacrificed herself, and the Laughing Buddha chose her as his consort. After becoming a bodhisattva, Guanyin approached the Laughing Buddha, hoping he would release her friend and achieve liberation. The Laughing Buddha remained unmoved and even humiliated Guanyin. The two of them maintained a hostile relationship in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Laughing Buddha's original intention to descend upon earth was partly due to Guanyin. With a wicked smile, the Laughing Buddha said, "Exquisite, exquisite. I never thought there was such a beautiful woman among the Golden Tribe. Your beauty rivals Guanyin's. You can be my consort." "You alone?" Avalokitesvara unleashed a terrifying force, delivering a powerful punch. The chest of the Happy Buddha was struck, dented, his eyes filled with fear. He quickly released his consorts to aid him in the battle. Among them, the female consort possessed the highest combat power, and was summoned first. "Alina!" A tear welled in the corner of Avalokitesvara's eye, sliding down her cheek. Alina's beautiful eyes gazed at Avalokitesvara, their expressionless. Under the control of the Happy Buddha, Alina attacked Avalokitesvara with all her might. Avalokitesvara did not retaliate, dodging constantly. She wanted to see her friend for the last time. Avalokitesvara unleashed a terrifying force, striking Alina with a single blow. The powerful force erupted in Alina, piercing her chest. The Happy Buddha's control of her consorts was essentially a matter of mind control. The rest of her body remained unchanged. A pierced chest meant Alina was doomed. Blood flowed from the corner of Alina's mouth, her eyes briefly regaining their spirit. "Thank you, Guanyin, for staying alive." Guanyin's tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and she glared at the Happy Buddha. The Happy Buddha quickly summoned her consort to resist Guanyin. Guanyin's seal had been lifted, and the Happy Buddha was no match for her. She delivered a powerful punch, blasting the Happy Buddha's head off. "There's actually a God King here. The Golden Tribe doesn't only have 5 God Kings. It seems the rumor is wrong. There are 6 junior God Kings. Fighting against the Golden Tribe of the Celestial Gods is too boring. God King level warriors are more interesting." A familiar voice echoed. The Dark God King tore apart a Golden Tribe member of the peak Celestial God's life level, and charged towards Guanyin to fight. With her seal lifted, Guanyin's strength had greatly increased, allowing her to hold her own against the Dark God King. The Golden Tribe fell one by one, their bodies piled up like a mountain below, their golden blood staining the ground. "Space Node?" The Dark God King asked, "My lord, are you truly prepared to strike first? There are so many powerful individuals eyeing Earth Lin Luo right now that it's somewhat inappropriate for us to act now." Chapter 333. What do you know? The Black Source God said angrily, "There's a saying on Earth, fortune and wealth are sought in danger. If they don't move, I be the first to act. This is a rare opportunity." The Dark God King didn't dare to object, agreeing, "Your Excellency is right. I will descend upon Earth. The human race on Earth should be grateful to have become the master of an era for the last time, before they perish at my hands." The Black Source God said proudly. The Dark God King said, "With your Excellency's intervention, the human race on Earth should be happy. You will play humanity's final tragic song." The Black Source God sighed. The first generation of humanity was so powerful, even as powerful as Pangu. I could only watch him from afar, fearing he would attack me. Now humanity has declined to this point. If it weren't for the variable of Lin Luo, the human race, we would have been completely wiped out. The Dark God King said, "I believe that if your Excellency took action, Lin Luo would be unable to withstand it." "Of course." The Black Source God said, "Lin Luo's repeated successes aren't due to his strength, but to his opponents being too weak. The opponents I faced are completely different from his, far stronger." He said to the Dark God King, "You must come with me from now on." The Dark God King, somewhat fearful, said, I won't go. I can't help you much. The Black Source God said coldly, You doubt my strength and think I might lose. Impossible. How could I lose, my lord? The Dark God King shook his head quickly, fearing the Black Source God's anger. The Black Source God said, Then follow me to Earth. I kill Lin Luo, and you receive some benefits in return. Thank you, my lord. The Dark God King hurriedly expressed his gratitude, greed overcoming his fear. His evolution had almost reached its limit, and further progress was practically impossible. The Dark God King could benefit from Lin Luo, and there was a high possibility that he would evolve again. He felt that what the Black Source God said made sense. It wasn't that Lin Luo was so powerful, but that his opponent was too weak. The Black Source God had lived longer than Emperor Jun, and his strength was likely even greater. A report on the weather for the next few days. It will be sunny and bright these days, perfect for outdoor activities. Not long after the news began, the entire world suddenly went dark. All light was obscured, and the world was plunged into eternal night. I just watched the news, and it said the weather was great, perfect for outdoor activities. How come it's suddenly dark now? It's not raining, it's just dark. Could it be that another god has descended from the devouring world? It could be another powerful god, who just descended and turned the sky dark. Everyone was panicked. I am the world-devouring Black Source God, the source of darkness. A cold voice reached everyone's ears. Did you just hear a voice introducing itself as the Black Source God? You heard it, and I heard it too. Why is he looking for us? He should be looking for the Dragon God. Hearing the Black Source God's voice, everyone became even more panicked. You must be looking for the Dragon God for help. That human Lin Luo, right? You want him to resist me. I'm actually looking for him too, the Black Source God said. Go find the Dragon God. It's useless to look for us. Lin Luo killed all the gods who devoured the world. We have nothing to do with him. Please spare us. Can you please stop talking to me? I'm so scared. I have a heart condition, and could very well die. Please. The Black Source God's voice carried a terrifying magical power, filling everyone with fear. You are rubbish. The Black Source God sneered. I used the same power before to threaten races from other eras. Many of them were resilient, especially one called the Golden Tribe. They were incredibly resilient, and no one feared me. Unlike you, I haven't killed anyone yet, and you're already afraid. You betrayed the heroes of your own race. Compared to the first generation of humanity, you're even worse. The Golden Tribe, the Silver Tribe, the Bronze Tribe, the first generation of humanity. The first generation of humanity was considered the most perfect race, even boasting powerful beings like the Creator God. Look at you, you're all so scared. This truly insults the human race. The Dark God King said, I believe that apart from the first generation of humans, humans from other eras cannot be called humans. At most, they are descendants. The Black Source God nodded and said, You are quite right. At most, they are descendants. Great God, as long as you can keep us alive, we are willing to do anything. Lin Luo wanted to resist you on his own initiative. This was not our intention. You can torture him if you want. While he's gone, you can torture his family. That's right. It has nothing to do with us. If you want revenge, look for Lin Luo. Everyone rebelled. Okay, I'm going to find Lin Luo, but I'm going to kill him too. Now I'm going to play a game with you. It will be dawn, then dark. When it gets dark, one person will die. If you want to survive, kill those around you, and the darkness I control won't kill you. You have 10 minutes, so prepare well. In 10 minutes, the game will begin, and one of you will die. Whether you aim for a 50% chance of survival, or allow someone close to you to die is entirely up to you. Don't think you can circumvent my killing pattern. Leaving someone who died before next to you is useless. If you follow my killing pattern, you might survive. If you don't, you're doomed. The Black Source God finished explaining his rules. His rules have been used many times, with excellent results. First, a nearby person dies, then another person dies. With two people as the base, the number of people will decrease rapidly as half and half continue to overlap. While the Black Source God's killing method isn't the most painful, it's definitely the most effective. With 100 million people left on Earth, he'd be the one to finish them off in a few rounds. The Dark God King said, Sir, isn't our goal to kill Lin Luo? Why torture these ants? The Black Source God said, You don't understand. Taking pleasure from ants is intuitive. Originally, I planned to use my own rules when Lin Luo was around. When he fought me, I would use my own rules to kill his race and unbalance his mentality. Now that Lin Luo is gone, I have no choice but to act prematurely. The Dark God King said, "Sir, if you're not careful and kill everyone, won't there be anyone left to kill when you attack Lin Lu later? We see. If I can't control myself and kill them all, then it's their bad luck." The Black Source God had no regard for life. The Dark God King, standing next to the Black Source God, felt that he had been too kind. "You are ready. The game begins now," the Black Source God declared cruelly. "Who do you think you are? You think your God King can dominate other gods? You are just trash, bullying weaker beings." A defiant voice shouted. Chapter 334. The Dark God King angrily shouted, "What the hell, you dare to insult us? Are you living too long and want to die right now? Fine, fine." The Black Source God said coldly, "I underestimated you humans. You still have some tough souls, and now I found one. Can you tell me your name? My last name is Yi, and my given name is Tion. Remember my name. In the future, I will illuminate the heavens and quell the dark turmoil." Yi Tion, not knowing where the Black Source God was, shouted at the sky. The Dark God King, even more furious than the Black Source God, shouted, "You're just an ant, yet you want to illuminate the heavens? Without even a finger from my lord, I can crush you to death. You don't think you're so powerful just because you're a god, do you? You're nothing but an ant before us, the God King. Kill me if you want. I, Yi Tion, am not afraid of you." Yi Tion held his head high. "Neither am I afraid of you," the Black Emperor shouted fiercely. The Dark God King angrily said, "It's fine if people interfere, but why are you, a dog, interfering?" Black Emperor said, "Even a coward like Yi Tion isn't afraid of you, so how could I, Black Emperor, be afraid of you?" Yi Tion objected, "How dare you talk like that? It's as if I, Yi Tion, am less courageous than you." "Humph, you're already less courageous than me. You're twisting the facts. You're clearly less courageous than me." Yi Tion and Black Emperor engaged in an untimely argument. Black Source God said, "Shut up, both of you. Since you're so eager to die, I grant your wish. I experiment on you for the first time. Kill both of us, and we won't be afraid of you," Yi Tion and Black Emperor said in unison. Okay, okay. The Black Source God angrily said, "Don't blame me if you two are courting death. Who do you think you are? We humans on Earth are weak, but we're not to be bullied by all of you. If you attack us here today, you won't be able to escape. The Dragon God's might will keep you on Earth forever. Who says we humans are all spineless? We have some tough ones, too. Kill us if you want, don't use such rubbish." Zhou Jiahui, Suya, Jinlimei, and Chuhi, tens of thousands of people in total, spoke out against the Black Source God. The Black Source God angrily said, "Very well, I underestimated you humans. You still have some tough ones." The Dark God King advised, "When facing these tough ones, you should use the most brutal means to kill them. The remaining ones will be intimidated, the tough ones will soften, and the soft ones will become even softer." Are you trying to teach me how to do things? I wouldn't dare. Next, I leave you no chance for escape. The Black Source God used the power of darkness, engulfing everyone in a dark space. The dark space was filled with nothing but darkness. If someone stayed there for too long, they would be quickly devoured by the darkness. A few disgusting bugs have delayed us. Now, let's start the game, the Black Source God said coldly. Suddenly, the darkness quickly receded, sunlight shone on the ground, and light returned. I only have 10 minutes. I must have someone dead around me. I don't want to die yet. I saved my wife before, and now she has to protect me from this disaster. I'm only 20, and I still have a lot of time to live. My father is 60, he's old. I killed him, and he should understand. My son is my son. Now that I'm in danger, it's only natural for him to die in my place. Most people do the most awful things to survive. Interesting. The Black Source God laughed. The Dark God King scornfully said, "Compared to the first generation of humans, Earth's humans have degenerated greatly. They lack divinity, cannot evolve freely, and cannot devour world connections. They are among the lowest of creatures. But Earth's humans also have a point of evolution, and that point is the evil in their nature. There are 4 human races in total. The first generation is called the perfect race, but it's not truly perfect. Their perfection is relative to the 3 major races, the gold, silver, and bronze. They are balanced in every aspect, not as extreme as the other humans. The first flaw of the first generation of humanity was evil. Evil is inherent in their nature. While not innate, it gradually develops over time. Qi Yu, the former candidate for the 6th human emperor, was gradually seduced by Tathagata, triggering all his evil. The process was incredibly complex, and even Tathagata, known for his wisdom, nearly failed. Earth's human race, on the other hand, requires no further cultivation. They inherently possess a terrifying evil. With the slightest external condition, this evil can be unleashed. The Black Source God observed the human tragedy on Earth and expressed his sympathy with the Dark God King. Each person, desperate to survive, attacked those around them. It's almost dark. The Black Source God was pleased with the situation, feeling the pleasure of toying with his prey. Suddenly, a beam of Buddha's light appeared, dispelling the vast darkness and charging towards the Black Source God. The Dark God King asked in confusion, "Buddha's light? This Tathagata is courting death, trying to snatch prey from me, my lord." The Black Source God's expression was cold as he said, "Tathagata is truly audacious, attempting to snatch food from my jaws." The Buddha's light drew nearer, and the Black Source God could clearly see the figure within. A delicate and beautiful face, a perfect figure, and fair skin radiating a Buddha's light. Guanyin? The Black Source God did not recognize Guanyin, but the Dark God King had known her from his visit to the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Guanyin had already arrived before the Black Source God King, and a massive golden figure behind her struck the Black Source God with a punch. "Be careful," the Dark God King warned. The Black Source God transformed into a cloud of black mist, easily dodging Guanyin's attack. "Is Guanyin one of Tathagata's followers?" the Black Source God asked. The Dark God King looked at Guanyin with confusion and said, "Guanyin is indeed Tathagata's subordinate. I met her several times. She's the only female among all the gods in the land of 10,000 Buddhas, so I've been paying more attention to her. I clearly remember her strength wasn't very impressive back then, only at the celestial god level. Now her life level is much higher than mine, and she exudes a much stronger vitality." Black Source God said, "I often heard from their top god kings that Tathagata has been hiding his strength. Now his subordinates are all mid-level god kings. Tathagata's strength is more than he appears." The Dark God King said with a pang of heartache, "Is Tathagata a peak god king?" The truth that his former comrade in arms, who had conspired with him to kill humanity, was actually a peak god king was beyond words. He was devastated. He was afraid of his brother starving to death, but also afraid of him driving a BMW. The Dark God King felt a wave of fear, thankful to have known Tathagata's true strength and to have Black Source God by his side. If he had entered Earth without permission, he might have died without even knowing how. 9 out of 10. The Black Source God said arrogantly, "So what if Tathagata is a peak god king? I am the source of darkness, one of the first beings to devour the world. He can't be my opponent." The Dark God King asked doubtfully, "I know Guanyin rebelled and came to Earth secretly, but I didn't mention that Guanyin's strength has greatly increased." The Black Source God looked at Guanyin's side. "Do I know who it is?" Chapter 335. "Who is it?" The Dark God King followed the direction of the Black Source God's gaze, but saw no one. The Black Source God said coldly, "God of Karma, I spotted you. Do you think you're good at hiding?" The God of Karma revealed his true form, a beautiful girl with twin pigtails and a JK dress. She held a cream cake in her hands, with cream residue on her lips. The God of Karma truly loved cake, eating it wherever she went. Even in the face of the Black Source God's threat, she continued to eat cake. The Black Source God said coldly, "Don't you want to say anything?" The Karma God said, "What's there to say? I always made deals with various creatures. Guanyin is my trade partner. Whether she fights you or not is none of my business." The Black Source God said fearfully, "If I kill Guanyin, your trade partner will be gone. You won't take action because of this, will you?" The Karma God took a bite of the cream cake and shook his head. "Any deal has risks. If Guanyin dies in your battle, she'd fight you to the death. Even if she dies, I can't do anything about it. Okay, just stay out of it." The Black Source God was very satisfied with the Karma God's response. "If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I enjoy my delicious food." The Karma God finished a cream cake and took out a cup of hot coffee to savor. The Black Source God looked at Guanyin coldly and said, "You are truly courageous. I have reached level 145, the pinnacle of God King status, just 5 levels away from becoming a creator god. And you, at level 130, come to challenge me. Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me?" Guanyin replied, "You only rely on your level to be stronger than me." "Haha, are you trying to goad me?" The Black Source God scoffed. "You might think so," Guanyin said stubbornly. "Then I'd be at the same level as you, so you can see how powerful I am," the Black Source God said arrogantly. The Dark God King quickly said, "Sir, this isn't going to be good." "Why wouldn't it be good? Even if my level were the same as this Buddhist woman's, my experience and abilities wouldn't be diminished. She still wouldn't be my match," the Black Source God said arrogantly. The Dark God King dared not speak again, fearing the Black Source God's anger. The Black Source God reached level 130, vanishing from his position and reappearing beside Guanyin. Since you prefer a physical body, then I prefer one too. The Black Source God used the power of darkness to create a powerful physical body. He hurled his fist at Guanyin. By the time Guanyin realized it, she could no longer dodge, and could only withstand the blow. The Black Source God's fist, with terrifying force, sent Guanyin flying. Guanyin's hand bones had grown limp, the bones inside already broken. If you're at this level, you'll be dead soon. The Black Source God flew higher, looking down at Guanyin from above. Stop talking nonsense. Guanyin attacked the Black Source God, who glared at her. In their previous clash, Guanyin was clearly outmatched by the Black Source God. Guanyin had been defending, allowing her to hold out longer. Choosing to attack was tantamount to courting death. The Black Source God showed no regard for Guanyin, and didn't even take defensive measures. As Guanyin neared the Black Source God, she quickly pulled her arms out of her body. In an instant, Guanyin's arms expanded from 2 to over 1,000. Thousand-armed Guanyin clenched her fists, and struck the Black Source God with all her might. Such power! The Dark God King, sensing the danger of death, immediately retreated. By the time the Black Source God realized something was amiss, fists were already coming his way. For a moment, unable to resist, he was crushed by Guanyin's fists. A Buddha's light emanated from Guanyin, attempting to dispel the darkness. The Black Source God's essence was darkness, and his body was temporarily formed from the power of darkness. Unless she completely eliminated the darkness, the Black Source God would not die. Guanyin had spent a long time in the Golden Age, becoming part of the Golden Clan, slaying and devouring many powerful beings from the devouring world. She had never encountered the Black Source God before, and he was so powerful that he took Guanyin with him in the least. Later, when Guanyin reached the level of a mid-level God King, the Black Source God took the initiative and attempted to kill her. Fortunately, the God of Karma reacted quickly, and Guanyin escaped the clutches of the Black Source God. Later, Guanyin attempted to battle the Black Source God, each time proving dangerous. The Black Source God was too powerful for Guanyin to withstand. Guanyin nearly died several times at the hands of the Black Source God. The God of Karma warned her against reckless behavior, saying she could find other weaker creatures to fight, and there was no need to fight the Black Source God to the death. Not every time Guanyin was so lucky, the God of Karma would intervene in time. Guanyin ignored the God of Karma's concerns, and continued to do as she pleased. Each time, the God of Karma would say he would not help Guanyin, regretting his bargain with her, but he would still intervene. Although Guanyin's battle with the Black Source God was dangerous, she also gained the power of the thousand-armed Guanyin. The Black Source God voluntarily reduced his strength, allowing the God of Karma to fight even with the thousand-armed Guanyin. Darkness proved too difficult to kill, and he quickly formed a new dark form. The Black Source God sneered, "With that little power, you're still a long way from killing me." Guanyin didn't answer the Black Source God, but continued to fight him. Lin Luo hadn't returned from the universe, so Guanyin wanted to drag the Black Source God to destroy the Earth until Lin Luo returned. According to the God of Karma, Guanyin was promoted to high-level God King in the Golden Age, and after a brief rest to digest her energy, she would continue to arrange for Guanyin to enter the Three Purities Age, furthering her evolutionary path, and facilitating her arrival at the peak God King level. The God of Karma had traveled through various eras, and his abilities were no less powerful than those of the Black Source God, if not more so. The Black Source God's initial fear upon seeing the God of Karma was fearing that the God of Karma would strike some deal with Lin Luo. If the God of Karma intervenes, the Black Source God likely won't be able to kill Lin Luo. Guanyin is an extremely intelligent being, and would certainly not obey the God of Karma's orders. Her advancement to peak God King status means the God of Karma will be able to reap her. Guanyin won't reach peak God King status unless she finds a way to break the spell. 10 minutes have already passed, and darkness still hasn't arrived. I'm sitting here in fear. I'd rather the darkness arrive, and kill me sooner rather than later. This Black Source God doesn't keep his word. I already killed my wife next to me. It can't be in vain. That would be a huge loss for me. Look, it looks like Buddha's light in the sky. Someone is battling the Black Source God. Could it be the Dragon God? The crowd waited for darkness to arrive, but it never arrived. Soon, they discovered a battle in the sky. A woman was battling an incarnation of darkness. After investigation, they discovered the woman was the legendary Guanyin. The savior, Avalokitesvara, has appeared. No wonder the Black Source God hasn't launched another dark invasion. It's because of her presence. Everyone was delighted. Let the battle end here. You're too weak. My ultimate evolutionary form is the Creator God, and you can't withstand it. The Black Source God arrived before Avalokitesvara and punched her head. This simple attack held terrifying power. The god of karma shook his head and sighed, what a pity. After so much trouble finding a trade partner, she's going to die at the hands of the Black Source God. With this punch from the Black Source God, Avalokitesvara was not far from death. Just as the Black Source God's fist was about to fall, a blue dragon claw suddenly appeared, blocking Avalokitesvara's attack. Chapter 336. With a loud bang, the black fist collided with the blue dragon claw, emitting an extremely terrifying sound and violent vibrations. At some point, a spatial rift had appeared. How dangerous! I was almost a step too late. Lin Luo, having learned from the previous 2 lessons, placed a reverse scale on Earth. The reverse scale shared his bloodline, and could sense danger on Earth. As long as danger struck Earth, it would quickly sense it and rush back immediately. Lin Luo, momentarily distracted by his pursuit of his own evolutionary path in the universe, had only just come to his senses and hurried back. Luckily, he returned just in time. Had he been a little slower, he might never have seen Guanyin again. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, the light emanating from his star scales even more dazzling than before. His size had grown significantly, becoming much larger than before. After digesting what he had previously devoured, his level had reached 140. Guanyin and the Black Source God, who had voluntarily lowered his level, seemed dwarfed by Lin Luo. Devouring the world. Since the Black Source God descended upon Earth, the Dijun and his brother have been observing the Earth. Dong Wangtai's face twisted with envy. Lin Luo isn't particularly handsome, and his strength was just so before. How did he manage to win over so many women? Now, even the most beautiful Buddhist woman in the land of Buddhas has been bewitched by him. Dijun's focus shifted. It's only been a short while, and Lin Luo has become powerful again. His strength appears to have increased significantly. Dong Wangtai said, brother, we're not too conservative. Humans are growing stronger quickly, but they're still some distance away from the Black Source God. Besides, your life level is higher than the Black Source God's. If you use your full strength, this human will be no match for you. You have a point this time. I was a bit hesitant. Dijun said, I need to make a decision quickly. Given the speed of the humans, I either don't take action, or I take action sooner rather than later. Dong Wangtai said, although I hope you take action, I don't want you to take any risks. Dijun smiled bitterly. Becoming stronger always carries risks. Sometimes you have to make choices. Dong Wangtai gritted his teeth and said, I should have descended to Earth and killed these humans. With my strength back then, I could have definitely wiped them out. Dijun said, what you're saying now is the same as what I said just now. If I had missed the deadline, I would have been courting death. I'm willing to live and die with you, brother. Silly brother, if I go to Earth to kill the humans, you don't have to come with me. If I win, I won't treat you unfairly. If I die, you can stay in the devouring world peacefully. No matter how powerful humans are, it's hard for them to overthrow the devouring world. No, I want to live and die with you, brother. Dong Wangtai decisively refused. You can stay in the devouring world and avenge me. Dijun soothed. Alright. Dong Wangtai, knowing Dijun's character, didn't argue further. Dijun's words revealed his decision. Land of 10,000 Buddhas. Guanyin, that traitor, fought against the devouring world for that human in Earth. Our Buddha clan's reputation has been tarnished because of her. Women shouldn't exist in our land of 10,000 Buddhas. Only men are right. Women are inherently destabilizing factors. Guanyin has such great potential. Her level has reached 130, making her even stronger than the Buddha Lord. The Buddhas had little objection to Lin Luo, but a strong one to Guanyin. Because the dragon subduing Arhat couldn't let go of his grudge, the tiger subduing Arhat retorted, the Buddha should have dealt with Guanyin from the beginning. She had ill intentions to begin with. The dragon subduing Arhat died largely because of her. That human couldn't have become powerful that fast, he would have died on Earth long ago. The Buddhas murmured among themselves, all agreeing that the tiger subduing Arhat was right. But they didn't dare to criticize the Buddha, fearing his anger. The ancient Buddha Randang said coldly, you are becoming more and more daring. You even dare to criticize the Buddha. The Buddhas quickly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They knew something about the Buddha's power and cruelty. So much time had passed that the Buddhas had somewhat forgotten. Tathagata opened his eyes and said, recite the sutras diligently. The powerful methods of evolution are within the scriptures. Recite them diligently, and you will find a stronger path of evolution, rather than wasting your energy on a single human. Humanity is no longer what it once was. No matter how weak it was, that was the past. Most creatures evolve from the most ordinary to become powerful. Constantly citing the past is inherently wrong. The Buddhas did not dare to object and echoed, "The Buddha is right." The chanting sounded again, and the Buddhas resumed. The Buddhas had to admit that Lin Luo was far too powerful, and it was beyond their power to dictate his actions. Perhaps even the Buddha was no match for Lin Luo, so the Buddhas, even if angry, would be nothing more than spectators. The Black Source God sneered, "I thought you, a human, would not come again, but you did. It seems Earth will always be your weak spot. A powerful creature showing pity to a group of ants. Don't you know that sometimes pity for ants will lead to a swift death?" Lin Luo sarcastically retorted, "You're quite good too. I fought so many powerful gods, and you're the first to threaten ordinary beings. I have to say you're quite unique. Stop the nonsense. Next, I kill you instantly at the same level." The Black Source God said coldly, "There's no need for us to be at the same level. It's better to use your true level, or you die quickly." "Arrogant! I want to see how strong you are." The Black Source God manipulated darkness into a physical form and attacked Lin Luo. The Dark Fist was approaching, and Lin Luo chose not to dodge, but attacked proactively. The Blue Dragon Claw and the Dark Fist collided with a loud bang. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and spewed out star flames. As he devoured the Ancestral Witch and the 3 dragon brothers, his level increased significantly, and the star flames were far more powerful than before. A thick dark fog surrounded the Black Source God and swept towards Lin Luo. The black fog and the star flames collided, making it difficult to determine the winner. The Dark God King, standing nearby, said in shock, "Seeing Lin Luo from the devouring world isn't intuitive enough. Only by watching from his side can you truly understand the terrifying extent of this human's power. Boy, that's what you don't understand. The people I want to trade with are all very powerful," said the God of Karma proudly. Guanyin said coldly, "Dark God King, long time no see." The Dark God King had targeted Guanyin in the past. Back then, Guanyin was just a mid-level celestial god, and he didn't take her seriously. At this moment, Guanyin was a mid-level God King, while he was only a junior God King. This wasn't the devouring world, but the real Earth. The Dark God King was naturally terrified that Guanyin could kill him. The Dark God King said, "It's been a long time. Great Master Guanyin, there was a small misunderstanding. I apologize. It's okay. I won't attack you now, but you know the consequences of Black Source God's death." Guanyin was seriously injured, otherwise he would have destroyed the Dark God King long ago. The Dark God King breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You're right. The outcome of this battle isn't decided by us, but by the Black Source God and the Dragon God." Behind Lin Luo's back, he called him an ant, but in front of him, he was so frightened that he decided calling him Dragon God was better. Chapter 337. The moment the Dragon God appeared, the tide of battle immediately turned. The Black Source God, even at the same level, was no match for the Dragon God. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva is a powerful mythical being, but he cannot compare to the Dragon God. The Dragon God's power is already beyond measure. The Black Source God is currently suppressing his level, and not using his true power. If he did, the Dragon God might not be able to withstand him. The battle continued for a while, and Lin Luo gradually gained the upper hand. The Black Source God's body was no stronger than Lin Luo's, and several areas were pierced by the blue dragon claws. Although the wounds were quickly replenished by dark power is not infinite. The Black Source God's use of dark power is his most essential strength, so using it sparingly will lead to less. It's better to fight at your own level. Lower your level to fight me. You're no match for me. Lin Luo's blue dragon claw attacked the Black Source God, who blocked it with his fist. The fist collided with the blue dragon claw, causing it to disintegrate. The Black Source God retreated a few steps, gaining a safe distance, and his arm reformed. If it were a normal creature, the Black Source God's arm would have remained intact. The Black Source God was formed from the primordial darkness that devoured the world, possessing all the characteristics of darkness. Damn it! Die! The Black Source God transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately used the extremely hot star flame to block the rapidly approaching black shadow. The black shadow was resilient in the star flame's intense heat, and continued to charge towards Lin Luo. "It's going to fight me to the death." Seeing Xingyan unable to resist, Lin Luo grabbed at her with all his might. The black shadow was scattered and swept towards him. The God of Karma, munching on a strawberry cake, said, "The Black Source God is still unsportsmanlike. He wants his dark nature to enter Lin Luo's body, and disintegrate him from the inside. Guan Shirin said, but he's doomed to fail. The god of karma said, it seems you still have great faith in the person you love. Guan Shirin blushed. What are you talking about? Lin Luo and I are just friends, not that close. The god of karma remained silent, sizing Guan Shirin up. Guan Shirin felt embarrassed by the gaze. Why are you staring at me? The god of karma said, nothing. I'm just wondering what the magic of love is. A woman as smart as you can become so irrational. Guan Shirin retorted, who said I like Lin Luo? The god of karma said, no one says it, because it's written all over your face. Guan Shirin said, the black source god attempted to use darkness to penetrate Lin Luo's body. If there were enough darkness within him, he could disintegrate Lin Luo from within. A dazzling blue light emanated from Lin Luo's body, continuously dissolving the darkness within him, preventing it from entering. Seeing he could not kill Lin Luo, the black source god gathered the darkness again. You can't defeat me with this little trick, Lin Luo said calmly. You dare to despise me? Next, I will kill everyone on Earth. The black source god decided to use the laws of nature to exterminate Earth's humanity, atoning for the humiliation he had suffered previously. Darkness once again engulfed the entire sky, and Earth was about to enter eternal night. Earth didn't fall into eternal night. Stars appeared in the sky, their radiant light dispelling the darkness. Damn it! The black source god used his dark power to its fullest, attempting to suppress Lin Luo's starry sky. He no longer suppressed his own power, returning to his level 145 capabilities. Even if the black source god used his mightiest power, he couldn't completely suppress the starry sky formed by Lin Luo's power. This meant that the black source god had no way to use his own rules to kill the people of Earth. The black source god was enraged and said, honestly, the humans on your Earth are the most inferior I ever seen. The golden humans, even if everyone died, wouldn't give up for their homeland. There are some bad people among the silver humans, the bronze humans, and the first generation humans, but the majority are good and won't surrender just because the enemy is too strong. Your Earth humans are different. Most are bad, with only a few good. To survive, they would even sell out their families, let alone you. I ask you now, what is there to protect from a human like that? It would be better for me to kill them all. Guanyin urgently said, oh no! The black source god is trying to deceive Lin Luo and make him abandon everyone on Earth. He must have a conspiracy. I need to warn Lin Luo. She wanted to tell Lin Luo, but found herself sealed within a powerful force, unable to escape. Guanyin pleaded with the god of karma, hurry and help me break the seal. I have something important to tell Lin Luo. Tell him not to fall for the black source god's tricks. After finishing his strawberry cake, the god of karma said, you've forgotten our deal. I only help you if you're in danger. And you said you weren't blinded by love, but now you're being distracted by concern. This human is even more cunning than you. If you can see that, how can he not? Guanyin nodded and said, you make sense. The god of karma took out a cup of milk tea, put a straw in it, and began to drink. So don't worry, just watch carefully. Give me one too. Guanyin agreed that the god of karma was right. Excessive concern is not good. Lin Luo said, whether I protect you or not doesn't seem to be any of your business. The black source god's voice was magical, capable of drawing out the evil in people. I just find you ridiculous. The ants below are betraying you to survive, yet you still want to protect them. You're protecting Earth, our home, not the ants below. Their deaths would benefit you. I know you find these people a burden. You're human, and those are your compatriots, so it's hard to take them down. But I can help you. Let me eliminate those humans. What do you think? Lin Luo declined. I don't feel very good about them. These people are quite evil and capable of doing some truly awful things, but no one can touch them in my presence. They have both evil and good sides. Great. The dragon god's words are so touching. I just killed my own wife just to survive. What a beast. Just now we were blaming the dragon god, but now he's protecting us. I'm such a wretch. I go and confess my sins. If it weren't for the dragon god, we would have died long ago, let alone survived until now. After hearing Lin Luo's words, everyone felt a wave of regret. Dijun shook his head and said, what a pity. Dongwang Tai said, brother, what's the purpose of the black source god doing this? Yes. Dijun explained, the black source god has an ability called life sacrifice. If he kills enough creatures with darkness, his power will be greatly enhanced. At that time, the black source god will become extremely powerful. Chapter 338. Dongwang Tai recalled something. It seems the black source god used this method to fight the strongest of the Golden Clan. Indeed. Dijun nodded. The strongest of the Golden Clan was incredibly powerful, making it difficult for the Black Source God to kill him. So, he used Dark Sacrifice, sacrificing many members of the Golden Clan to gain immense power, enabling him to slay the Golden King. The Golden King underestimated the Black Source God's Dark Sacrifice, and by the time he tried to stop it, it was too late. He was ultimately slain by the Black Source God. Another theory claims the Golden King tried to stop the Black Source God from using Dark Sacrifice, but the Black Source God's power was too strange, and the Golden King was unable to stop him, ultimately being slain by the Black Source God. Many people tend to favor the second of these two theories. The Golden Clan holds a strong sense of collective honor, a race that is sensitive to the dark origin. The Golden King couldn't possibly watch his own people being slain by the Black Origin God. At the time, the Black Origin God was far more powerful than the Golden King. Even if the Black Origin God hadn't resorted to this method, the Golden Tribe's demise would have been inevitable. Dong Wangtai said, the Black Origin God devoured the Golden King, and then led to the destruction of several epochs. Now, he's using all his might, and even resorting to dark sacrifice. Humanity has become this powerful. Di Jun said, in short, humanity has become ridiculously powerful. Dong Wangtai said, I regret it. No matter the cost, I should have killed humanity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown to this level. Di Jun held on to hope and said, as a native creature of the devouring world, the Black Origin God won't die so easily. The Black Source God still wanted to use dark sacrifice, so he could kill Lin Luo at a minimal cost. After repeated attempts without success, the Black Source God angrily declared, sooner or later, you will die because of these humans, and when that time comes, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Lin Luo ruthlessly exposed his intention. Don't think you're too clever. You want darkness to descend on Earth, so you can sacrifice some creatures to energize your abilities and boost your combat power. The Black Source God's face darkened. Did you see that long ago? Your meaning is so obvious, I don't even need to see it. Lin Luo smiled. The Black Source God said, believe it or not, I will charge towards Earth and kill your people. You can try. Lin Luo spread his hands. That's what you said. Don't regret it. The Black Source God rushed towards Longhai City on Earth. Before coming to Earth, he knew that Longhai City was where Lin Luo primarily lived. If he chose to destroy Longhai City, it would surely make Lin Luo miserable. Compared to the Black Source God's speed, Lin Luo's Star Dragon was even faster. Just as he was about to launch his killing move, the Star Dragon was already before him. Lin Luo spit out star flames, and the high-temperature flames enveloped the Black Source God. Unable to withstand the intense flames, the Black Source God chose to retreat without fighting. Lin Luo taunted, is this all you have? Besides threatening the weak, you don't even dare to engage in direct combat. Of course. The Black Source God angrily said, remember what you said. You regret it later. A black mist filled with dark energy gathered frantically towards the Black Source God. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the Black Source God was engulfed in the mist, forming a massive sphere. The sphere pulsed intermittently, like a beating heart. Lin Luo, without hesitation, immediately attacked the Black Source God. He had a bad feeling that the Black Source God would become much more powerful upon emerging. As a native creature of the devouring world, it couldn't possibly be limited to this level of strength. Lin Luo was the first to unleash a burst of star flames, attempting to melt it with the high-temperature flames. The Black Source God vanished in an instant, having successfully dodged Lin Luo's attack. The Dark God King beamed with joy. It's speeding up. His survival depended entirely on whether the Black Source God could defeat Lin Luo. Despair washed over the Dark God King as he watched Lin Luo suppress the Black Source God. He regretted coming to the devouring world. Even if the Black Source God threatened him, he shouldn't have come to Earth. And he had previously chosen to withdraw. Why not just quit? Why not come to Earth and wade into trouble? Thankfully, as a native creature of the devouring world, the Black Source God was more than he seemed. Guain asked, do you know what power the Black Source God used? The Karma God replied, the Black Source God summoned his true form. When he fought you earlier, he used a body condensed from darkness, not his own flesh. Guain asked in surprise, he wasn't using his true form before. That's right. The Karma God said, the creatures native to the devouring world aren't that weak. Killing them isn't easy. Lin Luo, using Dijong's power, gained considerable speed. His blue dragon claws, imbued with the power to tear through space, ripped a large hole through the black sphere. Ah! The Black Source God screamed. Dark energy converged once again, helping the Black Source God recover from his injuries. The Black Source God is at a critical juncture. No accidents are possible. The Karma God said, Lin Luo is much stronger than I expected. I'm afraid it's impossible for the Black Source God to use his true form. Guan Shirin asked, will the Black Source God become terrifying if he successfully uses his true form? The Karma God nodded and said, indeed, it will become terrifying. To be honest, I've seen the Black Source God use his true form, even when battling the Light Creation God. The two beings are one light, one dark, they are destined to be incompatible. I underestimated the native creatures of the devouring world. I didn't expect him to have never used his true form. Guan Shirin was shocked, realizing the huge gap between herself and the Peak God King. According to the Karma God, the evolutionary path of every native being in the devouring world leads to ultimate life. The reason why several native beings are at the Peak God King level is that they lack the energy they require. The devouring world is much more powerful than ordinary worlds, and its resources are limited to supplying only 5 special beings. Peak God Kings like the Karma God, the Light Creation God, the Underworld God, and the Black Source God must seek their own evolution to the ultimate form in other worlds. It's enough to see it this time. Just be careful next time. Honestly, if you die, my previous efforts will be in vain. The devouring world, and the real world can't descend it will yet. The Black Source God just entered the real world and can't use his true form well, so you can't escape. The Karma God explained. It seems the devouring world hides many powerful beings. Guanyin gained a new understanding of the devouring world. The Black Source God dodged repeatedly, trying to complete his true form's descent. But no matter how he dodged, Lin Luo could always strike him. More and more areas of the Black Sphere were missing, requiring more and more dark energy to replenish. The God of Karma couldn't help but laugh, saying, something interesting is going to happen soon. Guanyin asked, are you saying that the Black Source God might not be able to reveal his true form, and will be killed by Lin Luo? The God of Karma laughed heartily, you're right. That's exactly what I was saying. The Black Source God might capsize in a ditch, and be killed before he even reveals his true form. Chapter 339. The Black Source God sensed a threat to his life, and chose to flee quickly. Lin Luo never intended to let the Black Source God go, constantly pursuing him, preventing him from summoning his true form. The Black Source God's dark energy, depleted as a sphere, had to be replenished. His dark energy wasn't infinite, it would eventually run out. No, I can't keep going. I die a miserable death on Earth. The Black Source God, feeling the threat of death, desperately wanted to leave Earth. He was a native of the devouring world, possessing the privilege of entering the devouring world from the real world. Guanyin asked, the Black Source God's current goal seems to be to return to the devouring world. Can he do so? The Karma God replied, yes, we are native to the devouring world. As long as the 2 passages are unrestricted, he can travel freely. We can't let him escape. If he does, it will be harder to kill him next time. It's more difficult. It's still easy for the Black Source God to escape. The Karma God was optimistic about the Black Source God, believing he could escape back to the devouring world. The Dragon God is so powerful. This Black Source God, transformed into a black ball, was beaten back repeatedly by him. The Black Source God's goal seems to be to devour the world. He's preparing to escape back to it. Creatures not from the devouring world can't return after entering the real world. Is the Black Source God special, able to return to the devouring world? Everyone imagined that the battle didn't happen, and that the Black Source God chose to flee, with Lin Luo transforming into a giant star dragon and chasing after him. The Dark God King, seeing the situation was grim, immediately sought shelter. He hoped Lin Luo wouldn't find him, allowing him to escape. Unable to return to the devouring world like the Black Origin God, the Dark God King could only choose to hide on Earth. The Blue Dragon's claws had created a hole in the Black Origin God, leaving him without any dark energy to replenish. Lin Luo's constant attacks had caused the Black Origin God to lose most of his dark origin. The Black Origin God was in danger. Lin Luo's destruction of his black sphere would mean death. Lin Luo, don't be so ruthless. It's difficult to kill me. My dark origin is in the devouring world. I won't die until it's destroyed. The Black Origin God threatened, if you release me now, I promise not to retaliate against you when I return to the devouring world. I promise. Lin Luo paused. Don't worry, I, the Black Origin God, keep my word. The Black Origin God, somewhat concerned about Lin Luo, locked eyes with him as he moved towards the devouring world. When they were very close to the devouring world, the Black Origin God couldn't help but let his guard down. What he said was, of course, a lie. He would immediately regret it upon returning to the devouring world. A sudden change occurred. As the Black Source God was about to enter the devouring world, A giant blue dragon radiating dazzling light appeared beside him. "You idiot! You don't keep your word," the Black Source God cursed. Lin Luo manipulated his blue dragon claws and slid into the black sphere. The black sphere erupted with blue light, dissolving all darkness. "Ah!" The Black Source God's screams echoed from within the sphere. After a burst of dazzling blue light, the Black Source God died at Lin Luo's hands. Guanyin asked happily, "Dead?" The Karma God said, "This is unexpected. I thought the Black Source God had the means to forcibly descend in his true form and engage Lin Luo in a life-or-death battle. Actually, I'm not optimistic about Lin Luo." Guanyin asked, "Do you mean Lin Luo will lose?" The God of Karma said, "It's obvious. The Black Source God has existed since the devouring world appeared. Lin Luo is a powerful being of this era. The Black Source God has lived for so long, it's not something Lin Luo can easily surpass." Guanyin nodded slightly and said, "You have a point." The God of Karma said, "In fact, there's a high possibility that the Black Source God is not dead. Didn't the Black Source God Lin Luo just killed? You don't understand what I mean. The Black Source God doesn't die so easily. As a native creature of the devouring world, he doesn't die easily." The God of Karma believed that the Black Source God was not dead and would likely be resurrected in the devouring world. This was the first time Guanyin had heard of a dead creature being able to resurrect on its own. The vitality of powerful beings in the devouring world is much stronger than that of creatures in the real world. After Lin Luo killed the Black Source God, he immediately sought out the Dark God King. The Dark God King had taken refuge in Antarctica, where it was midnight. He hoped to use the darkness there to block out Lin Luo's perception. The Dark God King had indeed overestimated his own abilities. Lin Luo easily found him. Lin Luo said coldly, "Don't hide. I already seen you. If you have any last words, say them now. You won't have the chance to speak them later." The Dark God King quickly emerged from the darkness. "Dragon God, please spare my life. I grant you anything you ask." "No need." Lin Luo refused. "You were quite against me at first, teaming up with the other 5 God Kings to kill me. Now that you can't, you're begging for mercy. You're incredibly shameless. I know I was wrong. If you spare me, I tell you everything I know about the devouring world." The Dark God King begged for mercy, as his entire body transformed into black mist, attempting to escape. Lin Luo gave him no chance to escape, devouring him whole. The Dark God King was a member of a clan called the Dark Angels, naturally extremely sensitive to darkness. He was the strongest of the Dark Angels, having evolved to the level of God King. After becoming God King, the Dark God King, driven by selfishness, feared that others would surpass him, and slaughtered countless of his own kind. The Dark God King descended for several epochs, but all of them met a tragic end, nearly annihilated by 2. Lin Luo devoured the Dark God King, a retribution he had received. Devouring the world. The black mist rolled, devouring a single lightless stream. The mountains were shrouded in darkness, and the springs flowed from the darkness, a pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, and all the darkness converged, forming a powerful figure. Damn humans! Fortunately, I was prepared when I entered Earth, otherwise I would have died unexpectedly there. The Black Source God felt a wave of frustration, as he recalled what happened on Earth. Had his true form descended to Earth, this outcome would certainly not have happened. The Black Source God was confident that even without his true form, he could have killed Lin Luo and devoured him. Just as the Black Source God was about to descend in his true form, he was attacked by Lin Luo and died. If he hadn't held a regeneration stone, he would have died on Earth. The regeneration stone comes from the Life Source Stone. In the devouring world, there was a Life Source Stone, imbued with powerful vitality. If the Life Source Stone continued to grow, it would have given birth to a powerful life. Due to some unexpected event, the Life Source Stone was not able to be born in time. Had the Life Source Stone continued to grow, it would have likely given birth to life. However, the 5 special beings and other powerful creatures in the devouring world did not give birth to powerful life like the Life Source Stone. So, the gods acted together and shattered the Life Source Stone. Every participating being received a regeneration stone. The Black Source God also received one, but never used it. He hadn't expected the precious regeneration stone to be used on an ant, and he was furious. At that moment, a bright light appeared in the darkness, gradually growing brighter and brighter. Even the surrounding darkness couldn't block its light. Chapter 340. You bitch, what brings you here? The Black Source God immediately recognized the god in the light. It was his old rival, the Light Creation God. The intense darkness surrounding him could only be dispelled by the Light Creation God's light. The Light God of Creation, with a strikingly beautiful face, sneered, "Of course I came here to mock you. You must have died on Earth, and your living body is now the product of the regeneration stone." The Black Source God said gravely, "What do you have to say?" The Light God of Creation laughed heartily. "I find you hilarious. I thought you came to Earth to kill that human, but I didn't expect you were there to cause trouble. You wasted a regeneration stone. We divided it equally back then, and it's gone once we used it. You actually wasted such a precious regeneration stone on a human." The Black Source God said coldly, "Did you come here just to mock me? That's not the case." The Light God of Creation said, "I came here to cooperate with you." The Black Source God sneered, "We've been enemies since birth. How can we possibly cooperate? Right now, the devouring world and Earth are not fully connected. Entering Earth requires a considerable price, and we can't descend in our true form. Without our true form, killing these humans is practically impossible." The Light God of Creation explained the pros and cons. The Black Source God recalled the previous incident and felt a surge of anger. If my true form hadn't descended, I would have surely annihilated these humans. He's truly let it go easy on me, wasting a regeneration stone. Now that I can descend in my true form, do I still need to cooperate with you? Light Creation God sneered, "Black Source God, you're such a practical man. Humanity is easy to deal with, but don't forget about others. Will the 5 special beings of the devouring world allow us to evolve into the ultimate life form?" Black Source said arrogantly, "Indeed, it makes me angry just thinking about it. The 5 special beings of the devouring world benefit the most, yet they're doing everything they can to prevent us from becoming the ultimate life form. Do you know a big secret?" Light Creation God asked mysteriously. "What secret?" Black Source God asked. Light Creation God said, "There are many powerful planets in the universe, and Earth is very weak among them, arguably unworthy of being connected to the devouring world." Black Source God said, "You mean the devouring world no longer has any powerful real-world connections? Even a real world as weak as Earth has chosen to connect. There aren't many real worlds left in the universe, which means the devouring world is almost complete." "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Light Creation God said, "You must have heard the legend that when the devouring world devours enough real-world worlds, the entire world will become the legendary eternal world. Life in the eternal world will gain eternal life, free from birth, old age, sickness, and death. It has unlimited resources and doesn't have to follow the first law of biology, the survival of the fittest. Are you dissatisfied with the current world?" Black Source God said contemptuously, "The eternal world is eternal for other creatures, but not for us. We are inherently powerful. Compared to the eternal world, I prefer the current devouring world. We are strong enough to allow the survival of the fittest, preventing the weak from ever gaining access. Guangchuang Shadao, my opinion is the same as yours. I don't like the eternal world, so we need to form an alliance." Black Source Shinto said, "You mean we too should join forces to destroy the eternal world?" "Yes, we do. We're not the only ones who want to destroy the eternal world. 5 special beings are the ones who least want the eternal world to exist. They're already the most powerful beings, equal to other beings. No one would like them." Light Creation Shinto said bluntly. The Black Source God said, "You said those 5 special beings will cause destruction. Then we don't need to participate, and the devouring world won't succeed." The Light Creation God said, "Have you ever heard of becoming an eternal being?" "What do you mean?" The Black Source God said unhappily, "Don't talk like you're playing a riddle. Just be frank." The Light Creation God nodded and said, "Then I be frank. Ultimate life isn't the end. There's a higher level of life, and that level is eternal life." The Black Source God said, "You mean that during the process of the devouring world becoming an eternal world, these 5 special beings will intervene and divide the entire devouring world, allowing them to become eternal beings?" "That's right. Ultimate life has always been the highest level of life, and eternal life is even higher than ultimate life, because eternal life can create a world at will." The Light Creation God explained. "You woman know so much. I don't know any of this. Compared to you, I have an extra brain. Can we talk properly? You come here seeking my cooperation." The Black Source God said angrily. The Light Creator God smiled and said, "It seems that I'm trying to make you unwilling to cooperate. We are already much weaker than the 5 special beings. It's not that they can't attack us, but they need us to maintain the devouring world. After the devouring world is gone, the 5 special beings won't need us anymore. They turn their knives on us. Even if we want to coexist peacefully, the 5 special beings won't allow us to exist, so we must cooperate up front." The Black Source God said, "We can cooperate, but you can't manipulate us." "Of course." The Light Creator God nodded. The Black Source God said, What do you want to do with that human? He almost killed me. The light creation god said, I really didn't take the human seriously. I estimated his combat power. If we use our true forms, he might not last more than half an hour. The black source god said grimly, I always suspected you deliberately waited until this moment to come and cooperate with me. Look at the way you put it. The light creation god smiled. It's as if you've been willing to cooperate with me if you hadn't died at the hands of humans. Besides, you wanted to go to Earth, not me forcing you. I don't know your intentions for going to Earth, but you wanted to devour humans and evolve to the ultimate life form more quickly. The black source god said gravely, don't you want to devour the human and evolve to the ultimate life form more quickly? Of course I do. The two of us, peak god kings, can't compete with 5 special beings with our strength alone. We must further develop into the ultimate life form. The light creation god nodded. We come full circle, and we're still devouring that human. The black source god complained. It's different. I have brains. Using them is safe, and will allow us to easily enter the ultimate life. The light creation god pointed a slender finger at his head. The black source god demurred, you're just pretending. Let me see what methods you have. The regeneration stone had already been used. The black source god couldn't afford to fail again. The next death would be a real one. Anyway, the light creation god liked to make decisions, and he just had to follow. Earth. Cafe. A beautiful woman in a maid uniform placed 3 cups of coffee and some desserts on the table. Enjoy your meal, all 3 of you. The waitress was polite, with a sweet smile on her face. Lin Luo sat across from the waitress, with the god of karma to his left and Guanyin to his right. Chapter 341. The karma god on the left had twin ponytails and a sweet face. She wore a Lolita dress, revealing a small portion of her long, fair legs, and a pair of black pig-kidney shoes. She was about 1.6 meters tall, neither too tall nor too short, and a legal Lolita. Her rosy little mouth sucked coffee through its veins, the dark brown liquid continuously entering her mouth. Coffee itself is unpalatable. It needs milk and sugar to be good. The karma god took a sip and sighed. Avalokitesvara on the right had a stunningly beautiful face, impeccable features. She wore a white dress, revealing her snow-white skin. Her long, slender, pale thighs were bare, even whiter than in white stockings, and she wore a pair of white high heels. The 2 women entered the cafe, and everyone cast envious glances at Lin Luo. Lin Luo had wanted to play with Guanyin, but the karma god had come along. The god of karma's excuse was that Guanyin had made a deal with him, and that she had the right to stay by her side and protect her. Lin Luo already knew about Guanyin's collaboration with the god of karma, but she didn't blame him. Guanyin's collaboration with the god of karma was a helpless move. If she hadn't stopped the black source god beforehand, the entire earth would have been destroyed. You two can talk about anything. I won't interrupt you. The god of karma took a sip of coffee and began to eat the cream cake. Lin Luo said, from now on, don't hang out with the god of karma, and try not to increase your level. Before Guanyin agreed, the god of karma became displeased. You two can't plot against me. Without my help, Guanyin would be dead, and your earth would have been gone long ago. Lin Luo smiled and said, thank you. Just a thank you. The god of karma was even more displeased. What else do you want? Lin Luo said. Okay, you idiot, if you have something to ask of me, don't ask me. The god of karma's cheeks puffed out. Guanyin couldn't help but laugh. Lin Luo was truly wicked. She had considered not evolving to the peak god king stage, preventing the god of karma from reaping her. Guanyin didn't think it was good for Lin Luo to bring the matter out into the open. The rune god suddenly said, Dragon god, my first generation is showing signs of awakening. Lin Luo was surprised. I merely killed the black source god, and yet it alarmed the first generation rune god. Does the first generation rune god have any connection with the black source god? The rune god shook his head and said, as far as I can remember, the black source god has no connection with the 5 special beings. They may even have a feud. The reason the black source god, along with the light creation god and several other native gods of the devouring world, haven't become ultimate life is due to the 5 special beings. Lin Luo looked at the karma god and said, if you want to know the truth, just ask her. The karma god's cheeks puffed out. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Luo said, don't worry, the first generation rune god is about to awaken. The karma god said angrily, the first generation rune god awakens. So what? It's none of my business. Don't worry. Lin Luo leisurely began to eat his dessert. Sweets always brighten the mood. The only downside to sweets is that eating too much can easily raise blood pressure and blood lipids. Lin Luo has evolved into a higher level life form, so there's no need to worry about that. After eating for another 10 minutes, the god of karma began to get restless. How did you hear about the resurrection of the first-generation rune god? Is the information accurate? I don't know. You're such a good fellow. If you don't say it now, don't say it later. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just keep eating your cake. Of course. The god of karma was so proud that he took several bites of the cake. The whole cake was devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Luo ignored the god of karma and began chatting and laughing with Guanyin. Guanyin enjoyed talking to Lin Luo and talked about the Golden Age. Lin Luo had heard stories about the human race, the Golden Race, the Silver Race, the Bronze Race, and finally the human race. The gods disliked the first three races, believing them to have many flaws. In the end, the gods chose the human race. Myths and legends differ from real events. In the myths, the gods disliked the three races and abandoned them, believing them to have significant flaws. The real events were far more bloody and cruel than the stories in myths and legends. Each of the three races represented an era. The destruction of 3 eras represents a vast number of living creatures, with the number of dead estimated in the billions. Lin Luo curiously asked, how many people are left in the three major human races in the devouring world? Guan Shirin sighed, not many. The Golden Clan is very ruthless, and an entire clan was wiped out. Many Silver and Bronze clan members entered the devouring world, but there aren't many left now. There are over 100 Silver clan members, and 20 to 30 Bronze clan members. Their strength is limited, without a single celestial god, and they are considered the lowest echelon of the devouring world. Lin Luo could see a future where Earth failed. If I fail, the number of people entering the devouring world won't be that many either, probably no more than 100. Yi Tian, Chen Limei, Zhou Jihui, Pang Bo, and others were rescued from the clutches of the Black Source God by his spatial power. Hundreds of these people were fortunate. After Lin Luo returned to confront the Black Source God, he was unable to harm them. Lin Luo felt a warm heart knowing that hundreds of people had remained true to themselves despite the pressure from the Black Source God. His efforts were not in vain. Some people were grateful to him. Even at the cost of their lives, they chose to support him. Lin Luo treated them well, and offered them many benefits. Among them, Yi Tian made the most progress, having already evolved to level 110, becoming a mid-level celestial god. It took almost 3 years from the invasion of the devouring world to the real world. In just 3 years, Yi Tian evolved from an ordinary creature to a mid-level celestial god, a remarkable speed. The main reason Yi Tian wasn't famous was Lin Luo's immense strength. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't been reborn, Yi Tian would have been the most famous person on Earth. But then again, without his sudden appearance, Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Yi Tian either entered the devouring world or died on Earth. There were 2 possibilities. Given Yi Tian's personality, he was likely to die on Earth. Lin Luo's rapid rise to power also hit Yi Tian hard. Yi Tian, who usually boasted of being no less capable than anyone, became incredibly reserved when he saw Lin Luo. Sometimes, Yi Tian would act like the Black Emperor, licking Lin Luo fiercely. Could it be that a pet's personality resembles its owner? Lin Luo believed that Yi Tian might have sensed the gap between them, and chosen to join in if he couldn't defeat them. The god of karma approached and said, "Today's cream cake is delicious. What do you think?" Lin Luo deliberately ignored the god of karma and asked Guanyin, "What do you think of the cream cake?" Guanyin replied, "It's quite delicious." The two began chatting again, with Lin Luo recounting some anecdotes that made Guanyin laugh. "I can't stand it." The god of karma suppressed his curiosity, but finally couldn't help but explode. The two men still ignored the god of karma, leaving him aside. "Wait a moment, I need to say something." The god of karma pulled Lin Luo aside, his expression becoming extremely serious. Chapter 342. Lin Luo feigned ignorance. "Just say whatever you want to say." The god of karma said, "I know you're a pushover. I tell you what I know, and you have to tell me what you know too. Isn't this deal a loss for you?" "It's not a loss, it's a win-win situation. The 5 special beings are about to awaken, and that's not a good thing for you either." The god of karma finally couldn't hold back, and chose to confront Lin Luo. "First, you have to answer me. How did you know the first-generation rune god had been resurrected? Is the information accurate? The dormant first-generation rune god and the awakened first-generation rune god are completely different beings." The god of karma said solemnly. Lin Luo trusted the god of karma quite a bit. She was a rare gem among the many beings in the devouring world. He teamed up with Guanyin to trick the god of karma, but the god of karma didn't seek revenge on him. Logically, The god of karma had a unique knack for successfully trading so many times. Guanyin could see the flaw in the god of karma's deal at a glance, so the god of karma couldn't have failed to see it himself. Of course, the possibility of the god of karma having a greater agenda remains, so Lin Luo must be cautious. Lin Luo produced a strange inscription, which was the 20th generation rune god. The god of karma said, "You're truly bold. You even carry such a vile thing around with you. Aren't you afraid the first generation rune god will use it to find you?" Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you say the first generation rune god hasn't awakened yet? Besides, the devouring world targeted me so hard earlier, and I was practically dying, yet I was still hesitant to cooperate with anyone." The god of karma nodded. "It's hard to refute your point. It's true that I'm practically dead, so why would I be afraid to cooperate with anyone? The 20th generation rune god knows more than most devouring world creatures, and could be of great help to you. Of course, he can't compare to me. I already told you the source of the information. Now it's time for you to tell me about the devouring world," Lin Luo said. The god of karma smiled sweetly. "What will you do to me if I don't tell you?" "You can tell me if you want to," Lin Luo said calmly. "Then I won't tell you." "Whatever." The god of karma began to eat her cake and coffee, then switched to a glass of orange juice. As she drank her orange juice, her wide eyes studied Lin Luo. The god of karma wanted to turn the tables. She couldn't be so passive. Lin Luo and Guanyin resumed their conversation. Guanyin loved earth clothes. They perfectly accentuated women's figures. As they chatted, Lin Luo asked Guanyin to wear some beautiful clothes, wanting to see how she looked in other clothes. Guanyin, sensing Lin Luo's ill intentions, decisively refused. Lin Luo wasn't the least bit anxious, confident that Guanyin would follow his wishes. Guanyin was rather shy, so she couldn't agree openly. The god of karma angrily said, "You two are showing off your affection. Can't you please care about the feelings of the people around you?" Lin Luo said, "I'm showing off my affection, and you're eating your food. It's none of your business." The god of karma said, "Damn it. I'm so pissed off." Guanyin pointed to the table next to her and said, "The table next to her is empty. Which table are you moving your food to?" The god of karma blushed furiously. "You're targeting your savior this way. Without my help, you wouldn't have reached the level of a god king, let alone a mid-level god king. You would have perished at the hands of the black source god long ago." Guanyin feigned incomprehension. "Didn't you say you can't stand seeing others display affection? I figured the table next to her was empty, so it would be better for you to eat there. It's for your own good." The god of karma was no match for Lin Luo and surrendered. "All right, enough joking around. Let's get down to business." Lin Luo said, "I want to know how the devouring world was formed, how the 5 special beings fell into slumber, and why you're so afraid of their awakening." The god of karma grumbled, "You only answered 1 question, and you asked me 3. Lin Luo said, "These secrets aren't worth much. Tell me so I can better analyze them. Doesn't that make sense?" "I don't believe you. You're such a liar." The god of karma complained, as he shared what he knew with Lin Luo. The awakening of the 5 special beings was no small matter. It concerned her life and death. Perhaps Lin Luo had killed the god of karma before he could evolve into the ultimate life form. Besides the 5 special beings, the devouring world's native lifeforms also possessed another creature with even greater potential. She was the devouring world's first lifeform, destined from birth to become powerful. Originally, the first life would be born first, but an unexpected event occurred, resulting in its birth later than the 5 special beings. Later, the light creation god, the black source god, the underworld god, the karma god, and other native lifeforms of the devouring world were born, but the first life had yet to be born. The 5 special beings did not want anyone to be more powerful than themselves. Once the first life was born, it would mean that the 5 special beings would no longer be the strongest on Earth. At the suggestion of the Supreme Heaven, the 5 special beings joined forces with other powerful native peak god kings to shatter the first life's placenta. After the placenta was shattered, each participant received a regeneration stone. The regeneration stone's effect is that if a living being dies and has residual energy, it can be resurrected. Guanyin frowned slightly and said, "You mean the black source god isn't dead?" "There's a strong possibility he's been resurrected through the regeneration stone." The karma god nodded and said, "It's very likely. I don't know the black source god well enough to know if he used the regeneration stone beforehand. If he had, he would have died. If he hadn't, he would have been almost resurrected." Lin Luo said, "The first life is so miraculous that a part of its body can resurrect the black source god. How powerful would he have been if the first life had been born?" "Yes. The karma god nodded and said, if we hadn't united back then, the first life would have ruled the entire devouring world. Guanyin asked, what if? What if the 5 special beings, and the many powerful peak-level god kings weren't ruling the devouring world now? Would the situation have been worse? The karma god shook his head and said, no, it wouldn't have been better. Ultimate life isn't the end. There are even more powerful beings. More powerful beings than ultimate life? Lin Luo looked at Guanyin and asked. Guanyin shook her head and said, I don't know either. I only know that the end of life is the ultimate life. The god of karma, delighted by the two's ignorance, said smugly, you two are quite intelligent, but your lifespans are shorter. Compared to me, your cognition is still very limited, and naturally, your knowledge is also very limited. Stop talking nonsense. Speak now, Lin Luo said impatiently. Knowing he couldn't outmaneuver Lin Luo, the god of karma didn't beat him any further. 5 special beings devoured worlds to evolve into eternal worlds, and then, by dividing up eternal worlds, became eternal beings. It said that this was originally the plan of the first life. They devoured the first life to gain the method to become eternal beings. Chapter 343. Guanyin frowned and said, you mean, if the first life controlled the devouring world, compared to the 5 special beings controlling it, the devouring world would be even more powerful, leaving other creatures with even less chance of resistance. The god of karma nodded repeatedly. Talking to intelligent people saves effort. There's no need to explain. The first life is definitely more brutal than the 5 special beings. The devouring world has so many forces now, because the 5 special beings have fallen into a slumber, and are unable to manage it. If they could manage the devouring world, they wouldn't allow so many creatures from the real world to survive there. It's likely that the devouring world would be completely empty now, with no other forces, and only native creatures. Guanyin asked incredulously, is it that serious? The god of karma said bluntly, perhaps I'm understating it. Life will evolve towards a higher level. This is a trend, unless it can't be managed. Only evolution will stop. Just like you humans on Earth, you developed technology because you couldn't evolve. Once you have the opportunity to evolve, you will still choose to evolve. Like the 5 special beings, they have become the ultimate life, surpassing many other lives, but they are still not satisfied and want to evolve to become stronger. Originally, the first life was the one that devoured the world. The missions the 5 special beings are currently carrying out are more like carrying out the first life's plan. It's just that humans change, but the plan doesn't. Guanyin nodded and said, you make a lot of sense. Lin Luo asked, can eternal life truly be eternal? The god of karma said, I haven't seen true eternal life. Based on some understanding, eternal life can indeed be eternal. First, it is more powerful than the ultimate life, and second, it cannot be killed. These 2 points alone are enough to make the ultimate life want to become eternal. Guanyin asked urgently, with the awakening of the 5 special beings, will the devouring world soon become an eternal world? Yes. The god of karma replied, the devouring world has absorbed so many real worlds that it's almost eternal. Otherwise, the 5 special beings wouldn't have awakened. The main reason they fell into slumber is that they're too powerful, and the devouring world can't withstand their activities. Guanyin asked, will the devouring world become complete if it absorbs the earth? The god of karma said, that's one possibility. It's possible that the devouring world can become an eternal world without absorbing the earth. Lin Luo said, the 5 special beings awakened to divide the fruits of the devouring world. Okay, that's all I have to say. The god of karma said bluntly, some things. I won't hide it. 5 special beings have become immortal. All life in the devouring world will perish. Many gods believe they are hiding in the devouring world, where no one can kill them. They believe that as long as they can survive the devouring world and absorb its energy, they can achieve a form of immortality in the devouring world, which is even better than their original real world. That's their limited understanding. The devouring world itself enjoys invading other worlds, and is no philanthropist. Guanyin figured something out. No wonder the Buddha is so desperate to become stronger. It's likely he knows something. The god of karma nodded and said, it's not impossible that that old scoundrel knew this information in advance. Lin Luo asked the 20th rune god, has the first rune god fully awakened? The rune god nodded and said, wake up quickly. Just as the lord of karma said. The god of karma nodded in satisfaction. You're much better than the 2 I see before you. You're constantly plotting against me, and you don't even offer a word of respect. Lin Luo ignored the god of karma and asked, did he summon you to see him? The god of rune shuddered. Yes. Yes. The first rune god's next order will likely be to summon us. The god of karma threatened, if you go, the first rune god will devour you. This guy is different from the other special beings. The other 4 special beings won't allow any beings like themselves to appear in the devouring God's world. World events, if they act prematurely, they will devour them. The Rune God prefers a free-range approach, letting you all loose, and then devouring you when the time is right. His plan has many problems, and could easily backfire, but it also has many benefits. By devouring you Rune Gods, the first generation of Rune Gods will be able to recover quickly. After such a long slumber, they need energy replenishment. Life is essentially a process of energy conversion and stability. The Rune God trembled violently. No way. He had just wanted to tell Lin Luo that he was going back to explore the way. According to the Karma God, if the Rune God went back, he would never come back. The Karma God said angrily, "Believe it or not." The Rune God was not Lin Luo or Guanyin, and quickly flattered, "I believe you, sir. You made it clear, but I have a special treatment from the Rune God. If I don't go back, I'd likely die." The Karma God deliberately glanced at Lin Luo and Guanyin, his eyes filled with provocation. "What I mean is that you two are so awesome. Hurry up and give Rune God some advice to help him not die." Guanyin smiled bitterly and said, "I have no other options. I must rely on you." The God of Karma said, "I like to hear that." She looked at Lin Luo again, implying that he was begging her to help him. Lin Luo sighed deliberately, "I have no other options. I can save my own men." The God of Karma smiled, as expected, "At this critical moment, you still have to rely on me." The God of Rune said anxiously, "Sir, please help me quickly. I have a feeling I'd be summoned soon." The God of Karma said sternly, "You know I'm the God of Karma. Everything I do has cause and effect. I'm not a relief organization. If you want my help, you must pay something." The God of Rune said helplessly, "As long as you can keep me alive, I'm willing to pay any price." "Yes." The God of Karma was satisfied. He said, "Your rank as a celestial being doesn't allow you to trade with me. However, you are a derivative of a special being, so you can." The Rune God was somewhat bewildered and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, sir." Lin Luo mocked him, "You're just SOSO. Didn't you just say you were powerful? Now you're talking about karma. Without karma, you can't do anything." The Karma God said, "Don't try to provoke me. My wisdom is the product of years of experience." "Years of experience? You prioritize profit over everything you do. Even capitalists can't do that." Lin Luo sneered. The God of Karma's cheeks puffed out. "In any deal I make, I only help them when they pay a price." Feeling Lin Luo's gaze, she quickly corrected herself. "Of course, there have been a few missteps. Mistakes are inevitable, but they're nothing compared to my vast experience." Hearing the God of Karma's selfless help, the Rune God bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." In front of the Dragon God and the God of Karma, he dared not say or do anything. When the gods fight, mortals can just watch. Chapter 344. Devouring the World. In a strange place, veins stretched across the ground, connecting to a massive circular disc. The veins were intricately intertwined, resembling the meridians of the human body. They rose and fell constantly, occasionally channeling energy toward the giant disc. Suddenly, the veins bulged upward, leaving little room for recess. Streams of energy surged toward the giant disc. The giant disc seemed to revive, emitting a glow. Amidst the dazzling light, a strange script appeared. As the veins continued to channel energy, the strange script took on the form of 3 characters. The strange script began to transform, forming a tattooed human figure. The Rune God, acting as the skin of the 5 special beings, possessed the strange script. He used the strange script to fight against other powerful beings. As one of the 5 special beings, the Rune God had long since attained ultimate life form, possessing virtually no rivals. Until he encountered Pangu. Pangu, charging from the real world into the devouring world, first encountered the Rune God. The Rune God was furious at the thought of a creature daring to charge back into the devouring world. He immediately attacked Pangu, intending to slay him. Pangu was incredibly powerful, and nearly killed the Rune God. After this incident, the Rune God took to transforming into human form. This was especially true during Pangu's battle with Supreme Heaven, which nearly resulted in Supreme Heaven's defeat. Supreme Heaven possessed special bonuses in the devouring world. In the real world, Pangu would likely have been the victor. The Rune God's body, densely covered in strange runes, looked powerful and treacherous. His eyes slowly opened. His eyes were blood red, emitting 2 rays of red light. "It's been so long. I finally awakened from my slumber." The Rune God was delighted. One after another, strange runes flew towards him. "Sir." The strange runes uttered a voice, respectfully addressing the Rune God. You are quite good. Many of you have perished, but most have survived. Many have devoured powerful beings and ascended to the rank of God King. Every time the devouring world connects with the real world, a rune god is born. The first generation of rune gods were blessed with natural strength and later attained ultimate life. Other rune gods cannot easily complete their life transformations like the first generation. Most rune gods need to devour themselves to advance more rapidly. We achieved what we have today thanks to you, Master. Without you, we wouldn't exist. It's good that you awakened. The devouring world is plagued by real invaders who, relying on their superior strength, exclude us. These invaders are so lawless, they treated the devouring world as their own territory. The first generation rune god awakened, and each of his derivatives rejoiced. It seems I've been asleep for too long, allowing the devouring world to be overrun by outsiders. The rune god said coldly. With you, Master, taking action, the devouring world will soon return to our native creatures. The derivatives rejoiced, looking forward to a bright future. The first generation rune god took action against creatures from other eras, and they stood to gain considerable benefits along the way. Become a part of me now. The rune god opened his mouth, devouring each of his derivatives. Sir, what are you doing? The derivatives realized something was wrong and struggled frantically. Some of the weaker ones had already been devoured by the rune god. Many of the rune god's derivatives struggled frantically, trying to escape the rune god's engulfment. But the first generation rune god was too powerful for their derivatives to resist. Soon, the rune god had devoured all the derivatives. The effect is good. My level hasn't been restored to ultimate life, but it's back to the peak of God King. The rune god began digesting the derivatives' memories. The derivatives carried so many memories that it would take time to digest. Interesting. In an era filled with ordinary creatures, a being with potential as great as Pangu's emerged. The rune god believed the derivatives' judgment was wrong. Pangu was incredibly powerful. No mere cat or dog could compare. The derivatives' levels were limited, their strength was limited, and their vision was naturally limited. Only he, who had fought against Pangu, could assess Pangu's power. He was filled with contempt for the man named Lin Luo. Even an ant, even if it rose to the pinnacle of the divine king, could be easily killed. What a shame! Pangu was killed by the supreme heaven. If he were still alive, I would definitely seek revenge on him. When I awaken again, I'd be far more powerful than before. The rune god sighed. He searched his memories, and discovered that the 20th generation rune god was gone. Where would this guy go if he wasn't dead? In the memories the rune god retrieved, the 20th generation rune god went to find Lin Luo of Earth. Lin Luo killed the rune god born on Earth, and the 20th generation rune god went there to seek revenge. After the 20th generation rune god entered Earth, there was no news of him. The rune god considered a possibility. The 20th generation rune god had chosen to join the fray if he couldn't defeat them. After all, each derivative's personality was modeled after his. The rune god could replace any derivative with his own personality. Let me see who's controlling my derivative. The rune god closed his eyes, and immediately took control of his own derivative. The god of karma was helping the 20th generation rune god release his control, feeling the rune god's control. The 20th generation rune god said, I was wondering why I lost a derivative. Turns out it was you guys who did it. He then turned his cold gaze to the god of karma. You had such a good relationship with humans back then, helping them free their derivatives from my control. The rune god's expression and voice changed. The rune god before him was no longer the 20th generation rune god, but the first generation rune god. The first generation rune god had somehow controlled the 20th generation rune god. The god of karma timidly said, You don't need to meddle with my affairs. The god of rune threatened, I just revived, and I didn't know who to deal with. Now it seems you're the best choice. The god of karma's tone weakened a bit. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you say that. A peak god king, do you think you have the slightest resistance against an ultimate being? The god of karma sneered. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The god of karma spoke in a fierce tone, the most cowardly words. The god of rune turned his gaze to Lin Luo. You are Lin Luo, right? What's wrong? You recognized me just after waking up? Lin Luo asked calmly. The rune god's voice was threatening. Of course I don't know you. You're not that famous yet. The reason I can ask you about you is mainly because of the memories in my derivative. They believe that if you develop well in the future, you could be as powerful as Pangu. But I don't think so. They don't know how powerful Pangu was, so how can they know that you can be as powerful as him in the future? And you're so bold, letting my derivative become your subordinate and help you with your work. Do you know you're courting death? Lin Luo said coldly. Who do you think you are? Why can't I say that? Chapter 345. Okay. The rune god chuckled in anger. I've been powerful for so long, and no ant has ever spoken to me like this. You could be the first. Lin Luo urged. God of Karma, didn't you say you were powerful and fearless? This rune god threatens you like this, and you're not angry at all? You seem to be lying. The god of Karma puffed out his proud chest and said unconvincedly, Rune god, I, the god of Karma, do I need others to tell me what I'm doing? The rune god scowled. I think it's best to think clearly before you speak. Don't just agree with what others say, or you die without knowing how. The god of Karma looked angrily at the rune god, then at Lin Luo. She was caught between the two, unsure how to choose. Guanyin then added fuel to the fire. It's obvious the rune god is threatening you. Lin Luo continued, you told us clearly that the 5 special beings who have become eternal beings won't spare any living creature. The rune god will attack you sooner or later. No matter how polite you are, it's useless. The god of Karma thought Lin Luo had a better point. You're right, rune god, what are you pretending to be? I, the god of Karma, am not afraid of you. So what if you're the ultimate life? The god of Karma gave Lin Luo a cold look. No wonder you, a human, have lived so long. I haven't seen your strength, but I have seen your despicable nature. He turned to the god of Karma, his tone still arrogant. Think of the consequences of attacking me. If I become eternal, then the devouring world won't be able to restrict me. I can travel anywhere at will. Your control of time and space will be useless. I can easily kill you and devour you. Guanyin explained, Rune god, your meaning is clear. If he succeeds, he will attack you sooner or later. Your death is inevitable. The rune god glanced at Guanyin and said, you still understand my words. While your explanation may be ill-intentioned, it explains them clearly. The Karma god angrily said, Rune god, we are both native creatures of the devouring world. Please don't be so harsh. The rune god spoke condescendingly, you seem to have forgotten one thing. My level is ultimate life, and you are only a peak god king. Even if I can't achieve eternal life, I can still kill you at my current level. Kill me if you want. I, the Karma god, have never been inferior to anyone. Sooner or later, I will make sure that the sky can no longer blind me. Who are you, rune god? How dare you control me? The Karma god extracted a tendon from the 20th rune god's body. This tendon was inserted by the rune god to facilitate his control over the 20th rune god. With the extraction of this tendon, the Karma god completely lost control of the 20th rune god. The 20th rune god's strangely written body was covered in a thick layer of cold sweat. He hurriedly thanked the Karma god. Thank you for your help, sir. Otherwise I would be dead. The Karma god waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. I only helped you because I saw you were too arrogant. The 20th rune god, knowing the Karma god's politeness, thanked him again. The Karma god said he didn't need it, but he was overjoyed. The 20th rune god said with trepidation, the first rune god had just awakened and summoned all his offspring, but they were all devoured. Fortunately, I listened to your advice and stayed on Earth, otherwise I would have been devoured too. Guanyin said solemnly, it seems the rune god is quite anxious. The 20th rune god said, yes, he is. The other 4 special beings will awaken one after another, and he wants to seize the initiative. This will be the last of my shared memories. After that, I will not be able to obtain any memories from the first generation rune god. The Karma god said solemnly, it seems the devouring world is about to mature. It is very likely to become an eternal world. Guanyin said, with the devouring world's power, Earth would have been absorbed long ago. Lin Luo's unpredictable behavior has greatly hindered the devouring world's progress. Now it seems the devouring world is about to mature prematurely. It is about to mature prematurely. The Karma god nodded. Lin Luo smiled wryly. There are so many variables. Thinking about confronting the peak god king who devoured the world, the devouring world is about to blossom and bear fruit, leading to the emergence of the 5 ultimate beings. The 20th rune god said, if nothing else, I need to rest. My rune god tendons have been torn apart, and I need some time to recover. Okay. Lin Luo said, change your name from now on. It's not good to keep calling yourself the rune god. You're not a true rune god. Okay, dragon god, please help me choose a name. I can't think of a good one. Choose one yourself. It should be a name you like. Then I call you Xiao Fu. Okay. The 20th rune god left happily, feeling a sense of belonging to Lin Luo. He felt a surge of joy, believing his original choice was a wise one. If he hadn't followed Lin Luo, he might have died at the hands of the true rune god, just like the other derivatives. After Xiao Fu left, the god of Karma grew restless. Guanyin asked with concern. We're all friends. If there's anything unpleasant, just speak frankly. We were friends then? The god of karma asked warily. Guanyin smiled. Weren't we working together just now? You're so quick to change your attitude. Lin Luo said. Just say whatever you want to say. Now we're on the same page. The god of karma screamed. Working with you is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It won't be long before people think I'm working with you. My alliance with them is impossible. Lin Luo said. Then let's work together. The god of karma said with a mournful face. I'm on a pirate ship. I'm the strongest on the team, and I'm one god with 2 crappy teammates. Lin Luo beckoned. I think working with me is the right choice. You help me go back to the past, and allow me to continue to change. Strong. The god of karma angrily said. You think I'm stupid, kid? This was the deal. I can help you become a peak god king, but you must devour me later, so I can become the ultimate life. Guanyin asked. Becoming the ultimate life means you can fight against 5 special beings? The god of karma said. No. They became ultimate life long before me, and their strength is far greater than mine. Lin Luo said. If you can't even fight against one special being after becoming the ultimate life, then you're not just giving them a free meal, afraid they won't have enough? Puff. Guanyin couldn't help but laugh. The god of karma angrily said. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young and poor. Lin Luo laughed. The full sentence is, don't bully the middle-aged and poor, don't bully the old and poor, and then there's the tears of a tomb robber. You have to think clearly about some things. The teammates you can ally with are very limited. If you miss us, you might not find anyone else to ally with. Chapter 346. The god of karma complained. So, I'm so unlucky. I'm chatting and laughing with you. I used to only say a few words during transactions, and sure enough, the more I talk, the more mistakes I make. The god of karma is often in a bad mood, and when she's in a bad mood, she's less talkative. Because she often ate sweets on earth, her mood improved, and she became quite chatty. Guanyin said, if you don't cooperate with us, no one else will. Lin Luo said, we're not easy targets. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have the chance to work with us. The god of karma puffed out his cheeks and said, what you're saying now is that I have to get on board your pirate ship. Lin Luo said sincerely, that's right. You can only cooperate with us. Honestly, you can't cooperate with any of the 5 special beings as reliably as we do. The god of karma grew even more angry. Is this how a reliable teammate betrays me? Guanyin feigned helplessness. We have no other choice. The god of karma said, if you have no other choice, you have to betray your teammates, right? Lin Luo said, we don't betray our teammates. We weren't teammates just now. The god of karma said, who said we were teammates? Lin Luo said, you said it yourself just now. The god of karma explained, I just let it slip. Okay, do you think you can find better teammates than me? Guanyin asked again. Who said I can't? The god of karma thought carefully, but couldn't find a suitable teammate. Her collaboration with the 5 special beings was like courting disaster. Once the enemy was dead, the next to die would be the god of karma. Di Jun lacks wisdom, Buddha Tathagata is too treacherous, and the black source god and the light creation god can't cooperate. The god of karma reflected carefully, and realized she had no one to work with. Lin Luo was her best option, the best one. Guanyin asked, is it Lin Luo who's the best match? The god of karma tried to speak forcefully, but then softened. Once I'm on this pirate ship, there's no way to get off. Lin Luo saw the time was right. We're teammates, but we can't act recklessly. Cooperation must benefit both parties. The god of karma nodded in satisfaction. Finally, you said something reasonable, something relatively objective. She immediately changed her tone when she saw Lin Luo's unfriendly look. Lin Luo said, next, you help me become stronger. Once I become the ultimate life, I will definitely help you become the ultimate life. Guanyin agreed, I think this plan is great. Hey. The god of karma said, what good plan? Why should I become the ultimate life first, and help me evolve to the ultimate life? I guarantee I can make you the ultimate life. Come on, it's not that I despise you, but you want to evolve to the ultimate life, even after devouring a peak god king like me. Your chances of success aren't very high. Lin Luo slammed him mercilessly. Guanyin said, your evolutionary path doesn't lead directly to the ultimate life, but it does. You want to become the ultimate life at a great price. Who said that? The god of karma said stubbornly, as a native of the devouring world, your evolutionary path leads completely to the ultimate life. How could mine be complete, and not lead to the ultimate life? Lin Luo and the other 2 remained silent, staring at the god of karma. The god of karma, embarrassed by the gaze, sighed, my evolutionary path doesn't lead to ultimate life. Due to the interference of 5 special beings, our native peak god kings are all lacking. While there's a chance of evolving into a creator god, success is difficult. Guanyin said, so you found a way to constantly trade karma with others, devouring them and turning them into nourishment for your own evolution. Lin Luo said, the 5 special beings have limited your abilities, preventing you from fully utilizing your power. You're forced to use so-called karma, rather than using your own abilities to kill and devour others. I imagine you're not someone who has much time to spare. You're both right. The god of karma wanted to retort, but he knew the 2 men before him were both very intelligent. Their words were all based on judgment. If the god of karma were to retort, he would look like a clown. Guanyin said, we're teammates now. What's there to hide? The god of karma noticed something was wrong and said, we're not moving very fast. And when did I join your alliance? How could I just come in so casually without a ceremony? Lin Luo explained, sometimes being casual is best. Guanyin continued to tempt him, we're all teammates now. If you have something you're hesitant to share, share it, and we can all share it. The god of karma asked, why do I still feel like I've been cheated? Lin Luo changed his tone and said, how about this? There's a lot of delicious food on earth. I take you to something better. The god of karma extended a white index finger and said, I want something sweet. That's easy to satisfy, Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma saw cooperation as the best option and gave up struggling. She revealed to Lin Luo all the secrets she couldn't reveal. The 5 special beings and the 9 native gods coexisted in a symbiotic relationship. After they jointly destroyed the source stone of life, the 5 special beings chose to turn against them. This wasn't the first time the ruined god had been so arrogant towards the god of karma. The 5 special beings were all ultimate beings, each incredibly powerful. The 9 native gods were only at the peak of the god king level, and were no match for the ultimate beings. It wasn't that the 5 special beings didn't have the ability to kill the 9 native gods, they were primarily afraid that killing the 9 native beings would prevent the devouring world from becoming an eternal world. They spared the 9 native beings, while simultaneously stripping them of their abilities. Guanyin said, without 5 special beings stripping you of your abilities, you wouldn't be able to freely travel through time and space to become stronger. The god of karma said, well, I'm not that powerful. I mostly enter parallel worlds. The main world can use time and space to go back a few hundred years. My abilities are limited by the amount of time I use to go back. Guanyin was surprised. Even if you can go back a short time, it's still quite impressive. Among the 9 native beings, aren't your abilities the strongest? The god of karma said shamelessly, I consider myself the strongest. Lin Luo laughed. According to what you said, if the 5 special beings hadn't restricted you, you would have likely already evolved into the ultimate life form. The god of karma gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of these 5 guys. Otherwise, I would have evolved into the ultimate life form long ago. I can control time. If anyone deceives me, I can use time travel to easily expose their deception. Especially Tathagata. How could he be so comfortable after deceiving me? He even evolved into a peak god king. If it were the Buddha Tathagata in the past, I would have devoured him long ago. Chapter 347. The 5 special beings are indeed despicable. They done such a despicable thing to suppress you. That's right. Lin Luo didn't completely believe the god of karma's words. He believed the other 8 native gods must have strengths. A native god of the devouring world with the potential to become the ultimate life form couldn't be too weak. Lin Luo wanted to know the details of the other 8 native gods, but the god of karma said he didn't know. Weren't you born and raised together? How come you don't know anything? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma replied, I haven't had much contact with him. We only worked together to break the life source stone. We didn't know much about each other. The black source god was so wary of me then, because he didn't understand my strength. I put in a lot of effort to break the life source stone. He didn't realize how much I've been weakened. In fact, I couldn't even use the time rewind feature in the main world. If he knew my background, he would have taken action against me long ago. He wouldn't be so wary of me. He's also weakened in many areas, but not as much as I am. Guanyin nodded. Your abilities are somewhat incomparable. You can't defeat the Black Source God. As long as there's a chance of victory, you can repeatedly rewind time until victory is achieved. The God of Karma gave Guanyin a thumbs up. You truly understand my abilities. Rewinding time in the main world allows me to be incredibly ruthless. Others can only fail once, but I can fail countless times. Lin Luo agreed, indeed, I'm quite ruthless. The God of Karma understood, you all have a point. Instead of investing in myself, I rather invest in you, Lin Luo, and make you the ultimate life. This will greatly increase the chances of winning this battle. Guanyin smiled and said, it's best that you can figure it out. She and Lin Luo were very close, and Lin Luo's affairs were Guanyin's. She was naturally happy that Lin Luo had benefited. The god of karma said, I can help you become stronger, but my control over time can't allow you to grow stronger without restraint. It all depends on your talent and performance. I've seen your karmic line. If you want to evolve to the ultimate life form, you must overcome a certain level. This person, like you, also wants to evolve to the ultimate life form, but has yet to succeed. If either of you wins, there's a high chance you become the ultimate life form. What level? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma shook his head and said, I'm not omniscient. How can I know what will happen in the future? I can only travel to the past, not the future. I can only see a few things about the future. Guanyin said, could the person you're talking about be the Tathagata? Lin Luo said, that's a possibility, but I still don't know the details. Can you tell me now about the three pure ones, the Taoist ancestor, and the demon ancestor? Actually, I don't know either. The god of karma said embarrassedly. Lin Luo frowned and said, you're also trying to get something for nothing? The god of karma said angrily, how dare you say that to me? Haha, I don't have a solution, do I? You have so many excuses. I don't know where the demon ancestor, the Taoist ancestor, and the three pure ones have gone, but I can use my abilities to bring you back to the era of the Taoist ancestor, the demon ancestor, and the three pure ones. Okay, let's set off early. Lin Luo nodded. Why are you so anxious? Wait until I finish eating. The god of karma complained. With the god of karma's help, Lin Luo didn't need to worry. What Lin Luo lacked most was time. The god of karma possessed the power of time, which could greatly aid his evolution. Devouring world. The awakening of the five special beings immediately caused the gods to become nervous. After entering the devouring world, the gods only knew of the five special beings, their ultimate life, and their deep slumber. The sudden awakening of the five special beings was not good news for the gods. Their awakening would likely disrupt the entire devouring world, making their lives uneasy. The god of light anxiously said, my lord, things are bad. Five special beings have awakened. The god of creation opened her beautiful eyes and said, who told you that? The god of light explained, I'm friends with a rune god. He's a fourth-generation rune god, considered powerful among the many, having evolved to the level of a mid-level god king. He suddenly approached me, saying that the first-generation rune god had awakened and wanted to summon him. The fourth-generation rune god was delighted, believing that the awakening of the first-generation rune god would allow him to ascend to a higher level with his help. After ascending to the pinnacle of god king status, he came over to show off to me. I said something in anger, asking if a fourth-generation rune god would encounter danger when meeting a first-generation rune god. He laughed at me, calling me ignorant. In his eyes, the first-generation rune god was his true self. What danger would there be for a clone to encounter the real one? Besides, the devouring world has special rules. Creatures within it cannot attack recklessly. He thought I was jealous and deliberately said something unkind. Then he left and never returned. The god of creation frowned slightly and said, the rune god has awakened. It seems the other four special beings may also awaken. The god of light, with a grim expression, said, with all five special beings awakened, what changes will occur in the devouring world? The god of darkness followed the god of black source to earth, and died at Lin Luo's hands. The god of light decided to stay in the devouring world, refusing to enter earth at all costs. The awakening of the five special beings would likely make the devouring world unstable. The god of light couldn't imagine that if he couldn't even stay in the devouring world, where else could he go? The god of creation said, at your level, worrying is pointless. It's better to live each day to the fullest. Will things be serious? The god of light felt a wave of fear. The god of creation said impatiently, I made it very clear. At your level, you can't intervene. Knowing too much will only cause you worry, and won't change anything. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Then I won't bother you, my lord. The god of light had no choice but to leave. He hadn't been away for long when a cloud of black mist rushed over. The light creator god radiated a dazzling light, yet the black mist showed no sign of dissolving. Ordinary darkness would instantly dissolve upon contact with the light creator god's light. The black mist transformed into the black source god, and sat opposite the light creator god. The black source god spoke harshly, something big has happened in the devouring world, and you're still sitting here leisurely, acting as if nothing has happened. By the time you're almost dead, it will be too late for you to react. The light creation god said calmly, It's just that the true rune god has awakened. The Black Source god snorted coldly. It's just that the rune god has awakened. You're putting it so lightly. You don't even understand what his awakening signifies. We've been stuck at the peak god king level for so long, yet we've never been able to evolve into creation gods. A large part of that is due to the 5 special beings. The 5 special beings feared that while they were asleep, our evolution would surpass theirs, rendering them unable to control us. So, before they fell asleep, the 5 special beings cut off our potential to evolve into ultimate life. Their awakening signified a certain outcome. The outcome is that the devouring world is about to mature and evolve into the eternal world. Their division of the devouring world means our own death. Chapter 348. Light Creation God said coldly, and then? What do you want to tell me? Black Source God said anxiously, isn't my point clear enough? If the 5 special beings resurrect, we will all die. Didn't I already have an arrangement? You mean cooperating with me? Yes, I already have an arrangement. Light Creation God nodded. Black Source God said, how can 2 of us, peak god kings, possibly fight against 5 special beings? Light Creation God said, we are restricted by the 5 special beings, making it difficult for us to evolve into creation gods on our own. But we are different. We can combine light and darkness to become creation gods. Black Source God said, even if we combine light and darkness and can temporarily evolve into creation gods, we cannot fight against the 5 special beings. Light Creation God said, who said, we have to fight against the 5 special beings? Let me tell you, except for the rune god, who has a plan and devoured all the rune gods, quickly restoring his power, the other 4 special beings are not. With this method, they won't wake up as quickly. That's good news. The Black Source God worriedly said, the other 4 special beings just take longer to wake up, but that doesn't mean they won't. Sooner or later, they will wake up. What will we do then? The Light Creation God calmly said, that's what you're worried about. I take care of it. The Black Source God angrily said, you don't even take me seriously. The Light Creation God chuckled, let me ask you a question. Who do you think is smarter, me or you? The Black Source God replied without hesitation, of course I'm smarter. Ha ha. The Light Creator couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's the funniest joke I ever heard. You actually claim you're smarter than me. I couldn't have misjudged the opponent's strength, leading to my own death without even using my true form. The Black Source God blushed furiously and said, there's no need to continue our alliance. Don't be angry. I haven't come up with a good idea yet. I tell you when I do. The Light Creator consoled him. The Black Source God snorted, you better not mess around with your plans. If I discover that there's even a hint of a plot against me in your plans, I won't hesitate to attack you. The Light Creation God laughed, you seem to distrust me, and you're saying it in a bad way. I already told you that cooperation is beneficial to both of us, and you're the one who should be watching. The Black Source God said, I'm neither. I'm just dark on the outside, but I'm honest on the inside. You're bright on the outside, but dark on the inside. Ha ha. The Light Creation God laughed out loud. That's the funniest joke I ever heard. The 5 special beings are about to awaken? The Hades, in the underground of the devouring world, received this news relatively late. Hades asked, my lord, what problems will this bring? The Hades will evolve the devouring world into the eternal world. To achieve this, the 5 special beings will destroy the devouring world. After the devouring world is destroyed, all of these creatures that enter it will die. Zeus's face turned grim as he said, if things get this serious, we won't even be able to stay in the devouring world. Hades said, I'm not exaggerating. If things get this serious, we might not survive. Zeus said angrily, I know it must be the human Lin Luo. If it weren't for him, the devouring world wouldn't have become eternal so quickly. Hades agreed, if that human had died, and the devouring world had swallowed Earth, this wouldn't have happened. Hades shook his head, even without the human, the devouring world would have matured sooner or later. Because of this human's appearance, the devouring world wasn't able to devour Earth quickly, causing it to mature in Earth's current era. Without this human, the devouring world wouldn't have matured so quickly. They might not seek a connection with the real world again, or they might usher in the next era and mature into an eternal world. It's only a matter of time before the 5 special beings awaken. Hades' face sank. Even without this human, the 5 special beings will awaken, and we will all die. Zeus sighed. Staying in the devouring world doesn't guarantee immortality. The awakening of the 5 special beings will spell the end of the devouring world. Hades nodded. Not only will we die, but I will too. Next, go find the Buddha Tathagata and tell him I'm collaborating with him. Zeus suspected he had misheard. Go find Tathagata? Tathagata, like him, was a junior god king, and Hades actually approached Tathagata to collaborate. Hades said, "You think Tathagata, at the level of a junior god king, isn't worthy of collaborating with me? That's just Tathagata's appearance. In reality, Tathagata has long reached the peak god king level. That's impossible." Zeus remained unconvinced. Seeing Hades' displeasure, he quickly explained, "I have no doubts, sir. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. The maturity of the devouring world is not something you can interfere with. You just need to fulfill your role as a messenger." "Understood, sir." Zeus dared not contradict Hades' order and quickly obeyed. Hades hesitated for a moment, then said to Hades, "You shouldn't sit idle either. Go find Devour and ask him about the cooperation." "Okay," Hades said. Zeus arrived at the land of 10,000 Buddhas, where chanting continued and a celestial aura lingered. The land of 10,000 Buddhas remained unchanged, but his mood had. Once, the 6 great god kings had united to plot against the human Lin Luo. Now, only the god king of light remained, Zeus, the Buddha Tathagata. Compared to the deceased dark god king and Shiva, Zeus was very fortunate. Zeus was delighted to hear that his former co-conspirator was actually a powerful junior god king. He felt incredibly distressed. His brothers could afford to eat, but they couldn't prosper. Zeus entered the land of 10,000 Buddhas, and was immediately greeted. It was Arhat subduing the tiger. Zeus couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you been waiting here for a long time? Did you know it was me who was going to greet you?" Arhat subduing the tiger replied, "The Buddha only told me to wait here, but didn't tell me who was coming." "Very well." Zeus, now aware of the Tathagata's true identity, treated Arhat subduing the tiger. Arhat subduing the tiger felt much better upon seeing Zeus so polite. In the past, they wouldn't have been so gracious when they met the powerful God King. As powerful beings, the God King's arrogance was understandable. Zeus approached the Tathagata. Arhat subduing the tiger tried to shout, but was stopped. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the Tathagata finally opened his eyes. The Tathagata took Zeus to a place, and asked him what he had come for. Zeus knew the Tathagata had guessed what he was talking about, but he patiently explained the situation. Tathagata made no attempt to conceal anything. "It seems my concealment has its limits. I can't hide anything above the peak God King level." Zeus asked again, "Have you truly reached the peak God King level? What do you think?" Tathagata remained silent, his eyes revealing a haughty expression. Chapter 349. It seems to be true. Zeus hurriedly said, "Lord Buddha, I apologize for the offenses I committed earlier. I hope you will be magnanimous and not blame me." Tathagata said with a half smile, "Don't worry. You haven't done anything to offend me. I won't do anything rash." Zeus breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Lord Buddha, for your understanding. Go back and tell the god of hell that I can cooperate with him." Tathagata would not refuse anyone, but he would not cooperate with anyone. Next, he would fight a battle and evolve into the ultimate life form. If Tathagata had evolved into the ultimate life form, it was possible for him to evolve into eternal life in the future. At this point, he no longer concealed his strength. "Then I will not bother you any more," Zeus said politely. The two clones of Maitreya Buddha and Dipankara Buddha came to Tathagata's side. The ancient Buddha Randang said, "Tathagata, you are known for your wisdom. Have you thought about what to do next? The awakening of the 5 special beings is a major event for you." Tathagata nodded and said, "I will cooperate with them, but I have my own ideas. If I succeed, I will be the strongest." Maitreya Buddha said, "You lack some helpers. I am not planning to release the Taoists Junti and Jiayin. They are your benefactors, so it is only natural that they should make use of their remaining energy." The ancient Buddha Randang said, "I almost forgot about these two. They trained you and used you to manage the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Once the land of 10,000 Buddhas was restored, they kicked you off." Maitreya Buddha's smile returned, but he said harshly, "They are unworthy of being masters. A master should be fully committed to his disciples." Tathagata was very pleased with the words of his two clones. "You are right. As benefactors, they should make use of their remaining energy. I am in trouble now, and it is only natural that they should help." Hades approached Devour and explained his purpose. Devour was the officially recognized peak god king, aside from the 9 native god kings. His knowledge was limited. He knew something bad had happened in the devouring world, but he was unaware of the resurrection of the 5 special beings. Hades, receiving orders from the god of hell, revealed everything he knew to Devour. Dong Wangtai's face sank, and he asked, "Are you telling the truth? The devouring world will be destroyed, and we might all die?" Hades sighed, "It's basically true. As the native god of the devouring world, The god of hell knows everything about it. He has no reason to lie to us. Dijun said, plans can't keep up with changes. Before we can deal with this human, the devouring world has undergone another change. Dong Wangtai, at a loss, asked, Brother, what should we do next? Dijun said, cooperating with a powerful individual is the best option. Hades said, I go back and report to the Lord. Tell him that the Emperor of Heaven wants to cooperate with him. Okay, Dijun nodded. After receiving Dijun's reply, Hades immediately went to the side of the god of hell. Dong Wangtai said nervously, Brother, if what Hades said is true, then the choice is no longer ours. We might as well be killed by the 5 special beings. Dijun consoled him, Don't worry too much. The 5 special beings are powerful, but there are also many powerful ones in the world-devouring world. They may not succeed. That's true. Dong Wangtai's mood eased somewhat. Dijun persuaded Dong Wangtai a few times and let him leave. The 5 special beings are ultimate beings. Dong Wangtai's power is limited, and he can't intervene. He thought it was unnecessary to stress his brother out, so it would be better for him to think on his own. Things were spiraling out of control. Even the junior god kings were failing, and the peak god kings were barely qualified. The 5 special beings were so powerful they were already ultimate beings. The devouring world had connected to countless real worlds, yet only 6 ultimate beings had appeared in total. Except for Pengu from the real world, all 5 special beings were from the devouring world. To show my sincerity, it's best if I go there in person. Dijun had to take it seriously. Zeus and Hades returned one after another, and the god of hell remained silent. The two stayed beside the god of hell, waiting quietly. Soon, Dijun followed. You are the Hades, right? The Hades nodded. I am the Hades, indeed. As expected of a peak god king from the real world. You have advanced far on the path of evolution through fire, surpassing any other creature. Dijun politely said, As a native god of the devouring world, you are also extremely powerful. The Hades said, Hades has told you everything. Dijun nodded. He told me everything. The 5 special beings are the ultimate life forms. How can we 2 peak god kings possibly stand up to them? In their eyes, we are nothing more than larger ants. Indeed, the Hades had to admit. I had invited a powerful being to come, but he didn't. Who was it? Another native god of the devouring world? Dijun asked. The Hades shook his head. No, I invited Tathagata. Dijun wasn't particularly surprised. So it was him. It seems Tathagata has been hiding his true strength. His true strength is not what he appears to be. The underworld god said, Tathagata didn't come. He refuses our cooperation. Emperor Jun said, Tathagata is known as the wisest being in the devouring world. If he doesn't come, he must have a backup plan. Cooperating with Tathagata is inherently dangerous. Ordinary people can't hide their strength for that long, and we can't fully trust him. His absence is also a good thing. Now, let me tell you about my plan. The underworld god could only turn to Emperor Jun and the Buddha. The other local gods were capable on their own and wouldn't cooperate with him. To fight against the ultimate life, one must be the ultimate life. The underworld god has a method of sacrifice that can raise your level to the ultimate life, but the price is the sacrifice of many people. From what I know, you have many powerful subordinates. The sacrifices are enough to allow you and me to evolve into the ultimate life. The underworld god stated the purpose of the cooperation. He possesses the means to become the ultimate life, and Emperor Jun has many powerful subordinates. One of the reasons the underworld god sought cooperation with these two was precisely because he was impressed by their subordinates. Dijun said, I have many subordinates, all of whom are at a high level of life, some of whom are peak celestial gods. But this is the devouring world, and we, as powerful peak-level god kings, cannot violate the rules. The underworld god sneered, After all, I am a native god of the devouring world. I am naturally aware of what you are saying. Don't worry, I will tell you the method, and I am definitely capable of implementing it. Dijun hesitated. Can you give me a moment to consider? The underworld god said, Of course I can. I hope you make a choice soon. Family, friendship, and other relationships are all that matter. Survival is the most important thing. If you can't act now, when you die, your subordinates will die too. Give me a little more time. Dijun hesitated. I give you another half hour. Half an hour passed quickly, and the Hades urged, Dijun, what is your choice? Dijun gritted his teeth and decided, You have a point. Even if I don't take action against my subordinates, they will die when the 5 special beings of the devouring world destroy it. Rather than letting them die at the hands of others, it's better for them to die at my hands. The Hades nodded in satisfaction, That's right. Chapter 350. Wait a minute, before that, I have one more condition. All other beings can be devoured, but my brother cannot. Dijun stated his request. The Hades said, so you love your brother so much. Your brother's name is Dong Wang Tai, and he's a junior god king? Yes, that's my brother. Of course, that's not a big deal. Your men alone won't be enough. We need more lives to strengthen our forces. The Hades didn't want to let Dong Wang Tai go, but the cooperation might be shattered. He chose to comply with Dijun's wishes and spare Dong Wang Tai. Zeus and Hades' eyelids twitched, a bad feeling welling up in their stomachs. The two gods waited for Dijun's decision. If Dijun decided not to conspire with the Hades, then they would be safe for the time being. Zeus felt a pang of regret. He should have never gotten involved in this matter. If he had withdrawn earlier, his life wouldn't be in such danger. Not only had Zeus failed to exact revenge on Lin Luo, but he had also implicated himself and his brother. It was truly unfortunate. Hades was furious with Zeus, determined to sever all ties with him upon his return. The two brothers would have no further contact. Zeus finally lost patience and spoke, "My Lord and Emperor of Heaven, regarding the ultimate battle for life, we two brothers are too weak to get involved, so we won't cause any trouble here." That's right. Hades sighed, "We would love to help, but our abilities are limited. Do you two want to participate?" The god of hell smiled maliciously. No. Zeus and Hades quickly declined. The two gods knew exactly what Hades was trying to accomplish. Hades sighed, "What a pity. I wanted to give you a chance." "Thank you, sir, for your kindness. We know we're too weak, and we're afraid it might affect your plans," Zeus said politely. Hades said, "If sir, you're alright, can we not leave?" "You're free, so you can leave." Hades nodded. The two gods were overjoyed and wanted to leave, but found they couldn't. Zeus's face was grim. "Sir, what are you doing?" Hades said coldly, "I did give you a chance. If you had cooperated, I would have spared your death and allowed your souls to remain conscious by my side. I had the opportunity to resurrect you later, but you refused." Hades begged, "Sir, please don't kill us. I grant you anything you ask, as long as you don't kill me." Hades said that won't do. He didn't give the two gods another chance and killed them. In front of a peak god king, a junior god king had almost no power to resist. The underworld god didn't swallow the power alone, transforming it into the power of the netherworld, giving each of them half. "Drink this netherworld power." The underworld god wanted to give Dijun a taste of the sweetness, so that his future plans could unfold more effectively. Dijun didn't swallow it immediately, choosing to wait and see. The underworld god smiled and said, "No problem. We're both peak god kings. If I had any conspiracy, you wouldn't be able to fail to see it, right?" Dijun said, "Don't try to provoke me with words. As a native god of the devouring world, I know many things better than you. You're so lacking in confidence. Risks are everywhere. To reach the pinnacle of God King evolution, you must have gone through many risks. It couldn't have been smooth sailing. You have a point. Think about it carefully. If you refuse, you can simply leave. I won't stop you. I promise." Dijun didn't hesitate for long before consuming Hades' netherworld power. He had just reached level 145 after the previous epoch, and the next level was difficult. After consuming Hades' netherworld energy, Dijun's level bottleneck began to break. "Your netherworld power." Dijun was surprised. He was already at level 145. To advance to the next level, the energy required was enormous. Under normal circumstances, Dijun would need to devour 3 or 4 junior god kings to achieve a breakthrough. When the netherworld suggested that Dijun devour his subordinates, hoping to evolve to the ultimate life form, he had doubts. Dijun had already begun using the power of Hades, transforming into the netherworld, to evolve to the ultimate life form simply by devouring his subordinates. He wouldn't have waited until now. Dijun devoured Hades, transforming into netherworld power, and immediately felt the difference. He had just wanted to test it out to see if the god of the underworld was bragging. If the god of the underworld was, Dijun would naturally refuse to cooperate. The god of the underworld smiled. "Do you feel the difference?" Dijun nodded and said, "The netherworld power transformed by your slaying of Hades is 3 or 4 times greater than before. Devouring him is equivalent to devouring 6 or 7 junior god kings. If I return now, I likely reach level 146. I feel great, right? Working with me was the right choice." The Hades smiled. Dijun, not overly excited, raised his own question. "Energy is essentially fixed. Using your netherworld ability now will increase your energy to kill Hades. It's impossible that there are no side effects at all. The Hades nodded and said, there are indeed side effects. This energy can't be sustained forever. Once it's used up, you fall back to your previous level. Dijun frowned and said, you mean when I fight others, my energy will be used up, and my level will return to its previous level? Isn't that the same as setting a time bomb for myself, ready to explode at any time when fighting others? The Hades shook his head and said, that's not what you mean. It's a netherworld time effect. You're swallowing it now, and it's time to. Hades' transformation into the netherworld will expand its energy, consuming enough to devour several junior god kings. No matter how much power you use, you won't overdraw the netherworld power I've given you, but there's a fixed time frame. Dijun pressed, how long is that? The underworld god replied, about 3 years. If you're sure it's 3 years, and you tell the truth now, we can work together. If I find out you trick me, there's no chance we ever work together again. Look at what you're saying. You can definitely give it a try. I can't use my abilities while devouring the world. That's easy. The underworld god manipulated his abilities, transforming the surroundings into a netherworld. Dijun transformed into a giant golden crow, and golden flames began to spread. As expected of you, even using your flame power in my world gives me a strong burning sensation. The underworld god praised. Don't be so hypocritical. We're collaborating now. It's best if you don't try to scheme during this process. It's bad for everyone involved, Dijun warned. Don't worry, we're teammates. I won't hide it from you. The devouring world has matured, powerful enough for 5 powerful beings to evolve into eternal life. There's no conflict of interest between you and me. If you become an eternal life, we all benefit. The underworld god said. Dijun asked several more questions, and the underworld god answered them all. For example, what would happen if the devouring world disappeared, and the two of them became eternal life? The underworld god spoke of the beautiful future. Becoming an eternal life meant a world within one's body. Eternal life differs from ultimate life in that it possesses a powerful world within itself. No matter how powerful an ultimate life is, it's still a life. Eternal life differs from ultimate life in that its inner world transcends all other life. Chapter 351. A peak god king has almost no power to resist the ultimate life. Similarly, the ultimate life is almost powerless against the eternal life. Dijun said a little excitedly, I understand what you mean. When I ruled an era, the strongest was just a leader. There were many things I couldn't control. They obeyed my orders only out of fear. But now that I become an eternal life, things are completely different. I possess a world within me. I can nurture many lives within my world. Their life and death are under my control. I can even wish for their immediate death, and they must die immediately. They must obey my orders. After the Hades explanation, Dijun understood the immense benefits of evolving into an eternal life. In his era, he established a heavenly court, commanding millions of demon soldiers, 100,000 demon generals, 10,000 demon kings, 10 great demon masters, and countless higher-level creatures who submitted to him. Dijun was invincible in his era, but his rule was inevitably plagued by problems. His subordinates had their minds split, and if Dijun hadn't been strong enough, several rebellions would have succeeded. Dijun sometimes recalled past events, never forgetting them. Some enemies were so powerful that several coups nearly killed him. Dijun longed for a world where he had complete control, where no creature could rebel. The god of hell said, I almost forgot to tell you that you can cultivate ultimate life in your own world. Dijun explained in amazement, you can even cultivate ultimate life. Ultimate life can fight for you. This is a beautiful world, a world that belongs entirely to you. It's truly enticing. The underworld god asked, after hearing all this, are you more determined to cooperate with me? Of course I can cooperate, but I don't want to see you do anything that would harm our allies. Dijun remained uneasy. The underworld god said, you can be completely assured of that. Dijun said, you said the eternal world is large enough for 5 creatures to attain eternal life. Now there are only 2 of us, and I want my younger brother to join. The underworld god hesitated and said, you can let your younger brother join, but I'm afraid you don't have enough men. Dijun said, the devouring world lacks everything, but the one thing it lacks most is creatures. We can definitely take action against them. That's one solution. I can only attack from here. My abilities elsewhere will be limited by the devouring world. The underworld god said, this is the only place that will do it. I tricked those from the devouring world into coming here. Dijun said, I leave it to you. The underworld god and Dijun discussed the plan, and Dijun left the netherworld. This Dijun isn't very clever. He almost saw through my plan. If I had sent the Buddha here, he would have seen through my plan and even revealed it. then I would have likely failed. The Hades' spectral abilities have a side effect that he hasn't explained to Dijun. Dijun can't feel it now, because he hasn't devoured enough spectral creatures. Once a certain limit is exceeded, Dijun will experience many abnormalities. Boil a frog in warm water, that's the most terrifying. Dijun doted on his younger brother, and didn't intentionally hide anything. Dijun briefly told Dong Wangtai everything the Hades had said to him. Dong Wangtai excitedly said, "Brother, you said this Hades god really has the power to allow me to evolve into the ultimate life form. Is that true? I just tried it myself." Dijun released his own energy, allowing Dong Wangtai to feel it. Dong Wangtai exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, just by going out and meeting the Hades god, your level has increased. This native god of the devouring world is truly formidable. Now you believe it, don't you?" Dijun smiled. Dong Wangtai worriedly asked, "Does the Hades god have any ulterior motive in cooperating with us?" "Don't worry about that. I'm no novice. It wouldn't be easy for the Hades god to deceive me," Dijun said confidently. "Yes." Dong Wangtai nodded vigorously. "I trust your judgment. Next, take the demon soldiers with you. The Hades god will teach you how to do this," Dijun said. "Okay." Dong Wangtai nodded. The Golden Crow era boasted 1,000,000 demon soldiers, each reaching level 80, the equivalent of a god. The majority of these soldiers failed to enter the devouring world, and perished during the era's destruction. The number of demon soldiers who entered the devouring world was limited, numbering around 100,000, ranging from the lowest to the highest level of a god, to the strongest to the highest level of a true god. Over the past few dozen eras, the number of demon soldiers has plummeted again, to only 50,000 to 60,000. Of all the eras, the Golden Crow era saw the greatest number of creatures enter the devouring world. The land of the gods, and the land of 10,000 Buddhas were merely of higher quality, but their numbers could not match the number of creatures in the demon court controlled by Emperor Jun. The demon court was inferior to the previous two eras, lacking particularly powerful creatures. Emperor Jun summoned the Demon Master, Demon Commander, and Demon General, explaining that the devouring world might be about to be destroyed, and that they must devise a method of escape. He didn't directly mention the netherworld god's place of the underworld, fearing suspicion. Dijun kept his words to a minimum, allowing his subordinates to understand for themselves. Some things are better than too little. Saying too much would cause suspicion among intelligent individuals, and potentially derail his plans. 5 special beings were about to awaken, causing great fear among the devouring world gods. The god of killing, the god of destruction, the god of tricks, and the god of origin, the 4 native gods, were awakening, beginning a new round of cooperation. The god of killing and the god of tricks were friends, one responsible for killing, the other for transforming into something strange. The 2 gods collaborated, their power rivaling that of the ultimate life. The god of origin and the god of destruction did not cooperate. The god of origin was born only slightly later than the first life. After the first life, the god of origin was born second. The 5 special beings came later than the god of origin, and the god of origin and the first life needed to support each other. The first life controlled the devouring world, while the god of origin was responsible for the origin of all things. The 5 special beings joined forces to divide the first life, a move the god of origin opposed. The 2 sides fought, and the god of origin was defeated and fled. The 5 special beings, the ultimate life forms, were unable to kill the god of origin, demonstrating his power. Where there is hope, there is also destruction. The place where the god of origin was born gathered all kinds of positive energy. And beside him, filled with all kinds of negative energy, gave birth to the god of destruction. The god of destruction was as powerful and mysterious as the god of origin. Although not the ultimate life form, he was in no way inferior to it. With Dijun's help, the news of the 5 special beings' impending awakening spread throughout the devouring world. All creatures within the devouring world began to panic. They discovered with horror that entering the devouring world would not grant them immortality, but rather death. The resurrection of the 5 special beings would lead to their own demise. Many powerful creatures, unwilling to die, began to think about how to survive. Under the azure sky, smoke rose from the houses one after another. "Dad, lunch is ready. Come and eat quickly," a human girl in a beast's clothing called out. A middle-aged man, about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a fur coat, returned. On his shoulders was a leopard, covered in patterns, slender, about 10 meters long, and weighing over 100 tons. Compared to Earth's leopards, the giant leopard was a far cry from the giant. The table was filled with vegetables and meat. "Brothers and sisters, please eat," said the human girl Mingyu enthusiastically. The girl's father, Ming Lei, said, "You don't have to wait for me. You can eat first. I sometimes have minor accidents while hunting, so coming home late is not uncommon." "That won't do. You're the host, and we're the guests. How can we, the guests, start eating before the host returns home?" Lin Luo shook his head. Chapter 352. Using the power of the god of karma, the three arrived in the Great Tao era. The Great Tao era is the era in which the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor lived. After the destruction of the human era, the Yin Emperor and the Huang Emperor advocated bloodline inheritance. After the defeat of Pangu and Yuhua, the plans of the two human emperors began to unfold. The Great Tao era is the first era of human inheritance after the human era. According to the devouring world theory, after the emergence of humans in the real world, divinity will become increasingly weaker. The Great Tao era is the second era of humanity. Compared to other eras, humans in this era are much more powerful. The Great Tao era is located on a deep blue planet with 3 suns in the sky. There is a difference between the sun and the golden crow. The flames emitted by the golden crow, as Emperor Jun transformed, surpassed those of the sun. The sons he gave birth to inherited this characteristic well, emitting flames that were no less powerful than those of the sun. This led to the later 9 suns in the sky and Hoi shooting down Emperor Jun's 9 suns. The sun is a star, possessing sufficient innate conditions to develop into an era. The real world that once devoured the world was connected to a single sun. The deep blue planet was large enough, with 3 suns in the sky, so nothing bad could happen. The main thing was that the creatures below were strong enough to survive a single burst of heat. Similarly, the second generation of humans had to be strong enough to triumph over the numerous powerful beasts. Lin Luo had asked the god of karma to lead him to the Great Tao era, ideally when the Great Tao era was destroyed, so he could inquire about the whereabouts of the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. The god of karma patted his small chest, promising that he could do it. As a result, the god of karma transported Lin Luo to a certain time in the Great Tao era, before the devouring world invaded. As the last generation of humanity, Lin Luo was no different from the previous generations. Each generation of humanity possessed different divine powers. The first generation possessed the strongest divine power, while the last generation possessed the weakest, almost none at all, which was Earth. Lin Luo asked the god of karma to travel back in time and choose a new time. The god of karma explained that her abilities were limited, and she could only bring him to this time. If she chose a time again, she would likely fail, and not even be able to reach this era. "Hurry up and eat. Using Earth's cooking methods, it must be delicious," the god of karma said guiltily. Mingyu picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks and began to eat. Her eyes shone as she said to her father, "Ming Lei, it's delicious." Ming Lei nodded, "It's indeed delicious. I already taught you the method." "Mingyu, have you learned it?" Guanyin stroked Mingyu's head. Mingyu nodded and said, "I learned it." Ming Lei said, "I got the information you asked me to find out for you. Demon Ancestor Rahu will soon be giving a sermon in a nearby village. You can go and see it." "Really? Thank you so much." The god of karma looked ecstatic. Ming Lei smiled and said, "We're the ones who should be thanking you. You don't know how important the cooking methods you've given us are. From now on, Mingyu won't have to hunt or fight wild beasts to earn evolution blocks. Evolution blocks are made from powerful creatures and are divided into high quality, medium quality, and low quality evolution blocks, depending on their strength. These evolution blocks can help people evolve, and have become a hard currency, replacing physical coins. Compared to directly ingesting and consuming evolutionary items, the energy contained in evolution blocks is more conducive to absorbing and evolving them. Ingesting evolutionary items can easily accumulate toxins, especially from poisonous creatures, which can accumulate in large quantities. If a toxic outbreak occurs, there's no chance of recovery. In the Tao era, just like ancient Earth, there are different professions classified as noble. Doctors are a noble profession. Ordinary people can't afford their care. In the Tao era, the lowest profession is hunter. Hunters can only rely on brute force to kill prey and obtain evolution blocks. In the process of killing prey, hunters face significant danger. Mingyu's mother went hunting with her father, and was unexpectedly captured by a wild beast. By the time Ming Lei found help, Mingyu's mother had already been eaten beyond recognition. Ming Lei didn't want his daughter to end up like him, working in the lowest profession. Among the many professions in the Tao era, chef is considered quite good. Many highly evolved adults dislike the tasteless evolutionary blocks, and prefer seasoned wild animal meat. The cooking methods Lin Luo taught Ming Dao are new to the Tao era. Opening a restaurant in the city would be very popular. Mingyu said worriedly, what I really want is for father to stop hunting. Minglei said happily, after we finish hunting today, I go hunting again. I go to the city with you. It's time to use my savings. After spending a few days together, he began to trust Lin Luo and his group more. Minglei could tell that each of the Lin Luos was powerful, not just ordinary people. If Lin Luo and his 3 companions had any ill intentions, Minglei and his daughter would have long since died. As a longtime hunter, he felt quite confident. Next, Minglei and his daughter packed up and headed for the giant city. The giant city was a whopping 10,000 meters high, reinforced entirely with stone. Stone is not comparable to Earth's stone. Even Earth's ultimate weapon, a nuclear explosion, might not be able to break it. The giant city's defenses primarily protected it from wild beasts and criminals outside, who might harm those within. Minglei had a considerable amount of savings, but it was a bit limited inside the giant city. He asked around and found a secluded spot. The environment was acceptable, there was someone sweeping the grounds daily, and no one littered. The second generation of humans couldn't match the high standards of the first generation, but they were still quite good. They were naturally hospitable and helpful to strangers. Even those who were considered rich and unkind on Earth were considered good people in Lin Luo's eyes. Minglei came from the countryside, and the giant city was like a city. People like this who came into the city weren't treated well by the people there. Normally, the contemptuous words and glances of the people in the giant city would be considered mild. At worst, they would try to cheat Minglei out of his money. But Minglei was treated well upon entering the giant city, with almost no signs of being ripped off. He had no choice but to move to a remote area of the giant city, given his limited funds. Guanyin said, I witnessed many evil things on Earth. Many people are inherently evil, even harming women and children. I believe humans to be an unfriendly race. Now it seems I was biased. There are 4 human races, and it's not without reason that the first generation is considered the best. Lin Luo said, perhaps as the human race has passed down from generation to generation, entering each real world, its divinity has faded, and its evil nature has become increasingly severe. This must be the price humanity pays for successfully entering the next era, and that's why Earth's humans never miss any opportunity to unleash their evil. The god of karma said, don't be so sentimental, you two. A few of the second generation of humans survived the devouring world, but the rest are essentially extinct. We also came from a parallel world, and many parallel worlds have the same outcome as the main world. In other words, they were already dead, and my power brought you here. Chapter 353. Minglei sighed, this street doesn't have a lot of traffic. It's all my fault. If I had evolution blocks, our shop would have much more traffic. Mingyu consoled him, father is very kind. He's saved so many evolution blocks for me. Having a shop is the best gift. Minglei said, but this street doesn't have a lot of traffic. Mingyu said, Dad, you should have confidence in our recipe. Even if we set up a stall here, there will be a lot of people coming. The recipe was given to us by Brother Lin Luo and the others. Minglei nodded heavily. We don't really have the concept of stir-frying here. We usually cook anything casually, just add seasonings and eat it. Stir-frying, as you call it, is something few people do. The two began to feel confident, believing that business would be good. When they first opened the restaurant, business wasn't very good. The location was so remote that almost no one came. Lin Luo took the few remaining evolution blocks from Minglei and used them to promote the restaurant. Minglei trusted Lin Luo so much that he gave him all his evolution blocks. After Lin Luo's promotional efforts, everyone started eating at this restaurant. The initial crowd quickly grew from a handful to hundreds, and the restaurant was completely full every day. Because the restaurant was so successful, some people wanted to partner with him. Minglei consulted Lin Luo and chose to partner with him. Lin Luo felt that the second-generation humans were good, but there were some bad elements among them. If Minglei and his daughter didn't cooperate now, they would likely face bad elements in the future. The second-generation humans had many good people, but there were also some bad elements. On Earth, it's likely the bad guys would come first. Minglei and his daughter wanted a better life, not great wealth, so selling out was a good option. They had acquired some shares, and the money they earned was already 100 times their original value. The evolution blocks they possessed were enough to live a lifetime. Minglei and his daughter had enough wealth to live comfortably, but they were still very hard-working, toiling away every day. One sunny day, Mingyu ran over and said, Brother Lin, Demon Ancestor Rahu is coming to give a sermon. There will be a lot of people there. You should go and see. Okay, you and your father should go together. You get a lot of benefits from listening. Lin Luo nodded. I bought tickets for 5 people. Mingyu held 5 tickets in her hand, allowing her to listen to Rahu's sermon next to him. Demon Ancestor Rahu's sermons didn't require evolution blocks. The ticket price was for the venue cleaning fee. With so many people, there's bound to be more trash, so charging a cleanup fee is reasonable. 2 days later, Demon Ancestor Rahu arrived in the giant city. He appeared as a young man dressed in black, with yin-yang eyes, one orange-yellow and the other orange-red. It's said that when Demon Ancestor Rahu was born, darkness engulfed all light, plunging the world into eternal night. On Earth, many emperors were born with strange phenomena, many of which were fabricated. Demon Ancestor Rahu was naturally powerful, perhaps even having access to the ultimate life form, so a few strange phenomena were perfectly normal. His sermons focused on how to evolve, not on the natural way or the ethereal avenues that Earthlings understand. The audience was packed, and the audience below Demon Ancestor Rahu was so densely packed that not a single seat was empty. I'm about to begin my sermon. Listen carefully. Demon Ancestor Rahu's surface was cold and icy, his demeanor unapproachable. But the crowd remained unmoved, their respect for him growing even stronger. In their eyes, Demon Ancestor Rahu was so powerful that his willingness to teach them the way of evolution was truly remarkable. Demon Ancestor Rahu, using simple language, began to explain what he believed to be the best method for evolution. He believed the best method was to kill creatures stronger than oneself and devour them for rapid evolution. If you can't kill a stronger creature, you can resort to a surprise attack. No matter what method you use, killing a powerful enemy and devouring it is the best. In Yin Nation mythology, the path preached by Demon Ancestor Rahu is violent and brutal, unscrupulous, and known as the demonic path. And the path preached by Demon Ancestor Rahu is also tinged with violence. Many myths are not groundless, they can be said to be derived from true stories, yet transcend them. Demon Ancestor Rahu finally warned everyone not to attack their own kind. What he was preaching was a method of evolution, targeting powerful beasts and alien races. Thank you, Demon Ancestor. After Demon Ancestor Rahu finished, everyone knelt in gratitude. Wait a moment. The god of karma flew into the sky and called to Demon Ancestor Rahu. Demon Ancestor Rahu asked warily, fellow Taoist, what do you want to talk to me about? The god of karma pointed to the side and said, it's not me who's calling you, but my friend next to me. Demon Ancestor Rahu glanced at Lin Luo and said, you possess 2 powers, one human, the other from the stars. You're not from our era, nor from the previous one. If I'm not mistaken, you're from a much later era. He looked at Guanyin and said, you come from a powerful race. Your evolutionary path is significantly flawed compared to your friends. Reaching the ultimate life form is difficult, and evolving to the peak God King is a stretch. Lin Luo said, as expected of the Demon Ancestor, you can see through us at a glance. Demon Ancestor Luoho said, I tend to be direct. There are some things I shouldn't say so directly. Let's talk elsewhere. You must have something very important to discuss with me. Indeed, it is very important. Lin Luo nodded. Led by Demon Ancestor Luoho, the group arrived at the top of a tall tower. There's no one else here. You may speak now. Demon Ancestor Luoho had his men bring a drink made from the blood of various powerful creatures. Consuming the drink helps the drinker evolve. Demon Ancestor Luoho used every possible means to aid evolution, not sparing even the smallest detail. Lin Luo said, we came to you primarily to tell you that in the future, a powerful world's invasion will lead to the destruction of the Tao era. Demon Ancestor Luoho asked, are you talking about the devouring world? Lin Luo said, it seems you, Demon Ancestor, knew this in advance. Luoho nodded and said, we are not far from the human era, and a lot of key information has been passed down. Hongjun and I have been constantly battling each other, growing stronger through various competitions. To prevent the devouring world from invading, we have been strengthening ourselves, while also strengthening our people. Your arrival here suggests we have failed. The devouring world. We couldn't stop them, and the great Tao era was destroyed in the devouring world. His gaze fell on the god of karma. It's your help that allowed them to reach this era. Indeed, it was my help. The god of karma took a sip of his drink and nearly spit it out. Your drink isn't as good as the ones on Earth. It reeks of blood and is utterly unpalatable. Luohu said, it seems the era you came from is Earth. Now, tell me your purpose. If I can tell you, I tell you. Lin Luo said directly, I want to know, if the Great Tao era is destroyed, would you, Demon Ancestor, choose to enter the devouring world? Chapter 354. Demon Ancestor Rahu hesitated for a moment, then asked, you ask this question, Perhaps because I didn't die in the real world, nor did I swallow the devouring world. Lin Luo nodded. The devouring world invaded my era. It's likely to mature soon. I sought your help, but couldn't find you. Mature? Rahu asked, puzzled. That's why you don't know? The god of karma was furious that Rahu ignored him, and deliberately, wanting to stand out, said, as the devouring world consumes more of the real world, it matures. It's like a living organism. With enough energy, it will evolve to its final stage. By the time the devouring world connected to Earth, it was already on the verge of maturity. Rahu had a rather aloof and direct personality, but he was also broad-minded. He asked the god of karma to explain in detail, listening intently to every word. The god of karma spoke until his mouth was dry, only then did he give the general outline. Luoho said, no wonder the devouring world connects so many realities. It turns out it, like us, devours madly until it reaches perfection and awakens 5 special beings, all for the sake of eternal life. The god of karma nodded and said, the 5 special beings evolve into eternal life, but the price is the death and devouring of all of us. I always thought ultimate life was the end, but I didn't expect there was eternal life above ultimate life. Luo sighed. Are you surprised? The god of karma said happily. Very surprised. I thought my evolution to ultimate life was the end, but I didn't expect I could evolve further, and eternal life would be the end. Luoho's next words didn't make the god of karma happy anymore. The god of karma said angrily, you did it on purpose. Luoho asked, puzzled, what do you mean by on purpose? Lin Luo interrupted the god of karma, who was about to speak again. Demon ancestor, you don't have to pay attention to the god of karma. He's a native god of the devouring world. He's lived for countless years, and has even reached the peak level of God King, but his personality is no different from that of a little girl. Oh, it's okay. I have a bad temper too. Luoho nodded. Actually, I think this drink is quite delicious, the god of karma said softly, and began to drink the blood drink. If Luoho were the ultimate life, he would be far more powerful than her. The god of karma's ability to travel to the great Tao era didn't make her immortal. If she encountered a powerful opponent, she would be killed. The god of karma resolutely refused to travel through 2 eras, the human era and the early days of the devouring world. Both eras possessed ultimate life forms. They sought to keep the god of karma within them forever, but the god of karma could not escape. The god of karma assumed Luoho was merely a peak god king, on the same level as himself. He hadn't expected Luoho to have reached the ultimate life form. Had Lin Luo and Guanyi not been nearby, she would have fled. Lin Luo asked in surprise, has the demon ancestor already reached the ultimate life form? Luoho replied, I also recently evolved to the ultimate life form. Guanyi continued, if you evolved to the ultimate life form, then wouldn't Tao ancestor Hongjun also be the ultimate life form? Luoho replied, he's even more powerful than me, and may have reached the ultimate life form even earlier. As the 4 were chatting, an unexpected guest arrived. The uninvited guest was none other than Taoist patriarch Hongjun, a tall, kind-looking elder. Hongjun entered the tower and looked at Lin Luo and the other 2. Who are these 3? Luo said, let's talk about your story first. I introduce you to the 3 of them later. Hongjun said, I sense the presence of the devouring world. It will soon invade our real world. Luoho's face was solemn. It seems things are moving much faster than I expected. You should be surprised, but you're not. It seems you knew the news in advance. Hongjun said. Luoho nodded and said, I knew the news in advance, and the source was precisely these 3. Hongjun sized up the 3 and said, these 3 are not ordinary people. They may appear human, but 2 of them are not. One of them exudes the aura of the devouring world. You must be from the devouring world. The god of karma, fearing Hongjun's actions, quickly said, I am a native life form of the devouring world, but I have not caused any harm to the real world. I control time and space, and my relationships with others are cooperative, not forced. Luoho agreed, the god of karma is right. She truly harbors no hostility. She brought the 2 people with her. I see. Hongjun's gaze towards the god of karma lessened, causing her to feel relieved. When she arrived in the Great Tao era, Hongjun was the Tao ancestor, and Luoho was the demon ancestor. The Tao ancestor represents the righteous path, while the demon ancestor represents the demonic path. Literally, the righteous path is good, and the demonic path is evil. The god of karma instinctively thought that Luoho was more difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that Hongjun was more difficult to deal with. Hongjun glanced at Lin Luo and Guanyin, but offered no direct comment. When it comes to social etiquette, Luoho is more straightforward, while Hongjun is more tactful. It's not that Hongjun is bad, each has his own strengths, just like their own paths of evolution. Hongjun said, "You knew in advance that the devouring world would invade our era. They must have told you, right?" "Yes, they did." Luoho told Hongjun everything he had just learned. Hongjun frowned and said, "They came from the future. Their world was invaded by the devouring world, which means our resistance has failed and become history." Luoho said with a bitter face, "Although I don't want to accept it, I have to accept that we have failed. The Great Tao era is over." Hongjun said, "With the Great Tao era gone, what will become of the two of us? Will we die at the end of the era?" "I have another question. Now that you told me all this, what will happen if I choose not to resist and enter the devouring world?" Luoho nodded and said, "I didn't consider this point. Originally, Hongjun and I decided to resist the devouring world to the death. Unless the devouring world is destroyed, we will never retreat. Now we know the outcome, and we are not incapable of adapting. We will not refuse to persevere until death." The god of karma, facing the two leaders' questions, said proudly, "That's what you don't understand. My ability only allows me to return to the parallel world. It won't affect the main world. Even if you don't resist and hide in the devouring world, it won't change the main world." "I see." Hongjun nodded. After his introduction, Luoho got to the point. The three of them have come because the devouring world has matured. The 5 special beings, as the ultimate life forms, will divide the devouring world. All living things will be destroyed, and they seek our help. Hongjun frowned and said, "This question stumps me. I don't know what the outcome will be." Luoho smiled wryly and said, "If you hadn't told us, we might have predicted the outcome, but now we don't know." Chapter 355. The god of karma offered a suggestion. "Should you just resist until death?" Lin Luo shook his head. "That suggestion doesn't seem feasible. Our presence has already altered this reality, and the results will likely be different." Hongjun nodded. "You have a point." The god of karma said cautiously, "It seems best for us not to get involved in this matter now that we're here." She feared Lin Luo would blame her for choosing the wrong time. Luoho and Hongjun didn't object, choosing to acquiesce. Guanyin said, "I have a different opinion. There's a possibility that our arrival in the Tao era and meeting the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor is part of fate." Lin Luo said, "Your idea is that everything coincides, forming a perfect closed loop." "Yes, that's what I mean by Earth." Guanyin nodded. The god of karma smiled and said, "It seems it wasn't my fault that caused us to enter the devouring world early, but rather fate's plan to bring you to the beginning of the epic." Lin Luo said, "You're truly shameless." It's okay. The god of karma said shyly. Guanyin said, "Let's just wait and see. Stay out of the battle, and see what happens." Okay. The god of karma was delighted. She didn't want to intervene at all, fearing any accidents. The devouring world has 5 special beings that aren't permanently dormant. When the devouring world is unable to handle powerful creatures, one of these powerful beings will awaken. In the past, Pangu had come from the human epic to the devouring world, intending to destroy it entirely. The Supreme Heaven had no choice but to appear and fight Pangu in the devouring world. The 5 special beings were not dead in their slumber. They could awaken from their slumber at any time. Lin Luo learned that the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor were peak god kings, unable to resist the devouring world, and vanished. Now that he had arrived in the Great Tao era, he discovered many discrepancies. Among them, the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor's life levels were not peak god kings, but had evolved to the ultimate life form. In the mythology of the Yin nation, Hongjun was Pangu's benevolent thought and his successor. What Pangu failed to accomplish, Hongjun accomplished. The reality was not much different from the mythology. In terms of level, Pangu evolved to the ultimate life form, and so did Hongjun. In the days that followed, Lin Luo and the other two were much less active. Every time the devouring world connected to the real world, it would provide feedback to the real world. Similarly, the devouring world connected to the Great Tao era and provided feedback. Earth's feedback was game feedback, with everyone entering a game for 10 days. In 10 days, the game will be shut down, and all players will be unable to continue playing. Once the devouring world connects to Earth, the characters in the game will be inherited by reality. Lin Luo, relying on his reborn memories, successfully achieved the top spot in the server, obtained a superior bloodline, and evolved to the level of a god. The Tao era represents the second generation of humanity, incomparable to Earth's humans. They inherited the divinity of the first generation and are naturally powerful, with many evolving into gods upon adulthood. The devouring world, in its attempt to connect to the Tao era, will provide even greater feedback. Many people enter a secret realm filled with treasures, and death permanently leaves the realm without any consequences. The living can gain numerous benefits within the secret realm, becoming increasingly powerful. The secret realm contains a variety of treasures, attracting everyone. Even the honest Ming Lei and his daughter yearn to enter the secret realm. Death within the secret realm isn't a true death, it simply means exiting the game. The god of karma said, every time the devouring world gives feedback to the real world will take advantage of it. On Earth, you consider the wealthy to be strong and the poor to be weak. In the Tao era, things are much simpler. High-ranking individuals are considered strong, while low-ranking individuals are considered weak. This secret realm is filled with dangers. The strong can gain much by entering, but the weak can easily lose. Guanyin sighed and said, the real world has no alternative. It chooses powerful creatures that can resist the devouring world and allow more creatures to survive. Lin Luo nodded and said, although reality is cruel, there's nothing we can do about it. Mingyu anxiously asked, big brothers and sisters, are you saying that the appearance of the secret realm is not a good thing? It could very well be the beginning of the end of the world. Guanyin didn't want to share this harsh truth. Mingyu said, don't hide it from me. I went to school recently and learned some things. There's a history of the destruction of the first generation of humanity. They were wiped out by the invasion of the devouring world. When the devouring world completely invaded, an illusory world appeared. The first generation of humanity could gain many benefits within it, and many experienced significant level advancement. Everyone entered the illusory world for about 10 days. After 10 days, that world was no longer accessible. Then, the human era of the first generation of humanity was destroyed. After another 1 or 2 eras, our Tao era emerged. The Tao era, where the second generation of humans lived, was far better off than Earth, and they had access to more information. What was considered myth on Earth was more concrete history here. Most of the second generation knew how the human era ended. I have a favor to ask of you. Ming Lei emerged from the kitchen, about to kneel before Lin Luo and the others. Lin Luo stepped ahead of Ming Lei, supporting him and preventing him from kneeling. Ming Lei pleaded, I'm quite old now, and I lived enough. I hope you can help Mingyu, help her evolve into a god and enter the devouring world. Mingyu exclaimed in surprise, Dad, how do you know so much? Ming Lei smiled wryly, actually, Dad can read. I lived with your mother in the giant city. We were attacked, and your mother was injured and died. I was also seriously injured while killing the enemy. I followed your mother's wishes, and brought you here to escape the disaster. He pleaded again with Lin Luo and the others, the devouring world is very powerful. The human era was even more powerful than the Tao era, and it was destroyed by the devouring world. The Tao era is difficult to defend. Please forgive my selfish desire to allow my daughter to enter the devouring world, despite the Tao era's destruction. Guanyin frowned slightly and said, no. It's not that we don't want to help, but that we can't. After spending so much time with you, there are some things we won't hide. We're not from this era, but from the future. Ming Lei wasn't overly surprised. When I first met you, I felt you were different from the people of this era. So you're from the future. The future has already appeared, but the great Tao era couldn't survive, destroyed by the devouring world. Lin Luo said, Uncle, if we could help you, we would. We come from another era, and the devouring world would instinctively reject us. Ming Lei nodded. I understand. Wait a moment. The god of karma folded his arms, and said proudly, just because you two can't help doesn't mean I can't. Chapter 356. Ming Lei exclaimed in surprise, thank you so much. I'm willing to pay any price if you can help Mingyu enter the devouring world. No price required. The god of karma was in a dilemma. Her method required a price to be paid before she could proceed. The god of karma was at the peak level of God King, and only creatures at that level could trade with her. Ming Lei's life level was only 78, placing him at the lower end of the spectrum among many second-generation humans. Even if Ming Lei hadn't been injured and his life level hadn't dropped, he would still be at the level of a true god. In the eyes of the god of karma, true gods were mere ants, let alone trading. Lin Luo said, you boasted so much, but now you're done talking about helping others. No, what were you bragging about earlier? Inuo was extremely arrogant. Who said I can't help? My Inuo god is no match for you. She said to Ming Lei, next, you will enter the secret realm with me. I will not only help your daughter evolve into a god, but also restore your strength. Thank you, Lord God, Ming Lei said respectfully. Let's go, Inuo god said. You're so kind to lead us there. I won't ask for anything. Lin Luo joked. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Everything you obtain from now on is mine. Inuagod said, hands on his hips. Of course. Lin Luo didn't take Inuagod's words seriously. Now that the things were in his hands, there was no way he could just give them away. The entrance to the secret realm was a large open space. Just thinking about it from there would allow one to enter. On Earth, there are gaming helmets and gaming pods. Without these, entry is impossible. The cheapest gaming helmet costs 10,000, making it unaffordable for the average person. The capitalists are at work, and Earth also seeks to promote the survival of the fittest. Earth isn't as powerful as the deep blue planet, home to the Great Tao era, and its resources are primarily used to favor the strongest. Among the creatures there, the second-generation human race is significantly more powerful. The Great Tao era boasts numerous demonic races, including snakes, foxes, crocodiles, and other minorities. There's also a race claiming to be descended from the God King, who appear to be of Western origin. This race numbers a paltry 100 or so, and those who survive surrendered early. The God King and the second-generation human race coexist on the deep blue planet. The second-generation humans are outsiders. The Yin Emperor and the Huang Emperor's plan succeeded, allowing the first-generation humans to live a second life. While he didn't know how the two emperors succeeded, Lin Luo didn't demand an answer. He believed the two emperors would tell him what they wanted to say. After all, Lin Luo's evolution to this level was possible only after considerable effort from the two human emperors. The deep blue planet was large enough and rich in resources to support both races. The human emperor at the time expressed goodwill toward the Divine King clan, hoping for peaceful coexistence with them. The second generation of humans harbored no ill will. The Divine King clan feigned agreement, but then attacked the humans when they were off guard. Many first-generation humans sacrificed themselves to resist the Divine King clan, protecting their children. The human emperor at the time even sacrificed himself to protect everyone. To survive, the human race was forced to retreat to dangerous areas. The dangerous areas of the Tao era were undeveloped and rife with dangers, so no one from the Divine King clan dared to venture in. Even if the human race retreated into the dangerous areas, the Divine King clan would not let them go. At their lowest point, the human race numbered a mere 10,000. Later, with the rise of the second generation of humans, Hongjun and Luo, the human race's situation changed. In terms of bloodline, the Divine King clan was inferior to the second generation. After a period of development, the strength of the second generation forced the Divine King clan to yield. 10 battles took place between the two sides, with the Divine King clan winning 2, and the human race winning the remaining 8. The Divine King clan's 2 victories were narrow, with little substantial gain. The human race won 8 battles, nearly annihilating the Divine King clan. The Divine King clan was forced to surrender, and cease the war with the second generation of humans. After a period of peace between the two races, the Divine King clan began to act rogue again, gathering a large number of its members and launching an attack on the second generation of humans. The Divine King clan's surprise attack was a success, resulting in the deaths of many members of the second generation of humanity. Many women and children were raped and then killed by the Divine King clan. This action infuriated Luo and Hongjun, and the usually good-natured Hongjun declared his determination to exterminate the entire Divine King clan. Led by Luo and Hongjun, the second generation of humanity once again defeated the Divine King clan. Having learned from their previous experience, the two held back and nearly annihilated the Divine King clan. The remaining 100 or so Divine King clan members were only able to survive thanks to their outstanding performance. Lin Luo said, "It seems that every race that aspires to become the strongest in this era pays a heavy price, and the second generation of humanity is no exception. You're surprised by something you haven't seen before." The god of karma pretended to be knowledgeable. She was a petty person, always remembering that Lin Luo had plotted against her. Since she couldn't defeat Lin Luo head-on, she thought of attacking him from the side. "You're awesome, okay?" Lin Luo said with a helpless smile. The god of karma had discovered short videos on Earth, and her favorite blogger was surprisingly Yetion. It wasn't that she admired Yetion, but that Yetion used her own words. So the god of karma plagiarized Yetion, and some of their similarities became quite apparent. Of course. Praised by Lin Luo, the god of karma boasted, "If heaven hadn't given birth to me, the god of karma, the Great Tao era would have been a long night." "You plagiarized Yetion, didn't you?" Lin Luo pointed out. The god of karma flatly denied it. "Who said I plagiarized him? I said it myself. Are the mysterious Avenue era and the god of karma his?" Lin Luo patted the god of karma on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid." He plagiarized others too. I see. The god of karma smiled. She noticed something was wrong and hurriedly explained, I'm telling you, I didn't plagiarize. The Avenue era and the god of karma are my exclusive property. Okay, you didn't plagiarize. Hurry and enter the devouring world. Lin Luo said impatiently. Ming Lei and Mingyu are second-generation humans. They can simply close their eyes in this clearing and call upon the secret realm. The secret realm will lead them inside. There are many similar clearings on the deep blue planet. The method for others to enter the devouring world is the same. The god of karma altered Lin Luo and Guanin's auras, transforming them into those of second-generation humans. In the eyes of the devouring world, Lin Luo and Guanin are second-generation humans. The god of karma explained, my method can only conceal it from the devouring world. It can't be concealed from the second generation of humans like Hong Jun and Lu Ho. Even if they can't see through Lin Luo and Guanin's true colors, there are many ways to identify them. Lin Luo said, why are you talking so much nonsense? As long as we can enter the secret realm, that's all that matters. You idiot! The god of karma was furious and said, you're so petty. You seek revenge at the first opportunity. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. How dare you criticize others? Chapter 357. The god of karma said stiffly, I'm not petty. Think about your previous actions before you say that. Lin Luo entered the secret realm and saw a vast expanse of land. At a glance, there were forests, plains, lakes, and so on. At the end of the land was the ocean. Guanin was surprised. I thought the secret realm would be small, but I didn't expect it to be as large as the Great Tao era. The god of karma said, generally speaking, the size of the devouring world is the same as the size of the real world. Your Earth is so big, so the virtual world must be that big. That's right. The devouring world is the same size as Earth. I entered Lahai City, and I also appeared in Lahai City. Lin Luo said. Ah! Terrible sounds echoed around them. Monsters with 2 heads, 4 arms, and spider legs on their lower bodies appeared one after another. They opened their huge mouths as wide as they could and pounced on Lin Luo and the other 2. Mingyu trembled violently. Father, what kind of monster is this? Ming Lei replied, it's called a humanoid spider. It lived long before the Tao era. Humanoid spiders existed even before the formation of the deep blue planet where the Tao era is located. Humanoid spiders are cruel by nature, almost brutally killing their prey. Not only do they kill their prey for meat, they also reproduce within their bodies. After their offspring are born, they devour the flesh of their prey until they have devoured it, torturing it to death before their offspring are born. Later, some of them were exterminated by the Divine King clan. A long time ago, a small colony of approximately 300 humanoid spiders was discovered. The humanoid spiders attacked immediately upon seeing humans, ambushing and slaughtering hundreds. When the local authorities learned of this, they immediately launched a crackdown on the spiders. Every single one of them was slaughtered, barely a single one left. I know this so clearly because I was involved. This spider isn't scary. You can kill it by chopping off its head. Mingyu produced a massive axe, its blade razor sharp and emitting a cold glow. The axe weighed 10 tons, comparable to a tank. Mingyu swung the axe at a charging spider. The spider's head was severed, and it lay dead at Mingyu's feet. Dad, look at me, Mingyu exclaimed joyfully. Her smile froze, sensing the approach of death. Ming Lei stepped forward, axe in hand, and with 2 swings, he dispatched the charging spider. One spider's head was pierced, blood spilling all over the floor. The other humanoid spider's torso was shattered, and it lay motionless on the ground. Ming Lei struck with force, slaying both. Mingyu, freed from the life-threatening situation, breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be distracted in the next battle. Ming Lei and Mingyu fought side by side, slaying the incoming humanoid spiders. Each humanoid spider killed earned them a crystal. The humanoid spiders were numerous, densely packed, like a black wave. Among them were some larger ones, around level 70. The leader of the humanoid spiders was twice the size of an ordinary spider, and its level had reached the level of a god. Ming Lei was only level 78, unable to withstand the sheer number of humanoid spiders. Lin Luo and the god of karma, observing this scene, had no intention of taking action. The god of karma considered himself a powerful native deity of the devouring world, and attacking the humanoid spiders would be humiliating. It wasn't that Lin Luo didn't want to take action, but it was Guanin who took the initiative. A radiant Buddha's light emanated from Guanin, and each humanoid spider that rushed towards them melted away, dying so quickly that they couldn't get close to the 3 of them. The energy cores left behind by the dead humanoid spiders were of little use to the 3 of them, so they were given to Ming Lei and Ming Yu. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo couldn't help but think of the zombie swarms on Earth. Those zombies couldn't compare to the humanoid spiders, but they posed a significant threat to Lin Luo at the time. Time passed quickly, and Lin Luo's level reached the High Divine King, reaching level 140. One more level would bring him to the peak Divine King. About an hour later, the swarm of humanoid spiders was completely wiped out. The remaining humanoid spiders were handed over to Ming Lei and his daughter, who easily dealt with them. Ming Yu took out the Golden Wound Pill, a healing remedy unique to the Dao era. Crushing the Golden Wound Pill and applying it to wounds can help them heal quickly. Ming Lei wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. Thank goodness for your help, the three of you. Otherwise, with my strength, we wouldn't be able to defeat the swarm of humanoid spiders. We might have been forced to exit the secret realm without gaining any benefit. Ming Yu stood up and bowed deeply to the three of them. Thank you so much. The god of karma said, it's just a small matter. The three of us entering the secret realm with the two of you, especially me and you two, are like a max level boss with two outs. With me, a max level boss, protecting you, your outs won't level up too quickly. Her words made sense, but they also seemed to deserve a beating. Ming Lei, knowing the karma god's character, didn't blame him. Big brother, you're right. Thank you so much, sister karma god, Ming Yu thanked him. The father and daughter had always been simple and honest, considering it a great honor for the karma god to speak to them. If the karma god's words were harsh, they didn't mind at all. You two should rest for a while. It's best to swallow the energy cores and upgrade. We continue on our journey. Okay. Lin Luo was just helping Ming Lei and his daughter upgrade. He had more important matters to attend to when he entered the devouring world. With the strength of Dao ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Ho, entering the devouring world was equivalent to landing as a max level expert. The devouring world was a living world, and its contents were fluid. It was a complete replica of the world of the Great Dao era, seeking to compensate it. The devouring world had to respond to the two strongest beings of the Great Dao era. The powerful beings they were challenging were likely the five special beings. Lin Luo wanted to challenge the five special beings to see how big the gap was between them. He wanted to ask the god of karma where the five special beings were. Given the god of karma's timidity, even this question would scare him to death, let alone him. Ming Lei and Ming Yu moved swiftly, swallowing all the energy blocks. The humanoid spider's body could also be swallowed, but neither of them could bring themselves to do it. They didn't focus on the immediate benefits. They knew they could gain greater benefits by staying with Lin Luo, so there was no need to dwell on these things. Suddenly, a giant humanoid spider rushed over. It was at the level of a true god and possessed great intelligence. It rushed in front of the god of karma and opened its mouth. With a single slash, the giant humanoid spider was cut in half. What garbage! The god of karma was scornful. The mother humanoid spider was still alive, struggling on the ground. What kind of vision do you have? You don't realize I'm the strongest in the team, and you dare to attack me? The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo laughed and said, is it possible that it thinks you are the weakest? Chapter 358. Impossible. The god of karma flatly rejected the idea. I thought I was the strongest. Could it be that I didn't attack just now that it thinks I'm the weakest? That's possible, Guanyin agreed. The god of karma, sensing something was amiss, said, Lin Luo and I were the only ones who didn't attack just now. Why would this guy think I'm no match for him, Lin Luo, and that I'm the weakest? Lin Luo smiled, isn't that the truth? You better think before you say that. The god of karma angrily said. What's wrong? You want a duel? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. The god of karma immediately backed off. Who said I want to duel with you? I'm a legitimate businessman and never engage in violence. Her ability to control time was far superior to Zhu Jiuyin's. Zhu Jiuyin's ability to control time was limited to a fixed time, unleashing a time-killing attack, a repetition of a few moves. The opponent was weaker than Zhu Jiuyin, and Zhu Jiuyin was able to manipulate him well. But if the opponent's strength surpassed Zhu Jiuyin would be difficult to contain. The karma god was vastly more powerful than Zhu Jiuyin, and the five special beings were wary of her, limiting her abilities the most. If the black source god's power was limited by 50%, then the karma god's was limited by 70%. The difference in power between the two was not significant. Black Source God was killed by Lin Luo without even revealing his true form, so the Karma God was even less likely to be Lin Luo's opponent. The Karma God cursed inwardly, thinking that once she regained her strength, she would definitely teach Lin Luo a lesson. If you don't dare to challenge, let's get out of here quickly. Lin Luo ignored the karma god and continued walking forward. Faced with Lin Luo's provocation, the god of karma flew into a furious rage. You're truly short-sighted. The god of karma used her hand as a knife, slashing at the humanoid spider mother. She couldn't defeat Lin Luo, so she had no choice but to vent her anger on the humanoid spider mother. The humanoid spider mother's body exploded, breaking into dozens of pieces, and green blood flowed out. A foul stench lingered in its flesh, filling the air. The secret realm was the same as the one that devoured the world. All 5 senses were present. It stinks. The god of karma tossed the humanoid spider mother's energy block to Ming Lei and Mingyu. Eat it, my daughter. Ming Lei decided without hesitation. Dad, I give it to you. It's better for your level to recover first. Mingyu wanted to give it to Ming Lei. Ming Lei shook his head and said, use these energy blocks first. Once you reach a god level or above, I have time to use them. Okay then. Mingyu nodded. After passing the swarm of humanoid spiders, Mingyu reached level 70, and Ming Lei reached level 79. Mingyu's level increased the fastest, reaching level 30 in one go. Lin Luo couldn't help but recall the immense difficulty of his own leveling. If he hadn't relied on frantic spending at first, it would have been difficult for him to reach godhood. The Dao era also has a spending system, using energy blocks to level up rapidly, with a high conversion rate of approximately 500%. With enough energy blocks, one can quickly reach a very high level. The Dao era has many powerful families, holding vast quantities of energy blocks. While they aren't as despicable as the ancient human families, they do possess vast resources. The 3 most powerful families are the Feng, Jiang, and Gongsun families, whose lineages date back to the human era, the first generation of humanity. It is said that Fuxi and Niwa had the surname Feng, and the Feng family claims to be direct descendants of these 2 human emperors. The Yan emperor had the surname Jiang, originating from the Jiang River, and the Jiang family claims to be his descendants. The Gongsun family is descended from the Yellow Emperor and possesses his bloodline. These 3 families are the largest forces besides Hongjun and Luohou, possessing many evolutionary blocks. Hongjun and Luohou have been indifferent to the power of these 3 families. All 3 families are descendants of the human emperor and have not committed any particularly evil acts. Moreover, their actions have benefited the development of the second generation of humanity. When the 3 families first arrived on Earth, many powerful individuals from each family resolutely chose to protect the second generation of humanity. The first generation of humanity refers to those born in the human era. The second generation of humanity refers to those born in the Dao era. Without the protection of the first generation of humanity, the second generation of humanity would not have been able to survive the Great Dao era. The secret realm contained a ranking list. When the descendants of the 3 major families entered, they discovered the usefulness of the evolution blocks and immediately chose to use them. It was like buying clothes at a mall. For the same price, you could buy 5 times as much clothing, all of the same quality. They couldn't help but use them recklessly, feeling as if they were letting themselves down. The 3 major families, descended from the human emperor, knew a great deal. The emergence of the secret realm signaled the arrival of the devouring world. Only by preventing the arrival of the devouring world could the Great Dao era continue. The 3 major families unanimously decided to use their best resources to cultivate the most talented descendants. There were 4 rankings: the Gods List, the True Gods List, the Celestial Gods List, and the God Kings List. The God Kings List included Dao ancestor Hongjun and Demon ancestor Luohou. Lin Luo learned from the 2 that they were ultimate lifeforms, yet they appeared on the Divine King list. He didn't think the devouring world had miscalculated. It was likely that the 2 had used some means to prevent the devouring world from knowing their true strength. Behind them were 3 others. One was Feng Xiaozhong, one was Jiang Tianshui, and one was Gong Sunhua. These 3 were likely the patriarchs of the 3 great families, all of whom were extremely powerful. Lin Luo had never heard of their names. They likely died in the Great Dao era. In the other lists, the 3 great families were at the top, with only a few outside them. With Mingyu and Minglei's father and daughter's levels and strength, they didn't make the list. Guanin said, compared to other eras, the Dao era is much stronger. It boasts 5 powerful God Kings. No, it should be said that there are 2 ultimate beings and 3 God Kings. The God of Karma said, you humans are the most gifted among all races. Of the 4 human races, you are considered the most perfect for a reason. Every race prefers to transform into you, because they believe that humans are the easiest to become powerful. It seems you know quite a bit, Lin Luo said. The God of Karma said arrogantly, that's natural. To put it in your earthly terms, I eaten more salt than you eaten rice. My knowledge is unmatched. There's no need to worship me. I'm just a legend. Actually, turtles also have a very long lifespan, Lin Luo added. You idiot! The god of karma was so arrogant that the small mountain seemed to expand. The five continued on their way, and were attacked by flesh monsters again. Flesh monsters have no fixed form. They are born strong and can reach the level of true gods after adulthood. Their lower limit is very high. Fortunately, the upper limit of the flesh monsters was not high, otherwise the original humans would have perished at the hands of the flesh monsters. When humanity first arrived in the Great Tao era, the flesh monsters were driven out by the Divine King clan. The flesh monsters at the time were too powerful and treacherous, and the Divine King clan was unable to deal with them for a time. Unable to completely eliminate the flesh monsters, they were forced to drive them to a distant location. The Divine King clan usually kept their members away, allowing the flesh monsters to flourish. Chapter 359. The human race retreated to the habitat of the flesh monsters, and the God King clan was delighted. The flesh monsters they couldn't handle were left to the humans. The ideal scenario was for both humans and the flesh monsters to suffer losses, with both dying completely. Later, the second generation of humans fought tooth and nail to slay the flesh monsters. These monsters were extremely difficult to kill. Unless completely eliminated, they would rapidly multiply. The flesh monsters possessed a terrifying ability. They could absorb their prey. Unlike other creatures, which killed their enemies and then devoured them to strengthen themselves, the flesh monsters could only exploit their enemies' strongest parts. This led to the fact that no one knew what the flesh monsters were originally, which is why they were used to create flesh monsters. Each flesh monster had a different form, possessing multiple arms and legs, the bodies of various powerful creatures. Many people felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the flesh monsters. They felt they had already lost a significant battle before the battle even began. Mingyu stood there, looking at the dense swarm of flesh monsters, unsure of what to do. Minglei encouraged her, daughter, your father taught you to possess the heart of a strong person. No matter how terrifying the opponent, you must not be afraid. I understand. Mingyu grabbed her great axe and charged forward, severing the head of a flesh monster. The flesh monster, despite its decapitation, remained alive and attacked her again in a strange state. Mingyu, no longer a complete novice, immediately took up her great axe to block the attack. The flesh monster's power was immense, knocking Mingyu flying. Another flesh monster rushed forward and attacked Mingyu on the ground. A dazzling divine light emanated from Mingyu, and her speed suddenly increased, allowing her to dodge the flesh monster's attack. Minglei excitedly exclaimed beside him, reversion. What does reversion mean? Lin Luo asked. The god of karma said proudly, that's why you don't understand. You don't need to look at others. You, the last generation of humans, don't have this ability. Saying you lack divinity doesn't just mean your physique is weaker than the previous humans, but you also possess some powerful abilities, such as life sensing, serpent tails, flames, artifact expertise, and immense strength. Lin Luo understood the god of karma's character, and didn't seem angry. When Earth humans were restored to divinity in the devouring world, they chose to awaken superpowers. These superpowers weren't accidental. Could it be that humans already possessed them, but never acquired them? The god of karma nodded and said, although you have a bad personality, you're still quite intelligent. Your acquisition of superpowers is a regression. Compared to the superpowers you awakened, the gap between yours and those of the previous humans is vast. Mingyujua. Awakening is a life-sensing ability that can predict danger in advance. When you encounter danger, your physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, allowing you to avoid it in time. If it were you Earth humans, that ability would be danger sensing. I remember there was a little girl next to Yi Weiwei with that ability. She can sense danger from a distance, but she herself has no combat power. If she had been in Mingyu's place, she would have died just now. Lin Luo said, with their continued strength, can Earth humans fully return to their ancestral state, achieving a level and strength comparable to the first generation of humans? Impossible. The god of karma shook his head. The second generation of humans unleashes their full potential, and can achieve the same as the first generation, but you Earth humans are vastly inferior. You don't need to look at others, just look at yourself and you see. Guanyin frowned slightly and said, you mean, at the same level, the second generation humans completely crushed the Earth humans? Lin Luo, like everyone else, is following the human evolutionary path, not the dragon path. Therefore, his current strength is far weaker than the gods of the devouring world. The god of karma, not missing an opportunity to strike back, said, that's right. Comparing the Earth humans, with the second generation humans is a sheer insult to them. You can't even compare to the previous generation. They are at least not mortal, and can embark on the path of evolution. You don't even qualify for evolution. Logically, you should thank the devouring world. Without its help, you wouldn't be able to enter the path of evolution. The god of karma's words were harsh, but they were true. Take Etion, for example. Initially, he was stronger than many creatures, but that was because Earth creatures were weaker than humans. Otherwise, humans wouldn't have become the dominant species on Earth. Later, Etion faced the powerful gods of the devouring world, but he didn't have such a significant advantage. There were even times when Etion, despite being at a higher level than the devouring world gods, was suppressed by them. Etion's ability to challenge opponents of higher levels was entirely due to the Xianyuan sword in his hand. As the person second only to Lin Luo in strength, this was true for him, not to mention the others. Chen Li Mei had conducted research on this, and found that human evolution had stalled, and the stagnation lay in their abilities. According to biological evolution, not only does the body evolve, but also their abilities. However, in later times, while the human body grew stronger, their abilities did not. Guanyin said, divinity seems to be very important. The heights a creature can reach aren't determined solely by hard work, talent often determines the upper limit. The god of karma said, so some people are lucky. They chose to evolve into the dragon clan, and later, by absorbing cosmic matter, they transformed into giant star dragons, blazing a new trail. If you follow the human evolutionary path, you won't be able to evolve into a god king. Even if you did become a god king, you'd probably be the worst god king, unable to defeat anyone who challenged you. Alas, some people are truly lucky. The god of karma added, expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Luo chose to ignore the god of karma's words. As a dragon, I can revert my bloodline through devouring, but humans can't revert their bloodline by devouring powerful bloodlines. The god of karma was stumped, unable to answer. Guanyin said, you mean that Earth's human bloodline has been suppressed, unable to fully awaken, evolving to not only the first generation of humans, but even the first few generations wouldn't be possible. Lin Luo said, you're really smart. Damn, you're mocking me. The god of karma said angrily. It seems you're not stupid and understand what I'm saying. Lin Luo is not a heartless person. He seek revenge if given the chance. The god of karma said arrogantly, don't ask me questions, you idiot. Guanyin thought of something. Have you noticed something? The rewards the devouring world gives to the human race include the bloodlines of other races, but not human bloodline. This is very strange, considering the human race has existed for many epochs. Logically, the devouring world should have collected a lot of human bloodlines. Many of the rewards in the devouring world come from the real world. Unless it's intentionally withheld, it's impossible for it to not have rewards with human bloodline. Lin Luo said, it seems something went wrong in one of the human eras, causing the devouring world to ban the human bloodline. The most insidious thing is that it sealed the human bloodline, preventing evolution through devouring it. Which human era did the problem occur in? Guanyin frowned, pondering. Chapter 360. God of Karma, didn't you say you're so powerful, having traveled through various powerful eras? Tell me the answer quickly, Lin Luo urged. The god of karma said arrogantly, what's your attitude? You treat me like a servant. Even if I knew the inside story, I wouldn't tell you. It seems you don't know. Lin Luo could easily guess the god of karma's thoughts. The god of karma often had the answer written all over his face. The god of karma said stubbornly, it's not unusual for me not to know. Do you want a big shot like me to personally intervene in such a trivial matter? Guanyin said, Lin Luo, you possess 2 physical transformations. This is a special ability granted by the devouring world. Your human body has evolved, which will increase your combat power. It should be possible. My human body has always been relatively weak. Lin Luo's dragon form was too strong, and he encountered a crisis. The dragon body was too strong. The ancestral dragon bloodline values many children and blessings, and never missed an opportunity to reproduce. It was during that period of crisis that Lin Luo's harem became wildly exaggerated. Lin Luo's human form leveled up several levels before he was able to stop the dragon form's invasion. Later, he transformed into a giant star dragon, shedding his ancestral dragon bloodline. To Lin Luo, his human form was dispensable, usually used only for communication. In battle, Lin Luo had no use for it at all. He had never considered developing his human form, believing his dragon form was perfectly adequate. Lin Luo arrived in the Tao era, and upon learning of the strength of the second generation of humans, he also considered developing his human form a possibility. As the 3 of them were conversing, a dazzling divine light emanated from Mingyu. At some point, her legs had vanished, replaced by a serpent's tail. Mingyu's legs transformed into snake tails, and the aura of life emanating from her body grew significantly stronger. A level 80 flesh monster, with numerous arms and several heads visible within. This flesh monster had devoured many second-generation humans, and its life form had evolved to the level of a god. It had assimilated 2 or 3 humans and mastered the use of weapons. 8 arms extended from its fleshy body, each holding a weapon. The flesh monster attacked Mingyu with its 8 arms. Its attacks were so rapid that Mingyu had no choice but to passively defend. With a loud bang, Mingyu's giant axe was knocked away by the multi-armed flesh monster. Minglei's previous joy faded, and he hurried over to ask for help. "Please, 3 gentlemen, lend a hand, save Mingyu." Guanyin said, "Don't worry, Mingyu is fine. If there was any danger, we would have already taken action." "Thank you very much." Minglei trusted the judgment of the 3 powerful men before him. In a moment of crisis, Mingyu opened her mouth and blasted out a rainbow of light. The rainbow of light rushed towards the multi-armed flesh monster, which instantly melted upon encountering it. A moment later, the multi-armed flesh monster was dead. "This is too powerful." Minglei's face was filled with horror. Mingyu was only level 70, a full 10 levels behind the multi-armed flesh monster. The rainbow of light she exhaled easily killed the multi-armed flesh monster. After the multi-armed flesh monster died, another flesh monster rushed forward, its combat power no less than the previous one. Flesh monsters are also difficult to deal with. They have no consciousness, and are not frightened by the death of their companions. Instead, the stench of the flesh monster's blood in the air spurred them into a frenzied attack. Guanyin, despite her extensive experience, could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Mingyu has grown a serpent tail and become incredibly powerful. Not only has her own strength increased, but her combat experience and other aspects have also increased." The god of karma said, "The first generation of humans was called the perfect race, and this is one of the reasons. Mingyu has regressed through the battle just now. The serpent tail and life-sensing properties are what Nuwa and Fushi possess. It seems Mingyu carries the blood of 2 human emperors." Lin Luo thought of a far-fetched possibility and asked, "Isn't Mingyu's mother's surname Feng?" Minglei sighed and said, "Mingyu's mother's surname is Feng. I'm just an ordinary human, and my future strength will be limited. But Mingyu's mother's surname is Feng, and she possesses the blood of the human emperor. She may very well regress to her ancestral home. From the very beginning of our relationship, the Feng family opposed it, and ultimately his mother decided to elope with me." The god of karma interrupted, "So you have yellow hair? What does yellow hair mean?" Minglei asked, puzzled. The god of karma kindly explained that Mingyu's mother had been so well protected that she didn't understand anything, and had been deceived by him. "You're right, I am Huamao." Minglei's tears streamed down his cheeks, and he blamed himself. "It's all my fault. I should have refused. Otherwise, Mingyu's mother wouldn't have been attacked by a wild beast because of her physical decline during childbirth. By the time we finally escaped danger, she was already dead." Guanyin, radiating Buddha's light, comforted him. "There are some things you don't want to happen, but sometimes things don't go as planned." "But..." Minglei's mood brightened under the Buddha's light. "No matter how much I say, I can't forgive myself. Fortunately, Mingyu has successfully returned to her ancestral form. Even if the Great Tao era is destroyed, I can leave her alone." The flesh monsters grew in number, surrounding Mingyu tightly. While the flesh monsters weren't just killing, they had a premonition of danger and, knowing that Lin Luo and the other 2 were in danger, they avoided them. Mingyu had returned to her ancestral form and become the first generation of humans, so facing the large number of flesh monsters was still difficult. "Let's end this training." Lin Luo decided to attack, emitting a star-like flame from his mouth. Several nearby flesh monsters, stained by the star flames, began to burn fiercely, emitting an extremely unpleasant stench. The flesh monsters struggled frantically, trying to escape the star flames. But the star flames burned too quickly, instantly incinerating the flesh monsters. The star flames ignited one after another, and soon the surroundings became a sea of fire. Mingyu paled with fear as she noticed her surroundings transform into a sea of blue flames. Facing the terrifying-looking flesh monsters with bizarre attacks, she showed no fear. Mingyu was completely terrified by the raging blue flames. The blue flames spread from one to another, and soon the flesh monsters were completely incinerated. "So powerful," Mingyu exclaimed in amazement. "Thank you, sir," Minglei hurriedly said respectfully. This time, they had found the right person. "These flesh monsters have crystal cores. Go pick them up quickly, Lin Luo instructed. Okay. Ming Lei and his daughter hurried to collect the cores. The flesh monsters ranged from true god level to level 70, with a population of around 100. These over 100 cores were enough for Ming Lei and his daughter to level up. Thank you, Brother Lin. After collecting the cores, Mingyu immediately ran over to thank Lin Luo. Don't call me Brother Lin. Call me Sir, Ming Lei warned. Sir! Mingyu obediently followed her father's instructions. You don't have to call us brother, just call us what you normally do. Lin Luo smiled. Chapter 361. Brother Lin. Mingyu called out sweetly. Lin Luo asked, How do you feel now? Mingyu replied, I never felt so powerful before. According to my father, I reverted to my roots and gained many new abilities. The rainbow light I just exhaled was my ability. It's very corrosive, which is why I easily killed the flesh monster. Do other abilities need to evolve to higher levels before they can be used? Lin Luo continued. Many of them I can't use now, but I'd be able to use them when I reach a higher level. Mingyu looked at Lin Luo in admiration. Brother Lin, you're truly powerful. The god of karma said dissatisfiedly, Am I not powerful enough? Mingyu quickly replied, Sister Karma is also very powerful. Let's continue the trial. There's still time. Take advantage of this time to level up. Lin Luo walked forward, taking in the age of the Great Tao. It's too early for the 5 special beings to attack Hongjun and Luoho. It's likely that the feedback will be over soon, which is still 5 or 6 days away. Okay. Mingyu absorbed crystal cores as he walked. In the devouring world, absorbing crystal cores is endless, without the feeling of fullness. Waves of flesh monsters continued to charge towards a fortress. Atop the fortress were many figures, each with a human body and a snake's tail, occasionally emitting a rainbow of light from their mouths. Some powerful figures flipped their palms, releasing a rainbow of light, imbued with powerful energy, allowing them to attack from a distance. The powerful flesh monsters charging forward were easily slain by these figures. After an hour of fighting, all the flesh monsters were finally slain. Tens of thousands of flesh monsters were slain, and more than a dozen members of the Feng family perished. The dead Feng family members weren't truly dead, they would return to the real world. The Feng family already knew the truth, returning to the real world meant elimination. Entering the devouring world was an opportunity, the real world didn't upgrade so quickly. Feng Wuji wiped the sweat from his forehead. These flesh monsters are too numerous. If we hadn't built the fortress sooner, the casualties would have been even greater. This time, the casualties were relatively minor, only a dozen or so died. Father was indeed foresight. Feng Wuji's daughter, Feng Qingqing, came over, and the snake's tail transformed into human legs again. The Tao era resembled the ancient Yin kingdom, with many things being conservative. Women were forbidden from revealing their thighs, except for one family, which was specifically permitted to do so, the Feng family. The Feng family descended from Fuxi and Niwa. Men and women within the family had a chance of reverting to their ancestral roots, their legs transforming into snake tails. Every time their legs transformed into snake tails, their pants would be torn. Then, regardless of gender, the Feng family wore clothing that exposed their legs. People on the street were very respectful of those who showed their legs. The fact that the 3 major families had become the strongest families in the Great Tao era was inherently powerful. How was the harvest? Feng Wuji asked. Feng Qingqing happily replied, We harvested over 10,000 crystal cores. The best quality core came from a god-level mutant beast. Feng Wuji said, Distribute the cores according to their performance. Keep the rest for yourself. After this, we continue on. Okay, father, is your upgrade really unimportant? Feng Qingqing asked. Devouring the world is an opportunity for everyone. Feng Wuji's assistance in the evolution of his younger generation meant his own evolution would slow down. I already reached celestial godhood, and further advancement would be difficult to achieve divine king status. Might as well help you. Feng Wuji fondly patted his daughter's head. You're stronger, so it'd be easier for you to enter the devouring world later. Go and give them the crystal cores. Okay. Feng Qingqing followed Feng Wuji's instructions, and distributed the crystal cores to everyone. Everyone received the crystal cores, and began absorbing them. As Feng Wuji's daughter, Feng Qingqing possessed privileges of her own, possessing far greater talent than the average Feng family member. Those gifted in the Feng family could successfully revert to their ancestral form by the age of 100, growing a snake tail. The second generation of humans had a very long lifespan. Those who didn't become gods could live for over 1,000 years. The first generation of humans had an even longer lifespan, twice that of the second generation. Without evolving into gods, they could live for 2,000 years. After evolving to godhood, the lifespan of 2 generations of humans was even longer, at least over 10,000 years. It takes Feng family members with exceptional talent hundreds of years to achieve their ancestral state, while some less gifted members die without ever achieving it. Feng Qingqing, with exceptional talent, successfully achieved her ancestral state at the age of 10, evolving into a god at a young age. She devoured the crystal core left for her, advancing from level 80 to 86. 6 levels in a row, quite fast, Feng Wuji affirmed his daughter. It's quite fast. I want to see my ranking. Feng Qingqing opened the list and found herself in 9th place. The list is unique to the devouring world, digitizing and ranking those who enter the Great Tao era. Feng Qingqing was only level 86, but to rank 9th in overall strength was impressive. Feng Wuji asked, "How's the ranking?" Feng Qingqing happily replied, 9th. Feng Wuji nodded with satisfaction and said, "The devouring world rankings are much more realistic than the real world rankings. There are quite a few geniuses from the Jiang and Gongsun families among the god level right now. You're already ranked very high." Feng Qingqing said proudly, "This is just the beginning. When I reach level 89, I definitely be number 1 on the god list." Of course. Feng Wuji smiled, "With my daughter's prowess, I'm sure she'd definitely be number 1. Feng Qingqing quickly noticed something was wrong. A woman named Mingyu, level 85, was already ranked 3rd. The smile on her face faded, and her expression gradually darkened. What happened? Feng Wuji knew his daughter well, and quickly opened the god list. Feng Qingqing said, "There's a woman named Mingyu. She's only level 85, and she's already ranked 3rd. She's 1 level lower than me, yet she's ranked 6 spots higher. Did you see that correctly?" Feng Wuji asked. "Impossible, I just checked." Feng Qingqing shook her head. Feng Wuji said, "This woman named Mingyu has already reached level 89, surpassing the 2 geniuses from the Jiang and Gongsun families and ranking 1st. So fast?" Feng Qingqing quickly refreshed the list and found that Mingyu was no longer on the god list. Her ranking had moved up 1 spot, from 9th to 8th. Did this person evolve into a true god? Feng Wuji quickly opened the true god list and found that Mingyu's name was indeed gone. "I'm confused. A girl named Mingyu just evolved into a true god. It takes some time for her to make the list," Feng Wuji said. Feng Qingqing said, "The true god list has more powerful figures than the god list, so it's difficult to rank higher." Feng Wuji said, "There's another possibility. This person has fallen. I can't rule that out." Feng Wuji nodded. Chapter 362. Dad, let's speed up. Feng Qingqing felt the pressure, eager to become stronger. Sure. Feng Wuji was pleased to see this. It was better to put some pressure on Feng Qingqing. Without peer competition, Feng Qingqing might become complacent and let down. Feng Wuji clicked on the communication stone to see what had happened recently and whether there were any topics related to Mingyu. Communication stones were a common communication tool in the Avenue era, used for making phone calls and chatting. The devouring world replicated the communication stone, greatly enhancing it in certain aspects. The communication stone could be used not only to check leaderboards, but also to chat and ask questions. He browsed through the topics and found a chat topic related to Mingyu. Whose clan is Mingyu from? She's incredibly powerful. From 1st place on the list of ordinary creatures to 1st place on the list of gods, even the people from the 3 major clans can't evolve that fast. That 1st place on the list of gods was just a moment ago. Mingyu has evolved again, and is likely already on the list of true gods. The list only shows the top 100, not the ones below that. That's why we can't see the rankings. Too powerful. There are still people like this in our Tao era. Can the 3 major clans tell us if she's one of your clans? Everyone was buzzing, discussing Mingyu. Many people were at ING the 3 major clans, asking if Mingyu was one of their clans. The Jiang and Gongsun clans both came forward to explain that Mingyu wasn't one of their clans. Feng Wuji asked several clan elders, but they had never heard of Mingyu. He came forward to say that Mingyu wasn't from the Feng family, and things became increasingly confusing. Since Mingyu wasn't from one of the 3 major families, she was most likely a member of the Tao ancestor, or the demon ancestor. Soon, someone came forward to explain that the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor practiced teaching without distinction, claiming everyone was their disciple. These 2 top-tier masters had lived for countless years, and no one had ever heard of them accepting any disciples. Feng Qingqing asked, "Dad, have you found out who this Mingyu is?" Feng Wuji shook his head, "Not yet." Someone who suddenly appeared. Could it be that there's a hidden master in our Tao era who specifically brought his juniors to the devouring world for training? Is that likely? Feng Qingqing asked. Feng Wuji shook his head, very unlikely. No matter who this Mingyu is, I need to quickly become stronger. Feng Qingqing said with conviction. Okay, Dad supports you. Feng Wuji prepared to give Feng Qingqing special training to make her even stronger. After Feng Qingqing quickly became stronger, he couldn't waste the rest of his time. After arranging for the younger generation of the family, Feng Wuji took his daughter to special training. A place without sunlight. The road was littered with bones. Those of the God King, humans, large mutant beasts, terrifying monsters, and so on. Next to the bones were huge bird nests. Some nests were filled with cobwebs and dust, indicating they hadn't been inhabited by birds or beasts for a long time. In the nests were some remnants of bones, likely food for the beasts in life, but now used as nesting material. A cold wind blew continuously from all directions, chilling Mingyu and his daughter. Lin Luo asked Ming Lei, "What is this place?" Ming Lei replied, "Back when I was still a true god, I came here with others. It seems to be the habitat of a monster called a dragon bird. The dragon bird is a very powerful mutant beast. At its peak, the dragon bird king was level 141, the pinnacle of the god king. The dragon bird king consumes tens of thousands of tons of food daily, and he has over 3,000 offspring. He not only has to find food for himself, but also for the dragon birds and beasts. 3,000 dragon birds go out hunting every day, attacking whatever prey they choose, and often they succeed. The god of karma said, "Are the dragon birds very powerful? They far surpass creatures of their level." Ming Lei shook his head, "That's not the case. The dragon birds are very vengeful. If you kill one, countless dragon birds will retaliate. Until the dragon bird king strikes, many creatures will be treated as prey by the dragon birds and will choose to flee. If they can't escape, they will face death. No creature dares to kill a dragon bird, let alone enter its habitat." Lin Luo said, "I haven't heard of dragon birds during the Great Tao era. It seems the dragon birds were exterminated." "That's right." Ming Lei recounted everything about the dragon birds in detail. When the second generation of humanity entered the Great Tao era, the Divine King clan nominally ruled the entire era, but in reality, there were many areas beyond their control. Among them, the Divine King clan was unable to control birds and beasts. For a time, the Divine King clan stipulated that members of the Divine King clan could not leave the house to prevent them from being captured by the dragon birds. The situation in the great cities built by the Divine King clan was better, as the dragon birds would not hunt them unless absolutely necessary. The number of prey killed by 3,000 dragon birds in a single day was horrific, and their habitat was littered with bones. The Divine King clan had many bizarre behaviors. Instead of eliminating powerful species, like birds and beasts and flesh monsters, they chose to harass the human race. The result was the sudden rise of the second generation of humans, who annihilated the Divine King clan. The second generation of humans wiped out the Divine King clan, resolving the hidden dangers they left behind. The dragon birds devoured so much food daily that it became a heavy burden on the entire planet. Hongjun and Luoho, two top powerhouses, joined forces to exterminate the dragon birds. Even the peak Divine King, the Dragon Bird King, was slain by the two, marking the end of the Dragon Bird clan's existence during the Great Tao era. Several descendants of the dragon birds later appeared, devouring the second generation of humans, and were slain by local powerhouses. The dragon birds in the real world were dead, but they reappeared in the devouring world. Mingyu's level had evolved to true god level, enabling him to fight against the dragon birds. Ming Lei sincerely said, "I still ask for your three lords' help." Lin Luo told Ming Lei to simply call him by his name, but Ming Lei continued to call him Lord. The god of karma patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. We're here to ensure your daughter's safety." "Thank you very much," Ming Lei thanked him hurriedly. As Mingyu walked towards the habitat, a dragon bird landed. Everything in the devouring world was identical to the real world. The 3,000 dragon birds had gone out early to hunt, just as they always had. The nest was empty. The dragon birds had lizard-like heads, lacking scales, much like Western dragons. Their bodies were those of large birds, with wings fully feathered. The dragon bird stood over 20 meters tall, with a body length of over 50 meters, weighing over 100,000 tons. Their bare claws stood nearly 3 meters tall. Mingyu was like an ant before the birds and beasts. The dragon bird's sturdy beak carried a middle-aged man back. The middle-aged man had already been killed. The dragon birds, having hunted for food first, would not consume it themselves, but would first bring it back to their habitat. They would wait until the dragon bird king had finished eating before they could eat. The dragon bird had excellent eyesight, and spotted Mingyu immediately. Its sharp beak pecked at Mingyu. Mingyu didn't dare to resist, and quickly dodged the dragon bird's attack. Seeing its attack was unsuccessful, the dragon bird immediately spread its wings, and continued its attack. Chapter 363. The dragon bird was incredibly fast, and Mingyu couldn't dodge it this time. Mingyu blasted a rainbow of light from her mouth, attacking the dragon bird. The rainbow light was extremely corrosive, and the dragon bird's eyes were pierced by it, forcing it to turn its head away, screaming in pain. Mingyu's legs had transformed into snake tails, increasing her combat power by a factor of 10. Her hands radiated a rainbow of light, lifting the dragon bird. The dragon bird flapped its wings, increasing its power, attempting to crush Mingyu. Mingyu's strength was even greater, lifting the dragon bird high. While the dragon bird was lifted for a moment, Mingyu left her original position. The dragon bird wasn't very powerful, but it was incredibly fast. She needed to use even greater speed to slay it. Mingyu produced a bone sword. It was made from the leg bones of a celestial mutant beast that Lin Luo had just slain. The moment the dragon bird pounced, Mingyu counterattacked without retreat, piercing its heart with her bone sword. The dragon bird's heart was its weak point, and after being pierced, its entire body collapsed to the ground. Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared for the next battle. Just as she had killed the dragon bird, another one approached. The dragon bird's intelligence was no less than a human's. Seeing its companion dead, it recognized Mingyu's strength. It blasted a freezing beam from its mouth and rushed towards Mingyu. Mingyu quickly dodged, but was frozen into a block of ice by the blue beam, which meant her death. The dragon bird wasn't in a hurry to freeze Mingyu to death, and continued to blast out freezing beams, attempting to lower the temperature around it. Its feathers were thick, making it resistant to the cold. Humans, without feathers for protection, would freeze to death in extreme temperatures. It's so cold. Mingyu rubbed her arms with her hands to warm herself up. The dragon bird charged forward, sending Mingyu flying. The difference in strength between the two was minimal. A single mistake could be fatal. The dragon bird, more experienced than the deceased, flapped its wings, creating a massive storm. The immense storm rushed toward Mingyu, leaving her powerless to resist. Let me take action. Guanyin transformed into a streak of golden light and charged at the dragon bird. She stepped on the dragon bird's head, causing it to explode and spill bright red blood. The arrogant dragon bird was easily slain by Guanyin. Thank you, sisterly. Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to Guanyin. Continue. Guanyin nodded slightly. Okay. Mingyu had successfully reverted to her ancestral form, becoming no different from the first generation of humans, possessing immense self-healing abilities. After a brief rest, Mingyu's injuries had healed, and her strength was replenished. Another dragon bird appeared, and Mingyu joined the battle. Lin Luo lamented, "It's such a pity for Mingyu. If she had lived before the epoch, with her talent, she might have evolved into a divine king." The god of karma shrugged, "What's so regrettable? Even a monster like you wouldn't have survived the devouring world. Mingyu is quite stunning, but not that powerful." Lin Luo smiled, "It's rare to see you praise someone like that." The god of karma said proudly, "Don't think so badly of me. I still tell you the truth." Minglei said, "Mingyu's ability to reach this level is entirely due to the help of you three great men. Without your help, it would have been difficult for Mingyu to return to her ancestral form. That's just how I say it. Geniuses need protection." The god of karma gloated for a moment, then couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo. Other geniuses did indeed need protection, such as Yi Tian and Mingyu. Each era is filled with numerous creatures, and a high percentage of geniuses emerge. But among them, only one thrives as rapidly as Lin Luo. Whether Lin Luo could ultimately destroy the devouring world remained a long shot. The devouring world, hindered by Lin Luo, matured prematurely, blossoming and bearing fruit into the eternal world. If the devouring world still existed in the future, Lin Luo would surely leave behind an indelible legacy. Mingyu engaged in another battle with a dragon bird, and the four of them watched the battle. Lin Luo waited for the dragon bird king to appear. In his past parallel world, he could devour creatures and evolve. Swallowing low-level dragon birds was useless. Lin Luo needed to devour the dragon bird king to evolve. South of the dragon bird's nest. "Father, if I follow you in, won't it be a big burden on you? If the dragon bird attacks us, I might hinder your fight." Feng Qingqing looked around in fear. Bones were everywhere. In the darkness, a faint blue netherworld fire burned and danced. The dragon bird's nest gave Feng Qingqing a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Every step forward could lead to something horrific. Feng Wuji said, "It's okay. Evolution is inherently dangerous. Dad often stayed by your side, fearing anything might happen to you. This was not good in your grandfather's eyes. When my uncles and I went out to train, your grandfather didn't care whether we lived or died, and let us experience whatever we wanted. Feng Qingqing asked, Uncles? I remember Dad only had one younger brother. Feng Wuji smiled wryly and said, Your grandfather had 10 descendants, all boys. I'm the eldest. We went out to train, and in the end, only your second uncle and I were left alive. The other 8 brothers all died. Feng Qingqing said, Grandpa was usually very kind to me. You wouldn't have seemed so fierce. Feng Wuji said, It was the death of your 8 uncles that was such a huge blow to your grandfather, and that's why his personality changed so drastically. You can't blame your grandfather for that, because your great-grandfather did the same thing. It's still a family tradition. Feng Qingqing felt relieved that she hadn't lived through the first 2 generations. Feng Wuji smiled and said, Originally, it would have been best for you to train alone. You already evolved to a true god, and ordinary dragon birds are no match for you. But I'm afraid of accidents, so I'm coming with you so I can level up on my own. Dad is still the best. Feng Qingqing gave Feng Wuji a big hug. Feng Wuji looked up and said, A true god-level dragon bird has descended from the sky. You handle it. Okay. Feng Qingqing's legs transformed into snake tails, greatly enhancing her strength. Under Feng Wuji's guidance, Feng Qingqing easily killed the dragon bird. Very good. Feng Wuji praised. A moment later, 2 more true god-level dragon birds descended and attacked Feng Qingqing. Feng Wuji assisted, helping Feng Qingqing successfully defeat the 2 dragon birds. After killing the dragon birds, Feng Qingqing devoured the crystal cores of 3 dragon birds. After an hour of fighting, the 2 had slain over 30 dragon birds. Feng Qingqing's level rose from 90 to 93, demonstrating an incredibly rapid evolution. Feng Wuji's level also increased, evolving from 103 to 104. Feng Qingqing eagerly opened the True God ranking to check her ranking. 20th. Feng Qingqing said happily. The more talented a person is, the more significant their improvement in strength will be as they level up. For her to be ranked this high at level 93 is truly impressive. Let me see who's it. Feng Qingqing already considered Mingyu a rival. She didn't necessarily want to surpass him, but at least she wanted to close the gap. Chapter 364. Feng Qingqing looked from 20th place upwards, searching for Mingyu's position. She finally found Mingyu's name at the end. Mingyu was ranked first. That's right, Mingyu was ranked first again, at level 95, 2 levels higher than her. True God levels are different from divine levels, they are difficult to advance. 1 true God level is equivalent to 5 divine levels. If the 2 of them were converted to divine levels, Mingyu would have surpassed Feng Qingqing by 10 levels. Feng Qingqing protested, I've been staying in the dragon bird's nest, constantly slaying dragon birds, and my father has intervened several times. I leveled up quickly, but I'm still no match for this person. Feng Wuji stroked Feng Qingqing's head and said, Daughter, sometimes there's always someone stronger than you. You have excellent talent, but the other person might be even more talented. You have to understand this. Feng Qingqing thought for a moment and sighed, Dad, you have a point. Feng Wuji said, Work hard. Sometimes hard work is secondary. Talent is what matters. Yeah. Feng Qingqing let it go, and decided not to compete with Mingyu. Mingyu's level was rising too fast, and Feng Qingqing couldn't compare. It's about time we leave. We've been here too long. If a more powerful dragon bird comes, we'd be in danger, Feng Wuji said. Okay, I want to leave too. Feng Qingqing really disliked this place. It was littered with dead animals. Suddenly, the sun's rays were completely obscured. The father and daughter looked up at the sky and saw an oversized dragon bird. The dragon bird was twice the size of the previous one, and its wingspan could cover the entire sky. Furthermore, its feathers were multicolored. In the dragon bird clan, the brighter the feathers, the more powerful the bird. Dad, what level of dragon bird is this? Feng Qingqing's body trembled violently, her voice trembling. Run! Feng Wuji pulled Feng Qingqing up and fled into the distance. The multicolored dragon bird was at the peak of the celestial god level, a direct descendant of the dragon bird king. The dragon bird king's feathers were multicolored, and the closer the bloodline, the brighter the color. The multicolored dragon bird's feathers were only slightly less vibrant than the dragon bird king's. Feng Wuji felt threatened by the multicolored dragon bird, and fighting it would likely result in his death. So, he chose to flee, avoiding the multicolored dragon bird's sharp edge. The multicolored dragon bird let out a terrifying cry, causing the entire space to vibrate. Blood flowed from Feng Qingqing and Feng Wuji's ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Fortunately, the two possess powerful self-healing abilities, allowing them to recover even from a ruptured eardrum. Feng Wuji took out the space stone, a treasure given by the Feng family's ancestor, and attempted to crush it and teleport quickly. But the five-colored dragon bird was too fast, not even giving him a chance to crush it. Feng Wuji found an opportunity and crushed the space stone. The space stone was crushed, and he was about to teleport elsewhere. The five-colored dragon bird opened its massive mouth and unleashed a terrifying freezing ray. The freezing ray traversed dimensions, freezing space. Feng Qingqing trembled and said, "The five-colored dragon bird is terrifying. Even the space stone given by my great-grandfather prevented us from escaping." Feng Wuji made up his mind. "I hold off the five-colored dragon bird later. You quickly run forward." Feng Qingqing said, "Dad, what you said seems pointless. The dragon bird is a very vengeful species. We killed so many dragon birds, including their offspring. I don't think the five-colored dragon bird will let us go. The time you buy by staying won't be enough to escape." "You're quite right." Feng Wuji agreed with his daughter. He stayed to stop the five-colored dragon bird, buying his daughter Feng Qingqing some time. The problem was that the five-colored dragon bird had a strong sense of smell. Feng Qingqing couldn't escape and would be caught up sooner or later. His daughter had a point. Feng Wuji could buy Feng Qingqing more time by escaping with her. Feng Qingqing had escaped the dragon bird's nest and had difficulty finding help. Unless they were the Feng family's ancestor and several elders, they were no match for the five-colored dragon bird. The several powerful members of the family were busy evolving themselves and had no time to pay attention to Feng Qingqing. The help Feng Qingqing could find was likely to be wiped out in a single encounter. The five-colored dragon bird was so fast that even at its fastest speed, Feng Wuji was caught up and had one of his thighs torn off. Blood gushed from the severed thigh, spilling profusely. The five-colored dragon bird was even more powerful than Feng Wuji had anticipated. Without a thigh, Feng Wuji's speed slowed considerably. Chased by the five-colored dragon bird, Feng Wuji fell heavily to the ground. The five-colored dragon bird descended from the sky, its crimson eyes fixed on Feng Qingqing and her father. Feng Wuji said apologetically, "Daughter, if I had stayed and held off for a while, you could have gotten further. If you had followed me, you would have died faster." Feng Qingqing shook her head. "I don't blame you, father. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to survive in the devouring world until now. Besides, dying in the devouring world isn't truly dead." Feng Wuji said, "The devouring world is invading our deep blue planet. The higher your level, the better. I still hope you can reach the level of a celestial god, which will increase your chances of survival. The next great Tao era will confront the devouring world, and the second generation of humanity will enter the devouring world. But they don't want to leave their homes, and many are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their homeland. Furthermore, the various forces in the devouring world are unwilling to let the second generation of humanity go easily. There's a higher level of survival above the law of the jungle, devouring the strong and evolving into something even stronger. They won't allow the second generation of humanity to enter the devouring world unscathed. In every era, creatures that enter the devouring world are already at a very late stage." Feng Qingqing sighed, "Dad, sometimes survival depends on luck." Feng Wuji said helplessly, "You're right." The five-colored dragon bird landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its eyes were already filled with crimson. Just now, inside the dragon bird was his youngest son. The five-colored dragon bird had hunted food and asked his youngest son to bring it back. The dragon bird's nest was safer than outside, but unexpectedly, the youngest son was murdered by two humans. The five-colored dragon bird was even more eager for revenge. A giant blue dragon appeared, far larger than it. Before the blue dragon, the five-colored dragon bird was like a dwarf. "Ouch!" The blue dragon roared, frightening the five-colored dragon bird. The five-colored dragon bird immediately abandoned Feng Qingqing and her daughter and fled. The blue dragon had no intention of letting the five-colored dragon bird go, and its claws suddenly grabbed the bird's neck. The invincible five-colored dragon bird in front was lifted up by the blue dragon like a chick. The blue dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a blue flame that shone with starlight. The five-colored dragon bird was ignited by the blue flames, and the constant pain made it struggle frantically. The blue dragon's power was too terrifying, and no matter how the five-colored dragon bird struggled, it was ineffective. Soon, the intense blue flames burned the five-colored dragon bird to a crisp. After the multicolored dragon bird was roasted, it emitted a rich, meaty aroma. The blue dragon produced a jar containing a granular seasoning. The gray seasoning was sprinkled on top, emitting a strong, meaty aroma. Chapter 365. Seeing the colorful dragon bird was ready to cook, Lin Luo opened his enormous mouth and swallowed it whole. Feng Qingqing, trembling with fear, said, "This behemoth before us is quite particular, even adding seasonings to its food. Will we be roasted and devoured in a single gulp?" Feng Wuji smiled bitterly. "It's very likely. We had no resistance against the colorful dragon bird just now, let alone the giant blue dragon before us. We don't stand a chance." Feng Qingqing sighed, "Although I'm very reluctant, there's nothing I can do. I'm the one who's dragged Dad down. Otherwise, with your strength, it would have been easy for you to survive to the end." Feng Wuji said, "Perhaps this is fate." Just when the two thought they were doomed, they noticed the giant blue dragon had departed. "Are you all right?" A sweet girl ran over. Behind her was a simple, honest man, followed by two women and a man. The woman in white was stunningly beautiful, with an outstanding temperament. The short woman was sweet, adorable, and lively. The man was tall, handsome, and domineering. "It's okay, who are you?" Feng Qingqing helped Feng Wuji up, not recognizing the man before her. "Impertinent," Feng Wuji said. "I'm sorry." Feng Qingqing quickly apologized. Mingyu smiled and said, "It's okay." Minglei took the initiative and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Minglei, and this is my daughter Mingyu." "Hello." Feng Wuji followed suit, introducing himself. "My name is Feng Wuji, and this is my daughter Feng Qingqing." "Nice to meet you." Minglei's expression was a little strange. Feng Wuji looked at Lin Luo behind him, and quickly went over to say, "You saved me just now. I'm really grateful to you." Feng Qingqing asked in surprise, "You are the blue dragon from earlier?" "Don't be rude," Feng Wuji warned hurriedly. Feng Qingqing quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was so shocked that I was rude. It wasn't intentional." "It's okay. I just happened to see you saving me," Lin Luo said calmly. Feng Wuji thanked her again. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have been eliminated." At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the sunlight disappeared. A giant beast descended from the sky. Its feathers were 7 colors, and its feet were thicker than trees. Its sharp blades radiated a cold light, easily hardening steel. Feng Qingqing trembled violently. "Dad, what? What level of dragon bird is this? It's 10 times the size of the god-level dragon bird from earlier." Feng Wuji, his face pale with fear, said, "There's only one dragon bird that size in the dragon bird's nest, and that's the dragon bird king." The two men were trembling with fear, not even having the courage to escape. Feng Wuji tried to warn those around him to flee, but noticed their expressions remained unchanged. The two women and one man were incredibly powerful, perhaps even as strong as the dragon bird king. It was natural for them not to panic. Mingyu and Minglei, father and daughter, were even weaker than him, yet they remained unfazed. There was only one possible reason for their composure. They were utterly confident in Lin Luo and the other two, believing the dragon bird king was no match for them. "Stay away." Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, every bit as large as the dragon bird king. "It's huge." Feng Qingqing hadn't seen it clearly before, but only now could she see the enormous size of the star dragon. Feng Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It was too short a time ago, so I didn't see the power of this blue dragon. Now it seems the blue dragon is likely even more powerful. I remember you said, Father, that the dragon bird king is a peak god king. So, the giant blue dragon before us is also a peak god king." Feng Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. The Great Tao era boasted countless powerful beings, but few reached the peak of god king status. Only Tao ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luoho were powerful enough. The ancestors of the 3 major families were at level 135, never reaching level 140. Feng Wuji said, "Your great-grandfather always said that the devouring world was innumerable. Now it seems to be true. Besides our 3 ancestors, there's an even more powerful hidden master, whose life form has reached the peak of god king status." Feng Qingqing said, "There's always someone stronger than the strong. The more powerful beings there are in the Great Tao era, the better it is for us, and the greater our chances of resisting the devouring world." The dragon bird king, his eyes bloodshot, charged towards the giant blue dragon. The death of his offspring filled him with rage, especially since this offspring was his most capable and collected the most food. Bang! The two behemoths collided with a terrifying roar. Their collision created a terrifying aftermath, and the wind was so strong that it blinded everyone. Feng Qingqing trembled, saying, "Father, I'm scared." Feng Wuji decided, "We can't watch a battle between 2 peak god kings. We should evacuate for now." He glanced at the 4 people around him, but showed no sign of retreating. Minglei, a simple-minded man, kindly warned, "Don't run around. Lord Lin's battle with the Dragon Bird King will create terrible aftermath. The impact will be widespread. It's dangerous not just here, but everywhere else as well. It's best to stay with Lord Ian and Lord Li. Mingyu echoed, don't worry too much. With Brother Lin's strength, I'm sure it won't take long. Not long. Feng Wuji stood there in shock. The god of karma sneered, little Lin is too weak. If I were the one making the move, I could easily defeat the Dragon Bird King. Easily? Feng Wuji felt completely queasy. It seemed he had misjudged her. This woman was the strongest. Guan Yin shook her head helplessly. The god of karma still loved to brag. Under the 5 special beings, the god of karma possessed formidable power. The problem was that her power was sealed, and her ability was only temporary. When the god of karma encountered a power of equal strength, her only option was to flee. The Dragon Bird King was too powerful for the god of karma to slay instantly, so the outcome was also flight. Mingyu and Ming Lei didn't know the details, but they still believed Lin Luo was stronger. The god of karma loved to brag, they were used to it. Lin Luo and the Dragon Bird King fought, neither using their full strength, both were testing each other. In terms of strength, Lin Luo was far superior, and he pushed the Dragon Bird King to the ground. Infuriated, the Dragon Bird King soared into the sky, flapping its wings frantically. Under the force of its 2 wings, a massive storm formed. Bone after bone on the ground touched the outer edge of the storm, crushed into dust by the terrifying force. Faced with the terrifying storm, Lin Luo did not flinch. He entered the storm, using his powerful body to resist the terrifying force, charging upstream into the sky. Lin Luo slashed the Dragon Bird King with his sharp dragon claws. The speed was so great that the Dragon Bird King had no time to resist and was slammed to the ground. A large hole appeared in the Dragon Bird King's chest, and blood flowed continuously. If the Dragon Bird King's flesh had not been so ruthless, Lin Luo's claws would have pierced his heart and ripped it out entirely. The 2 behemoths engaged in an initial clash, leaving the Dragon Bird King severely injured. Rather than retreat, the injured Dragon Bird King charged towards Lin Luo. Chapter 366. The pain in the Dragon Bird King unleashed its blood, driving it mad. Feng Wuji exclaimed, this senior is so powerful. He completely crushed the Dragon Bird King. Feng Qingqing asked, in the real world, the Dragon Bird King is already dead. Who killed him? Feng Wuji replied, it must have been Demon Ancestor Rahu. He used tremendous force to kill him. At that time, Demon Ancestor Rahu had only recently ascended to the peak Divine King stage. Feng Qingqing said, Dad, I think you watched that battle. I remember you saying earlier that this senior was stronger. It's hard for me to say. Feng Wuji shook his head. Feng Qingqing smiled, I know the answer. Feng Wuji said, it's really hard to compare. After the 2 discussed who was stronger, Rahu or Lin Luo, the battle was drawing to a close. The Dragon Bird King's enormous beak opened, revealing a scarlet tongue. White light began to converge, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. What's going on? Why does the temperature in the devouring world feel so much colder? Is this the devouring world itself? I remember the real world wasn't that cold. The devouring world is a 1-to-1 replica of the real world. There's no ice in the real world, so there can't be ice here. It's likely that a powerful creature has wielded terrifying power. Yes, I remember in the real world, Luoho battled a powerful creature of the Divine King level. The battle between the 2 powerful beings caused the entire world to change. Everyone noticed the changes in the devouring world. The temperature was rapidly dropping. The Dragon Bird King suffered multiple injuries, and most of its feathers had fallen off, revealing the red skin beneath. There were visible wounds on his skin, and blood continuously flowed, staining his colorful feathers red. The Dragon Bird King sensed a life-or-death crisis, and prepared to fight to the death. So powerful. Ming Lei, Feng Wuji, and the others felt their cells trembling. Lin Luo opened his enormous mouth, and began to condense energy factors. Star flame radiated a terrifying light, raising the temperature of the entire world again. It's indeed a battle between 2 powerful creatures. Just now, one of them used its powerful ability, and now the other powerful creature is using its power. One creature has the ice attribute, and the other has the fire attribute. That explains the alternating hot and cold. A battle between God Kings. I wonder which powerful God King is battling the God King who emerged from the devouring world. Everyone was extremely curious. Ice rays and star flames were emitted simultaneously, and the white and blue beams collided. In less than a minute, the blue beam obscured the white beam. The star flames of the blue beam surrounded the Dragon Bird King, and the flames blazed fiercely. The Dragon Bird King screamed repeatedly, its feathers rapidly singed, revealing the skin beneath. The bright red skin, covered in goosebumps, was unsightly, but after being roasted, it turned golden and exuded an alluring aroma. What a fragrant aroma! The god of karma sniffed intensely. Lin Luo produced an oversized seasoning bottle, filled with cumin and various spices. He was a human after all, and he had to be particular about his food. Lin Luo suddenly had the urge to eat like a human, and Chen Li Mei had specially crafted this large bottle. The bottle alone cost tens of millions, made of the finest materials. It would be difficult for an outsider to break the bottle from the outside. Lin Luo, I want a bite too. Lin Luo devoured the cooked Dragon Bird King in one gulp. Stingy, the god of karma said disapprovingly. A large, cooked chicken leg was tossed in front of her, the seasoning emitting an alluring aroma. The god of karma exclaimed in delight, "You still have some conscience." She went up and began to chew, biting off a large chunk. The god of karma beckoned, "Come and eat quickly." Guanyin said, "This is from Lin Luo. Let's eat together." "Thank you so much, Lord Lin," Millet thanked. Mingyu said happily, "Brother Lin is the best. He hasn't forgotten us." The two of them weren't being polite. When the god of karma asked, he meant it. Eating even a little of this god king level meat would bring them significant benefits. Feng Wuji and Feng Qingqing didn't move. They were rescued at short notice. There are some things they need to know for themselves. They can't cross the line. Guanyin said, "You guys go over and have some too. You can't finish a chicken leg that big in one sitting." Feng Qingqing's eyes sparkled. Really? She had already understood everything. She had previously believed Mingyu's rapid evolution depended on his own talent. Feng Qingqing didn't believe he had any powerful backers. His father, Feng Wuji, was ranked in the top 100 in the entire Dao era. Some peak heavenly gods were higher in rank than her father, yet their strength wasn't as great. Only when Feng Qingqing saw Mingyu did she realize she was wrong. Mingyu's rapid rise in rank and strength was entirely due to the three powerful figures around him. Three peak god kings. This lineup was truly magnificent. Especially the powerful one named Lin Luo, who could transform into a giant star dragon and generously offer a leg to the Dragon Bird King after killing him. Eating god king level flesh was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so she naturally agreed. "Don't be rude." Feng Wuji displayed his fatherly authority. Feng Qingqing stuck out her tongue and stepped aside. Feng Wuji said, "How can I be so embarrassed?" Guanyin said, "It's okay. If I can't finish it, it's a waste." "Thank you so much, senior." "Thank you very much." Feng Wuji was polite, not wanting to anger the other leader. The leader had sincerely invited him, and repeatedly refusing would likely anger him. "Dad, let's hurry over," Feng Qingqing said happily. Feng Wuji said helplessly, "I'm sorry, senior, my daughter is just like that." "It's okay. Your daughter is only a teenager. It's normal for her to have such a reaction," Guanyin smiled. Everyone was delighted and moved forward to eat the Dragon Bird King's thigh. The Dragon Bird King's level is at the peak of the Divine King realm. With the exception of the God of Karma and Guanyin, anyone who consumes even a little will gain significant benefits. Three white-haired old men rested in their place. A monster with a human head and a wolf body lay on the ground. The Feng family patriarch panted, "The heavenly wolf god is truly difficult to kill. No wonder Dao ancestor expended so much effort to slay him." Gongsun patriarch rejoiced, "Fortunately, we did a lot of research ahead of time and understood the heavenly wolf god's weaknesses. Otherwise, we would all have died here." The Jiang family patriarch said, "As long as we succeed, we're happy. Dao ancestor and demon ancestor told us that the next stage will be difficult. We have 10 days to gain significant benefits in the devouring world and strive to reach the peak Divine King realm. Let's rest up. Our next target is the Dragon Bird King," said the Feng family patriarch. Patriarch Gongsun said, "The Dragon Bird King is even more difficult to deal with than the Heavenly Wolf God. The Heavenly Wolf God is still some distance away from being a peak god king, while the Dragon Bird King is a true peak god king." Patriarch Feng said, "If he weren't a peak god king, the three of us wouldn't have to unite." Patriarch Jiang frowned and asked, "Did you notice a problem during your battle just now?" Chapter 367. "What's the problem?" asked the Feng family patriarch. The Jiang family patriarch replied, "Did you feel the temperature suddenly drop when we were fighting just now?" Patriarch Gongsun recalled, "I did feel that. I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me." The Feng family patriarch said, "The battle was so intense just now that I didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, I noticed the temperature suddenly dropped." The Jiang family patriarch frowned and said, The chilling air emitted can lower the temperature of the entire devouring world. You need to be at the peak Divine King level to achieve this. The devouring world is modeled after our Great Tao era, and many powerful beings have been part of our devouring world. Patriarch Gongsun said, a peak Divine King uses the freezing attribute, so it should be the Dragon Bird King. What? The Dragon Bird King is dead? The Feng family patriarch asked in surprise. Let's go and take a look. Patriarch Gongsun, skilled in spatial abilities, opened a space-time portal. They passed through the space-time portal and arrived at the dragon bird's nest. What a nice smell. Patriarch Gongsun sniffed deeply. The aroma of a highly advanced creature's meat, enhanced by some unknown seasoning, gives the food a very fragrant aroma. The Jiang family patriarch analyzed. Let's take a look. The Dragon Bird King is likely dead. We need to change our target. Patriarch Gongsun sighed. The three of them searched together, finding many dead dragon bird carcasses. The Dragon Bird King's thigh was found, completely gnawed away, the rest of its body was missing. Patriarch Gongsun sighed. We had originally planned to kill the Heavenly Wolf God, and then the Dragon Bird King. Now it seems we're too late. The Jiang Patriarch said, the Dragon Bird King is a peak Divine King. You could possibly kill him. The Feng Patriarch frowned and asked, do you think he could be a hidden powerhouse? That seems impossible. We previously asked the Demon Ancestor and the Tao Ancestor, and they said that apart from them, the three of us are the highest tier combat power. Divine Kings are rare, and our era is already quite powerful, supporting 5 Divine Kings. Ancestor Gongsun shook his head. The Jiang Patriarch said, we arrived too late. We need to inquire if you two are responsible. The Feng Patriarch opened the list, and was surprised to find an additional Divine King. Lin Luo? The Feng Patriarch exclaimed in surprise. The Jiang Patriarch asked, what happened on the list that surprised you so much? The Feng Patriarch replied, you see once you take a look. Ancestors Gongsun and Jiang opened the Divine King list, and saw an additional person, Lin Luo. Lin Luo was caught in a state of half reality and half illusion, feeling extremely strange. Ancestor Gongsun asked in surprise, a hidden powerhouse? The Jiang family patriarch said, very likely. He ranks higher than us, behind the Tao Ancestor and the Demon Ancestor, and his strength is far greater than ours. Ancestor Gongsun said, according to this ranking, it's perfectly normal for him to kill the Dragon Bird King. The only puzzling thing is his name, which is shrouded in illusion. I feel like there's something wrong with this person, but we can't articulate what it is, the Jiang family patriarch said. Soon, another figure came into their view, named Guanyin, ranked above them. Guanyin's name, likewise, was shrouded in both illusion and reality, presenting some issues. A swamp. Giant lizard beasts constantly appeared in the swamp. Each dragon lizard was extremely large, with the lowest level being at the level of a celestial god. The smallest dragon lizard was several thousand meters tall, about 10,000 meters long, and weighed hundreds of tons, a true behemoth. Its body was covered with golden dragon scales, and its massive head resembled a dragon's head, more like a dragon than a dragon bird. The deep blue planet, home to the Great Tao era, was fraught with danger. Luckily, it was the second generation of humans who arrived in the Great Tao era. If humans from other generations had entered the deep blue planet, they might not have become dominant. Dragon lizards emerged densely from the mire, and attacked Lin Luo. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, continuously slaying the dragon lizard beasts. After leaving the dragon bird's nest, they continued forward. The group passed through a swamp, which concealed terrifying monsters. A god-level dragon lizard attacked Lin Luo and his group, forcing Lin Luo to transform into a dragon and slay the attacking dragon lizard. After he killed the dragon lizard, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless dragon lizards burst out of the swamp and attacked Lin Luo continuously. The dragon lizards in the swamp had once been a prosperous community, and even members of the God King clan dared not approach it. Killing a dragon lizard would result in a swarm of dragon lizards' furious revenge. Dragon lizards are cold-blooded creatures that prefer to dwell in the shadows. The swamp is the entrance to the underworld. Underground is a vast world, teeming with dragon lizards. After the God King clan vanished, the second generation of humans did not deal with the dragon lizards. Unlike dragon birds, dragon lizards do not actively hunt. Their food comes from the underworld. The two have different ranges of activity, so they don't interfere with each other. As long as the second generation humans don't intrude on the dragon lizard's habitat, nothing will happen. Later, as the dragon lizard's food supply in the underground world dwindled, they began to invade the surface world. As the ruling race, The second-generation humans naturally wouldn't allow the dragon lizards to invade their territory. A great war ensued, and the dragon lizards were ultimately annihilated by the second-generation humans. The devouring world replicated the real world, and the dragon lizards reappeared. The dragon lizards were incredibly numerous, numbering in the millions, with adult dragon lizards evolving to the level of celestial gods. Thankfully, dragon lizards primarily inhabit the underground world, while those living above ground might be the dominant species in the current Dao era. Lin Luo didn't know whether to call it luck or misfortune to encounter the dragon lizards. The dragon lizards were so numerous that it took the second-generation humans hundreds of years to exterminate them. Facing the pursuit of millions of dragon lizards alone, Lin Luo felt an immense pressure. The dragon lizards were of a high average level and formidable, yet they couldn't withstand Lin Luo. Lin Luo extended his dragon claws and crushed a dragon lizard into a pulp. Blood and flesh splattered from his hands, filling the air with the scent of blood. The dragon lizards couldn't withstand his powerful attacks. Every time Lin Luo attacked, he slew a dragon lizard. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Luo had killed over 100 dragon lizards. The cold-blooded dragon lizards seemed incapable of fear, constantly being slain and charging forward with all their might. The god of karma said disdainfully, "This dragon lizard looks disgusting. I'm not looking forward to the feast anymore." Guanyin smiled and said, "The dragon lizard may not look good, but maybe it tastes good. Come on." The god of karma said, "This dragon lizard looks so ugly. No matter how delicious it is, I won't eat it. I'm obsessed with looks." Feng Wuji exclaimed, as expected of a big boss. "I want the food I always dreamed of, but she won't eat it because it's ugly." Feng Qingqing said hopefully, "Father, the 3 big bosses wouldn't mind if we had some?" Chapter 368. Feng Wuji said with trepidation, "We're lucky to be able to follow the 3 bosses. Dragon lizards are beyond our reach. It would be a bit excessive for us to try to eat them." Feng Qingqing sighed, "Father is right. We did go a bit too far." Mingyu comforted, "Don't worry, the 3 bosses are good people. What we might crave is dispensable to them." The god of karma nodded in satisfaction, "I like what you say, little girl. If you want to eat lizard meat, go ahead. If Lin Luo refuses, I teach him a lesson." "Thank you, Sister Karma," Mingyu said sweetly. The battle continued, and dragon lizards continued to emerge from the ground, charging towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo had killed hundreds of thousands of dragon lizards, yet their carcasses were not very large. Some powerful dragon lizards were killed and devoured on the spot by Lin Luo. The situation was urgent, so he couldn't just roast and season the dragon lizards as he had done before, then eat them. Deliciousness also depends on timing. More dragon lizard carcasses were dragged away, and the dragon lizards devoured them themselves. The dragon lizards were so hungry that they even ate their own kind. Another hour later, almost all the dragon lizards were killed. "Master Lin is so powerful. He single-handedly killed millions of dragon lizards, and it was a one-sided slaughter," Ming Lei exclaimed in amazement. Feng Wuji recalled, "Back then, I participated in the annihilation of the dragon lizard tribe. Daozu and Moza personally led tens of millions of humans to annihilate the dragon lizard tribe. Back then, Daozu and Moza weren't as powerful as they are today, but that still proves the power of the dragon lizards. Now, this master would rank 3rd in the Great Dao era." The 3 family elders had already chosen to flee when they encountered the dragon lizard tribe. Finally, having slain a peak-level celestial god dragon lizard, Lin Luo had effectively annihilated the entire dragon lizard tribe. "Is it over?" Ming Lei asked. Feng Wuji replied, "Not yet. The dragon lizard tribe possesses a very powerful creature, their king, who must be at the peak of the divine king level." Ouch! A deafening roar echoed, frightening Feng Wuji, Feng Qingqing, Mingyu, and Ming Lei to the point of trembling legs. The 4 of them quickly ran to the side of the god of karma. The aftermath of the battle between 2 peak-level divine kings was too much for them to withstand. The god of karma was quite pleased to see the 4 arrive. The fact that the 4 had come to his side immediately was a testament to their strength. What a terrifying beast roar! My heart is beating like crazy right now, almost frightened to death. A beast roar that resonated throughout the devouring world. This terrifying roar could only be uttered by a peak-level god king. Shortly after entering the devouring world, several battles between peak-level god king creatures have already occurred. I wonder who's fighting now. Hearing the terrifying roar, everyone was horrified. "Did you hear it?" Patriarch Gongsun stopped. Patriarch Jiang said, "We're not deaf. We naturally heard such a loud noise." Patriarch Feng said, still trembling, "Don't say any more. I accidentally fell down just now." Patriarch Gongsun said, "When we entered the devouring world, Tao ancestor and demon ancestor warned us not to enter certain places, including where the dragon lizards were. The Jiang family patriarch exclaimed in astonishment that man named Lin Luo went to the dragon lizard habitat and slaughtered a large number of them, causing the dragon lizard king to appear. Patriarch Gongsun said, "From what I know, the dragon lizard king only appears when almost all the dragon lizards are killed. This tribe often fights among themselves." Patriarch Feng's face paled. "I remember the dragon lizard population exceeded 1 million. Lin Luo wanted to encounter the dragon lizard king and kill all of them. I remember we participated in that incident before we evolved into divine kings." Patriarch Gongsun recalled the past. Patriarch Jiang said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. I was nearly killed by a dragon lizard back then. Fortunately, the demon ancestor was nearby, and I was able to save my life. Let's go and take a look." The three rushed towards the source of the sound. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon and fought the dragon lizard king. The dragon lizard king was level 143, the same as Lin Luo, and far superior to the dragon bird in every way. The two behemoths collided, a test of strength. The dragon lizard king bit Lin Luo's neck, but its sharp teeth failed to penetrate. The scales formed from the star stone were too rigid. Lin Luo spitted out star flames, possessing a terrifying temperature that instantly enveloped the dragon lizard king. The dragon lizard king exuded the aroma of meat and roared in pain. Lin Luo did not miss the opportunity to kill the dragon lizard king. His sharp claws pierced through the dragon lizard king's scales and penetrated deep within. The puncture point was in its chest, and the dragon lizard king screamed in pain. The dragon lizard king struggled frantically, trying to pull Lin Luo's hand free. Lin Luo gave the dragon lizard king no chance to resist, his claws slicing through him, unstoppable. At the most critical moment, the dragon lizard king roared, exerting desperate force with both claws to finally wrench Lin Luo's claws free. Even so, the dragon lizard king was too slow, and Lin Luo managed to extract half of its heart. The Feng family patriarch lamented, "The blue dragon nearly pulled out the dragon lizard king's entire heart. If the heart were taken out, the dragon lizard king would have lost its combat effectiveness." Ancestor Gongsun said, "There's a human named Lin Luo on the list, so why is there a blue dragon?" Ancestor Jiang asked, "Could it be another powerful being?" Ancestor Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "This is too bizarre. How could there be so many powerful beings in our Tao era? Given the power of the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor, they couldn't have been unaware of this. If they knew, they would have told us." Ancestor Gongsun pointed at. Someone in front said, "Old Feng, check to see if this is your grandson Feng Wuji and your great-granddaughter." The Feng ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "They are indeed my grandson and great-granddaughter. They were so focused on the battle over here that I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed them out." The Jiang ancestor said, "They are truly courageous. We only dared to watch from 3,000 meters away, but they watched from 300 meters. The Gongsun ancestor teased, "I seriously suspect you're Indius. Why don't we go over together?" "Who said I was Indius?" The Jiang ancestor said stubbornly. "They dared to watch from such a close distance. They must have something to rely on. Let's go over and take a look." "Wait a moment, we better be careful." Before the Jiang ancestor could finish, the Feng ancestor rushed over. The Feng ancestor landed next to Feng Wuji, followed by the Jiang and Gongsun ancestors. As soon as the three landed, their first sights were fixed on the god of karma and Guanyin. The god of karma ignored the three men, and Guanyin smiled at them. The three men sensed the god of karma's power, and did not consider him rude. The strong have their own tempers. Chapter 369. Great-grandfather. Feng Qingqing shouted happily. Feng Wuji asked, "Grandfather, why are you here?" The Feng family patriarch explained, "I heard a noise in the distance and hurried over." "Is it dangerous for you to stay so close?" "Not dangerous." Feng Qingqing told the three Feng family patriarchs everything she knew. The three Feng family patriarchs then realized that the two people nearby were no ordinary people, their strength rivaling their own. The Feng family patriarch took the initiative to greet the god of karma, saying, "Senior, excuse me for interrupting you." The Jiang family patriarch smiled and said, "If you suggest we watch from here, we can leave immediately." "We're just here to watch. We don't have any other intentions," said Patriarch Gongsun. "You just watch from the sidelines. Don't mess around. I protect you." The god of karma, pretending to be a master, said with a cold attitude, "Thank you, senior." The three of them were overjoyed. The battle was drawing to a close. Lin Luo lashed out with another powerful claw. The dragon lizard struggled, forcing the claw into its chest. The sharp claw pierced the dragon lizard king's abdomen, pulling out its large and small intestines, causing blood to gush wildly. Ouch! The dragon lizard roared in agony. Lin Luo seized the opportunity to unleash a freezing ray, learned from killing the dragon bird king. The freezing ray, shimmering with starlight, was even more powerful than the one emanated by the dragon bird king. The dragon lizard king's entire body was frozen solid upon contact with the freezing ray, transforming into a gigantic ice sculpture. Lin Luo spit out star flames at the dragon lizard king. The flames were so intense, they roasted the dragon lizard king to a crisp. The dragon lizard king was grilled to a golden crisp, emitting a burst of meaty aroma. Lin Luo took out the seasoning bottle and sprinkled the dragon lizard king with the seasoning. The dragon lizard king's flavor was enhanced by the seasoning. Ancestor Gongsun exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of seasoning did this senior sprinkle on it? The entire lizard meat has become so much more fragrant." The Feng family ancestor said enviously, "A peak-level divine king's creature is beyond our reach." The Jiang family ancestor sighed, "There are always people beyond the heavens, and I finally seen that today." After a loud bang, a lizard leg was thrown to the crowd. The dragon lizard king was enormous, almost as big as Lin Luo. Lin Luo couldn't finish the dragon lizard king in one bite, so he offered some to share. Guanyin called out, "Everyone come and eat." The god of karma didn't act immediately this time, believing the dragon lizard to be too ugly to eat. "Can we eat it too?" The Feng family ancestor couldn't help but ask. The Jiang and Gongsun patriarchs remained silent, their eyes fixed on the dragon lizard's thigh. "Come and eat," Guanyin said with a smile. "Then we won't be polite." The three of them weren't playing games. Under such a delicious temptation, they had little resistance. Delicious. This seasoning is Jujuazi. The Feng patriarch took a bite and gave a thumbs up. The three of them devoured each other. All of them primarily ate raw meat and drank blood. The Jiang patriarch possessed the power of fire and could cook food. The other two didn't even have the power of fire, so naturally, they couldn't cook. A dragon lizard king leg weighing over 100,000 tons was shrunken at a visible rate as the crowd gnawed on it. While the dragon lizard king might not look good, its meat was still very good inside, tasting like tender chicken. Especially with the seasoning sprinkled on top, it masked the fishy smell of the meat, creating a perfect accompaniment. Ancestor Gongsun exclaimed, "I never eaten anything so delicious. It's truly delicious, better than anything I ever had before." Ancestor Jiang said, "You're wrong. Not only in the past, but in the future, you'll never be able to eat anything this delicious." Okay. You're the one who's flattering me," Ancestor Gongsun said exaggeratedly. "How can you talk like that?" Ancestor Jiang said angrily. He was about to get angry at Ancestor Gongsun, but he noticed him eating frantically. Ancestor Gongsun was like a starving ghost, afraid that if he ate too slowly, someone would get the better of him. Ancestor Jiang had no time to get angry and hurried back to eating. "The dragon lizard king is so ugly. I'm obsessed with looks, so when I eat, I absolutely must pay attention to the food's appearance in its original state." The god of karma was incredibly stubborn, transforming into a fairy. Watching everyone eat with such relish, the god of karma's mouth watered. "Leave some for me." Unable to resist the temptation, the god of karma rushed towards the dragon lizard king. Everyone devoured the food frantically, soon devouring an entire dragon lizard king leg. "I'm so full," Mingyu said, clutching her stomach. Feng Qingqing also had a bulging belly. Unconcerned with her appearance, she felt incredibly happy after eating. "Mingyu, do you have the blood of our Wind clan?" Feng Qingqing asked. Mingyu's eyes were confused, unsure how to respond. She couldn't hide the fact that she had a snake tail, so she admitted, "I do have Wind clan blood." Feng Qingqing asked, "Can you tell me about what happened in the past?" "Of course." Mingyu told Feng Qingqing everything her father had told her. Feng Qingqing then called Feng Wuji and the Feng family patriarch and explained the details of Mingyu's mother. The Feng family patriarch looked guilty. "I'm sorry, I didn't handle this matter properly. The human race is a large family, and there shouldn't be distinctions between high and low. By the time I learned about this, it was already too late." Feng Wuji said, "As the head of the family, I bear the greatest responsibility. I often tell my clan members that our Feng bloodline is no more noble than that of other human races. Others shouldn't treat us as aliens, and we shouldn't discriminate against others." Ming Lei sighed. "Don't say that, both of you. Feng He and I weren't meant to be. You can't blame all of Feng He's accident. I also bear a great responsibility. Compared to other families, your Feng clan is very good and didn't harm us. I encountered danger when I left the Feng family with Feng He." The problem was primarily my fault. If I hadn't eloped with Feng He, the outcome might have been different. The three of them talked for a while. All of them were reasonable people, and their hearts gradually untangled. Ming Lei made two requests. The first was that Ming Yu return to the Feng family, even if it meant changing her name. The second request was that Ming Lei take Feng He's ashes and return them to the Feng family. The Feng family patriarch said, "You are the head of the Feng family. This is your decision." Feng Wuji smiled and said, "Actually, I can make the decision for these two requests without even having to think about them. The first request is that you want your daughter to join the Feng family. Your daughter is so outstanding and willing to join the Feng family. It's an honor for our Feng family. Your daughter doesn't need to change her surname. We have an affiliated family within the Feng family with other surnames, so they're considered an outsider. Your wife is a Feng family member, so naturally she can be buried in the ancestral tomb." Ming Lei thanked them. "Thank you." Tears welled up in his eyes. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. After hiding for over a decade, Ming Lei feared being discovered by the Feng family. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about the Feng family. His wife would be buried in the ancestral tomb, and his daughter would be able to enter the Feng family without changing her surname. Chapter 370. "We have to thank Brother Lin very much for this," Mingyu said happily. "You're right, my daughter." Ming Lei nodded vigorously. The smooth resolution of the matter was mainly due to his daughter Mingyu's rapid growth. At first, Ming Lei had thought that Mingyu would reach the god level and enter the devouring world in the later stages. Unexpectedly, the three masters were so powerful. Mingyu has already reached level 98, and will soon be promoted to heavenly god. The goal of becoming a god king is too far away, but his daughter has a high chance of becoming a mid-level heavenly god. When the devouring world invades the real world, the higher the level, the better, the higher the chance of survival. Lin Luo has already devoured most of the dragon lizard kings, and will reach level 144. On Earth, Lin Luo is too powerful, and has no room for evolution. Unless a powerful creature descends from the devouring world, it will be difficult for him to level up. The gods of the devouring world were originally targeting Lin Luo, and did not want to let him go. However, the devouring world blossomed and bore fruit prematurely, and the 5 special beings awakened prematurely, forcing the gods to shift their attention. In addition, Lin Luo's slaying of the Black Source God deterred many top-tier god kings from taking action. Without the power of the god of karma, traveling back to the past with Lin Luo would essentially be fatal. Lin Luo's next enemy was the Buddha Tathagata, a being of immense wisdom and foresight. Staying on Earth without changing anything was tantamount to waiting for death. Mingyu approached Lin Luo and gave him a joyful hug. The two had a good relationship, and Lin Luo treated Mingyu like a younger sister. "What's so exciting?" Lin Luo put Mingyu down. Mingyu said happily, "We met the Feng family ancestors here. They agreed to let Dad take Mom's ashes back home, so I can join the Feng family." "That's great." Lin Luo couldn't stay in the Great Doubt era forever. Once the devouring world feedback was over, he would choose to leave. He had arrived in a parallel world, and no matter how he changed, he couldn't change the main world. Mingyu in the parallel world had changed, but Mingyu in the main world hadn't. Furthermore, Mingyu in the main world and Mingyu in the parallel world were not the same person. These changes are all due to Brother Lin. "I want to thank you very much," Mingyu said sincerely. "Friends don't need to express so much gratitude," Lin Luo said generously. "Can I really be your friend, Brother Lin?" Mingyu asked with humility. Lin Luo smiled and said, "I want to be your friend. Are you still unwilling?" Mingyu quickly said, "Yes, of course." "Hello, senior." The Feng, Gongsun, and Jiang patriarchs came over and bowed to Lin Luo. "Hello." Lin Luo overheard their conversation while fighting. They introduced themselves and expressed their respect for Lin Luo. The Feng patriarch took the initiative and said, "Senior, you are much stronger than I imagined. We were just about to kill the Dragon Bird King, but found it had been killed. With our strength, it would have been difficult to kill the Dragon Bird King. I didn't expect you to be so powerful and easily kill it." The Jiang patriarch said, "Too strong. I thought the Dragon Lizard King was very powerful and could easily kill me, but the Dragon Lizard King was no match for you. You easily killed it." Ancestor Gongsun said, "The three of us are frogs in a well, thinking that besides us, there's only the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. Now it seems that even with you, senior, even the three of us combined are crushed by you." "Not bad," Lin Luo said with a smile. "Not bad, it's already very strong," the three praised. Seeing the three ancestors praising Lin Luo, Feng Wuji realized that their mastery was all pretense. If the three were arrogant, it was because they hadn't encountered anyone stronger. The god of karma said dissatisfiedly, "Don't you three have any sense? I'm stronger than this Lin Luo. Before you flatter someone, can't you please understand him first?" The Feng family ancestor asked, "Who is this?" The god of karma introduced himself. "I am the god of karma. I wield the power of time, and am one of the 10 native gods of the devouring world." "I see." The three ancestors, though of average strength, were nonetheless knowledgeable. They had learned from Tao ancestor and demon ancestor about the 10 native gods of the devouring world. The 10 native gods had been ambushed by the 5 special beings, their abilities severely restricted. The 3 ancestors didn't dare to be presumptuous with the god of karma, and so they offered a round of flattery. They feared the god of karma would anger them, and their flattery was excessive. The god of karma, lost in the flattery, gradually lost himself, unaware that they were overdoing it. For a while, the group advanced together. Most of the time, the 3 ancestors took action, with Lin Luo taking the lead on a few occasions. Guan Yin would occasionally intervene, gaining some combat experience. The god of karma acted like the boss throughout, showing no intention of attacking. She wanted to show off, but when she realized the danger of being exposed, she quickly gave up. Everyone benefited greatly from following Lin Luo and the other 2. Mingyu advanced the fastest, breaking through to level 110 and reaching the celestial god level. Feng Qingqing also advanced rapidly, reaching level 106 and quickly approaching the celestial god level. The others improved somewhat, but no 2 advanced so rapidly. The Jiang family patriarch enviously said, "Old Feng, you are truly blessed to have 2 such geniuses in your family. In the future, your Feng family will produce 2 divine king-level powerhouses." Patriarch Gongsun sighed, "Old Jiang, your family is relatively well off. We have some talented individuals. My family doesn't have any talented individuals at all, so we won't be able to compete with you in the future." The Feng family patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "Why are you saying this? The entire era is about to be destroyed. Excellence and non-excellence will have different outcomes. I hope they can survive the Tao era so that they can have the opportunity to reach Divine King level in the future." The Jiang family patriarch said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic. Our Tao era won't necessarily lose. The 3 of us are a little weak, but Dao Zhu and Mo Zhu are both very powerful. They won't necessarily lose." The Feng family patriarch said, "I'm not sure yet. Now let's ask the 3 seniors a question, and we know for sure." The Gongsun patriarch agreed, "Ask them, and we know faster." The Jiang family patriarch said disapprovingly, "Okay, you 2 are teaming up to smuggle your own agenda and hide it from me. We just thought of that." The 3 of them approached Lin Luo. Lin Luo said, "Do you have anything to say?" The Feng family patriarch asked, "I'd like to ask, senior, if you're from the future?" Lin Luo replied, "I am indeed from the future." The Jiang family patriarch said grimly, "Senior, you're from the future, which means our era has passed and the Tao era has collapsed." The Feng and Gongsun patriarchs both looked unhappy, having probably guessed the outcome. The god of karma said proudly, "Lin Luo's arrival in this era is entirely due to me. Without my immense magical powers, it wouldn't have been possible. Alas! I should have guessed that sooner." The Feng family patriarch sighed. Chapter 371. Feng Wuji asked, "Will you see me in the future world?" Lin Luo shook his head, "No. The devouring world sealed away all human things. Other races descended upon the devouring world, not humans. How could this be?" The Jiang family patriarch asked doubtfully, "From what I know, many of the first generation of humans entered the devouring world. It's impossible that not a single one was left." The Feng family patriarch frowned. It seemed something happened in the years that followed, causing the humans in the devouring world to disappear. Patriarch Gongsun said, "If you don't know the reason, how can we?" The god of karma nodded in satisfaction. "You're right about that. If even a powerful being like me doesn't know, how can you possibly know?" Thinking of the destruction of the era and the countless deaths, the 3 ancestors inevitably grew worried. If possible, they hoped for continued peace and the continuation of their race. Guan Yin comforted everyone, saying, "Don't be too pessimistic. Sometimes the birth and death of each life is a complete life process." "Thank you, senior, for your comfort." The 3 of them began to see things more clearly. It was the 9th day, and Lin Luo had reached level 145. The Great Tao era was far superior to Earth, rich in resources and filled with powerful life forms. Hong Jun and Lu Ho were able to evolve into ultimate life forms partly because of the abundance of resources in the Great Tao era. Lin Luo chose to fight and kill the powerful creatures, devouring them. The most powerful of these was a powerful chimpanzee-like creature called the ape demon. There were tens of thousands of them, and the strongest among them was the ape demon king. The ape demon clan was well known during the Tao era. Initially, they collaborated with humans. After eliminating other creatures hostile to humans, Hongjun refrained from attacking the ape demon clan. Not only did the ape demon clan not harbor hostility towards humans, they even aided the second-generation humans several times. But with the death of the old ape demon king and the succession of a new one, things changed. The new ape demon king was powerful and equally ambitious. On the surface, the ape demon king coexisted peacefully with the second-generation humans, but secretly slaughtered them. They often raided a village of second-generation humans, sparing no one. Even newborn babies were eaten by the ape demon clan. The ape demon king was very clever, far more intelligent than many humans, and he targeted remote villages. These villages were difficult to reach and far from the center. Each time, the ape demon king would scout the area to confirm the appropriate location. The ape demon king also bribed officials. As the ape demon king's power grew, his ambitions rapidly expanded. Not content with attacking small villages, he sought to attack a large city. When Luo learned of this, he was furious. Back then, he had intended to deal with the ape demon clan in advance, but Hongjun believed they had done nothing wrong and should not be attacked without proper care. Otherwise, other tribes would learn of their fate and become wary of the second generation of humans. Luo's decisiveness was in keeping with the way of the demon. He led his men and immediately charged towards the ape demon clan, not waiting for their explanation before attacking them. The ape demon king demonstrated his strength, engaging Luo in a back-and-forth battle. Unleashing his powerful bloodline abilities, the ape demon king briefly overpowered Luo. Hongjun arrived upon learning of the situation and aided Luo in slaying the ape demon king. The two top warriors worked together to slay the ape demon king, whose death was considered a mark of honor. Lin Luo single-handedly defeated the ape demon king. This battle was no easy one for Lin Luo. He sustained numerous wounds, but drawing upon the power of the starry sky, he radiated a divine light and erupted with terrifying power. The ape demon king's body was resilient, and despite his numerous wounds, he remained undying. Even after Lin Luo severed his head, the ape demon king was able to fight like Xing Tian. After a day of fighting, Lin Luo finally slew the ape demon king. After devouring the ape demon king, he finally gained a level. The effort was worth it. Lin Luo's level reached 145, the same as the Black Source God's level after the weakening. The Black Source God's true level was 149, nearly evolving into the ultimate life form. The 5 special beings sealed the power of 10 local gods, causing their levels to drop several levels. The Feng family patriarch expressed admiration. In the future, the dragon god will likely surpass masters Hongjun and Luo, or at least be as strong as them. Patriarch Gongsun nodded and said, "Compared to us, there's a clear gap. We're just average, and there's a huge gap compared to the powerful dragon god." Patriarch Jiang sighed, "It's a pity the dragon god isn't from our era. Otherwise, if he had joined forces with the two masters, our era wouldn't have been destroyed. There are no ifs and buts. Even though I know our era will be destroyed, I don't want to give up. I want to give it a try." Patriarch Feng said with determination. Patriarch Gongsun agreed, "Well said. We should learn from the dragon god. The dragon god has faced even greater difficulties than we have. Although the dragon god hasn't explained it clearly, there are some things we can infer without having to say." The Jiang family patriarch said, "That's true. Our plan for the continuation of our race was jointly proposed by Huangdi and Yendi. Their method allows our race to continue, but it also has significant flaws. With each successive generation, the divinity of our race diminishes significantly. Take our first and second generations of humanity as an example. The first generation was born with much better bloodlines than our second generation. The second generation needs certain conditions to return to their ancestral roots before their bloodlines can rival those of the human race. When the dragon god transformed into a human, I didn't sense any divinity in him. Many generations after us, so many generations that it's hard to count, the dragon god was forced to transform into a dragon." The Feng family patriarch affirmed, "The dragon god's transformation into a dragon was forced, but his dragon body is truly powerful, and his bloodline is incredibly potent, rivaling even the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. What a pity!" Patriarch Gongsun lamented, "The dragon god possesses powerful human bloodline, and when combined with dragon bloodline, it even surpasses the bloodlines of the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. The Tao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Luoho were considered ancestors, indicating a high level of evolution. For example, Fuxi and Yuhua, their bloodlines were incredibly powerful. Fuxi and Yuhua were nominally married. At that time, the human race was small, and many siblings married, though they were not actually related. Later, Fuxi married a woman from another tribe and had children. The Feng family is nominally the descendants of Fuxi and Yuhua, but in reality, they are the descendants of Fuxi. Lin Luo's bloodline was somewhat inferior to Yuhua's, and even giving birth to a child was still inferior. In the eyes of the three, Lin Luo had the potential to surpass both Tao ancestor and demon ancestor if he continued to develop. Although Tao ancestor and demon ancestor didn't say they would evolve into the ultimate life form, they could vaguely guess it. Lin Luo's demonstrated strength only required time to reach the level of Tao ancestor and demon ancestor. If Lin Luo could evolve again in the future, it would be easy for him to surpass both ancestors. They regretted that Lin Luo's human bloodline could not be developed. If a human bloodline developed, it would be no weaker than a dragon bloodline. Chapter 372. Lin Luo asked the three if there was any way to improve the human bloodline. The three replied that there was no way, unless through atavism. Lin Luo's bloodline was too thin, not at the concentration required for atavism. He hoped to atavism through his own bloodline, but it was obviously impossible. Lin Luo hunted down another Wind and Thunder Deer King, a being that had evolved to the peak Divine King level, at level 146. The Wind and Thunder Deer King was the strongest being in the history of the Great Tao era, born long ago, at the same time as the Divine King clan. The Wind and Thunder Deer King was responsible for the death of the Heavenly God King, the strongest of the Divine King clan. Not long after killing the Wind and Thunder Deer King, the Heavenly God King suddenly died. Many believe that the Wind and Thunder Deer King had injured the Heavenly God King, who was then killed by his enemies. The Wind and Thunder Deer King possessed two powerful attributes, wind and thunder, and his bloodline contained two extreme attributes. Lin Luo slew the Wind and Thunder Deer King with considerable effort, though not as much as the Ape Demon King. This was likely due to his increased level, and the fact that the Wind and Thunder Deer King was less intelligent. The Wind and Thunder Deer King was one level higher than the Ape Demon King, but its combat skills were lacking, its straightforwardness leaving many weaknesses. Among many powerful creatures, the Wind and Thunder Deer King's meat was delicious and not overpowering. Everyone enjoyed the feast, and the three Feng family ancestors forgot their worries. After consuming the Wind and Thunder Deer King, Feng Qingqing could evolve to the Celestial God level. Mingyu had already advanced to the Celestial God level. Ming Lei, nourished by the higher level creatures, regained his true God level and recovered from his ailments, allowing him to advance even further. His level had reached 98, just 2 levels away from evolving to Heavenly God. Ming Lei was the lowest among the group. The three family ancestors had also gained considerable benefits, edging ever closer to the peak Divine King level. They were in high spirits, momentarily forgetting the prospect of the Great Tao era's destruction. The three men considered the dangers they would encounter if they evolved to the peak Divine King level. A single careless move could lead to eternal damnation. Leaving the devouring world prematurely would prevent them from fulfilling their dream of evolving to the peak Divine King level. They had never imagined that by following the three great leaders, they could evolve to the peak Divine King level. Suddenly, the sky darkened, its clouds densely packed with darkness, obscuring even a ray of light. They sank heavily, seemingly crushing the entire sky. Feng Wuji said, "The celestial phenomena are changing. It seems powerful creatures are fighting again." The Feng family patriarch said, "According to the timeline, we're almost out of the devouring world." When Tao ancestor and demon ancestor entered the devouring world, they said they would slay a powerful enemy. The game feedback presents an opportunity. Killing a powerful being could very well prevent the devouring world from invading the Great Tao era. Patriarch Gongsun said, when the two masters left, they said this was a fundamental solution to the problem. If successful, the Great Tao era would not be destroyed, and the death rate among our clan would be minimized. The Jiang family patriarch's face was solemn. If we fail, the two masters advised us to adopt evasive tactics, which would increase our chances of survival. The Feng family patriarch sighed, "The three of us have reached the Divine King level, yet we haven't accomplished even 1/10 of what the two masters have accomplished." Guani nudged Lin Luo with her elbow and said, "It seems some things are destined. We told Tao ancestor and demon ancestor about the future, and they came up with a solution that will solve the problem once and for all." Lin Luo asked the god of karma, "The Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor must have died in the devouring world." "That's possible," the god of karma said. gnawing on a deer leg. Guanyin asked doubtfully, "Isn't it true that those who die in the devouring world don't die immediately, but instead reappear in the real world?" "That's right," the god of karma said casually, "but there is one exception. Death in the devouring world is truly death. This exception is the 5 special beings, among whom Supreme Heaven is the most powerful being that controls the entire devouring world." Lin Luo, along with the rune god, witnessed Pangu's battle with Supreme Heaven. Pangu was defeated and slain by Supreme Heaven. A pair of eyes appeared in the dark sky, within them a deep hexagram. The hexagram spun rapidly, like a vast abyss, unleashing terrifying power. The Feng family patriarch felt a chill and trembled, saying, "So powerful. This power is only possessed by a peak divine king at level 149. No, a peak divine king at level 149 might not possess this much power. It's very likely they already evolved to the ultimate life form." The Jiang family patriarch said, "I previously wanted to evolve to peak divine king to help you 2 masters, but now it seems my thoughts were naive. Just the terrifying aura emanating from this place makes me tremble." Patriarch Gongsun said, "Let's go and take a look. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Let's go together." Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon and led everyone there. A pair of gigantic eyes in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. What kind of terrifying being is this? I know who these eyes belong to. He is the strongest of the 5 special beings, named Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven? Devouring possesses such a terrifying being. Can our Dao era withstand it? Everyone felt fear in those eyes. Closest to them stood a young man and an old man. The young man was the demon ancestor Luoho. The old man was the Dao ancestor Hongjun. The 2 men gazed at them with solemn expressions. As the devouring world's feedback was about to end, they found Supreme Heaven. Learning about the future, they chose to risk everything. Only by working together to kill Supreme Heaven could the Dao era survive. Hongjun and Luoho were unwilling to give up. Even with the knowledge of the future, they still wanted to fight. Supreme Heaven suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a terrifying threat. Weaker creatures, frightened by that look, would immediately flee. Gao Shangshan said in a cold voice, "You 2 are so bold. I didn't go out to kill you, yet you came looking for me. Do you intend to end the devouring world by killing me?" Luohu's aura remained undiminished. "You are the ultimate life form, and so are we. Why should I be afraid of you?" Gao Shangshan said disdainfully, "Levels are merely a division. Creatures of the same level have strengths and weaknesses. You should know this very well." He spoke condescendingly, "You 2 have evolved to ultimate life forms, but you are still considerably weaker than Pangu. I could kill Pangu, but not you 2. Hongjun said expressionlessly, "We are weaker, but we will not give in." These words are pointless. We 2 have prepared so much this time, and our purpose is to kill you. Yes, I give you this opportunity." Gao Shangshan's eyes shone even brighter, and a powerful body took shape. It stood over 100,000 meters tall, its muscles bulging, and it weighed over 10 million tons. Hongjun and Luoho were no different from ants before the Supreme Heaven. He continued to challenge, "It was with this body that I killed Pangu, the first emperor of your race. I will use this powerful body again to slay you all." Chapter 373. Hongjun said coldly, "Confidence is good. I believe I can kill you and overthrow the entire devouring world. You said that ultimate beings have strengths and weaknesses. Then I show you how strong and weak ultimate beings are, and let you know how powerful I am." Luohu said unyieldingly. Okay, your confidence is good. Next, I show you how powerful I am." Shang Zishan's attitude was extremely arrogant. Luohu's body began to grow rapidly, from a teenager to a giant 100,000 meters tall, handsome and brimming with power. Except for Luohu's eyes, which remained unchanged, 1 gold and 1 red, everything else underwent drastic changes. Shang Zishan said disdainfully, "I thought you would fight with such a weak body. It seems you have another form. This one is more than adequate, and can fight me." Luohu's eyes radiated murderous intent. "I will use this body to crush your bones." The demonic body was covered with bulging muscles, and it exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. A weakling of low life level might be so frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from Luoho that they would collapse to the ground, unable to rise. Hongjun then transforming into a robust middle-aged man, every bit as large as Luoho. Compared to Luoho's demonic form, the powerful aura emanating from Hongjun was much softer, less overbearing. He stepped forward and launched the first attack at Gao Shangshan. Hongjun delivered a powerful punch, but Gao Shangshan's body reacted with remarkable speed, dodging. Not giving up, he found an opportunity, and continued his attack on Gao Shangshan. Gao Shangshan extended his right hand, clenching his fist and striking out to meet Hongjuan's. A terrifying sound echoed as the two fists collided. Hongjun was sent flying, while Gao Shangshan stood there impassive. Gao Shangshan sarcastically sneered, "I told you, even ultimate beings have strengths and weaknesses. As an ultimate being, I am far more powerful than you. And what about me?" Lu Ho launched his attack, his fist radiating a terrifying black demonic light. The black demonic light, brimming with terrifying power, rushed towards Gao Shangshan. He struck Gao Shangshan from behind, attempting a sneak attack. He was fully aware of Gao Shangshan's strength, and knew he couldn't be killed without resorting to underhanded tactics. Hongjun, given the opportunity, might not have attacked. Lu Ho disregarded any means. He was content to kill his opponent. He struck with all his might, a dazzling demonic light erupting from his fist, instantly multiplying his power many times over. Just as Lu Ho thought he had inflicted a heavy blow on Gao Shangtian, one of his heads turned and a hand emerged, blocking his attack. "Come on, both of you! My body has been refined to perfection. No matter which direction you attack from, I will always fight in my front line," Gao Shangtian said proudly. Lu Ho and Hongjun coordinated their attacks, continuously attacking Gao Shangtian. Although Gao Shangtian claimed his body was perfect, it actually had flaws. The two attacked Gao Shangtian, and Gao Shangtian's fighting power was noticeably reduced. Although Gao Shangtian wasn't as formidable as he would be facing one person, he still managed to suppress the two. Half an hour later, a group of people hurriedly arrived. The Feng family patriarch, the Gongsun patriarch, and others took refuge behind Lin Luo. The aftermath of the battle between three top warriors was more than they could withstand. Guanyin exclaimed, "These are the true forms of these two top-tier masters. It seems I was mistaken." She had imagined the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor's powerful bodies, but she hadn't imagined them to be this formidable. The Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor launched punches, attacking Gao Shangshan relentlessly. They had sensed the arrival of Lin Luo and his group, but Gao Shangshan was putting too much pressure on them, leaving them no chance to greet him. Facing their attacks, Gao Shangshan handled them with ease, casually glancing at Lin Luo and his group whenever he had time. His gaze lingered on the god of karma, whose face paled with fear, his entire body unsettled. The god of karma claimed to be indifferent to Gao Shangshan, but in reality, he was deeply afraid of him. The weakening of the 10 native gods of the devouring world was spearheaded by Gao Shangshan. Gao Shangshan was the strongest and most astute of the 5 special beings. Many times, actions initiated by the 5 special beings were initiated by Gao Shangshan. Gao Shangshan paused for a moment on the god of karma, then looked away. That was a close call. The god of karma patted his small chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme heaven's gaze swept over the others, but it didn't linger. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Luo, lingering for a long moment. The god of karma said, unfeelingly, "Let's get out of the way. The supreme heaven is watching Lin Luo. With his power, if he strikes, we'd be in trouble too." Guanyin, Gongsun Laozu, and the others didn't leave immediately. Lin Luo had cared for them for so long, yet he gave up at the slightest danger. "How disloyal," the god of karma said, "you're truly courageous. Being killed by the other gods of the devouring world is fine, but being killed by the supreme heaven means real death. You must understand this clearly." The crowd, with no intention of retreating, remained by Lin Luo's side. Lin Luo said, "You better leave. Supreme heaven's power is terrifying, and you will be affected." After he spoke, everyone chose to move away. The supreme heaven's hexagram-shaped eyes radiated a cold light. "You, an ant, have a long life. I attacked you myself, and you survived." The god of karma trembled and said, "Lin Luo, you're quite capable. Supreme heaven attacked you, and you survived. You weren't at this level back then, were you? It seems like when I was a god." Lin Luo said to supreme heaven, "You were just a billion away from death." The supreme heaven, with his eyes capable of seeing through anything, sneered, "I know why you're still alive. If I had used just a little more force earlier, you would have been dead." "That's a shame," Lin Luo said. Gao Shangshan nodded and said, "It's a shame, but there's still time. I strike you dead right now." Luo Ho and Hongjun were furious. They had joined forces to besiege Gao Shangshan, but Gao Shangshan remained undeterred. Despite their attacks, Gao Shangshan was still able to converse with Lin Luo. He extended a massive hand and slashed towards Lin Luo. The hand radiated terrifying power, intending to annihilate Lin Luo with a single blow. Lin Luo transformed into a giant star dragon, facing Gao Shangshan's might. Gao Shangshan's hand held Lin Luo tightly, his strength increasing, as if to crush him into a pulp. Starlight emanated from Lin Luo, his strength immensely amplified. With a single effort, he wrenched Gao Shangshan's hand free. Excellent. Gao Shangshan said coldly, it's only been a short while, and your strength has increased so much, reaching the peak Divine King level. I can't kill you in one fell swoop. Hong Jun and Luo Ho attacked frantically, helping to relieve Lin Luo's pressure. Lin Luo, unafraid, launched his attack on Gao Shangshan. Facing the attacks of three individuals, Gao Shitian was immediately at a disadvantage. With Lin Luo joining the battle, the pressure on Hong Jun and Luo Ho was greatly reduced. Chapter 374. The Feng family patriarch explained, Senior Lin is truly formidable. Dao Ancestor and Demon Ancestor have been concealing their strength. They are no longer peak god kings, but have evolved into ultimate beings. The Dragon God's ability to participate in the battle between the three ultimate beings is a testament to his strength. Our previous opponents were too weak to see the Dragon God's might, but only now can we see it. Patriarch Gongsun said, he is indeed formidable. Supreme Heaven is the strongest being in the devouring world and all of reality. The Dragon God is able to fight him. His strength is undeniable. The Jiang family patriarch said, Supreme Heaven is also formidable. Even if Demon Ancestor and Dao Ancestor join forces with the Dragon God, they might not be able to kill him. Each of Hongjuan's punches exploded with a terrifying sound, blasting into Supreme Heaven's body. Luoho's demonic flame surged, emitting an extremely high temperature. He pulled out one of his trump cards, intending to use the demonic flames to incinerate Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven radiated a rainbow of light, and the demonic flames could not harm him. The sky above Lin Luo was filled with dazzling stars, continuously casting dazzling starlight. His body began to become sacred, radiating a brilliant light. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and exhaled a dazzling stream of star flames. The star flames, possessing an extremely high temperature, engulfed Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven's powerful physical attributes easily neutralized the three's attacks. No matter which side they attacked from, they were always facing Supreme Heaven's front. A living being's strength lies primarily in its physical form. These four were the strongest beings in the devouring world and all of reality, so the battle became simple. No fancy fighting, only hard blows. Supreme Heaven sent Hong Jun flying with a single punch. The sound of bones snapping echoed from Hong Jun's body, and he was sent flying a great distance. He grabbed Luoho's demonic body again and flung it away with all his might. Gao Gaotian tried to crush Luoho, but Luoho struggled desperately to avoid being crushed. Lin Luo was also attacked, and Gao Gaotian kicked him away. Gao Gaotian still had the upper hand against the three. You're too weak. 3 against 1, and I crushed you. You're truly incompetent, Gao Gaotian said arrogantly. Hong Jun said, why are you saying these things? You haven't seen us kill them yet. Kill us first. Luoho said, kill us if you can. Talking like this is a waste of time. Time to play with you is over. From now on, I'm going to unleash my greatest strength. 2 more heads sprouted from Gao Gaotian's neck, and 2 more arms emerged from his body. 3 heads, 6 arms. Gao Gaotian's life force surged again, suffocating everyone. Feng Wuji's pupils trembled violently. Supreme Heaven was already powerful enough just now. After this transformation, he's become even more terrifying. The Feng family patriarch said, as expected of the strongest being of all time, his strength leaves no room for resistance. Ancestor Gongsun said, Supreme Heaven is so powerful, how can we kill him? The Jiang family patriarch said disapprovingly, I don't like your words. No matter how powerful Supreme Heaven is, we must support Dao Zhu, Mo Zhu, and the Dragon God. Ancestor Gongsun said bitterly, I also want to believe that Dao Zhu and his men will definitely win, but Supreme Heaven is too strong, and I can't be too confident. The Feng family patriarch said helplessly, I understand. Guanyin quickly asked the god of karma, what if Lin Luo was killed by Supreme Heaven, would he die here? The god of karma nodded and said, of course. Supreme Heaven is a perfect god. He can control the devouring world and destroy its rules. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. My opinion is that this won't work. Let's run away quickly, or we all die here. Guanyin refused, I won't run away. Wherever Lin Luo is, I be there. Whatever you say. The god of karma looked at the others and said, Lin Luo and the other 2 will likely lose next. The reason Daozu and Moza didn't enter the devouring world is because they were killed by Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo's idea was a bad one, coming here to search for Daozu and Mozu. He didn't even get the details. He didn't even know if Daozu and Mozu were alive, yet he came here looking for them. He's truly brave and fearless. If you want to run, tell me, and wait for me to take you away. Millet said, Master Yin Yang, I hope you take Mingyu with you when you leave. She's still young and has many possibilities in her future. Mingyu shook her head and said, if Dad doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Millet said, silly child, Dad has lived enough, and the one he's most concerned about is you. Mingyu said firmly, without Brother Lin, I wouldn't be alive today, and I wouldn't be so powerful. Dad, you taught me to be grateful. Now that our benefactor is in danger, we simply abandoned him. That's wrong. Minglei smiled with relief and said, you grown up? You see things more clearly than Dad. You grown up without me realizing it, and I still treated you like a child. I'm stronger than Dad now. Let me protect you in the days ahead. Mingyu patted his chest and said, okay. Minglei smiled happily, having let go of something. What about you? The god of karma was rather unhappy, having been made to feel like a sinner. The Feng family patriarch said, thank you, Lord God of Karma. We decided not to leave. Me too. The Jiang family patriarch, the Gongsun patriarch, Feng Wuji, and the others all decided not to leave. You guys. The god of karma made a move to leave. I'm leaving now. Once you miss this opportunity, you never regret it again. If you miss this opportunity, you won't even have the chance to regret it. But the others showed no sign of regret, and followed the god of karma away. You guys are truly fearless. The god of karma chose to stay where she was, not leaving early. When the three were defeated and the god of karma struck, she would still have time to escape. The god of karma would prove that her choice was the right one. The others ignored the god of karma, their eyes fixed on the battle between the three and the supreme heaven. Gao Zhitian transformed into his true form, and the battle was a sure win, overwhelming the three. Daozu and Imozu were both ultimate beings, possessing powerful self-healing abilities, making them less deadly. They often recovered from their wounds almost immediately. Lin Luo hadn't evolved to ultimate beings, but his dragon bloodline's powerful healing abilities were no less powerful than the two. Each time Gao Zhitian inflicted damage on Lin Luo, he managed to recover. Lin Luo hadn't evolved to ultimate beings, so his recovery abilities couldn't match those of the two. Without further changes, the three would be slain by Gao Zhitian sooner or later. Let's use our strongest means. If we keep dragging this out, we won't have the chance to use them, Lin Luo said. As you say. Luo Ho and Hong Jun agreed. Hong Jun's figure grew larger again, his muscles bulging like a hill, and he emanated a Dao Yun. On Earth, Dao Yun refers to a radiance of supernatural power. The Dao Yun emanating from Hong Jun was similarly a radiance of supernatural power. He was too powerful, emanating an unnatural aura. After Hong Jun used his trump card, Luo Ho followed suit. Chapter 375. Luo Ho's form remained unchanged, but he began to slowly transform. He transformed into a massive black crocodile, its head like a dragon's dragon, its body covered in black scales, like black armor. After Luo Ho's transformation was complete, the black crocodile had more than doubled in size. After the two used their trump cards, their bodies were no smaller than the highest heaven. Han Jun said to Luo Ho, well done, old man, you hidden yourself well enough. Find a stronger path to evolution then. Luo Ho smiled, I can't catch up with you on the human path, so I have to overtake you on a different path. Since both of you are using your full strength, I can't hold back either. Lin Luo used his full strength, and the sky was filled with dazzling stars, emitting brilliant starlight. Stars fell, descending towards him. The stars landed on Lin Luo's body like gems. The gems held powerful energy, embedded in his skin, rapidly increasing his level. Soon, gems appeared on Lin Luo's skin, transforming him into a shimmering diamond dragon. Hong Jun sighed, you shouldn't have interfered in our battle. Let us handle the affairs of the Dao era. Indeed. Luo Ho agreed, in the future, you will be stronger than us. There's really no need for you to die here. Lin Luo said, seniors, there's no need to apologize. In the future, I will also fight the devouring world. Back then, I will have no help and will have to fight alone. Even with two of you powerful helpers, I couldn't defeat you, let alone me. Luo Ho said bluntly, you're right. The three of us combined couldn't kill Supreme Heaven, so it's impossible for you to do it alone. Lin Luo said, so I'm going to risk everything and see if I can kill Gashang Tian right here. What a joke. You have no idea of your own strength, right? The three of you combined, do you think you can kill me? Gashang Tian scoffed. We have to try to find out. Luo Hu opened his enormous mouth, spewing clouds of black smoke. The black smoke was extremely corrosive, attempting to dissolve Gao Shangtian's flesh. Gao Shangtian sneered, "Can such a small trick kill me? I certainly can't." Luohu burst out of the black smoke, opening his bloody mouth and biting him. The black smoke was not only extremely corrosive, but also obstructed vision. Gao Shangtian was unable to dodge, and Luohu bit him on the arm. The sharp teeth pierced his skin, drawing a large amount of blood. Cao Shangtian, feeling the intense pain, punched him back. Hong Jun burst out of the black smoke and punched Gao Shangshan's wound. Gao Shangshan's hand cracked with a sound, and blood gushed out profusely from the wound. Soon, blood flowed profusely, covering his entire arm. Damn it! Gao Shangshan's emotions immediately fluctuated violently, unable to maintain his composure. Hong Jun had injured Gao Shangshan and immediately retreated. Had he stayed, Gao Shangshan would have retaliated furiously. Gao Shangshan's emotions were completely out of control, and he rushed towards Hong Jun. "I got you." Gao Shangshan's vision was obstructed, and he grabbed with all his strength. He grabbed something, but it felt like he was holding Lin Luo, not Hong Jun. "Even though I couldn't capture Hong Jun, catching you is just as good. I'm going to kill you." Shang Zishan's hands were strong, and he wanted to crush Lin Luo to death. Lin Luo's body immediately exploded, and the gems formed from the starlight on his body rushed toward Shang Zishan. Shang Zishan couldn't dodge in time, and was bruised all over by the gems, bleeding profusely from multiple wounds. Due to the black smoke exhaled by Luoho, Guanyin couldn't see anything. Despite wanting to know what was happening inside, she had to consult the god of karma. The god of karma was delighted. He still had to rely on her at this critical moment. The three of them combined their full strength to finally injure Shang Zishan. The god of karma didn't see clearly, so he made a rough guess based on what he saw. The Feng family patriarch said happily, "Great. Supreme Heaven is powerful, and the three adults are not weak either." Patriarch Gongsun said, "I hope Supreme Heaven can be killed. No more accidents happen. He keeps changing all the time, and my heart is almost unable to bear it." Patriarch Jiang said angrily, "I told you not to be too pessimistic. There may be a chance of a turnaround, and it's coming soon. I hope the Dragon God will win," Ming Lei and Feng Qingqing said hopefully. Lin Luo had provided them with a lot of help along the way, allowing them to level up so quickly. Guanyin asked, "Is there a chance of victory?" The god of karma remained pessimistic, saying, "There's something I haven't told you. When the 5 special beings threatened to attack our local gods, a battle broke out between us. The 10 of us special beings are already very powerful, and I participated in that battle. Supreme Heaven single-handedly crushed the situation. At this point, the 3 of them combined are stronger than us, but killing Supreme Heaven is too fantastical and basically impossible. You have no idea of Supreme Heaven's power. I think the time is right. We should flee now. Otherwise, if the 3 of you are defeated, it will be difficult for us to escape. You will all remain in the devouring world forever, and there will be no need for the devouring world to invade." The karma god spoke and acted realistically, reminding everyone to flee. Guanyin sighed, "I hope there will be a turning point." As the karma god spoke, everyone fell silent again. Although the karma god spoke a bit ethereal, she generally did not lie. After her story, everyone's hope was extinguished. The Supreme Heaven was too powerful, so powerful that it was suffocating. Killing him was impossible. But now, there was no way to escape except by killing Supreme Heaven. The Supreme Heaven had sealed the surrounding space, and only the karma god could barely get through. The karma god could take those around him with him, but not Dao Ancestor, Demon Ancestor, or Lin Luo. What happened next was just as the karma god had predicted. Supreme Heaven had the upper hand. Gao Shangshan opened his mouth and began absorbing a massive amount of black smoke. The black smoke that filled the air was instantly absorbed by him, his vision unobstructed. Gao Shangshan delivered a powerful punch, striking Hong Jun. The terrifying force sent Hong Jun flying like a kite with a broken string. Countless ribs were broken, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Gao Shangshan was furious, determined not to let Hong Jun go and utterly slay him. He charged forward and punched Hong Jun in the head. Killing just one of them would instantly relieve his stress. Gao Shangshan didn't want to let Hong Jun go, he wanted to crush him with his fist. With terrifying force, his fist struck Hong Jun's head. Bang! Bone crackled in Hong Jun's head, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Seeing his old friend injured, Lu Ho opened his bloody mouth and bit him. He bit down hard on Gao Shangtian's hand, hoping to neutralize his attack. But Gao Shangtian was determined to kill Hong Jun and showed no sign of giving up. "Go to hell." Gao Shantian was truly furious, determined to kill Hong Jun at all costs. Chapter 376. After killing Hong Jun, the remaining two were easy to deal with. Of the three, Hong Jun was the strongest. Dead? Hong Jun could sense death approaching. A diamond dragon appeared beside him, blocking the fatal blow with its claws. The flesh on the claws burst, blood spurting out, and the flesh fell away, leaving only white bones. Shang Gaotian's full-strength attack was so terrifying that it crippled Lin Luo's hand. Luo Ho opened his bloody mouth and bit into Gao Gaotian's neck. A terrifying black demonic light erupted from his body, and his teeth began to grow wildly, becoming extremely sharp. Luo Ho bit down fiercely, ripping off Gao Gaotian's head. The intense pain from the loss of his head nearly drove Gao Gaotian insane. Gao Gaotian gave up on killing Hong Jun and turned his attention to Luo Ho. He sat on Luo Ho, venting his anger with his fists. Gao Shangshan's healing abilities were even greater than the other three. He recovered from his injuries during the battle, even regrowing his lost head. The sound of bones snapping reverberated from Luo Ho, who was battered to the point of questioning his own life. Lin Luo and Hong Jun came to his aid, halting Gao Shangshan's fierce attacks. Gao Shangshan was driven mad, nearly losing his mind. He would immediately attack whoever caused him the most damage. Lin Luo's dragon claws pierced his chest, nearly crushing his heart. Gao Shangshan gave up pursuing Luo Ho and shifted his vengeance to Lin Luo. Lin Luo was subjected to Gao Shangshan's torrent of attacks, breaking countless bones. Guan Shirin said grimly, "The situation is dire. The next three are likely to be defeated." Mingyu said, "We have no solution at all. As long as there's a way to help Brother Lin, I'm willing to help." The Feng family patriarch shook his head and said, "The gap is too great. Not to mention you can't help. Even if the three of us sacrifice our lives, we can't help." The Jiang family patriarch sighed, "If we compare Daozu, Mozu, and the dragon god to humans, then we are ants, and the three of us are relatively large ants. What harm can ants do to humans? It's impossible." Patriarch Gonsun said, "Don't even think about helping. We just watch from the sidelines and not cause any trouble. That's already very kind to the dragon god." Feng Wuji said dejectedly, "I used to feel so powerful, but after today's battle, I realized how insignificant I am. This feeling of powerlessness is suffocating." "Who doesn't?" The three ancestors agreed. The battle continued. Supreme Heaven had an absolute advantage, defeating the three without a fight. Many bones in Hong Jun's body were broken, and many parts of his body had collapsed. Luo Ho was similarly wounded, with white bones exposed in one spot. Lin Luo's dragon claws had regained their flesh, but his body was fractured in several places. When he flew out, his entire body was uncoordinated, with many broken bones. Shang Zishan was frantic, but that was due to the pain. In reality, Shang Zishan's recovery ability was extremely fast, and the damage wasn't significant. Many of the wounds were sustained quickly, and Shang Zishan's powerful self-healing ability had already healed them. The balance of victory had always tilted toward Shang Zishan, unwavering. Taoist ancestor Hong Jun, demon ancestor Luo Ho, and him all used their full strength. Lin Luo had used cosmic power, exceeding his capacity, and the effects of this use would be severe. After leaving the battle, he would be unable to transform for a long time. Hong Jun and Luo Ho hadn't mentioned the consequences, but they were sure to be significant. The three of them were overdrawing their strength to resist Supreme Heaven's attack. If they could no longer sustain strength beyond their physical bodies, they would be unable to defeat Supreme Heaven. Hong Jun transmitted a message, "We can't continue this battle. My strength is running out." The healing of his injuries had slowed. Some wounds, which only took seconds to heal, now took half a day. Hong Jun was overdrawing his strength, and was about to exhaust it all. Luo Ho delivered another piece of bad news. "My transformation into a crocodile is my latest realization. Using this transformation increases my strength many times over, but it also places a heavy strain on my body, sapping my lifespan." Lin Luo said bitterly, "My condition isn't good either. Using the power of the universe will leave me in a state of prolonged exhaustion." Hong Jun sighed, "We were reckless. Supreme Heaven is stronger than we could have imagined, almost impossible to defeat." Luo Ho said, "Indeed, we were reckless. In the real world, we had a chance of winning against Supreme Heaven. But in the devouring world, his home turf, we had almost no hope." Hong Jun had to admit, "You're making the odds too low. The outcome will be the same. Supreme Heaven will simply suffer more injuries." Luo Ho said, "We will have to pay the price for our recklessness. Even if we die, it's all we deserve. The only shame is that Lin Luo suffers with us." Lin Luo said, I told you to. I don't blame you. I chose to fight this battle on my own. That's true, but I still feel sorry, Hongjun said. You don't need to feel guilty. I told you it was my choice. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Luo shook his head. Gao Gaoyan taunted, you three are almost dead. Why are you still sighing? I kill you all in a moment. Don't worry, you won't die if killed by other world-devouring creatures. You be consumed and killed. If I kill you, you be completely dead. Gao Gaoyan launched another fierce attack, punching Hongjun in the head. The speed was so great that Hongjun had no time to dodge. The punch landed, leaving half of Hongjun's head dented. Gao Gaoyan swung his fist again, trying to finish Hongjun off. Luoho gave him no chance, biting off one of his heads. Last time, Gao Gaoyan had been slow to react, and Luoho had bitten off a part of his head. This time, Gao Shangshan reacted incredibly quickly, dodging Luohu's attack. Gao Shangshan grabbed Luohu with both hands. Luohu struggled frantically, trying to break free from Gao Shangshan's restraints. Gao Shangshan's power was terrifying, and Luohu was unable to break free. You just gave me a chance, and you bit off one of my heads. This time, I won't give you another chance. I'm going to kill you completely. Gao Shangshan exerted force with both hands, tearing Luohu away. He was about to rip Luohu in two. Luohu felt excruciating pain in his body and struggled frantically. Not good. Lin Luo rushed forward to help, emitting dazzling star flames. The dazzling star flames, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature, swept towards Gao Shangshan. Gao Shangshan was determined to kill Luohu, and he resisted the burning star flames. Lin Luo had no choice but to rush forward, hoping to inflict more damage on Gao Shangshan. Hongjun had half of his head broken, and was unable to help Luoho. Chapter 377. The only person who could help Luoho was Lin Luo. Lin Luo's sharp dragon claws had pierced his chest earlier, but failed to pierce his heart. He needed to deliver a heavy blow to Gao Shangtian to force him to let go. Gao Shangtian was already prepared, grabbing Lin Luo's neck with one hand and lifting him high. You little bug, I really should have used more force back then to kill you. Facing these two today would have made the battle much easier. Gao Shangtian's 6 eyes swirled, emitting a terrifying and captivating light. Lin Luo retorted, it's a pity you missed this opportunity. Gao Shangtian's power was too great, and Lin Luo couldn't break free. The opportunity has been missed, there's nothing you can do about it, but there's still time now. Killing you will be just as good. Gao Shangtian was furious and wanted to strangle Lin Luo to death. An ant that could once be crushed with a single finger had grown to this size, and continued to challenge him. This was the most intolerable thing. Hongjun, ignoring his head injury, charged at Gao Shushan. Gao Shushan was struck hard, forcing him to let go. Lin Luo seized the opportunity to shrug off Gao Shushan's arm, his dragon claws tearing a large chunk of flesh from him. The flesh being torn out caused Gao Shushan immense pain, forcing him to let go. Run! Don't fight! Lin Luo shouted. At his warning, Hongjun and Luoho made no attempt to fight back, fleeing quickly. Gao Shushan didn't pursue, observing the three men coldly. There was a small dent in his wound, flesh torn open, and blood was flowing continuously. But the wound was healing at a visible rate, and it wouldn't take long. Hongjun's head was half broken, all bones broken. Raho had a laceration in the middle, the wound opening and oozing blood. If Lin Luo and Hongjun hadn't rescued him in time, Rahu would have been torn in two by Supreme Heaven. Had he been torn in two, no matter how strong his vitality was, he would have been crippled. Lin Luo's neck bore a deep bruise, so deep it nearly severed his entire neck. It was horrible. If the three of them hadn't coordinated even slightly, Supreme Heaven would have killed one of them. If one of them had died, all three would have perished. It's over, it's over. The god of karma sarcastically commented, I told you before, there's no way we can win. Supreme Heaven is too powerful. It's difficult to defeat, let alone kill. Guan Yin's beautiful eyes dimmed as she asked, is there really no chance? Everyone fell silent. There was indeed no chance. Supreme Heaven was too powerful, and the three of them had no chance at all. The god of karma continued sarcastically, things have already developed to this point. We can no longer change them. All we can do now is protect ourselves and minimize the number of casualties. As the saying goes in the Yin nation of Earth goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. As a native god of the devouring world, I, the god of karma, am naturally powerful and possess the power of time. You can trust me, an experienced driver with many years of experience. With me behind the wheel, there will be no accidents. Some of my earlier words were alarmist, but now I'm not threatening. If we don't leave, we never be able to leave. The crowd ignored the god of karma, determined to wait. Leave, there's no need to stay here. At this moment, Lin Luo's voice reached out. Guan Yin reluctantly said, but there's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Besides, if the three of us try to escape, we won't be able to take care of you. It's best if you leave first. Lin Luo said. Guan Yin pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening as she spoke. Lin Luo's words make sense. We're a burden to him if we stay here. Even if he wants to escape, it's difficult for us to do so. If he does, I die here, which would be a problem. The Feng family patriarch said helplessly, although deserting is shameful, sometimes there's no other way. Patriarch Gongsun decided, let's go back. The Great Tao era needs us. Let's return to the real world and fight the invasion of the devouring world. Many people in the Great Tao era can survive. The Jiang family patriarch nodded, that's true. We can't be so selfish. We need to think carefully about our own people. Under Lin Luo's persuasion, Ming Yu, Ming Lei, Feng Wuji, and the others all agreed to leave. The god of karma was not pleased. You guys, I just said I was leaving, but you refused. Now, after hearing Lin Luo's words, you're leaving. Do you think I, the god of karma, am someone you can order around at will? Lin Luo spoke again. God of karma, you are the strongest. Even against the powerful supreme heaven, you can take people away at will. I love that. The god of karma said happily. Now say it again. I, the god of karma, am the best in the world, stronger than you, Lin Luo. Okay. Lin Luo repeated his words, much to the god of karma's delight. The god of karma began to construct a space-time tunnel and led his men away. Shang Gao Tian watched as the god of karma constructed the space-time tunnel, showing no intention of intervening. In his eyes, these people were mere ants. Shang Gao Tian disdained to intervene, crushing a few ants to death. It seems I haven't sealed the god of karma enough. If I had sealed all her abilities, today's battle would have been much less troublesome. Shang Gao Tian still showed no intention of engaging. It's just trouble. The only victor in the end can be me. Shang Gao Tian's mood improved significantly after winning several battles in a row. Shang Gao Tian looked at the three people before him as if he were looking at three dead bodies. His injuries healed quickly, leaving no scars. In contrast, the injuries of the three men on the opposite side had not healed, and blood continued to flow. Some fatal injuries are too severe to recover from all at once. After the god of karma led everyone away, Supreme Heavenly Being spoke again. Your injuries are almost healed. If you have any last words, just say them directly, or you won't have another chance. Luohu said angrily, I think you should be the one to say them. Supreme Heavenly Being laughed. After the battle just now, you haven't realized the difference between us, and you're still stubbornly stubborn. Damn it! Luohu was at a loss for words. Supreme Heavenly Being was right. Even if the three of them joined forces, the difference in strength was huge. If Supreme Heavenly Being hadn't stopped and fought tooth and nail to kill him, all three would have been dead. Supreme Heavenly Being said arrogantly, I give you one more chance. If you surrender, I'd be more ruthless and kill you quickly. Stop talking nonsense. We won't give up. Kill us if we have to. Han Jun launched into action again, attacking Supreme Heavenly Being. As one grew stronger, the other's strength surpassed the others. The three of them were becoming even more powerless against Supreme Heaven. Supreme Heaven's victory was only a matter of time. He chose a slower approach, using a blunt knife to cut through flesh, torturing everyone to death bit by bit. It seems that's the only way. Hong Jun made a decision. Chapter 378. There's no choice. If the battle continues, all three of us will be killed by Supreme Heaven. No one will escape. Luo Ho asked. What method? Lin Luo asked. Supreme Heaven stopped attacking and said contemptuously, I give you one chance. Use this method. As expected, Pangdu is still the strongest among you humans. Even if you three unite, you're no match for him. Pangdu almost killed me when we fought. You're far inferior to him. The three of you can't even inflict a serious injury, let alone kill me. Hong Jun said, do you dare to make a bet with me? We finish what Pangdu failed to do and kill you. Just the three of you? Supreme Heaven continued his disdain. That's right, just the three of us. Luo Ho said. Okay, I give you three a chance, but don't let me down. Supreme Heaven said disdainfully. Luo Ho, have you lived long enough? Hong Jun asked. Luo Ho smiled and said, living is the beginning of life, and death is its end. Every living being must experience birth and death. We are merely more advanced beings, Yet we must also experience birth and death. For those of us who have lived so long, death can be considered a kind of relief. I'm glad you can let it go. We came up with this idea, and we shouldn't implicate others. Hongjun said. Okay. Luoho's body began to disintegrate bit by bit, transforming into a black mist that held immense power. Similarly, Hongjun's body began to disintegrate, transforming into white mist that also held immense power. Two clouds of mist rushed toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo offered no resistance, accepting them willingly. Hongjun had used this method, having explained it clearly to Lin Luo in advance. The two men prepared to dissolve their physical bodies and merge them with Lin Luo's. They merged their power into Lin Luo, a form of devouring him in disguise, at the cost of their lives. Supreme Heaven noticed something was amiss and immediately attacked. Lin Luo retreated, dodging Supreme Heaven's attack. With the help of Tao Ancestor and Demon Ancestor, Lin Luo's speed increased significantly. Supreme Heaven attempted to attack Lin Luo, but Lin Luo easily dodged. Tao Qi and Demon Qi entered Lin Luo's body, sprouting two heads. One head was formed from Tao Qi and was white. The other was formed from Demon Qi and was pitch black. Each head represented a different attribute, and Lin Luo's body expanded, doubling its original size. Of the three, Lin Luo was the weakest and smallest. With the Tao Ancestor and the Demon Ancestor integrated into Lin Luo's body, his size far surpassed the previous ones, becoming the most powerful of the three. Hongjun and Luoho merged into Lin Luo's body, and Lin Luo was unable to sense their consciousness. They might have fallen into a deep sleep, or perhaps they were completely dead. The two dragon heads retained the appearance of each of them. The scales of the white dragon head exuded the Taoist aura, a Taoist aura that contained terrifying power. The black dragon head's eyes were one extremely yellow, and one extremely red, the same as Luoho's. Lin Luo had no time to grieve. He now wanted to repay the two, and the best way was to kill Supreme Heaven. Hongjun and Luoho each sacrificed their lives to allow him to leave. Okay. Gao Gaotian's face sank. I gave you three a chance, and you three surprised me, and didn't disappoint. He now felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so arrogant. Gao Gaotian's relentless attack, preventing the three from merging, could easily have killed them. Even if they had merged, it would have come at a heavy price. There's no medicine for regret. Gao Gaotian had no choice but to face it. Come and fight. This time, I bite off your head. Lin Luo had never felt so powerful, his whole body brimming with strength. Arrogant! Gao Gaotian raged. Lin Luo didn't waste any words, lunging at Gao Gaotian. Gao Gaotian tried to knock Lin Luo back with his fists. Unfazed by injury, Lin Luo rushed towards Gao Gaotian. Gao Gaotian's fist struck Lin Luo's chest, cracking bones and sending a sharp pain through him. But Lin Luo didn't retreat. He rushed towards Gao Gaotian. Sharp dragon claws clawed at Gao Shangshan's body, leaving two bloody pits and tearing flesh out. Damn it! Gao Shangshan, in excruciating pain, thrashed frantically against the dragon's body, the sound of bones snapping reverberating. Lin Luo clawed at Gao Shangshan, tearing off flesh and blood. Gao Shangshan's body was covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously, staining his flesh red. He flew into a rage again, pounding Lin Luo furiously. Lin Luo controlled the black dragon's head, and bit off one of Gao Shangshan's heads. Ah! Gao Shangshan let out a heart-wrenching cry. Lin Luo attacked again, attempting to bite off another head. Gao Shangshan's three heads controlled his body to attack, and without them, his combat effectiveness would be greatly weakened. At that time, he was close to death, and Gao Shangtian would not allow things to escalate so drastically. As Lin Luo controlled the white dragon head to bite Gao Shangtian's other head, Gao Shangtian grabbed the white dragon head with both hands, preventing it from getting any closer. You've grown from an ant to this point. You're remarkable. I managed to make me sense the danger, and I can only use my strongest move to destroy you. Reincarnation Fist. A pair of eyes appeared behind Gao Shangtian, their pupils shaped like a hexagram. The hexagram spun madly, continuously feeding him power. Gao Shangtian's fists condensed into a hexagram, which radiated a dazzling light. Okay, a life or death move. Energy continuously condensed in the mouths of Lin Luo's three dragon heads. Only the hexagram's darkness was torn in half, replaced by a yin-yang tai chi diagram. The yin-yang tai chi diagram and the hexagram collided, neither yielding. His three heads erupted with flames of three different attributes, charging towards Gao Shangtian. Lin Luo's chest was pierced by Gao Shangtian's punch. A terrifying force formed a vortex that continuously spread outward, devouring his body. Gao Shangtian was burned by 3 kinds of flames, his body gradually becoming insubstantial. 2 powerful forces continuously spread outward, engulfing all living things. Lin Luo, having gained the power of Hong Jun and Luoho, had evolved into a creature second only to Gao Shangtian. The aftermath of his attack was too much for ordinary creatures to withstand. Similarly, Gao Shangtian's full power was enough to withstand the aftermath of his attack. The only difference was that Lin Luo's aftermath did not kill creatures in the real world. Gao Shangtian's power was unique. Creatures in the real world, who were killed in the devouring world, would still die. The aftermath of their battle purged all creatures in the devouring world. After an unknown amount of time, a person collapsed to the ground. Lin Luo had exhausted all his strength, and fortunately, he was the one who killed Gao Shangtian. Because his power was overdrawn, he was forced to revert to his human form. There was a large hole in his chest, the result of a severe blow from Supreme Heaven. He still had some residual strength, so he wouldn't die immediately. Luckily, Lin Luo survived. Recovery was only a matter of time. The devouring world's feedback time had arrived, and Lin Luo was about to exit the devouring world. Chapter 379. Open Space. Luoho, Hong Jun, and Lin Luo engaged in a battle with Supreme Heaven. Sensing the situation, everyone voluntarily withdrew from the devouring world. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. Some, alerted by the Feng family patriarch and others, withdrew from the devouring world early and returned to the real world. The crowd waited for a moment before leaving one after another. The others had already left, leaving only Guanyin, the Feng family patriarch, the god of karma, and others. They refused to give up and continued to wait for Lin Luo, Hong Jun, and Luoho to return. The god of karma said, "You better give up now. You saw it when you left." Supreme Heaven crushed the 3 of them. They were about to collapse. All 3 are likely dead now. Those who remained are also dead. The crowd remained silent, waiting in silence. The god of karma said, "Wait as long as you want. In 2 or 3 days, you have to accept reality." Guanyin sighed, "Have you ever considered this? With Lin Luo dead, you lost an ally." "Damn, I almost forgot about this." The god of karma was completely devastated. She was no match for the 5 special beings to begin with. After finally finding a powerful ally, now dead, she was left alone again. The god of karma had previously claimed that collaborating with Lin Luo was a huge loss. In reality, the one who benefited the most was the god of karma. Her power was sealed by the 5 special beings, leaving her powerless. She made deals with others and devoured them in this way, primarily because she lacked her own strength. The god of karma could only unleash the power of a peak god king, but this was limited in time. Once that period of time has passed, the god of karma's combat effectiveness will rapidly decline. The god of karma's ability to control time, allowing him to travel through various eras, has earned him deep fear from the 5 special beings. Of the 10 native gods, the god of karma has been weakened the most by the 5 special beings. The god of karma has lived for countless years. Even a pig would become intelligent after living that long, let alone her. Sometimes, she is incredibly wise, deliberately giving others opportunities. The god of karma said helplessly, "Lie down. I hope the other 9 native gods can be more powerful. I hope I won't die." Without Lin Luo's words, she had no chance to resist. It was a helpless choice for the god of karma. Without the strength to resist, her death would be even more tragic. Suddenly, a person appeared on the ground. Lin Luo? Guanyin immediately ran over, and saw that the person on the ground was indeed Lin Luo. "Great," Guanyin said happily. "The dragon god is alive." "That's great. I knew he wasn't short-lived and wouldn't die easily." "That's good. The dragon god is alive, which is a good thing." "The dragon god is alive. But what about Daozu and Mozu?" When everyone saw the dragon god, they worried about their safety. They knew the fate of Daozu and Mozu without having to speculate. It would take some time for the devouring world to descend upon the gods. Everyone moved Lin Luo to the best place for treatment. The Jiang family, descendants of the Flame Emperor, were experts in healing. Although the Dao era lacked Earth's high-tech medical treatments, treatment was much faster. The Dao era had many excellent medicines that could provide rapid recovery and treatment. Under the Jiang family's care, Lin Luo quickly recovered from his injuries. The Jiang family patriarch, the family's best physician, sighed, "Senior survival is entirely due to his strong physique. A creature with similar injuries would have perished long ago. Without your help, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. I have you to thank for that." Lin Luo was almost fully recovered. "I'm almost recovered. I have something to tell everyone." Okay. The Jiang family patriarch quickly summoned everyone. Upon hearing that Lin Luo had recovered, they immediately rushed over. Brother Lin, how are you feeling? Mingyu happily ran over. Already recovered, Lin Luo said. That's good. Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Luo's recovery, everyone was delighted. Guan Shirin sat beside Lin Luo. She had been caring for him all this time, rarely leaving. She was the happiest person to see Lin Luo regain consciousness and recovery. The others expressed their concern for Lin Luo, saying that it was because of the Great Tao era that Lin Luo had fallen so tragically. The god of karma disrupted the mood, saying, Lin Luo, you've been lying in bed for so long, I thought you were dead. If nothing's wrong, we can move on to the next era. If you can't talk, then don't talk anymore, Lin Luo said angrily. I'm just concerned about you. The god of karma said confidently. Thank you, Lin Luo said helplessly. The Feng family patriarch asked with concern, Dragon God, you come out. Where are Tao ancestor and demon ancestor? They chose to sacrifice themselves. Lin Luo didn't hide anything and told everyone the truth. Hearing that Tao ancestor and demon ancestor might have fallen, everyone's faces turned grim. The death of two of the most powerful warriors was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Great Tao era. The god of karma had a different focus. You gained a tremendous benefit. Hong Jun and Luoho, two ultimate beings, have proactively transformed themselves into power and merged into your body, increasing your strength several-fold. You once had one path to ultimate life, but now you have three, a minimum threefold increase. Guanyin asked, was Supreme Heaven killed? I killed him. Lin Luo nodded. You said you killed Supreme Heaven? The god of karma was horrified. The crowd didn't fully understand Supreme Heaven's power, but the god of karma knew just how powerful he was. If Supreme Heaven were dead, then the other four special beings would be easier to deal with. I killed him, but I'm not sure if he's dead or not. Lin Luo admitted. That's easy. Just ask the rune god attached to you, and you find out, the god of karma said. Lin Luo released the strange writing that had been attached to him. The rune god could still be used. As Lin Luo's power grew, the rune god's usefulness diminished. Unless the rune god could replace the real rune god, it would be of little use to Lin Luo. The rune god's infamy endured throughout the epochs. When everyone saw the rune god appear, their faces turned sour. But they were quite impressed by Lin Luo, who had actually subdued the rune god. The rune god hadn't descended in the Tao era, but he had left a bad reputation in the human era. When the devouring world invaded the real world, the rune god took the opportunity to arrive on Earth. The rune god organized a sect in the human era, inducing many humans to join and attack those who tried to resist the devouring world. The rune god had bewitched several first-generation humans at the level of god kings. The rune god led the people in launching offensives, resulting in heavy losses for the first-generation humans. This history has been passed down, and everyone knows the dangers of the rune god. The rune god's appearance filled everyone with disgust. Fearing he would be abandoned for his own use, the rune god quickly asked, Dragon God, what do you want from me? I killed Supreme Heaven. Now I want to ask you, is Supreme Heaven dead? Lin Luo asked. Chapter 380. Dragon God, you killed Supreme Heaven? The rune god asked in astonishment. It's a long story, I tell you later. Now, tell me you killed Supreme Heaven in the devouring world. Is Supreme Heaven dead? Lin Luo asked. The rune god pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, it's very likely that Supreme Heaven is not dead. Not dead? Lin Luo's face was solemn. I killed him myself, using 3 of the most powerful flames to burn Supreme Heaven to ash. The rune god said, Dragon God, don't forget one thing. In the devouring world, nothing is killable, except Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo said, you mean I'm unkillable, but Supreme Heaven can kill me? The rune god nodded, that's exactly what I mean. Guanyin said, according to you, Supreme Heaven is immortal? The rune god said, there is a way to kill him. Pangu, the strongest of your first generation of humanity, has already told us. Lin Luo nodded, you make a lot of sense. When Pangu entered the devouring world, many people believe that attacking Supreme Heaven from the other worlds is not a wise choice. The difference in strength between Pangu and Supreme Heaven is not too great. Supreme Heaven relied on his home field advantage to defeat Pangu. If Pangu had not chosen to enter the devouring world and fought in the real world, with his home field advantage, Pangu might not have lost. At the moment, it seems Pangu's entry into the devouring world is a desperate move, hoping to completely destroy Supreme Heaven through this method. The god of karma spitted, Supreme Heaven is a despicable villain who will do anything to achieve his goals. He knows Pangu is powerful, and won't come to the real world to fight. He will only lure Pangu into the devouring world, using this tactic to kill those around him. Pangu's initiative is out of fear that if the 5 special beings unite, he will have no chance. The Rune God said, "The secret realm you entered is a product of the devouring world invading the real world. It happens with every invasion. Supreme Heaven cannot die there, unless you enter a true devouring world." The Karma God said, "Although I haven't evolved into an ultimate being, I know some of the rules. The 5 special beings haven't explained them. I speculate that within the devouring world, ultimate beings are unrestricted and can act." Guanyin said, "It's likely that the rules were set by the 5 special beings." The Karma God agreed, saying, "Only those 5 bastards could pull off such despicable tactics. What a pity." The Feng family patriarch sighed. The Jiang family patriarch said, "If Supreme Heaven were dead, our pressure would be much less." The Gongsun patriarch disagreed, saying, "Supreme Heaven is just one of the 5 special beings. With 4 other powerful ones, it's still very difficult for us to end the devouring world." Too difficult. The Jiang family patriarch sighed. The god of karma warned, "Don't expect Lin Luo to help you. That's against the rules. Lin Luo can intervene in secret realms or gain worlds generated by the devouring world's feedback, and he can intervene when encountering minor dangers, but he can't intervene in anything that affects the course of history." Guanyin asked, "I remember last time I went to the Golden Age and helped the Golden Tribe fight, and it seemed like nothing happened. Why can't Lin Luo do that?" The god of karma said, "That time was different. The Golden Tribe was ultimately defeated. Killing a few devouring world gods wouldn't have had much of an impact. And you haven't seen that I often don't intervene against those I can't defeat, for fear of affecting the course of the parallel world." Lin Luo asked, "If I were to influence the course of history, what terrible things would happen?" The god of karma replied, "When the 5 special beings learned of my abilities, they became deeply wary of me, fearing I would one day alter history and kill them. So they cursed me with life. If I bring anyone to the past and help alter history, the 5 special beings will appear and kill me. Therefore, you cannot help them." Lin Luo sighed, having no other choice. He desperately wanted to help the Feng family patriarch, the Gongsun patriarch, and the others. Even though he knew this era was a parallel world, not the true main world, he still wanted to help. The Feng family patriarch said, "Senior, don't feel ashamed. We appreciate your kindness and are truly grateful. Yes, Dragon God, you helped us greatly. Thanks to you, we were able to successfully evolve to level 140, reaching the peak Divine King life form." The Jiang family patriarch expressed his gratitude. "Without your help, none of us would have been able to evolve to peak Divine King status when the secret realm expired. We are deeply grateful for that." Everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Luo. Of all those who entered the secret realm, they had benefited the most. Patriarch Gongsun couldn't help but ask, "Dragon God, may I ask you a question?" "No need to hesitate. Just ask whatever questions you have." "I won't say you're asking the wrong questions," Lin Luo said generously. Patriarch Gongsun said, "Thank you, Dragon God. I'd like to know if the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor are still alive." Lin Luo shook his head, "I can't answer that question. They merged into my body. I don't know whether they're dead or alive. I don't know for sure." The Feng family patriarch sighed, "The 2 ancestors have dedicated themselves to the Great Tao era, yet we can do nothing to help them." The Jiang family patriarch said, "Even if the 2 ancestors die, we will not give up and will fulfill their long-cherished wish." "Well said." Patriarch Gongsun agreed. The god of karma poured cold water on him. "You should just persevere and find a way to get through the early stages, and wait until you can enter the devouring world. Your so-called struggle is futile, just like when you see an ant struggling. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Everyone's expressions turned grim. The god of karma was right. Ants are still ants, and resistance is ridiculous. Perhaps they can live longer if they don't resist, but if they do, they will die faster. The Feng family patriarch decided, Lord Karma is right. With Tao ancestor and demon ancestor both dead, our resistance becomes ridiculous. It's better to preserve our strength and enter the devouring world to see if there's a chance in the future. The Jiang family patriarch said, "Our ancestors made the effort to continue their lineage in order to seek opportunities. We must do the same. To achieve future success, we have no choice but to abandon our homeland." Everyone listened to the god of karma's advice and decided to give up resistance and save their lives. Lin Luo said, "Don't worry. I stay here for a while and escort you to the devouring world." "Really?" The Feng family patriarch was surprised for a moment, then felt uneasy and said, "Forget it. Dragon God, you have more important matters to attend to." You can't stay in the Great Tao era because of us. Mingyu said, we can't be so selfish as to disregard your concerns for our own survival. Alright, there's no need to feel guilty. I'm staying in the Great Tao era primarily to cultivate, not simply to protect you. You can rest assured about that, Lin Luo said reassuringly. Chapter 381. Dragon God, is it really not a problem? The crowd said politely. It's not a problem, just a piece of cake. Lin Luo helped everyone, in large part out of gratitude for Daozu and Mozu. The Daozu and Mozu's recklessness in the early stages put Lin Luo in danger. In the later stages, Lin Luo's survival was entirely thanks to Daozu and Mozu, and he benefited greatly from them. He protected the people of the Great Tao era as they entered the devouring world, which was a kind of reward. After everyone left, the god of karma asked, are you really going to stay in the Great Tao era for that long, not heading to the next era? Lin Luo said angrily, you're not the one who got hurt, so of course you're anxious to leave. Have some fun here. It's not good to rush back to Earth. There are so many troubles. You're right. Returning to Earth will bring a lot of trouble, but I warn you, don't act rashly. Be careful of the arrival of the 5 special beings. If they do, you won't be the only one to die, I'd be in trouble too. The god of karma warned. I know that. Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma continued, there's one more thing. The longer we stay in the previous era, the more time on Earth will pass. My previous ability allowed me to travel back in time, so I'd be back at this time. But my abilities are limited by the 5 special beings. If I were to return to the future, it would be much later. You're truly reliable. Lin Luo figured that if he finished everything in the past, he'd still have time to return to Earth. According to the god of karma, he couldn't do that. What if he stayed in the past too long and Earth was destroyed upon his return? The 5 special beings he devoured have fully awakened, so his efforts would have been in vain. The Great Tao era is over. We must return, Lin Luo said cautiously. The god of karma smiled. I was just trying to scare you. The 5 special beings are afraid I changed the past, so they deliberately set a time limit of 100 to 1. If I spend 100 days in the past, 1 day will have passed in the future. If I want to travel back, I can only travel 1 day in the future. This constraint is fatal. My ability to travel back in time is greatly limited. Fortunately, their seal failed, so the limit isn't severe. It's about 100 years in the past, 1 day in the future. So you should stay in the Great Tao era. Nothing will happen. When this era ends, we move on to the next era, the 3 Purities era. Lin Luo said, I'm still worried. When the Great Tao era ends, we immediately return to Earth and confirm everything is fine. Then we move on to the 3 Purities era. You're doubting my reliability. The god of karma said angrily. You've always been unreliable. I'm just being as cautious as possible. Lin Luo wanted to go back now, but then decided it wasn't necessary. The Great Tao era was about to end, a year at most. According to the god of karma, a year in the Great Tao era equated to only a few dozen minutes on Earth. Lin Luo didn't need to rush, he could just take his time. Excellent. From now on, when you no longer need me, you will remain in the Great Tao era forever. The god of karma left in a huff. Lin Luo didn't take her seriously, she was always angry. After a while, she forgot everything and returned to her normal state. Guanyin laughed, you're truly wicked. The god of karma tricked you once, and you insisted on angering her once more. Lin Luo laughed, if we don't punish her, she'd become even more outrageous. Guanyin said regretfully, I was thinking of finding the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor for their help, but now it seems impossible. Do you think we should tell them that the destruction of the Great Tao era has changed things, and that the 2 people in the main world are still alive? Lin Luo shook his head, the god of karma made it very clear. The parallel world she brought us to has the same historical course as the main world. If we change the course of history, the 5 special beings will awaken and intervene. We should tell them. The Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor were involved in this, but the 5 special beings didn't appear to stop them. This means we didn't change history. It's very likely that if we hadn't informed the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor of the ultimate failure of the Great Tao era, the outcome would have been the same. They both died at the hands of the Supreme Heaven. My appearance didn't change history, they still died. Otherwise, the 5 special beings wouldn't have appeared. Guanyin's face was grim. You make it seem like the karma god is naive, but in reality, everything goes her way. The karma god has lived for so long, even the most clueless will become wiser. Lin Luo said. Rest well. Returning to Earth could be dangerous. You better be in peak condition to face any possible dangers. Guanyin felt a sense of relief. Why don't you take off your shoes and socks and lie down next to me? This bed is big enough for two. Lin Luo moved to the left, making room on the right. The space on the right was just enough for one person to lie down, and Guanyin's face lit up with an intoxicating smile. You just recovered from your injuries, and you're already acting up. Look at what you're saying. I just thought you were tired from sitting next to the bed for too long, and that lying down would be a little more comfortable, so I deliberately made room for you. I can lie down next to you to rest, but you can't do anything rash, Guanyin warned. I'm an upright person, you can trust me on that. Lin Luo patted his chest. I don't trust you. Guanyin rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Luo. A slender hand pulled her hair aside, and she kicked off her shoes with her delicate feet. Guanyin wore tight-fitting casual pants that accentuated her round, slender thighs. As she took off her shoes, Lin Luo discovered a hidden secret. Guanyin wasn't wearing socks, but a pair of thicker white stockings. Silk in her pants, her feet curved gently, outlining a perfect curve. Lin Luo felt it would be a shame to hold such delicate feet in his hands. They should be in his mouth. Guanyin took off her coat and lay down beside Lin Luo. We're just resting. Don't act recklessly, Guanyin warned. Why don't you trust me? I'm a gentleman, Lin Luo protested. After resting for 3 minutes, he reached out to hold Guanyin's hand. Guanyin's hand was soft, as if boneless. Lin Luo could smell a fragrance, Guanyin's body scent unique to her. Smelling that fragrance, he felt his injuries rapidly healing. Lin Luo didn't forget about her feet. Guanyin was already asleep, so a touch wouldn't be a problem. As soon as his hand rested on Guanyin's thigh, she woke up. Guanyin feigned anger, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. Didn't you tell me to sleep peacefully next to you? How could I sleep when you're touching me? Guanyin wasn't angry, she seemed to be acting coquettishly. I'm checking you out. You fought earlier, and I'm worried you might have injuries on your hands and legs, so I wanted to take a closer look and examine your injuries. Lin Luo said righteously. Chapter 382. Really? Guanyin definitely didn't believe it. Really? I'm primarily concerned about your health, Lin Luo said. Guanyin feigned anger, saying, Don't touch me anymore. If you do, I'd be mad. Don't worry, I absolutely won't. Lin Luo promised not to touch her, but in reality, he continued to do as he pleased. If the girl truly disliked him, she would have left long ago after hearing about Lin Luo's behavior. Guanyin warned him, but she didn't actually leave. If she wasn't disgusted by Lin Luo's behavior, then Lin Luo should have taken the initiative. Lin Luo caressed her slender hand. Her skin was white and delicate, soft and boneless, and each finger was like a jade onion. Guanyin opened her eyes, and glared at Lin Luo in feigned anger. Lin Luo didn't want to indulge Guanyin and kissed her. Guanyin's lips were delicate and soft, her tongue slick and juicy, and Lin Luo savored them thoroughly. Lin Luo's hands grew bolder, reaching for the slender legs. Guanyin resisted for a moment, but Lin Luo still managed to break through. Lin Luo had a good time with his hand, and didn't proceed. Guanyin was unmarried and still a virgin. Lin Luo thought it was too hasty to act here, but Guanyin later helped him resolve the issue. Lin Luo set his sights on a pair of white leg socks, slender, white, and impeccable. Over the next period of time, the devouring world began to respond. Everyone in the Great Tao era gained benefits from the devouring world, and all of them returned to him. Everyone's level increased significantly, but at first, they weren't very happy. They knew their homes would soon be lost, destroyed by the devouring world's invasion. Compared to Earth humans, who know nothing, sometimes it's a blessing. After the devouring world's response, many people gained immense power. Rather than worry, they were delighted. Some people harbored ambitions, but the overly stable state of their country prevented them from realizing their dreams. The zombie crisis on Earth undoubtedly gave these people an opportunity. Blood ancestors, diamond demons, and others were terrorists, ruthlessly killing their own kind to become stronger. Lin Luo's powerful slaying of blood ancestors and diamond demons allowed the catastrophic shelter to quickly unify Langhai City. Watching the devouring world invade the Avenue era, Lin Luo couldn't help but think of Earth in the past. The Avenue era lasted for approximately 100 years, and the devouring world's restrictions were lifted. Any creature that had evolved to the level of a god could enter the devouring world. The devouring world's development time varied from era to era. The Avenue era was more powerful, hosting many powerful beings. The devouring world could only accommodate a limited number of creatures at once. It couldn't accommodate all creatures above the level of a god. Once enough people died in the Avenue era, the devouring world would reach its limit and open. Earth has few creatures that have evolved to god level, which is why the devouring world will only open soon. If Lin Luo hadn't quickly grown stronger and resisted the devouring world's invasion, Earth might have been destroyed, and only 4 or 5 people would have been able to enter the devouring world. Lin Luo saw the time was right and prepared to leave. The Feng and Jiang patriarchs, Mingyu, and others decided to see Lin Luo off. The 5 people who came were the Feng and Jiang patriarchs, Mingyu, Minglei, and Feng Qingqing. The former patriarchs Gongsun and Feng Wuji were no longer with us. Ancestor Gongsun died protecting his family, and Lin Luo's efforts to save him were too late. On his way back to his family, Feng Wuji unfortunately encountered a powerful enemy. Unforeseen events can happen, and their deaths were quite unexpected. Feng Qingqing, having emerged from the grief over her father, had grown up considerably, her face less childish and more mature. No longer the delicate young woman who needed her father's protection in everything, she had become a leader capable of standing on her own 2 feet. The Jiang family's ancestor had lost an arm, but fortunately Lin Luo arrived in time to save his life. He had evolved to a peak god king, and restoring this arm required very demanding conditions. An arm restored with special materials would have been a hindrance in battle, so the Jiang family's ancestor simply restored it. Over the course of 100 years, Mingyu had grown considerably. She had evolved to a peak heavenly god, very close to the level of god king. Mingyu's eyes were red. "Brother Lin, take care of yourself." She could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Luo helped Mingyu wipe away her tears. "Don't be sad. Will we have a chance to meet again in the future?" "Really?" Mingyu asked. Lin Luo smiled and said, "Is this true? As long as you're still alive, we definitely meet again in the future." Mingyu wiped away her tears and said, "I understand. From now on, I must survive, so that we can meet again." "It's a deal," Lin Luo said. Feng Qingqing fell silent for a moment. "Take care, Dragon God. Take care of yourselves too. You enter the devouring world next. Staying alive is the most important thing," Lin Luo said. The god of karma said in dissatisfaction, "Are you done yet? Are you leaving or not?" The Jiang family patriarch said, "I want to express my sincere gratitude to you, god of karma. If it weren't for your ability to bring the dragon god to the great Tao era, our current situation would be much worse." The god of karma said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm not as good as you say. I just did what I had to do." The Feng family patriarch said, "Lord Karma, you're too polite. You played a decisive role in this. We were just speaking the truth. Although you're alright, some things should be kept to yourself. I'd be proud of your praise. I always believe that humility leads to progress." The god of karma said sorry, but her expression and actions betrayed her. She was overjoyed by the praise. Lin Luo had finally learned the truth. Birds of a feather flock together. No wonder the god of karma secretly watched Yi Tian's short videos. It turned out she was just that kind of person. While everyone was praising Lin Luo, the god of karma urged him to leave immediately. It was everyone's turn to praise the god of karma, and he was reluctant to leave. Minglei said, "At first, we were thinking of throwing a farewell party for you, but we were afraid you, Lord Karma, would be unhappy, so we didn't. What do you think now? We must do it. We must do it." The god of karma said, "After this separation, we don't know if we ever see each other again. We should all enjoy ourselves, so we don't feel sorry for parting." "That's what I thought." The Feng family patriarch agreed. Lin Luo said with a dark face, "Didn't you just say you were leaving? Why did you suddenly change your mind and stay for the farewell party?" "That's why you don't understand. They're grateful for my help. If I don't give them a chance, they'd definitely be heartbroken." The god of karma sighed. "Whatever you say." Lin Luo was speechless. The farewell party lasted 3 days. With Lin Luo there, no creature could disturb him. The god of karma, feeling unsatisfied, requested 2 more days, but was mercilessly interrupted by Lin Luo. This guy has the same personality as Yi Tian, or to be more precise, even more extreme. As long as someone brags to her, she lived like this for 10,000 years, as long as there's no danger. Chapter 383. No need to send me off. All good things must come to an end. Lin Luo stopped him. "Brother Lin, you must live well too. I look forward to the day we meet again." Mingyu shouted. "Okay." The god of karma used his ability to control time to lead everyone back to Earth. Devouring world. Home of 10,000 Buddhas. The ancient Buddha Ren Deng said that human named Lin Luo has been missing for a long time. "Has he gone into hiding?" Maitreya Buddha said, "It's very likely. This human is well informed. He probably already knows that the devouring world has matured, the 5 special beings have awakened, and the powerful beings in each devouring world are dealing with this matter. He's the smartest to hide, so everyone won't focus on him. The ancient Buddha Randing said, "You make it very likely." Maitreya Buddha said to the Tathagata, who had his eyes closed beside him, "What do you want to do about this? Are you going to wait for that person to come out?" The ancient Buddha Randing said, "Why are you so calm? This matter concerns our life and death. Are you ready? I given up. Without extraordinary measures, the human named Lin Luo likely won't appear. You're still a little short of evolving into the ultimate form. Without that, your survival will be in jeopardy." Tathagata slowly opened his eyes. "It feels almost done. We can choose to descend to Earth." Maitreya Buddha said, "Are you not going to use extraordinary measures to force this human named Lin Luo out?" Tathagata shook his head. "No need to go to such lengths." Randing ancient Buddha said angrily, "You don't recite the equality of all beings every day. Do you really believe that all beings are equal? They are not. Every living being is born with strengths and weaknesses, and varies according to their environment. To become stronger, you must devour, using any means necessary. When I'm stronger in the future, I fulfill this wish." Tathagata said, "But not now. Lin Luo traveled to Earth due to the power of the god of karma. Even if I descend to Earth and threaten those humans, I can't let Lin Luo descend." Randing ancient Buddha said, "You already guessed this. Why didn't you stop him? Lin Luo would gain many benefits by returning to the past and evolve several levels. You might not be his match then." Maitreya Buddha said, "I know you're very smart. Sometimes, people are easily overly proud and make mistakes. There are many such cases." Tathagata shook his head and said, "It can't be stopped. Unless I have the ability to limit the power of the god of karma, I can't stop Lin Luo from returning to the past and becoming stronger. But it's not a big deal. I'm confident in my own strength." Randing ancient Buddha urged, "Then let's descend to Earth quickly." Tathagata said, "Don't rush. It will take some time for them to return. We have to wait a while if we descend now." A month had passed since the last divine descent. Everyone enjoyed a brief moment of peace, no longer worrying about their lives. Many people were initially nervous, but after a while, when no gods descended, they gradually relaxed. Everyone cherished the hard-earned peace and did not want to return to a life of constant fear. Many high-ranking officials knew that the devouring world gods would not stop descending. It would just be a matter of time. The entrants began to notice changes, and golden light from the devouring world streamed down to Earth. A majestic Buddha statue then descended, first an arm, then half its body, and finally its entire body. The Buddha statue radiated a golden light, brighter than the sun. This Buddha statue must be Tathagata. He is the most powerful of the Buddhas in the land of 10,000 Buddhas, and his rank is said to be at the peak of the Divine King. Tathagata is known as the wisest being of all eras. It is said that he hid his strength until he revealed it was that of a Divine King. Later, everyone realized he was a peak Divine King. Buddhas are probably good people, and won't kill innocent people. We shouldn't be in danger. That's hard to say. Look at the two who descended earlier. There's a clear difference between the laughing Buddha and the dragon subduing Arhat. I hope the dragon god appears soon. As long as he does, I feel safe." Seeing the Tathagata descend, everyone felt a wave of worry. They compared the laughing Buddha and the dragon subduing Arhat. The positive image of the laughing Buddha is that he kills no one and has a relatively gentle personality. The negative image of the dragon subduing Arhat is that he kills anyone he sees, physically inflicting the souls of non-Buddhists. The dragon subduing Arhat descended to Stan, the birthplace of Buddhism. Stan, despite being a place of origin, has few Buddhists, and many have been physically liberated. Those who knew the truth understood that the laughing Buddha intended to commit evil, but was dealt with by Lin Luo beforehand. They were particularly worried that the newly descended Tathagata would be like the previous two, and that the entire Earth would be destroyed. Unless the dragon god appeared in time, everyone could be saved. Their worries were unnecessary. The Tathagata descended to Earth without taking action, sitting in the ocean like a mountain. After Earth acquired the World Stone, the ocean's maximum depth reached 200,000 kilometers. Though the Tathagata wasn't seated at the deepest point, a good portion of his body remained exposed, a testament to his immense stature. Devouring the world. Dong Wangtai had been observing Earth, and upon Tathagata's arrival, he reported the information to Di Jun. Di Jun said, "I didn't expect Tathagata to be the first to lose his temper." Dong Wangtai exclaimed in shock, "Brother, you're telling the truth. Tathagata is hiding his strength. He long ago reached the peak of the Divine King realm." Di Jun said, "I told you not to underestimate anyone, especially those who are considered the wisest." Dong Wangtai said, Tathagata has always been very patient. He's taking action now. It seems the time has come. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Earth so decisively. You made some progress recently. Dijun nodded in satisfaction. Dong Wangtai said happily, brother, you're right. I can't rely on you for everything. I need to learn to grow on my own. Then tell me, what's Tathagata's motive for being so anxious? The 5 special beings are about to awaken. Unless they evolve into ultimate life forms, it's difficult for them to survive. So his goal is to evolve into the ultimate life form. Judging from Tathagata's level, he's still a long way from evolving into the ultimate life form. Devouring Lin Luo probably wasn't enough. Dong Wangtai asked doubtfully. Dijun asked, do you think Tathagata is negligent, or is he hiding? Dong Wangtai said, is Tathagata still hiding? Yes, he is. Dijun nodded. Tathagata sat cross-legged here for a total of 7 days. For 7 days, he was petrified, motionless. At first, everyone was terrified that Tathagata would kill him. After 3 or 4 days, many people went over without fear, treating the Tathagata as a tourist attraction. The Tathagata is a real Buddha, flesh and blood, much more real than the Leshan giant Buddha. The Tathagata is also a powerful being, and taking photos with him can quickly generate traffic. Some internet celebrities have taken photos with the Tathagata to gain significant traffic. Officials have tried to prevent these influencers from going, but to no avail. In their eyes, their own lives are more important than so-called traffic. Some influencers have taken photos with the Tathagata to gain significant traffic, and officials have stopped those who attempted to do so. Those who were stopped were furious, believing the authorities were deliberately preventing them from gaining popularity. Chapter 384. Lahai City. Villa. 3 people appeared at the villa. Cheng Xuexin heard the noise and hurried over. Seeing Lin Luo and the others, Cheng Xuexin was overjoyed. Unable to contain her excitement, Cheng Xuexin gave Lin Luo a huge hug, ignoring the people around her. You're finally back. Lin Luo was suddenly enveloped in facial cleanser, his breath almost choking. After his nourishment, Cheng Xuexin's size had surpassed its previous size. It might have been a D before, but now it was an F. Sure enough, the touch was real. During Lin Luo's absence, Cheng Xuexin had been suffocating. She was incredibly excited to see Lin Luo back. Lin Luo held his breath and said, Sister Cheng, please let go. I can't breathe. Cheng Xuexin's pretty face flushed, and she quickly let go, saying, I'm sorry, I was so excited. Are you alone at home? Oh, by the way, how many days have I been away? Lin Luo asked. They all have things to do. They can't stay home forever. They need to take care of their own things. It's been a month since you left, Cheng Xuexin replied. I'm sorry, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to spend with you, Lin Luo apologized. Cheng Xuexin shook her head and said, we know you're very busy. Earth has survived this long thanks to you. We should be the ones feeling guilty. There's nothing we can do to help you. They're just thinking about wasting time at home. It's hard to bear. It's better for them to go out and work and do their part. During your absence, a very significant event occurred. The world-devouring Buddha descended to Earth. Lin Luo looked at the god of karma and said, didn't you promise me with all your heart that we spent 100 years in the past, and when we return to the future, we'd be 1 day later than originally planned? 200 years have passed since the Great Tao era, and by your calculations, we should have only spent 2 days. Can you explain why we arrived a month later, not 2 days? The god of karma hesitated. Well, time is a strange thing. I'm only giving you a preliminary estimate. I don't actually know. Anyway, there are always excuses. Lin Luo was speechless. There was no point in blaming the god of karma. He knew he was unreliable. Luckily, Lin Luo didn't go to the Great Tao era, but instead headed for the 3 Purities era. After the 3 Purities era, if he returned to the future, Earth might have already vanished. Perhaps the 5 special beings had awakened, sacrificed all living things, and evolved into eternal beings. The god of karma brought him just in time for the last train. Lin Luo could still resist the ultimate life, but he was powerless against eternal life. Cheng Shui thought to herself, Xiao Luo, don't be too nervous. Tathagata didn't do anything to Earth when he came here, he simply found a place to sit. The god of karma said, you see, all this was all part of my plan. You really have no shame. Lin Luo scoffed. Guanyin frowned slightly. Tathagata finally lost control. He orchestrated all this. He's so anxious to descend to Earth because he thinks the fruit is ripe and time to harvest it. The Tathagata is so calculating. Perhaps he had already thought of everything the moment he first laid eyes on me. Lin Luo nodded. Cheng Xuexin, her concern swirling, said, Xiao Luo, why don't you just not show up? The Tathagata has come to Earth to find you. He won't attack unless he can't find you. Lin Luo shook his head, saying, You're talking about one method, but I can't avoid him forever. I have to show up. Guanyin sighed, I don't want you to face the Tathagata Buddha, but there's nothing you can do about it. Your fight with the Tathagata is a fateful one. Whoever wins will gain the chance to evolve to the ultimate form. I have to go. Sitting there and waiting for death will only lead to death. Lin Luo decided to go see the Tathagata Buddha. He didn't rush to the Tathagata Buddha, but instead prepared a feast at home. Su Qing, Yi Weiwei, the moon goddess, the succubus, Su Daji, and the other women were all very happy to see them return. Cheng Xuexin's cooking skills had improved significantly, and her dishes were even more delicious, both in appearance and in flavor. After everyone finished their meal, Lin Luo prepared to meet the Buddha, Tathagata. Sooner or later, he would have to meet him. He couldn't avoid it. Tathagata sat cross-legged in the sea, his legs crossed, submerged by the water, his upper body exposed. Tathagata had a solemn appearance, his eyes closed, his ears unusually large, and his black hair piled high on his head, like a small mountain. Near Tathagata, many boats were crowded together. On the boats, many people were holding cameras, taking photos. Tathagata sat there for a long time, attracting one internet celebrity after another to take photos. Some of the more outlandish internet celebrities dressed up as Tathagata, constantly calling out to their families and handing out gifts. After the family members gave gifts, they didn't forget to ask their fellow family members to pay attention to the gift givers. One of them, the Tathagata, didn't forget to promote the products, selling items like starch sausages and preserved vegetable pork with pickled mustard greens that had previously gone unsold. They had a good reason for this. Humans hadn't evolved before, and their bodies were weaker. Eating these sausages and preserved vegetable pork with pickled mustard greens could easily cause health problems. After several evolutionary cycles, human physical fitness has far surpassed that of the past. What used to be inedible to humans is now readily available, thanks to their stronger bodies. Technology and hard work are no longer a problem. Their bold promotions helped the starch sausages and preserved vegetable pork sell well. After the catastrophe, many organisms evolved, and foods made from traditional ingredients were no longer the same as before. Everyone agreed that the live streamer was right. We all evolved and are no longer the fragile humans we once were. If they weren't killed by external forces, death from illness would be virtually impossible. Never could Tathagata have imagined that his arrival on Earth would spark a wave of internet celebrity activity, enriching many people. Tathagata brand starch sausage, eat it, and you evolve quickly. We promise it contains the hair of our Buddha, Tathagata, so eating it will accelerate your evolution. I am Tathagata, and the one behind me is my true form. All you need to do now is offer me 100 yuan, and in the future you'll be able to enter the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Hurry, or there's no waiting. I have a dozen strong men here, all Tathagatas. Give them gifts now, and they dance for you. The crowd shouted, completely disregarding the Tathagata's feelings. Tathagata slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with indifference. The person he was waiting for had arrived, and would be here soon. Tathagata's disregard for the ants below didn't mean he could do anything he pleased. With a single movement, he overturned the sea. A huge wave engulfed the crowd. Many ferocious beasts emerged from the sea and began to devour those who fell into the water, causing countless casualties. The few lucky survivors were filled with fear of Tathagata. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not come again. The authorities had already warned them that Tathagata was a powerful being, and not taking action against them wasn't a sign of mercy. In Tathagata's eyes, they were mere ants, and he disdained to take action. Chapter 385. Those who survived had a chance to regret, but those who died didn't even have the chance. Zhou Jiahui angrily said, I warned these people long ago not to come near Tathagata. Myths are just myths. Buddhism teaches equality among all beings and abstains from killing. True Buddhists are powerful creatures. To evolve into such powerful beings, they must have devoured other creatures. They show no mercy when they attack. Sir, what should we do next? The subordinate asked. Although these people are infuriating, as officials, we have no choice but to rescue them, Zhou Jiahui said helplessly. She immediately organized a rescue team to rescue the internet celebrity. These internet celebrities are truly fearless. Officials have warned them numerous times not to leave, but they went anyway. Now they're getting their comeuppance. They deserve to die. They do anything for fame, just like those will-o'-the-wisp writers. They look cool, but I wonder if they'd be just as cool in death. These internet celebrities are dead, so they're dead. Damn, they're wasting official resources. Their deaths truly aren't worth a pity. Everyone was dissatisfied. Ever since Tathagata descended from the devouring world into the real world, officials have deployed drones to monitor his movements. Many people in the livestream were constantly worried about Tathagata's actions. Tathagata opened his eyes, his Buddha eyes radiating golden light, and gazed towards a certain spot. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared. Holy crap! The Dragon God is back. As expected, the Dragon God won't let us down. He won't abandon us. Could it be that Tathagata's sudden awakening is related to the Dragon God's appearance? Is he awakening because of the Dragon God's return? It's very likely. A battle between the Dragon God and Tathagata is inevitable. I hope the Dragon God will win in the end, everyone said with anticipation. Seeing Lin Luo approaching from a distance, Tathagata's eyes brightened. Tathagata smiled and said, "You're worthy of my favor. You wouldn't do such a foolish thing. If you cooperate with me on many things, I won't do those disdainful things." Lin Luo's face was serious. "Did you foresee this the moment you saw me?" Tathagata smiled slightly. "You're exaggerating. I don't foresee the future. I simply value you. My evolution to the ultimate life form is no longer achieved by simply devouring large numbers of creatures. You should have realized this as you evolve further. Evolving to the peak God King level is impossible by simply piling up numbers. You're currently level 146. Don't you feel the impact of devouring one or two creatures lower than you? Beings of a lower level have very limited benefits." Lin Luo had to admit, "You have a point." Tathagata said, "Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change at lower levels, but not at higher levels. I trained you, giving you one challenge after another, but I won't intervene. To reach the point I need, you need to overcome many of these challenges on your own. Should I say I'm lucky, or are you lucky enough? You evolved from a creature not even a god to a peak God King. I feel for you, and I can't believe how difficult your journey must have been. My evolutionary path wasn't as bumpy as yours. I also chosen many people in other eras. Many of them started from a higher point than you, and many were more talented than you. But none of them have evolved to such a high level as you. The two creatures I selected earlier are also not as powerful as you." Lin Luo said, "You're praising me so much that I'm almost embarrassed." Tathagata said coldly, "You don't need to feel embarrassed. I cultivated you for selfish reasons. It wasn't pure help. Any impure help is unworthy of gratitude. You are truly the wisest person in all the eras. Everything you say holds philosophical truth." Lin Luo praised. "Enough of the nonsense. Let's get down to business." Tathagata said, "My plan is meticulous, but it's not absolute. This battle is an opportunity for you, and it's also an opportunity for you. If you win, you'd be one step closer to the ultimate life form, and your future evolution to the ultimate life form is almost certain. You're just making empty promises. That's unnecessary." Lin Luo exposed Tathagata's scheme. "I only evolved to level 146, and you're already so eager to descend to Earth. The God of Karma brought me into the Great Tao era. You should all know that I gained. If you allow me to evolve, I will return to the Three Pure Ones era. You are not sure of victory, so you are waiting here in advance to prevent me from entering the Three Pure Ones era. If I insist on entering the Three Pure Ones era, you will attack Earth and even destroy the entire planet." Tathagata did not deny it, saying, "As expected of someone I have chosen, you are quite clever. You saw my intentions immediately. I descended to Earth to force you to reveal yourself. However, you are wrong in one point. The power of the God of Karma is limited. You have been in the Great Tao era for so long. It would take the God of Karma a week to return to the previous era. If you didn't actively seek me out, I would have had no choice but to seek you out. And you ended up seeking me out instead. This is good for both us. Those around you will suffer less, and I'd be able to save myself some wasted energy. I can give you one more day, so you can go back and reminisce about the past. You'll be dead soon, and you won't have that chance anymore. Not long after you die, those around you will follow you. That's certain. You won't be lonely in the underworld, someone will be with you." Lin Luo's true identity was exposed, and Tathagata no longer hid. Unassuming, kind, affable, and modest, these were merely Tathagata's disguises. Tathagata used these tactics to paralyze his opponents. One day, he felt the disguise was no longer necessary, and his arrogant and conceited personality was revealed. He rose from the sea, his size rapidly increasing. His belly, once thick with fat, was now filled with abdominal muscles, imbued with immense strength. Tathagata's height increased dramatically, reaching a height of 100,000 meters. Without the blessing of the World Stone, Earth would be unable to contain Tathagata's form alone. The Tathagata emanates a Buddha's light, a light more dazzling than the radiance of 10 suns. Lin Luo had seen the Tao rhyme, and the demonic light emanating from the two supremely powerful beings, Daozu and Mozu. Their dazzling light only emanates from their bodies, because they have evolved to such a high level of biological power. Devouring the world. The netherworld. Dong Wangtai exclaimed in surprise. Tathagata's level has reached 149. How is that possible? Di Jun's expression also grimaced. I always known Tathagata was hiding his strength, but I didn't expect him to hide so much. His level is actually 149. It's a bit hard to believe. The underworld god said, thank goodness you're working with me. Otherwise, by the time you thought 146 was enough, the others would have already reached 149. With evolution, even a single level difference is enormous and difficult to make up. You're no match for Tathagata. Di Jun nodded and said, I underestimated the others. It's not too late to react now. The underworld god said, this battle will determine the future. We should take a closer look. Chapter 386. Dong Wangtai said, is there a chance we can take advantage of the fight between the two and intervene, potentially taking advantage of the situation? The god of hell said, there is a chance, but we have to see the specific circumstances. Many people are watching this battle, and we can't afford to take advantage of the situation. Everything depends on what happens. Di Jun said with mixed emotions. Tathagata's opponent is Lin Luo. Unknowingly, this human has grown so powerful that he can now compete with a peak level 149 God King. Seeing the former ant become even more powerful than himself, he felt very upset, and a wave of powerlessness washed over him. Dong Wangtai said childishly, I believe that big brother can easily kill Lin Luo. Di Jun sighed, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The underworld god said, you don't need to envy Lin Luo. We sacrificed so many creatures, and Di Jun, you reached level 148, just one level shy of Tathagata. You soon reach that level. You're right. I'm no worse than these two. Di Jun obeyed the underworld god's command, and summoned all his former subordinates. The Golden Crow era, and the land of 10,000 Buddhas, were the two eras in which the most creatures entered the devouring world. During this period, many in the land of 10,000 Buddhas died. The Golden Crow era was relatively unorganized, and during that era, many demon tribes disobeyed Di Jun. After entering the devouring world, many demon tribes, seeing that Di Jun couldn't kill them, rebelled, resulting in the demon tribe becoming the largest in number. Di Jun knew he couldn't control his former subordinates, so he didn't resort to heavy pressure. He chose to befriend them instead of directly clashing with them. When the underworld god mentioned the need for sacrifice, Di Jun was thankful that he had taken the right approach. Di Jun came up with an excuse, claiming he had found a way to counter the devouring world's destruction. These former followers chose to trust their heavenly emperor. These former followers were a clan of demons, mixed with other races, and none of them had survived to this day. They relied on their invincibility within the devouring world, ensuring they would be safe even if Di Jun plotted against them. Di Jun's former followers lived a life of comfort, rarely descending into the real world, living a peaceful existence within the devouring world. They would only descend to Earth when their energy was running low on the devouring world's absorption. Most of Di Jun's former followers believed staying in the devouring world offered true immortality. Living in comfort for so long, they had become insensitive to danger. It wasn't until the underworld god attacked and devoured them that they realized they had been tricked. The underworld god's power prevented Di Jun's former followers from escaping, and they all became nutrients for the three of them. Di Jun absorbed a large amount of nutrients, reaching level 148. Dong Wangtai also reaped significant benefits, increasing his level to 140. He was the weakest of the three, and thus stood to gain the most. Di Jun asked, Underworld God, who do you think would win this battle, and be most beneficial to us? The Underworld God smiled. You asked me this question, and I should already have the answer in mind. Di Jun smiled and said, I hope Lin Luo wins. Then we can attack the land of 10,000 Buddhas. It would be better for us than for 5 special beings to gain an advantage. With them, we can advance to level 149, or even higher. The underworld god said, I've been asleep for too long, and there's much I don't understand. You told me earlier that this Buddha Tathagata was the wisest being of all time, but I didn't believe you. Now that he's revealed his true strength, that might be true. I sense a powerful presence in him. Who? Dong Wangtai asked doubtfully. Supreme Heaven. The underworld god replied. Di Jun asked in confusion, Supreme Heaven is the strongest of the 5 special beings. How terrifying is he? Very terrifying, anyway. The underworld god reassured the two, "Don't worry too much. Supreme Heaven is terrifying, but we're not the only ones up against him. What we need to do next is to maximize our own strength." Indeed. Di Jun, feeling a sense of comparison with Lin Luo, said, "I can't even beat an ant, so how can I possibly compete with Supreme Heaven? Supreme Heaven is too strong. That's why I need allies." "Don't worry about that. I arrange it for you," the underworld god said. Half the sky was shrouded in light, the other half in darkness. After Lin Luo killed the Black Source god, the Light Creation god came to find the Black Source god. As the 5 special beings were about to awaken, the Black Source god put aside his prejudice and chose to cooperate with the Light Creation god. The two possessed powerful attributes, yet were naturally opposed. They wanted to merge into one, only then could they break the seals of the 5 special beings. Merging is a difficult task. Only when two people become accustomed to each other can they achieve this. The Black Source god opened his eyes, looked towards the earth, and said, "The devouring world has experienced so many epochs, and there are still powerful beings. This Tathagata, known as the most intelligent of all epochs, has hidden himself so deeply, having already evolved to the peak level of God King." The Light Creation god took a look and said, predictably, "When I mentioned collaborating with you earlier, you were hesitant. Now you understand why I mentioned cooperation." The Black Source god said, "You are quite clever in this matter. I should be honored by your praise." The Light Creator god smiled. "Let's proceed quickly. This isn't a battle between peak god kings, but a battle of ultimate life. A level 149 peak god king is no match for him." The Black Source god felt a strong sense of crisis. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. The Light Creator god possessed the Life Source Stone, allowing him to be resurrected. His Life Source Stone was gone. Once dead, he was truly dead, with no chance of resurrection. A desperate place. Strange characters hovered in the air, constantly shifting, constantly circling a figure. This figure was covered in strange runes, densely packed throughout his skin, leaving no empty space. The rune god had been defeated and nearly killed by Pangu. He had awakened again, choosing to use the human body template, using the power of the various rune gods to forge a powerful body. At this point, the first generation of rune gods could no longer be called rune gods, but rune source gods. The rune source god absorbed almost all the rune god's power, and his strength far surpassed his past. Back then, I didn't kill each of the newly born rune gods. I waited until today to forge a more powerful body. It would take some time for the rune source god to settle into his new body and adjust. In his spare time, he observed the battle on Earth. The rune source god immediately spotted Lin Luo. Lin Luo had killed one rune god and abducted another, so he was naturally familiar with this. Through so many eras, aren't all the weak? There are still strong ones. The rune source god observed the two for a moment, then shifted his gaze. They were powerful, not far from the ultimate life form, but in his eyes, they were still weak. The rune source god forged a new body, even more powerful than before. It was a pity that Pangu was killed by the Supreme Heaven. Otherwise, he would have liked to go and compete with Pangu to see if his current strength could win. On the Pacific Ocean, the breeze was gentle, and the waves were calm. Tathagata's physical form had completely transformed. A Buddha's seal appeared at his pupils, and his eyes were filled with pride. The Buddha, Tathagata, had been hidden for so long. Now he was no longer, unleashing his true nature and strength. Chapter 387. Before we begin, I want to ask if you really don't need a day to properly say goodbye to your family, Tathagata asked. Are you so confident you win? Lin Luo replied. The Tathagata's lips curled slightly. Every creature knows I'm the most intelligent in the devouring world, but they overlook my genius. I level up very quickly. Without them knowing, I reached level 149. Judging from your tone, you're not using your full strength right now, are you? Lin Luo frowned. The Tathagata laughed heartily. No wonder you were able to evolve from an ordinary creature to a peak god king. Many creatures can't compare to your intelligence. It seems you don't plan to use your full strength right away. Lin Luo felt slighted. There's still time to use it, Tathagata said calmly. I hope you get the chance. Lin Luo exerted his full power, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the clear sky. Night descended, and stars hung in the sky. The stars shone brightly, shining down on Lin Luo's dragon form. The enormous dragon's body, illuminated by the starlight, became incomparably sacred. Lin Luo controlled his enormous body and charged fiercely towards Tathagata. Tathagata's eyes gleamed, and he struck with all his might. Lin Luo's claws missed Tathagata's body, but Tathagata's fist struck him. The fist held a terrifying force, sending Lin Luo flying. With a loud bang, Lin Luo slammed heavily into the sea, creating a massive splash. One of the mutant whales was unlucky enough to be hit by Lin Luo's blow. Unable to withstand Lin Luo's weight, the mutant whale was smashed into a pulp, its blood and flesh filling the sea. Many mutant sharks appeared nearby, drawn to the blood. But fearing the might of Lin Luo and Tathagata, they dared not advance. Lin Luo launched several more attacks, each one failing to reach Tathagata, and was knocked back into the sea by Tathagata. The Tathagata is so powerful. The dragon god is crushed. His continuous attacks haven't done any harm to the Tathagata, instead he's constantly being suppressed. Have you noticed? Every time the Tathagata faces an attack, his pupils, adorned with the Buddha's seal, emit a golden light, as if he can see through the dragon god's attacks. It will be very difficult for the dragon god to win this time. This Tathagata is powerful in mythology, and even more so in reality. According to the dragon god, the Tathagata has hidden means. Fighting the devouring world is too difficult. The dragon god has reached his limit, and will be defeated by the Tathagata. Even if the dragon god loses, I won't enter the devouring world. The devouring world is about to be destroyed. I decided to live and die with the earth. The Tathagata crushed Lin Luo, leaving everyone feeling despair. Lin Luo emerged from the sea, and did not attack the Tathagata again. Tathagata chuckled, "What's wrong? Are you giving up already?" Lin Luo said, "There's something wrong with your eyes. You can see the future. Every time I attack, you anticipate it and prepare your defense. Your reflexes are sharp. You can see my abilities." Tathagata said, "Even if you know my abilities, it won't change anything." "You're right." Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth, emitting starlight and flames, and rushed towards Tathagata. Star flames, blazing with terrifying heat, enveloped Tathagata. Tathagata's eyes were terrifying, capable of predicting future attacks. Lin Luo's habit of overwhelming opponents with his physical strength proved completely ineffective against Tathagata. The more powerful his attacks, the less damage he inflicted on Tathagata, and the more damage he sustained himself. As Lin Luo's level evolved to 146, the power of the star flames increased dramatically. Tathagata's enormous body, engulfed in star flames, burned fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light erupted from within the star flames, separating the outer ones. Tathagata's flesh radiated a golden glow, preventing the star flames from burning further. Lahai City. In the villa, the Yunshu succubus anxiously asked, "It seems all of Master's attacks are perfectly countered by this Tathagata. Sister Guanyin, do you think Master can truly win?" Guanyin knew Lin Luo's true strength. Both sides were in the testing phase, neither exerting their full strength. But anyone who used their true strength would already have lost half the battle. The god of karma sarcastically said, "Little Lindsay is still too weak. There's still a huge gap between him and Tathagata. He always shows off in front of me, but now he's been humiliated." Yu Weiwei said, "Sister god of karma, do you have any ideas for helping Xiao Luo?" Su Qing echoed, "Yes, Sister god of karma is the most powerful among us. Apart from you, no one else can help Brother Lin." The god of karma, sensing something was wrong, said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to flatter me?" The moon god said, "We are sincere. Apart from Sister god of karma, no one else can help." "That's true." The god of karma nodded in satisfaction. Guanyin said sternly, "Now is not the time to hide your strength. If Lin Luo dies at the hands of Tathagata, you won't find any allies next." The god of karma hesitated for a moment before confessing the truth. "I want to help, but I don't know where to start. God of karma, I need your help." A familiar voice rang out. "Lin Luo, why are you talking to me instead of fighting?" The god of karma shouted. "I just need your help. Tathagata's Buddha eyes can see into the future, and my attacks are being severely restricted. I didn't expect you need my help." Lin Luo coaxed a child, "Compared to you, there's still a huge gap." "Haha, I love that." The god of karma laughed. "You're replacing my eyes. With your abilities, you can only see further than Tathagata. His Buddha eyes can't compare to your eye of karma." Lin Luo beguiled. "Okay." The god of karma hesitated, But what? This Tathagata has plotted against you, so why are you afraid? The more you dodge and refuse to resist, the more disastrous the consequences will be." Lin Luo knew that the god of karma was very timid. The god of karma was somewhat similar to Yi Tian, yet completely different. Yi Tian's arrogance was genuine, the kind that would radiate with a little sunshine. The god of karma's arrogance stemmed from extreme inferiority complex, and she had always been very cowardly. Among the 10 local gods, she had the greatest power, yet she was the worst off. While the other local gods were devouring the world, only the god of karma was in the real world. The god of karma said that staying in the real world offered more opportunities. She came to Earth on her own initiative, not for some reason. It wasn't that Lin Luo forced the god of karma to cooperate. The god of karma was probably waiting for death. There was a reason why the god of karma liked Yi Tian's words. She envied his free and easy nature. Wow, haha. People of our generation should constantly strive for self-improvement. Yi Tian's voice came from afar. You are that Yi Tian, the god of karma said. Yi Tiandao admitted frankly, I am Yi Tian. I heard that my little fangirl was here, so I came all the way here. I didn't want to come, but Lin Luo personally invited me, so I had to come. I have to give him face. Go to hell. Who is your little fangirl? I, the god of karma, am far more powerful than you. The god of karma said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 388. Yi Tian was the first to receive Lin Luo's explanation, and remained unperturbed by the karma god's taunts. That's what you don't understand. I, Yi Tian, may be relatively weak now, but I possess the heart of a strong man. Don't despise a young and poor man. As long as I survive, I will surely illuminate the heavens in the future, and it's only a matter of time before I evolve into the ultimate life form. Yi Tian spoke loudly, declaring that everything he said would happen in the future. It was only a matter of time. The karma god refused to admit defeat and said, You, a small fry, are so powerful. Why should I, the karma god, be afraid? Yi Tian squinted at the karma god and said, Lin Luo asked for your help, and you're terrified. Why are you spouting such nonsense? If I possessed the power of a peak god king, I would have chosen to help immediately. The karma god said, Who says I'm afraid? This Tathagata deceived me before, and now I want him to know the price of deceiving me. Give him a little shock. Everyone stared at the karma god, who steeled himself and went forward. Lin Luo suffered multiple injuries, his scales shattered in many places, his dermis lacerated, and he bled profusely. Blood dripped into the sea, staining the surface crimson. Fish swarmed frantically beneath Lin Luo, eager to devour his blood. As a high-level creature, every drop of Lin Luo's blood was extremely precious. By devouring it, they could evolve to a higher level of life, but the price was likely their own life. Tathagata sneered, Lin Luo, you disappoint me greatly. I could have foreseen all your attacks, yet you had no power to resist. It seems you're still hiding your strength. Logically, you can't be that weak. Lin Luo retorted, you also have something that shocks me. What is that? You Buddhists advocate equality for all beings. Be kind and don't harbor murderous thoughts. Every blade of grass and every tree is a living being. But your actions are completely different. That is my ideal. I will find a way to achieve equality for all beings. I need sufficient strength. I'm striving for it, and soon I will have it. After countless years of endurance, I'm about to evolve to the ultimate form of life, and then eternal life. Tathagata said with unwavering conviction, Once I evolve to eternal life, I will have the power to change the world. Then I will use my ideals to create an ideal world where all living things can be treated peacefully. Do you believe that? Once someone is accustomed to killing, how can they ever turn back? Lin Luo scoffed. Tathagata beckoned. You certainly won't believe my ideal world hasn't come true. But you can choose to support me. Give up resistance, and let me devour you. I find a way to preserve your soul, so you can see the future. Lin Luo applauded, Great, great. No wonder you're called the smartest person of all eras. I almost got caught up in your words. How's that? Tathagata continued to bewitch, You should be able to see that not only are you not using your full strength, but I'm also not using my full strength. In the end, you'd definitely be the one to die. If you choose to give up being devoured, I can preserve your soul. I also treat those around you well, and it's possible to protect your home, Earth. This is a low investment, high return. I've given you many chances, and if you still refuse this time, we will show no mercy. Lin Luo flatly refused, rather than leaving your fate in the hands of others, it's better to hold it firmly in your own hands. This is your last chance. I won't give you any more chances. Tathagata said coldly. No need. Lin Luo decisively refused. It seems you rested well. Let's continue the fight. Tathagata's powerful body radiated a Buddha's light, his entire form becoming sacred and invincible. His muscles bulged, imbued with terrifying power. Tathagata said, I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, you might be killed by a single blow, and you won't even be able to use your hidden strength. That's no fun. Lin Luo said, Don't worry about that. I know my limits, but you should also be careful. If I unleash my true power all at once, and you don't use it in time, you might be killed. Then you can rest assured. I'm smarter than you. Let's cut the crap and continue fighting. Let's decide the outcome sooner rather than later. Wait a minute. Before we fight, I want to show you an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Tathagata asked doubtfully. It's me. The god of karma rushed over. Tathagata gave a playful smile. So it's you. The god of karma angrily said, shouldn't you be ashamed to see me? Why should I be ashamed? Tathagata laughed. The god of karma grew even more furious, saying, I made a deal with you, and I completed what you asked of me. But you went back on your word, regretted it, and attacked me. You're a scoundrel. Tathagata said, why are you saying all this? You partnered with me because you coveted my extraordinary abilities. You wanted to wait for me to become powerful, so you could devour me and become even more powerful. Unfortunately, I grew so powerful so quickly that you couldn't control me, and that's how I won. You're a scoundrel. The god of karma angrily said, you have no sense of contract. If it weren't for my help, you would have died long ago. The Tathagata said coldly, I'm very grateful for your help. If you can help me evolve into an eternal being, I can spare your life. Shut up. The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo smiled. No wonder you didn't dare to come to see the Tathagata. It turns out there's something fishy going on. The god of karma told Lin Luo that she and the Tathagata had collaborated, that they hadn't signed a contract, and that the Tathagata had deceived her. The truth was that the god of karma and the Tathagata had signed a contract, and that the god of karma was helping the Tathagata obtain what he needed. The god of karma decided the time was right, and was about to harvest the Tathagata. She suddenly realized that the Tathagata's strength had increased significantly, and she could no longer suppress him. The god of karma was severely beaten by the Tathagata, and the two contracts had to be annulled. The Tathagata had left a deep psychological scar on the god of karma, which was why the god of karma was afraid to meet the Tathagata. If Yi Tian hadn't come to provoke him, the god of karma probably wouldn't have come. The god of karma was furious. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The Tathagata said coldly, you're just trying to stall for time. Living longer is useless. The god of karma said angrily, next, I show you my power. She rushed towards Lin Luo, merging with the massive dragon's body. Lin Luo's dragon eyes changed, their pupils now shaped like lotus flowers. The Tathagata narrowed her eyes slightly and said, God of karma, are you prepared to go all the way? If you don't care, you might survive. Now you help Lin Luo directly. When Lin Luo is defeated, you be the next to die. The god of karma said, I want to help Lin Luo, you snake, the farmer and the snake. I helped you, but you treat me like this. Next, I show you what it means to sign up. Yes, do not regret your choice, said the Tathagata. I don't think now is the time to threaten others, but rather to prepare for the incoming attack. Lin Luo charged towards Tathagata and launched an immediate attack. Tathagata's Buddha eyes glowed golden, foreseeing the impending attack. Chapter 389. The sharp dragon claws gleamed with starlight, striking with terrifying speed. Tathagata anticipated the attack and spun to avoid it. As if anticipating his evasion, the sharp dragon claws struck back fiercely. Tathagata chose to distance himself from Lin Luo, 7 visible scars on his chest. His flesh had been torn apart, and a large amount of blood flowed. The dragon god, with the help of the karma god, has instantly increased his strength, and finally inflicted wounds on Tathagata. The karma god is said to be a native deity of the devouring world, who controls time. If it comes to foreseeing the future, she is the true father. Tathagata is very powerful, and the dragon god is not weak either. I knew the dragon god wouldn't be defeated so easily. Everyone was excited to see Tathagata injured. Lin Luo attacked again, lunging at Tathagata. Tathagata struck Lin Luo with his fist, breaking his sternum. Lin Luo's dragon claws were sharp, leaving scars. Scars were bright red, bleeding profusely. The battle was no longer one-sided. Lin Luo wasn't the only one injured, both sides suffered injuries. The battle lasted about an hour before the Buddha and the dragon separated. Tathagata's body was covered in scratches, the most severe of which was a large gouge, bleeding continuously. He lost his previous composure, and looked at Lin Luo with murderous intent. Lin Luo had sustained many injuries inflicted by Tathagata, and compared their injuries, Tathagata's was more serious. The god of karma taunted Tathagata, you're not very strong. Why are you so weak now? You were clearly at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Tathagata's Buddha eye was special, able to see future attacks, but it was not as powerful as the god of karma's eye of time. Lin Luo, relying on the power of the god of karma, could predict Tathagata's predictions. If Tathagata wanted to inflict any harm on Lin Luo, he would have to pay a greater price. I'm not going to play with you anymore, Lin Luo. Let's fight it out with all our might. The time for the showdown has passed. Tathagata's ability to crush Lin Luo was due to his Buddha's vision, his foresight. The god of karma had merged with Lin Luo, and his advantage vanished. The difference in their physical strength was not great. The god of karma taunted, "You were arrogant just now," threatening Lin Luo that if he didn't use his true power, he would die without knowing how. Tathagata snorted, relying solely on other people's trash. The god of karma raged, "You're just not worth playing with." Tathagata ignored the god of karma and said to Lin Luo, "Use your true power in a fair fight, and see if you're worthy of my devouring." Two figures appeared beside Tathagata. One was a middle-aged man overweight, with a large belly. The other figure was an elderly man, emaciated, practically skin and bones. Yi Weiwei exclaimed in surprise, "The obese middle-aged man, with a protruding belly is Maitreya Buddha, and the withered old man is Dipankara Buddha. These two Buddhas are quite remarkable in Buddhism, second only to the Tathagata. Their appearance at this time suggests something bad is about to happen." Su Qing asked, "Is it possible that Tathagata devoured Maitreya Buddha and Dipankara Buddha to further enhance his power? This could be Tathagata's hidden strategy." Yunshu Succubus said, "That's very possible." Hotu said, "Your guesses are useless. We need to ask Sister Guanyin about this matter." Guanyin said, "Tathagata is always full of wisdom in his actions. If he wants to tell you, you will naturally know. If he doesn't want to tell you, then you will never know." Su Qing asked, "So am I right?" Guanyin thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Your speculation is probably wrong. If Tathagata wants to devour it on the spot, it will take time to digest it. It's impossible for him to increase his strength all at once. This would undoubtedly give Lin Luo an opportunity. A man as smart as Tathagata would never do such a foolish thing." "Then what is it?" "Tathagata is extremely intelligent. It's impossible for him to call in two subordinates to help. These two are at the level of Divine King, far from the peak Divine King who is about to reach the ultimate life. They cannot interfere in the battle between Tathagata and Lin Luo." Yi Weiwei pressed on. Guanyin was silent for a moment and said, "It's most likely Tathagata's clone, which can be used at will." "Clone?" The women were even more puzzled. Guanyin explained, "The Buddhas possess a life method that allows them to separate a part of themselves, creating an independent life form. This life form possesses its own consciousness and thinking, comparable to the original body's natural endowment, and is almost a complete individual. The clone is very loyal to the original body. If the original body wishes to merge the clones, the clone cannot resist. The disadvantage is that if the clone encounters an accident, this part of its power will be lost, and it is also extremely difficult to cultivate. Many Buddhas have practiced this powerful evolutionary method, but all have failed. The Buddha Lord is truly the strongest among the Buddhas. He not only cultivated the evolutionary method, but also cultivated two in one go." Su Qing said, "According to Sister Guanyin, this method is too tricky. Tathagata has transformed into three. No matter how diligently he practiced before, 1 hour was equivalent to 1 hour. Having 3 bodies is equivalent to having 3 hours." Guanyin nodded and said, "You can use that analogy." Ho Tu said thankfully, "Thank goodness Lin Luo returned to the past and gained immense benefits during the Great Tao era. Otherwise, Tathagata's use of his true power would mean the end of the battle." Guanyin said, "Don't worry about that. Tathagata wants to evolve into the ultimate life form. Lin Luo was very powerful before, but far from what he wants. When Lin Luo returned from the Great Tao era, Tathagata felt he was about to lose control, so he appeared immediately. If he had allowed Lin Luo to grow any further, Tathagata would have felt he could no longer control him." Ho Tu said in astonishment, "Tathagata is truly a terrifying creature. He calculates everything to the last detail." Guanyin said, "Don't worry too much. Lin Luo is not too weak." Ripples rose on the sea surface, reflecting Tathagata, Maitreya Buddha, and Dipankara Buddha. Lin Luo looked at the 3 Buddhas and asked, "Is this your hidden power?" "Yes, I will shock everyone and show them how powerful I am." Tathagata didn't deny it. There was no need to hide it anymore. Today he would demonstrate his true power. Any further concealment would be unnecessary. Maitreya Buddha said, "The ant from back then has grown to this point. Tathagata, he's no less capable than you." Rendang Ancient Buddha said, "You always cultivate strong opponents, but I'm still worried you fail." Tathagata said, "Don't worry about that. I never failed before, and I won't fail this time either. After this battle, I won't have to do that again." Maitreya Buddha said, "So you're ready to sacrifice us to complete your final battle?" Tathagata said, why not? Maitreya Buddha shook his head and said, of course not. You are the original body. If you want to merge, how can we resist? Rendang Ancient Buddha said, it's normal to feel a little reluctant. After all, you've been separate entities for so long. Merge into one. If I become an eternal being, I will resurrect you both, Tathagata promised. Chapter 390. I hope you can do it. The bodies of Maitreya Buddha and Joyful Buddha began to dissolve, vanishing in an instant. The two transformed into energy and entered Tathagata's body. Lin Luo had no intention of attacking. With the god of karma attached to his eyes, he could see a great deal. No matter how he attacked, he could not prevent the two Buddhas from merging into Tathagata's body. Rather than wasting his energy, Lin Luo decided to rest. With Tathagata's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to have taken this into account and let Lin Luo find this opportunity to kill him. Tathagata's body began to swell, growing considerably. After the two clones merged, Tathagata's size doubled, and the Buddha's aura shone even brighter. Lin Luo no longer held back, preparing to use his ultimate form. Tathagata exerted all his strength. If he continued to hide, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Dragon heads began to grow from his shoulders. One was surrounded by black scales, the other by white scales. The two dragon heads were identical to Lin Luo's, the only difference being the color of their scales. Lin Luo's size grew, rivaling the Tathagata across from him. Tathagata's skin turned golden, as if coated in a layer of gold. Lin Luo's ultimate form emanated an aura no less powerful than Tathagata's. The two had fought fiercely earlier, and everyone thought it was a life-or-death battle. When Tathagata and Lin Luo unleashed their true powers, everyone realized they weren't using their full strength, it was merely warm-up exercises. Devouring the world. Dong Wangtai exclaimed in surprise, were these two just warm-ups, not a life-or-death battle? Di Jun said with mixed feelings. Just because they were so powerful earlier didn't mean it was a confrontation. They actually have a trump card. If I were to fight them now, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The Dark God said, just because strong individuals are a minority doesn't mean they don't exist. Some are indeed very powerful. The true strength of these two individuals is comparable to my peak strength. Di Jun said, I need to become even stronger. The Dark God said, I hope Lin Luo wins. That way, we can attack the land of 10,000 Buddhas and sacrifice all the Buddhas. Only then can we become even stronger. Dong Wangtai said unwillingly, I hope Lin Luo dies, but I also hope he wins. The Dark God said, wait. The outcome will be decided soon. Just now, these two were testing each other. What's coming next is a true life-and-death battle. The Black Source God said in horror, it's only been a short time, and Lin Luo has become so powerful. His strength is increasing too quickly. Light Creation God said, didn't you say you were going to descend upon Earth, ready to use your restricted power, even if it meant backlash? Now you're forcing your way through the defenses. Do you have the confidence to kill Lin Luo? Black Source God's face sank. This Lin Luo is truly a monster. Earth is clearly very weak in this era, so how could such a powerful creature appear? With his current power, I might not be able to kill him even if I break through the defenses. Light Creation God said, alright, don't dwell on why others are so powerful. Everyone has their own secrets. Even if you ask this human named Lin Luo in person, he won't tell you. Black Source God said, let's merge quickly. If we're too weak in the future, we won't even have the right to live. You're only now realizing that you were so resistant to my earlier attempt to merge with you. Light Creation God smiled. I'm not afraid you plot against me. The Black Source God spoke cautiously. The Light Creation God said, don't worry, I won't plot against you. A conflict won't occur until we're out of danger, and there are only the two of us left. It's best that you understand this. The Black Source God nodded. The light and the darkness merged, forming a black and white vortex, completely merging. The Black Source God worried that the Light Creation God would plot against him, so their fusion wasn't going smoothly. After the Black Source God sensed the danger, their fusion became smoother. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heartbeats echoed. The Rune Source God shaped the human body, growing stronger by the second, and the strange writing on the skin became increasingly dense. He had calculated everything, intending to awaken early and arrange everything. The other four special beings awakened later, but each had their own methods. The Rune Source God's method was to arrive early, using foresight to defeat everyone. Two ants possess astonishing methods. The Rune Source God fell into hibernation, but was drawn to the battle on Earth. Lin Luo and Tathagata's methods were astonishing, but they didn't attract much attention from the Rune Source God. They were both quite powerful, but far from being worthy of the Rune Source God's attention. At this moment, they unleashed their full strength, catching the Rune Source God's attention. The Rune Source God murmured, "Which of these two will win? One of them will likely evolve into the ultimate life form. Things are getting increasingly interesting. Besides us 5 special beings, and the 10 native gods of the devouring world, other epical creatures will also appear." An unpredictable smile curled his lips. The more chaotic the future, the better. It would be best if someone killed Supreme Heaven. Then the future would become unpredictable. Supreme Heaven was too powerful, terrifyingly so, crushing the other 4 special beings. Even if the other 4 special beings joined forces, they might not be a match for Supreme Heaven. What the Rune Source God most desired was for someone to kill Supreme Heaven, so that he could reap the fruits of victory. He did not return to his slumber, ready to observe the battle carefully. The 2 creatures unleashed powerful forces, earning his approval. The Rune Source God prepared to observe carefully, memorizing their weaknesses, as they might encounter them in the future. The future is difficult to predict, and he might need them. After observing for a while, the Rune Source God offered his verdict. Both creatures are powerful, but this Buddha Master is stronger, and he's likely to win. He could see the Tathagata's true nature, each possessed a certain restraint. The Dragon God is growing stronger against the world-devouring gods. Fortunately, he's growing stronger quickly, otherwise we'd probably be dead. I hope the Dragon God wins, so our home can hold out a little longer. It's too difficult. If it weren't for the Dragon God, I don't think you'd be able to hold out until now. Everyone once again felt their own insignificance. The ones most deeply affected were Yi Tian, Suya, Zhou Jiahui, and the others. At the beginning of the game feedback, everyone was able to help. As Lin Luo grew stronger, everyone's strength couldn't keep up. At some point, they became no different from ordinary people, only able to watch the battle. Tathagata said nothing and lunged at Lin Luo. His Buddha hand reached out for Lin Luo's dragon head, attempting to crush it. With Lin Luo's powerful healing ability, even if his dragon head was crushed, he wouldn't die, but it would be enough for Tathagata to deliver a fatal blow. Tathagata's speed was incredible, grabbing Lin Luo's dragon head. Lin Luo tried to pull himself free, but Tathagata suddenly increased his strength, preventing him from escaping. The other 2 dragon heads attacked Tathagata, hoping to force him to let go. Tathagata's hands moved, grabbing the dragon head that had grown from Hong Jun and Luoho's energy. His strength was immense, making it impossible for Lin Luo to break free. My plan was indeed correct. Your strength will have greatly increased since your return from the Great Tao era. I must take action now, otherwise, if you become even more powerful, I might lose control. The truth is, if you return to another era and even slightly increase your level, I will definitely lose control. Tathagata was secretly alarmed, but he said he had expected this and tried to appear calm.